Hello everyone, and welcome to this online ethical hacking course. Now, before we begin, I would like to talk about a few things that you might be interested in, such as legal side of using the things that you will learn in this course, and also you are probably wondering what could possibly make this course different from any other course you attended online or any other course you watched on YouTube, Udemy, or basically anywhere else. So let me first answer the second question. Well, there is a difference between this course and other courses that you probably watched. First of all, I decided to split this course in the three sections, the beginner section, the intermediate section, and the advanced section. Now, the thing that differs this course from other courses is the advanced section. Basically, what we will be doing in the advanced section is making our own tools. We will be coding our own advanced tools. And not the basic kind of tools. Most likely we will be coding our own Metasploit framework, for example. Now, for those of you who know that is, it basically means we will be coding our own command and control center that can receive many connections from other PCs, not just one. We'll be coding in the advanced reverse shell, backdoor, keyloggers, and many other tools used by ethical hackers. Now, if you don't know what these tools do yet, we will be covering all of those in the beginner and in the intermediate section, but we will be covering the tools from other people, and in the advanced section we will be making the same tools just by ourselves. Now, the programming languages that we will be using will be Python and C, because I find those programming languages mostly used by ethical hackers. C is a low-level language. Basically, it is harder than Python, and things that you can do in Python in like 3 lines takes you about 20 lines in C. But we'll be covering both of those programming languages. Python so you can make things faster, and C so you can understand things better. We'll also be covering in the advanced section a little bit of assembly language, which we will be using for our exploit development part. Now, for you that are wondering what we will be doing in the beginner section, we'll be covering the installation of VirtualBox and Kali Linux. VirtualBox is basically a program that allows us to make our own virtual machine. We use virtual machine so we don't crash anything in our main machine. If we make a mistake or if we delete a file we shouldn't delete, it will basically just stay on the virtual machine, and if it doesn't work anymore, we can just delete it and start over again. As far as the Kali Linux, the Kali Linux is a distribution, basically an operating system, that is used for ethical hacking and penetration testing. Now, you might be asking, why is it used for that? Well, basically, it comes pre-installed with some of the most known tools used for ethical hacking. So, it comes with a bunch of programs that we will use and cover in the next tutorials. In the intermediate section, however, we will be covering those tools that are pre-built into Kali Linux, and also we will be covering some of the tools that are not built into the Kali Linux. We will be downloading those tools from online GitHub repository from other people who made them. And as I said, later in the advanced course, we will be making our own tools. Now, there is also one more important thing I should mention, which is the legal use of these methods that you will learn in this course. You should not be using these methods on any device or website you do not own, or on any device or website you do not have permission to use. It can get you into some serious trouble and possibly a jail time if you make a big mistake. So please do not test any of these methods on devices you do not own. We can make all of the things we need in our virtual environment, and we can do our attacks from there. Now that's about it. I hope you will enjoy this course, and I hope I see you in the next lecture where we will be downloading VirtualBox and Kali Linux. Hope I see you there. And take care. Welcome back everybody, and this is our first lecture where we will be downloading our things that we need in order to start hacking. So basically, as I said in the previous video, the introduction video, we will be needing 2 things. One is VirtualBox program, and the second one is Kali Linux distribution. So here I am on both of these websites, as you can see. So just open up your Google Chrome or Firefox or Internet Explorer, whatever search engine you are using, and type in the search bar VirtualBox. It should lead you to this page where you just click on the first link, which is virtualbox.org, and basically, as you can see right here, we have this green button that says download VirtualBox 6.0. Now in the time of recording this, the version is currently, as you can see, 6.0, but when you will be watching this, it might be a higher version, depending whether they upgrade the version or not. So just click here on the download VirtualBox 6.0, and it will lead us to this site where we can choose our platform. As you can see, right now I am running this on Windows 10. So basically here I will click on the Windows hosts, since my operating system is Windows 10. If you're running this on Linux, which I honestly doubt, you can click here on the Linux distributions. Here you also have OS X hosts and Solaris hosts. But since I'm on a Windows 10 machine, I will be clicking on Windows hosts. And as you can see, it started downloading the setup program for the VirtualBox. It is 210 megabytes large, and it will take me some time because my internet is not that fast. It is around 1 megabyte per second, so this will take around 3 minutes. Now while this is downloading, we will go to the Kali Linux page, which is simply just type in the search box Kali Linux. I mistyped here, it should be Kali Linux. Here we go. And it will lead you to this first link right here, which is Kali Linux Penetration Testing and Ethical Hacking Linux Distribution. Here we can see the developer, which is Offensive Security. Initial release was on 13 March 2013, which was 5 years ago. So we just click on the first link, and it will lead us to the official site of Kali Linux. Now, what we want to do, we want to download the distribution, so we just go here on Downloads, Download Kali Linux. And basically it will give us a bunch of these options, bunch of these different versions of Kali Linux. Now the two versions that you will be interested in are these two. Oops, I selected more than one. These two, basically Kali Linux 64-bit and Kali Linux 32-bit. Now my machine is a 64-bit machine, so I'll be downloading the 64-bit Kali Linux, but if you're running this on a 32-bit machine, you can download the Kali Linux 32-bit version. They're basically both around the same size. The 32-bit is a little bit larger, I don't know why, but both are around 3 gigabytes large. The current version of the Kali Linux is 2018.4, so as I said, in the time of you watching this, it might be a higher version. So we will just click here on HTTP. You can download over torrent if you want to, but I will download through my browser. And I'll just click here and it should start the download for me. Now, as I said, my internet is really slow, so this will take around 6 hours for me. So we won't be waiting that much. So I will just cut the tutorial until this download finishes and we can continue from there. And as you can see right here, we got the two files that we need, the VirtualBox setup program and the Kali Linux ISO file, which is our operating system that we will install. So first of all, we will install the VirtualBox. So just double click on the file that you downloaded and it should start up a welcome box first. Here we go. It says welcome to the Oracle VM VirtualBox. Basically this is just a welcome message for you. We will just click next right here and it will lead us to this setup window. Now if you want to, you can change here things, but I really don't like to mess with this stuff. It's basically already configured as you will need it, so I won't change here anything. I will just go on to next. Here on this window you can just check if you want to make a desktop shortcut or if you want to create start menu entries. Basically I just leave all of these checked. If you do not want desktop shortcut, just uncheck it, simple as that, and we can proceed to the next step. Now this is a warning that pops up every time you install the VirtualBox. It basically says that while installing you might be disconnected from the internet, which hasn't happened to me, and I installed this like a lot of times, so it might happen to you. So if you're running this, or if you're running anything important in the background over the internet, you might want to wait until that download or anything you're doing finishes before you press yes right here. But since I'm not running anything at the moment, I will just click here yes, and we can click here install to begin the installation. Now this might take a few minutes. Around 5 minutes, I believe. That's how it took for me last time. So I'll just wait until this finishes and I will get back to you as soon as this is done. So here we are. It finished the installation process of the VirtualBox. Now in the point of installation it asked me for administrator password, so it probably asked you as well. just type in your administrative password and it will continue the installation. We want to check here the Start Oracle VirtualBox after installation, and we just click here Finish. So right now it should open us up a window with, well, first of all, you won't be having any of these machines right here. These are just my machines that I previously made, even before the installation in the previous version. So you won't be having any of these Kali, Linux, Windows 7 and any of these machines right here. This will all be empty for you, as well as this. Now what we want to do, basically we want to create a new machine together. So just find wherever on your version of VirtualBox is this blue button which says right here New. Click on it and it will open this little window right here where it will ask you for the name and the operating system you want to install. So basically I'll just name this ethical hacking machine. You can change the machine folder if you want to. It is saved right here for me, but we do not want to install the Mac OS, we want to install Linux. And for me it automatically puts Oracle 64-bit, which I want to change since Kali Linux is a Debian based distribution. So I'll just found Debian 64-bit since I installed the Kali Linux 64-bit version. Once you check all of this and once you make sure it is Debian 64-bit, we can continue on the next step. Right here it will ask you for your memory size that you want to use, basically RAM memory, which you want to give to this machine. So for example, I have 8 GB of memory, RAM memory, and I will give around 4 GB for this machine, which means that I will be leaving the rest of the 4 GB for my main machine to run. Now be careful here, you do not want to overgive the RAM memory, because it might make your PC a lot slower and it might make the virtual machine unusable. Basically it might even crash your PC if you just put in all the RAM memory for your VirtualBox machine. If you have around 4 GB RAM, 2 GB will be more than enough for your virtual machine, but just in case I will put here 4 since I can leave the other 4 for my main machine. So right now I will click on here Next after putting 4 GB RAM, and it will lead us to this window where it will basically ask us for our hard disk. Now it says here the recommended size of the hard disk is 8 GB, but later when it gives us that option we want to change that, we want to increase the size of the hard disk for this virtual machine. Now here it asks us if we want to create a virtual hard disk now or do not add a virtual hard disk. You want to check here the create virtual hard disk and proceed with the installation. So here we click create, hard disk file tab, VirtualBox disk image we want to have checked. So just check the dot here on the VirtualBox disk image and click on the next. And basically here where it asks if you want to make your hard disk dynamically allocated or fixed size, well, it depends on you. Fixed size will already use the entire memory you gave to the hard disk. So basically if I give 20 GB of memory for my hard disk, it will already mark those gigabytes as used. While if you pick dynamically allocated, it will just fill in as the time goes. So basically it won't allocate any memory for your hard disk, it will just dynamically fill in while you install some of the files on your VirtualBox machine. So because fixed size takes a little bit more time to create, we will just click here dynamically allocated, but you can put here fixed size as it will make your machine a little bit faster. But right now I will just click on dynamically allocated and click on next. So here it asks us for the size of our hard disk, which is preset with 8 GB. The recommended size is at least 8 GB. I will put here around 30 GB for this virtual machine, but around 15 or 20 will be more than enough for you since the files of Linux are not that big and we won't be downloading any major files, possibly around gigabytes large. We will be only downloading around few megabytes big files and so on. So I'll just click here on 30, let's see, 30, oh, we can leave on 29.9 and click on create. Now, as you can see right here, it created the ethical hacking machine for us, or whatever name you put it, and it is currently in the state of powered off. So what we want to do, before powering on the machine, we want to give it the Kali Linux ISO file that we previously installed from the Kali Linux page. We want to plug in our operating system, and how do we do that? Well, basically just click on your machine, which in my case is ethical hacking machine, and go here on settings. It will open up this window with a bunch of different settings, as you can see: general, system, display, storage. Well, basically let's go on through all of these. Here in general is what we set at the beginning, so Linux Debian 64, advanced snapshot folder, and share a clipboard, drag and drop. Well, basically these options right here allow you to drag files from your main machine to your virtual machine. So you can just take here the folder and drag it onto the desktop of your virtual machine, which I will show later. We do not care about this now. Now, disk encryption, we did not put any disk encryption, and we won't put until the advanced section. Basically, what disk encryption means is that you will encrypt your entire hard disk of the virtual machine. So even if someone knows your password to log in, it won't be able to unless he knows the password of the encryption. The encryption, I believe, is used with AES at 256 bits, I'm not really sure. And it basically encrypts your entire operating system and all of the files you have on your PC, or in this case on your virtual machine. We will be covering the disk encryption in the advanced section when we will be when we will be installing Kali Linux again, just with the disk encryption enabled. So now we go to the system, and here we can see our base memory, which I set on 4 GB RAM. You might have set on 2 GB, which is also enough. The processor part, now here, if you want, for example, I have 4 cores on my CPU, and here it gave automatically only 1 core to my virtual machine, which is more than enough, but I like to put 2 because it makes it work a little bit faster, and it might help in some use of other programs later on. Down here on the execution cap is the amount of percentage that you want each CPU to use. So basically, if I put here 1 CPU and 53%, it will only use the 53% of one of the core of my quad-core CPU. So I'll just put here 100% and 2 CPUs right here. 1 second. You do not need this much. One core is more than enough for this. But if you want, and if you have more cores to spare, you can set here too. On the display, we don't really care about this, and here on the storage, we want to insert our Kali Linux ISO file. Now, under the controller IDE, we can see the disk with a plus sign. Before you click on that, we want to go to this empty right here and right-click, remove attachment. Now, now it will ask you if we are sure to delete. Yes, we are. Remove. And now, under the controller IDE, you click on the disk with plus, and you click here on choose disk. It will basically open this up, and it will ask you to search for the Kali Linux ISO file. We saved it right here. For me it is right here, for you wherever you saved it. So I'll just click on choose this one. And right now we have set our operating system and we are good to go. So for this time, the other settings don't really matter for us. We will be covering after the installation the network part of the settings. But for now, we're good to go. So if you have this set right here, just click OK, and you are ready to start the machine. Now I will continue the installation of Kali Linux in the next tutorial, so I hope I'll see you there. Bye. Welcome back everybody, and in the last tutorial we installed VirtualBox and we set up all of the settings for our virtual machine. So right now, if you have done all of the things in the previous video, and you have double-checked these settings right here, we are good to go right now. So just click here on the start machine. Make sure you set the right machine. So ethical hacking machine is how I named it. Start, and it will start the process of installation of our Kali Linux. Right now, you might be wondering if this machine will be a little bit slow. Well, basically it depends on your entire PC. If you have a good PC, the virtual machine shouldn't have problem to run. So, as we can see right here, it basically gave us the boot menu of Kali Linux, and there are a bunch of these options which are basically just live version of the Kali Linux. We do not want to boot into the live version, since there is no point to do that. Basically, the two options that we are interested in are install or graphical install. Now you can pick any of these two you like. I usually go with the install, but graphical install is also the same as the install, just a little bit more prettier. I got used to the install, so I'll just click on here. You can go to the graphical if you want to. I'll just click on the install, and we can see just a second. It takes some time. Now click here on X so this doesn't bother us. Here the first thing that pops up is the language selection. Here you can select any language you pretty much like, depending on wherever you're from. For the purpose of this tutorial I will be selecting English, so just found English and I will click enter right here. Now you might notice that your cursor does not work on the virtual machine for now, because we're in the process of installation of the operating system, so you need to navigate all of these settings with your keyboard, most likely with your arrows. And right now it asks us to select our location. I am from Europe, but I will just select here United States because it doesn't really matter. We can change it later if we want to. For now I'll just leave it on United States. This is the keyboard configuration window. It basically asks you what kind of keyboard you want. Now I didn't even know there are this much configuration for keyboards. I always pick here American English, so I'll do the same right now. You can take any of these if you'd like to. I just don't know what kind of keyboard configuration these are, but if you know, you can pick here Belgian or any other, Arabic, Albanian, doesn't really matter, so I'll just pick here American English. And right here it is loading some additional components, as it says right here. Basically this process of installation will take some time. Once it starts installing all the files it needs, it will pretty much take around 30 to 40 minutes for it to finish, and in the meantime it will ask some of the questions, which I will cover of course. But it actually depends for different virtual machines on how much the process will take. So here it says configuring the network. What it asks here is for the hostname of your machine, which you can name anything you like. I will just name it Kelly, and I'll just leave it on Kelly since it was already there before I typed it. You can name it basically whatever you want. I'll just click on continue, and in the configuring the domain name I'll just leave it blank because I don't really need it. As you can see right here it says the domain name is the part of your internet address to the right of your host name. It is often something that ends in .com, .net, .edu or .org. Now if you need it you can put it right here, but I don't need it right now, so I'll just click on continue. And here it will ask us for our root password. Now you might be asking, if you're a beginner, what is root? Well, root is like an administrator for on the Windows machine, just basically with a lot more privilege. With root account you can basically do whatever you want on the machine, and there are no limits. If you would like to delete all the files from the machine, crash the entire computer, you can do that with a simple command in root user. So now in the Kali Linux we'll be almost always using the root user, since as I said it has most of the privileges and it can do things some other users can't. So you're just setting password for a root user, and that password can be anything you like. Here I will just type in test1234. You can check into show password in clear if you like to, but just click on the continue right here when it will ask me to reconfirm the password. So I'll just type here again test1234, and I will go on the continue. This is the clock configuration. Select your time zone as it says right here. You can select any time zone you want. I'll just go with the Eastern. And right now I believe it should start the process of installation. Oh yes, I forgot about this. For this, the partitioning disk. Now this is the part where I talked about before in the settings area, where it asks if you want to encrypt your hard disk or not. Right now, since this is a beginner section, we do not want an encrypted hard disk, but later on I will show you how to install the version with the entire hard disk encrypted. So just go here on guided use entire disk, click enter, and select this to partition and click enter right here. Here it says 32 gigabytes. Since last video we selected our hard disk to be 32 gigabytes large. So just click on enter. And basically here it asks if you want to separate the home/home/var and /tmp partitions. But for the new users it is recommended to not do that. So basically we'll just go with all files in one partition. So select that section, select that option and click enter. And here it just basically re-asks us if we want to undo some of the previous configurations. We do not want. We want to click on Finish Partitioning and write changes to the disk. And here it will ask us, write the changes to the disk, yes or no. We click here, yes. Right now it started the process of installing the system. This will take around 30 to 40 minutes. Maybe less, maybe more, depending on your computer. So I'll see you when this finishes. Alright, so my process of installation has finished. It took around, I believe, 15 minutes, so it shouldn't take much more for you. And here we have the first question that popped up, which is, do we want to use a network mirror? Here it says a network mirror can be used to supplement the software that is included in the CD-ROM. This may also make newer versions of software available. So here you want to click on yes and proceed to the next question, which it will ask you for the HTTP proxy information. We will just leave blank for none. We do not care about that at the moment, so just go on continue. And right now it will basically just configure the APT, and I believe the next question will be something about the grub bootloader or master bootloader, which is basically if it asks us if we have another operating system running on this machine. If we don't, we want to install the master bootloader, and if we do have, well, basically if you do have, which I honestly doubt since we are installing a virtual machine and this is the only operating system on it, you want to be careful if you are booting this onto your main PC, since it might mess up with your Windows 10 if you are dual booting it with Kali Linux, so you want to be careful. But if you're running this as an only operating system, whether it is in the virtual machine or just as a main operating system on your host machine, you want to install grub. So I believe the question will pop up in a few seconds, so we'll just wait for it a little bit. Here it is installing grub loader, and I believe in a few seconds, or possibly a minute or two, it will prompt us with the question, the last question I believe. After that, it should finish the process of installation and it should boot us into our Kali Linux login screen. So we'll just wait on this, and here it is. So basically it says here install the grub bootloader on a hard disk, and we will read this so you understand it a little bit better. It seems that this new installation is the only operating system on this computer, so it should be safe to install the grub bootloader to the master boot record of your first hard drive. So it just says if this is the only operating system, you should be installing the grub bootloader to the master boot record, but be aware if it is not, if you are dual booting it with another system, it might cause some trouble. But since we are not, we will just click on here yes, we want to install. And here it will ask if we want to enter the device manually. We do not want, so just go down here on /dev/sda and click enter. Right now it should finish the installation, and in a few seconds we should be booting up into our Kali Linux machine. I just noticed that there was another question that popped up, but this is more directed to those who install it on the host machine, who install the Kali Linux on the host machine, because they would probably be installing it from the USB drive. And it basically just says here if the installation is complete and that you can remove the USB drive so you just don't reboot into the installation process again. Since we are on virtual machine and we didn't boot in from the USB drive, we will just click on continue without taking any action. So just click here continue. If you did however boot into from the USB drive on your host machine, you want to remove the USB drive and then click on the continue button. So here it is, finishing the installation is on 60%. So after a few minutes our installation has finished and now we are booting in. So while this process is taking, just don't click on anything. Now my installation has finished and now we're booting in into our Kali Linux machine. For the first time it might take you a few minutes to boot in. It surely will take for me at least like 5 minutes just to load up the desktop. But don't worry, we will, after the installation is finished, we will install some of the programs we need in order to run this, for example, as a full screen. Because if you can notice, if I spread this window, the machine itself won't go full screen. It will just stay this big and basically we'll have this white space around it. We will fix that in the next tutorial. for now on, let's just log in. So you might not know this, but it will prompt you with a username first, and it will prompt you for a username for your root account. And on all the Linux distributions, the username for root account is ROOT. So basically it's just root. So just type in root, it will be the same for you, and click on the next, and it will ask you for your password now. Whatever your password was, and whatever your password is that you typed in the process of installation, just type it again right here. For me it is test234, and just click on the sign in, and it should open up our desktop. Now this might take a few seconds or minutes because it's the first time, so we'll just wait a few seconds. And here it is, it opened up my desktop. Now, as I said, we will be installing the full screen mode for the Kali Linux in the next tutorial. For now on, you can, if you want to experiment with a little bit of this, we'll be covering all of these programs right here, and we'll be covering all of these commands in the terminal. But more about that later. And in the next section, as I said, we're going to install the full screen, and I hope I see you there. Peace. Welcome back everyone. In this tutorial we will be installing full screen mode on Kali Linux. In previous two tutorials we installed VirtualBox and we booted up our Kali Linux machine. So right now you should be seeing same as I do. This little screen right here. So first thing we want to do, well basically for this tutorial you basically just want to follow up with my commands. We will explain all these commands later on, but for now on, just for the sake of installing the full screen mode, you want to click on this right here, which is the Linux terminal. It should open up this box, which basically we use to give commands to the operating system, to the machine itself. Now, as you can see, the root here part basically represents the account that we are on. So currently we are on the root account, and the Kali is the host name you gave to this machine. So this part should be the same for us, and this part could be anything you named it in the process of installation. So just for now, we want to go to the Firefox, which is at the top of this list of the programs. You want to go to the Firefox and click on this. It will open up, I believe automatically it will open up the Kali Linux page, which we need in this case in order to take some of the things it provides us right here. So just one second, it says welcome to Firefox. And here we can see as the most visited sites, even though we haven't visited anything yet, it basically just says Offensive Security, Kali Linux, Kali Docs, Kali Tools, and Exploit /DB. We basically right now want to go to the Kali Docs, and there, just one second, it is a little bit slow. It should load up any moment. It might be just taking a lot of time because this is first time opening Firefox in this virtual machine. There it is, it opened it. Now, once it loaded this page, as I said, you want to go to Kali Docs and you want to scroll down. You want to find, sorry for my voice, it's kind of rough right now, I was ill. But basically you want to find the sources.list repositories. It should be anywhere here. Here it is, Kali sources.list repositories. It should be named same for you, and just click here on that. It will lead us to this page where we want to copy the Kali rolling repository, or basically the first thing that here it is, regular repositories. It says here on a standard clean install Kali Linux, you should have the following entry present in etc apt sources.list. Now we'll copy this just in case. We don't have it, but we probably do, but just in case we'll copy it. You can close this page now. And now we want to use our terminal for the first time. So just follow up with these commands. You do not need to wonder at the moment what they do. Just type in the same as I do and you should be good to go. We want to go to the etc apt sources.list. Oh, pardon me. Just go cd etc apt. And as you can see, we changed our directory to etc apt, and we want to open sources.list. So just type in nano sources.list, click enter, and it should open up this page. Now it should look similar as mine does, and basically these are just a bunch of Linux repositories from where you will do your updates of the system. All of these, which have hash before them, are not being used while you're updating the system. So if we delete this hash, something that was after the hash will be used in the updating section. But currently we only want this here. So if you do not have this, just copy paste the thing that we copied from the website, the repository, and just click here, right click, paste, and it will basically copy the same thing right here. You didn't need to do that because it was already there, but in case it wasn't there, you want to copy and paste it right here. Or basically, I know you can copy it at the top or at the bottom, because all of these other with hash will not be used. So we want to save this file, and it says right here to write out, which means to save. We want to press ctrl plus O. It will ask us file name to write, sources.list, just click here, enter. And in order to close this, click ctrl plus Y or Z, depending on your keyboard. So once again, we want to go non-sources.list. This is just me recapturing what just happened. You copy and paste this right here without the hash. So this is the thing that we copied from the website. You press ctrl plus O to save, enter, and then ctrl plus Y or Z. There we go. So now that you did that, you want to go with apt update command. This will update our apt, which will basically just, if in case we change something in the sources.list, it will update that. But since we didn't, we only just copy and pasted the thing that was already there. We do not need to do this, but we will do it just in case. So click here on apt update, and it will connect to the Kali download, or basically any site that you have linked in the sources.list file, and it will check for any updates there. Since we only have one repository listed there, it only took it from there, but there are currently no new updates, only upgrades that we will do at the end of this tutorial. So right now what you want to do is go type in this command. First off, if you want to clear the screen and make it a little bit more pretty, just type in clear, and it will clear everything from here. So now that what we want to do is type in apt install Linux headers $, open a parenthesis, uname, and then R. So we want to type in this command, which in most cases won't work right now. As you can see, it will give us some of the errors, unable to locate package Linux headers. This Linux headers, it is unable to locate it. So now what we want to do, first of all, to check what your Linux header version is, you can type it uname/R. Just type in that, and it will give us our current headers version, which is 4.18.0. Now what we want to do is basically, in order to find the new Linux headers version, we want to type apt install Linux headers, and then at the end we want to type in this star sign. I'm not really sure how it's called in English, but it's basically on Shift 8 for me. It's probably for you as well. Just click here, enter, and it will give us a bunch of these options which we do not want to install. So it will say, do you want to continue? We want to press here no. We just wanted to check here for the Linux headers current version, which is usually going to be the first one, but basically you're just searching something that looks like this. And we can see right here, since our version was 4.18.0, the current and new version one is 4.19.0. So we just need to copy this part of the section. So 4.19.0, Kali 1, AMD 64, just copy it. And now that we copy that, we can clear the screen again and type in this command, apt install Linux image. And here, now we paste the thing that we copied, which is our new version, which is 4.19.0, Kali 1, AMD 64. Now, in the time of you watching this, it might not be this version, so don't just type in what I typed here. Follow the process and just copy the current version, the newer version, and use it in this command. So apt install Linux image, 4.19.0. We just click here yes, and it will basically download the new version of Linux headers. Now after this process, which will take, I believe, a few minutes, maybe even less, we want to reboot the system. So I'll catch up when this finishes. Now we can see that it finished the installation of Linux headers. So first thing we want to do after that is to reboot our machine. Just type in reboot and it will restart your Kali Linux machine. We want to just click X on this so it doesn't bother us. And now we wait for the machine to boot up, and a few more commands right after that, and we are ready to go. After the installation of full screen mode, I will be showing you some of the basic commands in the Linux terminal, which you need to know in order to continue with the learning of ethical hacking. Those are just some of the basics you must know in order to get yourself used to the Linux operating system and in order to run some of the programs. So it is essential for you to learn them. There are like thousands and thousands of commands. You do not need to know all of them, just like 20 basic commands, and all of the others you can search on the internet for your own needs. So here it put it up into our login screen. So once again we type in root as username and password, which is 1234 for me. And right now we want to install the Linux headers. We downloaded them last time, the image version of our headers version, and now we want to install the current Linux headers from the terminal. So just go on the terminal. If you do not have it for some reason right here, you can open it with right click on the desktop. Oops, settings, let me just check why there isn't an open terminal option. There should be. Well, for some reason there isn't. So you can just go to the files, for example, and right click on anywhere, so basically anywhere, and open in terminal. And it will open up the terminal. So now we want to run this command, which is apt install. 1 second, it's not typing for me for some reason. Oh, here we go. So apt install Linux headers $, and parentheses open, uname -r. Now, basically, what this means, in case you're wondering, the $sign means that after this minus sign, it will just put the output of this command. So let's delete this. As I showed you before, the output of uname -r command will be our current Linux headers version, which was before 4.18.0, but since we updated it, it should be 4.19.0. As we can see, we successfully updated it last time. So now, when we run this command, which I typed a few seconds ago, apt install Linux headers $, parentheses open, I can type, uname -r, it will just paste this. It will just paste the output of uname -r instead of the $sign, uname -r. So just click here enter on this command. It will ask you, do you want to continue? We want to click here Y. Just type here Y for yes, no, N for no. We want to continue, and it will install our Linux headers, newer version. Now I'm not sure how long this will take. It could take a few seconds or a few minutes. I will be back when it is over. Now, as we can see, this is finished, so it basically took around 1 to 2 minutes. The next thing we want to go is on the devices in the upper left corner, fifth from the start, so devices, and we want to go insert guest additions image. It will ask us a question if we want to automatically start it, intended to be run. We do not want to automatically start it since it won't work. Now we want to run this command: change directory, /media/cd-rom. Once you type that, you will go to this directory, which is /media/cd-rom, and here if you type ls, which is listing all the files in that directory, it will give us a bunch of files. In most we are not even interested, so we are only interested in this file, vbox linux editions.run. Now what we want to do is change the mode of this VBox Linux editions.run. If it is not already an executable for you, you just type in this command, which is basically this chmode stands for change mode, plus X stands for making it an executable, and we want to type the name of the file. You can type it like me, or you can just copy and paste it. Here I will show you. Copy, paste, and it will change the mode. Now it will say that changing permissions is read-only file system. It doesn't matter for now. It might work for you, it might not work for you. Basically it just doesn't matter since it is already an executable for me. So you just type in the next command, which is the last command, and we just copy paste the same thing. So sh dot slash and then the name of the file, and you just run this and it should install the VirtualBox guest editions, which will hopefully make our machine full screen. This shouldn't take a lot of time, I believe. We will see. And after the installation of this, our machine should be full screen. Welcome back, everyone. Basically my virtual machine crashed for some reason, not really sure why. After the last command is finished, which was sh./vbox-linux-editions.run, it crashed after that, so I just restarted the machine, and basically now it is full screen. So in case your crashes as well, just try rebooting the machine and it should go full screen. Right now, if I type in root and test 1, 2, 3, 4, you can see that the machine is right now going full screen. There is not the white space around the virtual machine. It is full screen, and if you want to remove the lower and upper part as well, you can just go on view and go full screen mode. And right now our machine is full screen. We can open a terminal, we can enlarge it, and now we have a platform to work on. So basically that is that from this tutorial. If you had any problems or any errors, which are common in installing VirtualBox guest editions, there are lots of errors that occur from time to time, just copy the error and paste it in Google, and most likely you will find a solution to the problem, which will probably be just a simple command or something. Now in my case I didn't really have any error, except for my virtual machine crashing, but we got the full screen and we are set to go. Now in the next lecture we will cover some of the basic commands that you will almost always use from now on. So I hope I see you there, and take care. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to this lecture. Now in this tutorial we'll be covering some of the basic Linux commands, and in order for you to get to know Linux better, the good way would be to start off with learning these basic commands that I will teach you right now. So to start off, we just want to open up our terminal, which is this icon right here. So just click on it. It should open up this terminal, and if you want to, you can enlarge it a little bit so you can see things better. Right here, from this box right here, we will be running all our programs, most of our programs, and we will be running all of the other commands. So you better get used to this, as we will be doing most of our work from here. So the first command I want to show you is pwd, which stands for print working directory. So it basically just prints out the current directory that you are in, which in my case is /root. Now, if we wanted to change directory, we would firstly need to know what subdirectories are in /root. In order to list all the files and all the subdirectories in /root, we can just type here ls, which will show us all of the current subdirectories that are located in the /root directory. As we can see, we have desktop, documents, downloads, music, pictures, public, and many more. By many more, I mean 2 more. So, if you, for example, wanted to list all of the files that are in the /root directory, you would do it with ls-la command. What this does is basically it will print out also these subdirectories, but it will also print out the hidden files and hidden subdirectories. And we can see right here it printed out more files than this command right here. So as you can see, all of these files that start with dot are not being seen in the ls command. So if you want to take a wide view on all of the current files in this /root directory, you can do it with ls-la command. Now also one important command is to clear screen, so you don't see all of this all the time. You can do it with a simple command which basically, just as it says, just clears. So type here clear, and it should remove all of the commands that we ran previously, and it should give us a new and freshly open terminal. For example, let's say you wanted to go to the desktop directory, which is subdirectory of /root. You can do that with a simple two-letter command, which is basically just cd desktop. This cd stands for change directory, and it will basically just put us in the desktop directory right now. As you can see right here, the terminal is now located in the /desktop directory. If we type here the pwd once again, it will show us that now our current directory is /root/desktop. Now, let's say, for example, you wanted to create a file in the desktop directory. You can do that with the simple command, which is touch, and let's say file.txt, for example. And now if we type here ls, which will list all the files in this directory, it will just print out the file.txt. We created that file.txt with this command right here. So basically touch command creates files, and let's say right now we, for example, wanted to remove this file. Now how do we remove that file? We remove it with also a two-letter command, which is just rm, stands for remove. So we just type here remove file.txt, and if we type here ls once again, which will list all the files in the directory, we'll see nothing, because the only file that was there was the file that we previously created and then after deleted it. So let's cover that once again. We are currently in the /root/desktop directory, and if we want to create a file, we basically type touch file.txt. Now this doesn't have to be file.txt, it can be anything. .txt, it can just basically be anything. So for example, it doesn't even have to be .txt. So touch anything, and if we type ls once again, we can see there is a file called anything. So let's do it again, let's remove it. We type here rm anything, and if we type ls once again, it won't be there anymore. Now, we covered how to make files right now, but let's say we, for example, wanted to create a subdirectory in this desktop directory. So to make a directory, which is basically just a folder, you want to type the command mkdir, which stands for make directory, and then type here the directory name you want to make. So for example, let's say we want to make a directory called Kali. It will, and let's say we list right here the current desktop directory. It will have a subdirectory called Kali that we just created. Now you might notice that the subdirectories are different color than the basic file. So let's make our file 1 again, file1.txt, and let's list again. You can see that the file1.txt is white while the subdirectory is blue. So files will be different color than subdirectories. You should know that. Well, it's not that important, but you will get used to it in time. So let's delete the file once again with the rm command. Now to delete the subdirectory, you want to use the same rm command, which is file1, Kali. But you will notice that if we want to delete the Kali, it will says cannot remove Kali is a directory. Now, in order for us to delete a directory, we need to add a -r at the end of command. So just type here again rm Kali and just add here -r. And as you can see, the command worked properly, and if we type ls again, it won't be there. There is no Kali directory anymore. So let's clear our screen with the clear command, and right now I just want to tell you before I cut this tutorial right here that the command rm -r is very dangerous. Now you might be asking why. Well, basically I will show you why. For example, let's create a directory called file, for example. Here we can see with the ls command it's right there, and we want to change our current directory into the file directory. We do it like this, And you can see that our current path right now is /desktop/file. We're in the directory that we previously created. So now let's say that we create 3 files right here, file 1, touch file 2, touch file 3. And if we type ls here, we can see that right now we have 3 files right here. Now, why is the rm-r command so dangerous? Well, if you're a root account and you just type here rm-r, pardon me, if you, yes, rm, you will notice that the rm, the star, and then -r command deleted everything. So, now you might be wondering, so what? We just deleted all 3 files in one command, which basically this star right here is referring to all the files in the subdirectory. So if you type here this command, which is rm star -r, it will delete all of the files in the current directory. So as you can see, we don't have any file left. Now the reason this is so dangerous is because if we go to the root directory and type here the same command, rm star -r, it will basically delete all the files on the Linux system, which will make your Kali Linux machine crash and not work anymore. Now I'm not sure if they updated it and if it asks for some permissions, well, not permissions but confirmation in order to run this command, but we will not test it right here because you will be deleting all of the files in this system. So for this part 1 tutorial, that would be it. We will cover other commands in the part 2 tutorial with the basic Linux commands, and I hope I see you there. Bye. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Linux part 2 tutorial, well, Linux commands part 2 tutorial. Now, as you may see right here, I have 2 terminals open. One, I will just write the commands as we do them, and in the other one, I will put them in a text file. So just, I will open this commands.txt. You don't have to open this file, this is just for me so I know which commands I covered and which I didn't. And the other one, we will just test the commands in this one. So, before we begin, I just want to mention the command that we did in the previous video, which is the cd command. Now, you now know that it stands for change directory, and basically it just changes the directory to another directory from this terminal. Now, for example, let's say we want to go to the documents directory, we could just type here cd documents. But the question now is, if, for example, if you wanted to go one directory back, how do you do that? Well, there comes the simple command, which also starts with cd, but instead of typing here a directory, you can just here type 2 dots, which will basically lead you one directory back. So if I press enter right here, it will lead me back to the previous directory, to the root directory. As you can see right here, print working directory, we are again in the root, and if we type ls to list the current folders and files in this directory, we will once again see the documents right here. So, basically, just wanted to mention that you can change directory with the cd command, and you can also go one directory back. So, for example, if you had, let's say, a directory in the documents directory, I just created it with mkdir command. We also covered that in the previous video. Stands for make directory. You can see that now in the documents directory we have another directory, which I basically called just directory. And also, let's go to that directory, and you can see that our current path right now is /documents/directory. Now, in order to go back 2 directories, you can just type here 2 times cd and then 2 dots, and then cd and then 2 dots. And now we are going to be back once again in the root directory. So, now that we got that out of the way, I'll just type it right here so I know I covered that command, and we will clear the screen for the next command. Now, this one is a simple command. For example, if you wanted to check out on which account are you currently, which most likely you will be on the root account, you can just type here command which basically does what it says. It's who am I. The command basically just asks who is the current user of this terminal, and right now, as we can see, it is root. You can just read it from here. If you don't need to even write this command, you can just read it from this first word right here, which will most likely be root unless you have another account. which we will cover in some of the next videos, how to make another account, which could be useful because we do not want to run all our programs as a root user. It can be dangerous. So in another video we will cover how to make another user, which you could use for some potentially dangerous programs. So now I will just write it right here. This is not really that useful command, but in case you forget, or in case a user is named something differently than root, you can just check here with whoami command. Now there is a command that I used in the previous videos but never really explained what it does, and right now we will cover it. It's an important command, especially if you're running some of the programs or downloading the programs which are not executables, and you, for example, want to make them an executable so you can run them in your terminal. Now, in order to demonstrate this command, I will just go and make a folder called programs. As we can see, it is right here, and I will change my directory into that program. Right now, I will basically just create a simple Python program. That simple Python program we will call, well, we can just call program.py. Doesn't really matter. And right here I'll just code a simple addition program. Just give me 1 second. It doesn't matter at the moment what am I doing, but we will be also covering Python later on. For example, enter first number. B will be, for example, enter second number. And C will equal A times B. Now this is simple to understand. We basically ask for an input for 2 numbers. You know, just making an addition and storing it in C. And then we can basically just print that number, that C number, the result. So we'll just type here result equals to, and then plus string from C. I hope this works. It should probably work. So we have here a program called program.py. Now it is a Python program, but you might notice that if we try to run that program, and you do that by typing here dot and then slash and then the name of the program, you will notice that it won't work. It will say permission denied. Now, why is the permission denied? Well, if we use a command, let me just clear a screen right here. If we use a command that we covered previous video, which is ls -la, we can see all of the files in the current directory, also the hidden files, and also our program.py. Now, what interests us here is this part right here. Basically, these are just the modes that are enabled for this file. R stands for read, W stands for write, and X stands for execute. Now, you might notice that in our program.py we don't have an X, which stands for execute, therefore we cannot really execute that program. In order to make that program executable, we want to type here chmod plus X and then the name of the program. Now, if I click here enter and type here lsla again, you can see now that the program changed its color, and not only the color, it also added the X, which stands for, as I said, executable. You can see the difference from here and from here, and that's how you can check if the program is executable or not. So now let's clear the screen. Now, if you wanted to, you can run the program. It will ask us enter first number, let's say 3, enter second number 4, and it will say result equals to 12. Now, this command is important and you should learn it. Be used to make any program that is not executable and executable. So, now that we got that command out of the way, I will just remove this. Well, actually I will leave it right here. Maybe we will use it for another command, such as cat. Let's cover that command right now. Cat, basically, the command cat stands for, well, not stands for, it basically just prints out the contents of the file into our own terminal as an output. So if we type here cat and then the name of our file, for example, if we just type, it will just print out the code that we just typed, as you can see right here. It can be used so you don't really open the file in order to read it like this. You can just print it out in the terminal with cat command, and it will just print out all the contents from the file. Now, that is not the main use of this command. Basically, the main use of this command would probably be in some of the bigger files where you just want to find a certain thing in them. Now, in order to demonstrate what I mean, we will combine the cat command with another command called grep. Now, basically what grep does is if you want to list, for example, a huge file with a bunch of words, and from that huge file you want to put aside all the words that contain, for example, password in them. Let me just demonstrate. Maybe it's easier if I demonstrate it. Now we will create in progress file another file which will be called words.txt, and here we will just type here a bunch of words and then 1, 2, 3 password, 1, 2, 3, then a bunch of words, and for example A, B, C password X, for example, and then a bunch of other random stuff. Now if we save this file, ctrl O to save, enter to save under that name, and ctrl X to close, we can see that right here we have that words.txt file. Now, in order to see the contents of that file, as I said, we can type just cat words.txt and we will see all of those words. Now, here we can basically with our own eyes find all the words that contain password in them. But let's say, for example, let's say, for example, that this file was much bigger with millions and millions of words. You couldn't possibly just go through all of those words and just find by yourself all of those commands, and not commands, all of those words that contain password in them. So what you want to do is combine the cat command with the grep command. How do we do that? Well, basically we just start off the same command, cat words.txt, and then we basically pipe the grep command. How do we pipe? Well, basically this straight line, just type it right here, and then you type here grep, and then the word that you want to be contained in the other words. So, for example, password in our case. Now, what this will do, it will list all the words that contain the word password in them. As we see, it only listed 2 words, which is ABC password X and 123 password 123. So, it is also a very important mix of 2 commands, which you will be using a lot. At least I am using it a lot in my case. So, let's continue with another command, which can be, right now, echo. Basically, echo, you can just use it to add, for example, a word into another file without opening it. So, for example, we want to add John as a word into file words.txt. So you just type echo John, and then this arrow that points to right, and then words.txt. As you can see, the command worked, and right now if we cat words.txt, it will only be John. Now, you might be asking, where did the other words go? Well, if you use the echo command, it will basically, how do I say that? It will rewrite the entire text file. So from those bunch of words, it basically deleted all of them and just put John in there. Now, if we use another word, let's say echo Jake into words.txt, and we cat once again words.txt in order to see, we can see that John is no longer there, it's only Jake. So let me just type here the echo command. One more thing you want to know, which I probably should have mentioned at the beginning, and it is really important, is this command right here, apt update, and one second, apt upgrade. Now, this basically is referring to your Kali Linux repositories, and it will basically just check for the updates from there, and in case there are some updates, it will download them, and you can install the updates with the apt upgrade command. Now, you want to run this command as you finish the installation of Kali Linux, but we will be doing that command in a next video, because the apt upgrade command will take, after the installation, I believe about an hour in order to finish, because it will download just a bunch of other files and upgrade them, and I don't even know what not. It will just take a lot of time, that's what I know. So we'll be doing that command at the end. So right now, if you, for example, want to check out the history of all of the commands you typed previously in this current session of terminal, you can just do that with the simple command which says history. And just print us right here all of the commands that I ran before. So, as you can see right here, these are all the commands that we ran before. It's not that useful, but you might need it sometime. I don't use it that much. Next command we want to do, let's say for example you want to copy the program.py file into another directory. So we just create another directory in this program directory. So we'll call it test directory, for example. And now you can see that we have the test directory, which is blue, and the green program.py file, which is executable. Now you want to, for example, copy this file into the test directory. We do that with the simple cp command. Well, cp basically stands for copy, and you just type here the file that you want to copy, which in our case is program.py, and then you type here the directory you want to copy it in. And in our case, it is test. So just press here enter, and basically, as you can see right now, if we change directory to test, we will have also a program.py there. And they're basically identical. So if we get this program.py in test directory, then we go one directory back and get here a program.py, they're basically identical because we copied them. So let me just put here a cp command. We finish that command. But let's say, for example, you didn't want to copy that file. Let me just delete it from the text directory. You wanted to move it. It is no longer here. You wanted to move it from programs directory into test directory. You do that with mv command, which stands for move program.py, and then the directory where we want to move it, so test in our case. You can see right now, if we type here ls in order to list all the files, we can see that the program.py is no longer here. It is now moved to the test directory. So we type here ls in the test directory, and now it is only here. Now, this command can be used for two things: in order to move files from one directory to another directory, and in order to rename files. So for example, if I type here move program.py, and then I don't specify a directory where I want to move it, but I specify another name for the file, so let's say another name.py, which is not a directory, it is a file, it will rename the program.py into another name.py. As we can see right here, there is no program.py, now the program is called another name.py. And if we cat it right here, we can see that it is the same program that we typed before. So it is also important to know that it can be used for two things, which is rename and move, just so you know. And now we can basically, right now, we can cover some of the more basic commands, such as man. Now, this command basically is used for opening a manual for any other command. So if we type here man cat, it will open us a file which will basically give you all the options available for the cat command. As you can see right here, it can be used for any other command. So basically, if you type here man cp, it will open up a manual for the cp command, where you can see what else you can do with the cp command. As it says right here, copy files and directories. Now, for example, you can type here man history. Now, I don't know if it has, yes, it has the manual for the history. It basically has manual for all the other commands. These manuals are already pre-installed on the Linux. You will have them with the installation of it. So you can just check out if you forget what some command does or something like that. You can just type here man and then grep, and it will basically open you up with a manual, and you can just read right here and use the command. So now that we got that out of the way, you will be using manual a lot in the programs later on, which you do not know how they work. So you will be opening up a lot of manuals in order to find out the command that you need to use in order to run that program. Also, if we, for example, wanted to, let's say, locate some of the files, we, for example, forgot where we saved the file, and we want to locate it, we can do that with a simple command called locate. So let me just try here with another name.py. If, for example, yeah, I don't think it will work like this. I'm not really sure why, but for example, you want to locate every file in the system which has Word in it, you can just type here locate, and you will see that it will print up a bunch of these files, and they all have, in some of the part, they have a word in it. So let's see right here. As you can see, this file has a word in it right here. So Kali minus password and then something else. All of these files will have a word in it. So let's say you want to locate everything that has word list. It will also print out all the files that have word list in it. As you can see, word list, then word list.list, and so on and so on. So we covered that command as well. Now, this is about it for this tutorial, and in the next one we will cover some of the commands which are more towards the system that you're using. So for example, in order to check some of the system settings, you will be running the commands that I will show you in the next video, such as for example shutdown, ps, uname, restart, reboot, and so on and so on. I've configured a bunch of those network commands, so you should learn these. You should remember, like, these are some of the more important commands that you will be using all the time. And that's about it for this tutorial. I hope I see you in the next one. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the part 3 of Linux basic commands. And in this tutorial we will cover some of the commands mostly used in order to communicate with the system. So let me just open the two terminals once again, so I can write the commands in one terminal and execute them in another terminal. We will basically just cover some of the commands for networking, the most known and basic ones, and some of the commands in order to check, for example, the running processes, or check, for example, the version of your headers, and so on and so on. So first of all, let me just nano commands.txt right here, and first command that I want to cover, which is a simple command, and you probably already know what it does, is, for example, shutdown. Now most of you that know this command will know that this command won't really shut down my PC right away. For example, if I click here enter right here, it will say shutdown scheduled for Monday and then the time. I believe this is 1 minute. Yes, it is 1 minute from me typing enter to this command. So in about 50 seconds, this Linux machine will shut down. Now, we do not want that since we have other commands to cover, so we will just cancel it with shutdown -C. And right now, our machine will not shut down. Now, if you want to restart from the terminal, for example, you will type here reboot command. Reboot command, most of you probably expected it to be restart. Well, restart command does not exist in Linux. In order for you to restart the system, you want to type here in terminal reboot. Now don't click enter here, since it will shut down your PC. Well, it will restart it, but automatically it doesn't have a 1 minute delay as it has with the shutdown command. So we will not run this command. I'm just basically showing you, if you click here enter, it will restart the machine. So let me just type here the commands here. We'll delete it here since we do not want to run it. Now, some of the commands that are towards the processes that are running in this machine are, for example, ps, which will give you the processes running in the current terminal that we have opened. So this bash will be always open. You do not need to run anything in order for this process to be here. And the ps process is the process that we just ran, as you can see right here. Now, this is just the processes that this Linux terminal is running. Now, if you want to check all of the processes, you can just, let me just enlarge this terminal for 1 second and type here top. This will open up all of the processes currently running on your Kali Linux machine. Now, most of this we don't even start ourselves. This is just a bunch of processes that the Linux itself starts up as it boots. You can also see some of the outputs right here, such as CPU percentage usage, tasks, how many of them, 2 running, 176 sleeping, available memory, swap memory, and bunch of other options. So right here you can also check who is running the processes. In our case, I believe all the processes will be root, since we don't even have any other account. So all of them will be root. Now that we got that out of the way, in order to close this, you just press here ctrl plus X or Y, and it will just basically close this top command, which shows us the processes in real time. Now you can see that it stopped, so we can just clear here the screen and put this terminal back to its size. Let me just type here ps and top. We covered those 4 for now on. Now another command, which is a really simple command, is uname. So basically this will just give you out the name of your operating system, which in our case is Linux, so it is just uname. Now in order to check out all the options for this command, you can just type here man uname, and it will open up a manual for this command, and you can see things it is possible to do with this command. So for example, -r, which we used in order to install our headers before, if you remember, well, basically to check our kernel headers, it will print out the kernel release. The -s will print out, as it says right here, kernel name. -a will print all. So let's try -a, and it will print out the full name. As you can see, Linux Kali, this is our headers version that we downloaded in that image. As I said, it is Debian based, and there are a bunch of other additions to this command. So this is not really that important command. Only in the process of installing the VirtualBox guest editions we used it, so we might be using it from time to time, but it's not that important really. Now the next command that is important, however, is the command where you check out your IP address. Now some of you may know that in Windows, in order for you to check your IP address, you type ipconfig. Well, in Linux it is basically the same command, except the second letter is switched with if. So it basically is ifconfig. And this command will print out all the network interfaces that are currently connected to your Kali Linux machine, and also the IP addresses of those interfaces if they are connected to the internet. So we can see that right now we only have one interface, well basically two, but one is a loopback interface. You will all have this one, and you will probably all have this one as well, which will be named the same, but in case, for example, that you plug in a wireless adapter, you will be given another name for the wireless interface, which can be different for all of you. Now, here we can see our IP address, which will probably be the same for you if you didn't configure it in the network settings. Now, in order for us to change this, I will cover that in the next video, where we changed this IP address to an IP address that basically belongs to our own local network. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, all the other machines in my local network are starting with 192.168.1, and here we have a machine that starts with 10.0.2, and basically those are not same. Those do not belong to the same local network. So we want to make this machine have the IP address that starts with 192.168.1. But we will cover that in the next tutorial. For now on, this is just the command to check out your IP address, and it is very important. You should remember it, as you will be using it extensively. So next command is netstat. Now this is a pretty big command because it has a bunch of options. For example, you want to type here netstat and, for example, -nr. This command right here will basically give you a gateway. As you can see right here, the IP address of the gateway that you can check out. I use it a lot in order to find out what is the IP address of the router on some of the Wi-Fi's that I do not know the IP address of the router. And in this case it is 10.0.2.2, but this is only because we are using the net in order to connect to the internet. Once we configure the network in the next tutorial, we will be having, I believe, 192.168.1.1, as that is my router IP address. So with netstat you can also check out, for example, your current connections, TCP connections, and right now we don't have any TCP connection, as you can see. Let me just check here. Without a, no, it doesn't have. So basically we are not connected anywhere right now, which is good because we are not even on the internet and we didn't run any program in order to connect somewhere. So we won't be having any connections to the other IP addresses or servers right here. But if you, for example, run some of the programs, run, for example, Tor, or run open Firefox, so let's just open Firefox. It should open up connection, I believe. Let's just open up and wait for it to connect. And it is connected right now. If we want to run the same command, you can see that we are connected to the bunch of IP addresses, different IP addresses, which are basically just the IP addresses of this website. And here we have, you can see that the program name that is making the connection is Firefox. And the program ID is 1669. So if we close this right here, it shouldn't have them anymore. Well, it basically just has them. Oh yes, right here you can see that before we closed it, it was an established connection, and right now we have a time wait state, which basically means we are not connected anymore. So we cannot make communication with that site anymore. Since here it was established as we were opening that website, and here as we closed it, there is no connection anymore. I believe this will disappear in a few seconds or minutes, but we won't be waiting for that. Let's just screen the screen and type here netstat as we covered that. Now, there are probably two most important commands that you want to run. Now, most people teach this at the beginning as one of the first commands, but I only taught it right here at the end, because basically one of these commands will take an hour to finish. At least for me, when I install a new Kali Linux machine, it takes about an hour to finish. So first command is apt update, or you can just type here apt get update. What this will do, it will connect to the Linux repositories that you have linked in the sources.list file, and it will check for any updates. Now you can see right here it is connecting to Kali.download, and it will check if there are any current updates right there. Now once that command finishes, you want to go with apt upgrade, and as you can see, this will print out a bunch of new files that need to be upgraded, and it will possibly be the same for you. And if you click here Y, which we for example want to, this will take a lot of time to finish, but you must do it. Now, not a lot of time, but about an hour, maybe 40 minutes, I'm not really sure, it depends. And we won't be waiting, of course, for that to finish. We will just cut to the next tutorial, and for that time I want to show you this simple last command in order to communicate with the terminal and system, which is basically just exit. And maybe we'll need to run it twice because it has some processes opened. So if you type here exit, it will basically just close the terminal. Simple as that. Now, if you run this command apt upgrade, which you should have, and you should wait for this basically to finish, it might ask you some of the questions along the process of installation of these files, and you basically want to answer yes to all of them. So we won't be waiting for this to finish right now. We will just cut it right here, and I hope I see you in the next tutorial where we will be configuring our IP address in network settings. Hope I see you there, and take care. Hello everybody and welcome back, and in the previous tutorials we finished setting up our Kali Linux machine and setting up our ethical hacking environment, and we are almost ready to start learning the methods and the attacks of hackers. But before we do that, I need to introduce you to some of the networking terms and some of the ethical hacking terms that you need to know in order to be able to follow with this course. This is just some of the basic terms that you all probably already know, but just in case we'll cover them shortly, one by one. So in this part 1 we will cover only networking terms, and in the next part we will cover the ethical hacking terms. So let's start off with the basic one, which is TCP/IP model. Well, TCP/IP model basically uses client-server model of communication in which a user or a machine, for example, is provided a service like sending a web page by another computer in the network. So there are 7 layers of this module, and they go in order as a physical layer, data layer, network layer, transport layer, session layer, presentation layer, and the last one is application layer. So the next thing we need to cover is IP addresses, and I already ran the command I've configured, which we covered before, and you can see that here I have 2 interfaces, the WLO interface and the NO1 interface. They both, if they were both were to be connected to the internet, they would both have different IP addresses, local IP addresses. Now I'm connected over the wireless card interface, which is WLO1, and my IPv4 address is 192.168.1.15. So basically what an IP address is a numerical number or label that is used to identify the machine on the internet, and also used as a location addressing. There are 2 types of IP addresses, IPv4 and IPv6. IPv4 is mostly used over IPv6. Now there is also one thing you should differentiate, which is the local IP address and global IP address. The local IP address is the IP address that you see right here, which is 192.168.1.15, and it is only usable on this local network, which basically means if you were to type here this IPv4 address in your, for example, Firefox or Google Chrome, you won't be able to connect to me, because this is a local IP address and it only works on local network. Now the global IP address is used by a router to communicate with the entire internet. For example, you can find out what your global IP address is by typing in the Google, "What is my IP?" Just click on the first link and it will show you what your global IP address is. The next thing you should cover is the MAC address. The MAC address, or Media Access Control, is address, basically a physical address given to a network adapter when it is manufactured. You can find out what your MAC address is by typing in the same command, which is ifconfig, which will also show you the different MAC addresses for all your interfaces, for all your network interfaces. Now here we can see this is the MAC address of my wireless interface. It is right here. And my other network interface, which is not connected to the internet at the moment, has this MAC address. It is a physical MAC address and it is also a unique MAC address. It is hardwired or hard-coded onto your computer's network interface card. The next thing are routers. Well, routers, we all have them at our own home. It is a common device. We usually call it a router, but it is actually a piece of network hardware that allows communication between your local home network and the internet. It is also a layer of protection for your local machines. The next thing you should know are TCP and UDP protocols. Those are the most known protocols and the most basic protocols. They're used basically for communication, and they are, well, basically used to establish a connection between one computer and another computer. For example, TCP stands for Transmission Control Protocol. It is different than UDP because it is a connection-oriented protocol, while as UDP is a connectionless protocol, which means that in TCP there is something called a three-way handshake, which means that the two computers have to agree that the message came whole from one computer to another before sending the next packet. While in the UDP protocol, packets are just thrown at the other machine, and it doesn't matter if some of those packets is malfunctioned or didn't even get there. The machine will just start sending other packets to the other computer. UDP is mostly used for streaming, or basically for your Skype calls, for example, while TCP is used to transfer packets that are important to go in a certain way. They're all labeled, those packets are labeled with different numbers, so that when one machine sends to the other machine a program or a file, it should all come in order that follows those numbers. So basically for the TCP there is a guarantee that the data transfer remains intact and arrives in the same order in which it was sent. While in the UDP it's not like that. Now the next is the Burp protocol, which stands for the Address Resolution Protocol. It is a communication protocol used for discovering the link layer address, such as MAC address, associated with a given internet layer address. Now this mapping is a critical function in the Internet Protocol suite. It basically has two types of our protocols, the request type and the reply type. The request type requests a certain MAC address of a machine of which it knows the IP address and just wants to find out what its MAC address is, and the reply is the reply sent by that machine which says, hey, I am 192.168.1.5 and this is my MAC address, for example. That is our protocol. It is used for ARP spoofing in man-in-the-middle attacks, which we will be covering later on. And there are a bunch of other protocols that you should check out if you don't know what they do, such as FTP, TFTP, SMTP, ICMP, and many more. But what more important protocols for us are the HTTP and HTTPS protocols. Now, some of you might be asking what is the difference between those two. Well, basically, in the HTTP protocol, there is no data encryption implemented, and all of your for example, if you're visiting an HTTP site and you're putting in a username and password there, it can be seen in a plain text by anyone that is interfering with the connection between you and that website, for example. As in the HTTPS, there is the addition S, as you can see, which stands for SSL or TLS, which is Secure Sockets Layer, Transport Layer Security, which basically encrypts your data and doesn't allow anyone who is interfering with the connection to see your data in plain text. They're all encrypted and hard to decrypt. For example, if there are some SSL vulnerabilities out there, that's why most of the websites, HTTP websites nowadays, use TLS. There are 3 versions of TLS, I believe, 1, 2, and 3, and they're secure. And the last thing that you need to know is the DNS, which basically you use all day every time you visit a website. It is useful for us humans because we cannot remember numbers that well as we can remember words. So for example, if you want to visit facebook.com, without DNS you would need to know the Facebook's IP address. And you would always type in the Google search bar, instead of facebook.com, you would just type here the number of the IP address of Facebook. Now DNS allows us to instead of the IP address, remember just the name, and then it translates the name into the IP address. It is a very important thing in the networking protocols, and it is also one of the main things to attack. We will be doing DNS attacks later on as we go with the course. Now the DHCP is basically only used for giving you the IPv address. Mostly it is also pre-built into your router, and every time you connect to the internet it basically just gives you an available IPv4 address. So that's about it from these networking terms. You should all learn more about them if you want to. I won't be covering this, is not a networking course. You should just search them up on the Google and basically just read more about them if you want to. For now on, this will be enough, and in the next lecture we will cover some of the ethical hacking terms that you also need to know in order to follow the course, and I hope I see you there, and take care. Hello everybody and welcome back. And in the previous tutorial we covered some of the basic networking terms which you will need to know in order to follow up with this course. Now, those were just some of the basic terms, not really widely explained. If you want to know more about some of those terms that I covered in the previous video, you can always Google any of them and just learn more about them. But in this video we will cover some of the hacking terms that you need to know in order to better understand what we will be doing in the next lectures. So I will just write you, I will open LeafPad, which is basically something like Notepad just in Linux, and here I will write one by one the terms that we cover. So now the first hacking term, which is also a beginning process in ethical hacking, is called footprinting. Now you might be asking, now what is footprinting? Well, basically it is just the same as it says it is. It's just getting as many information about, for example, a company as you can before you attack them. Now let's say a client asks you to test his company, or his company website, and you want to get as much information as you can. Now, one of the most common methods for doing that would probably be Google hacking, which is basically just opening Google and searching for files or anything that is uploaded on the internet, which may help you in further attacks. There is also a website called Shodan, and it is basically used to discover vulnerable devices on the internet. You can use that in order to check if any of those devices that belong to the company is vulnerable to any of the known attacks. Now, we will cover all of those tools. Don't worry, we will cover them one by one in detail, and you will know better what am I talking about. But also there is one more tool, which is I don't think it is that known, but it is called Harvester. I'm not sure we even have it installed in the Kali Linux. We might have. If we don't, we will install it. Harvester is basically used for gathering the emails for a certain domain. For example, you want to gather all of the emails that belong to Apple company, for example. You just type the domain name and the Harvester will basically automatically go over the Google, and there are a bunch of other options that I will show you, but plainly it will go over the Google and search for all the emails available that belong to that domain. So you will basically get a list of all the emails that belong to a certain company that you are attacking. Now that is basically footprinting, so we will cover that firstly in one of the next lectures. once you finish footprinting, there comes the next thing, the next process in the process of ethical hacking, which is scanning and enumeration. So I will just write that out right here, scanning and enumeration. Now footprinting basically gets you the information without actually testing or without actually attacking the company itself or the website or whatever it is you are testing. Now scanning basically does as it says. It is just scanning the company network, for example, in order to discover what versions of software they're running, what ports they have open, what operating system are they running on their machines, and more and more. Now, you might have heard for this program, you probably have if you have any ethical hacking knowledge from before. It is called Nmap. Let me just type here Nmap. This is the program that we will cover in details. It is basically used to scan a network. You can use it to scan a website or a range of IP addresses if you want to. You can discover with it what ports are open on the certain website or on a certain machine or on more machines. You can also discover what operating system it has. It basically just prints you out with a bunch of operating systems, and it shows the possibility of having that operating system in percentage. It is most likely accurate, but there are times when it just gives you a wrong operating system, but those I didn't have that much. Now also what Nmap can do is discover the version of software running on an open port. So for example, you have an HTTP port open and you're running a website. The Nmap has the ability to discover, for example, what web server are you running on that port. So it might print out Apache 2 or anything else that you're running there, which basically just gives out the banner in order for us to grab it and find out what version you're running. Now, as I said, we will cover all of that in the details. For now on, you just need to know theoretically what it basically does, and we will cover it practically later on. Now, the next thing you also need to know is system hacking. This is a very important part because this is actually the part where we discover a way to enter the machine, for example. Now, system hacking is usually done with backdoors. Backdoor is a program that you run on a victim PC, and it basically gives you the full access to that PC without the victim knowing that. Now, backdoors usually have some of the options, such as being able to execute commands on the victim's PC, being able to access the microphone, the web camera, being able to screenshot the screen, being able to upload, download files, change files, and for example, upload a keylogger, which will give us back keystrokes that the victim is typing in on their keyboard. Basically, backdoors are detectable. The ones we will cover in the intermediate section can be detected because they are mostly widely used by every ethical hacker ever. So in the advanced section, we will code our own backdoors that will be fully undetectable by any antivirus available. Now that we covered system hacking, we can go on onto the malware. Now, you most likely know what malware is, but basically malware is a malicious program. Now, by malicious, I mean it can be any program that does damage to your PC, for example. Let's say you make a program, a simple program that just creates files in an infinite loop. So basically it creates infinite files. Now, that program will most likely make your PC crash before you get to close it. So it is basically a version of a malware, since it makes your PC crash and it doesn't do any good. Now, most known terms for malware are worms, trojans, and viruses. We'll be also coding some of the malware, but we are not really interested in that for now, since those programs really don't have any use except to destroy someone's machine. So we won't be covering that much of malware, but we will surely go over it. Now, the next thing you want to know is what is sniffing. Whoops, sniffing. Sorry, I can't type at the moment. Well, basically sniffing is an action where you, as it says, sniff someone else's packets. Now, you shouldn't be doing that, but in some cases, in some ethical hacking projects, you might need to do that in order to gather some of the information. For example, a password can be hacked through sniffing. For example, on a local network, if you run a man-in-the-middle attack and you sniff others' packets, if someone logs into to a website that isn't HTTPS, you will see their password in plain text. Now the tool that you most likely will use for sniffing is called Wireshark. It is a widely known tool, and it is used to just basically go over the packets that are going through your network interface card. So, now that we covered what sniffing is, we can go to social engineering. Now this is something very important, as it is most likely to get you into a company or any other machine, or basically to hack anything you want to, since in the social engineering attacks you don't really attack the machine itself as much as you attack the person. So for example, I always say, why would you hack a Wi-Fi from a restaurant, for example, if you can just ask someone what is the Wi-Fi password? Now it is a simple use of social engineering, for example, not really that good one, but it is an example. So social engineering basically means attacking people. Now what do I mean by attacking people? Well, let's say for example I make a backdoor. I code a backdoor. Now, what are the chances of someone opening an executable file that looks suspicious? Well, not big chances, but if you, for example, change the icon of that file to be a picture, and you change the name of that file to be a .jpg or PNG, the chances of someone opening that file increase drastically. So let's say, for example, you know something about the person that you want to hack, and you just send them a fake email from someone they know, and in that email you send basically that picture, which is a hidden backdoor, and they open the picture, and the backdoor just installs itself deeply in the system without them even knowing that. That is basically what social engineering is. It is a method of attacking people and not the machine. Now that we covered that, we can go on to the next step, which is denial of service. Now, denial of service is basically what it says. It is used to crash someone's website or machine. So basically you just send a lot of packets which the website cannot handle, and basically it just crashes and nobody else is able to connect to it anymore. Now, in order to perform denial of service attacks, you will need a bunch of PCs in order to be able to crash anything. So you can perform a denial of service attack with one PC. You won't be crashing anything because there are not enough packets that can be sent in order to crash a website, for example. But if you make a command and control center, for example, and send a bunch of backdoors to a bunch of PCs, and they all run the same command at the same time, which is sending packets to the website, they will be able to crash it. Now, depending on the website, some of them are easier to crash and some of them are harder to crash, but you get the basic idea. Now, we will cover SQL and XSS cross-site scripting. Let me just find this. XSS, I'll just type it like here. Well, basically, here we exploit the username input, not the username, but any input. For example, the basic example of SQL injection would be, let's say you have an online shop, and someone didn't filter out the requests that you put in the search bar well enough, so if you type here a code, for example, it will be read website as a part of their website code. So you'll be running code on their website and you should not be able to do that. Now, these attacks are only available because of the poor programming of their website. They didn't program it well enough, they didn't filter out the user input. So that is SQL. Now we will cover also Wi-Fi hacking in detail. Now there are a bunch of methods to attack Wi-Fi with the CPU, GPU, whatever you want. Now most of the courses that I saw do not even cover the attacking of Wi-Fi with GPU. I don't know why, because, well, basically the most common method is with aircrack program, which hacks, or not hacks, which tries to break the password of Wi-Fi with the CPU. Now, the power of the CPU is fast, but the power of your graphics card will be much better for hacking Wi-Fi. Because when you hack Wi-Fi, you basically get the hashed password, and you don't see it in plain text, and you need the power of a CPU or power of your graphics card in order to crack that password hash. And much faster method is to crack with your graphics card. We will also cover the attacking of Wi-Fi on an enterprise wireless, which we'll basically use to make a fake login page where someone will enter their password for the wireless. We can also make an evil twin, which is basically a method where you reproduce the exact same wireless hotspot, and with enough signal available to the victims, you can make them connect to your wireless instead of their wireless, their real wireless. So basically you just authenticate everyone from the real wireless and they will automatically connect back to your wireless. And therefore you can watch all of the data that is going through, and also if they need to log in order to use the wireless, you will capture their password. Now, we will also cover mobile hacking. Now, mostly mobile hacking, we will cover the Android attacks because there are more Androids than iOS, but we will also cover some of the Apple attacks where, for example, let's say you make an application which looks like a legit application and you install it on someone's mobile phone. You will be able to access all of their messages, calls, send messages, watch files, pictures, download, upload, and do all of that without them knowing it. Now, how we do that? Well, basically we need to create something like a backdoor just for the Android device, for example. And the problem with this method is that they need to click on a certain part which can be suspicious. I will show you when we get to that, but we will try to make that as less suspicious as we can. Now, there is also one more thing we need to cover, which is cryptography. Well, you probably know what cryptography is, but that is basically a method of protecting your information. Now, for example, you have a password hashes. Now, they are hashed for a reason, so some of the attacks, such as sniffing, can be used to see the password and steal it. You can sniff the password, but it won't be in the plain text, it will be encrypted, and you will need to decrypt it. And if the password is big and uses numbers, letters, symbols, and all of that, it will be very hard for the attacker to decrypt your password. Now, cryptography is used so that only the use of codes, it basically uses coding so that only those for whom the information is intended can read and process it, and nobody else can. We will cover some of the basic cryptography methods, but we will only touch it a little bit since cryptography is a course itself. It has a lot of stuff to it, and we won't be able to cover all of that, but we will just barely touch it in order for you to understand what that is. So, that's about it for these basic terms. Now, as well as the networking terms, you can, if you want to, search more about these online and read about them. But we will cover all of them theoretically and practically later on in the intermediate section, and basically we will code some of our own tools in the advanced section. The footprinting part we will cover now in the beginner section. I will show you Google hacking, the Shodan website, and the harvester in order to get emails. And until then, I hope you have a great day, and I will see you later. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome back. And right now we are slowly entering our footprinting section, which will be the last part of the beginner section, including the scanning section that we will do right after we cover the footprinting. Well, before we begin, while our machine is starting up, let us just explain a little bit more what footprinting is. So, first of all, there are two types of footprinting. One is active and one is passive. Now, the active footprinting basically requires some interaction with the target that you're trying to attack, while the passive footprinting is basically just gathering all of the public available information for your target. So, for example, if your target has a Facebook account, a Twitter, or basically any other account or any other source of information from which you can gather some of the valuable stuff you might need. Now, let's say, for example, your target is a company, and as a public information online, you have that company, for example, uses Windows XP on their machines. You can already cut out the Linux exploits and Windows 10 or 7 exploits, and you can basically just focus on writing a Windows XP exploit. Now, we all know that nobody really uses XP anymore because it is vulnerable and it is basically an open box. But that was just an example. There are lots of public information which you can find. Oh, sorry, there was a cut in my recording. So basically what I was going to say is let's go to some of the practical methods with Google hacking. We'll cover Google hacking in this tutorial, so let me just log in, test 1, 2, 3, 4. And as soon as this machine boots up, well, I mean as soon as my desktop boots up, we will open Firefox and we will run some of the specific commands in the Google search bar in order to find some of the stuff we might need. Now this is just one of the tools for footprinting that we will cover, and basically the other ones, which will be, for example, Harvester, Nikto, Shodan, and Whois, we will cover in the next lectures, but for now on, let us just open our Firefox. So just click on your Firefox icon, and basically since it will lead you to your Kali Linux website, you want to navigate to Google, so just type here the google.com. I'm just waiting for my Firefox to open. It is taking a little bit of time. Here we go. It is basically opening right now, so we can just leave here. We can add another tab and go onto google.com. Okay, it finally opened. Now let's say, for example, that you want to find all of the websites that have a user input that could possibly be vulnerable to the SQL injection, for example. So you just, on Google search bar, you just type here in URL, then the 2 dots, space, then the apostrophe, then index.php, question mark, and then ID equals. Just find equals on my keyboard. Here we go, and then apostrophe once again. Now what this will do is it will find all the websites that end in the index.php question mark ID equals and then some number. Now what does that mean? Well, basically if we click on any of these, let me just check right here, your connection is not secure. Go back, let's go check another one. I'm not sure why it says that. Well, I have an idea, but here we go. So basically, as you can see right here, this website could possibly be vulnerable to the SQL injection. We can check that easily with the apostrophe, and if we try to login failed due to incorrect email address, wrong passphrase. So basically, this site isn't vulnerable, at least at the first try. But we won't try it anymore since we shouldn't really do that. Basically, I just want to show you how to filter out all of the websites that actually have a user input which could be vulnerable to the SQL injection. So basically, anywhere where you can type something and then the website page can process it could be vulnerable to the user input, which could be a piece of code that you would trick the server to run for you. So, but more about that in the website hacking section. Now, that was just one of the commands. Let me just go on Google once again. I don't know why I closed it. In order to find the commands you might need, there is a Google hacking database, which basically you just type here in Google hacking database. And you click here on the first link and it will lead us to a website with a bunch of the commands we use in order to find out the things we might need. For example, passwords or PDF files or Excel files or anything. So let's just wait for this to open. Here it is. And as you can see, it says right here, it is the exploit database website, the Google hacking database. These are just a bunch of the commands which you just copy and paste into Google search bar, and it will list you all the files you are searching. I'm not really sure what these commands are. It says right here, if we click on the one, it will lead us to the command, which is this one. Now, I can only guess what this does, but we can read it. Description: Dork for finding login portals were well-known company websites hosted on famous hosting providers such as all of these. Basically, so this command does that. We can try it out if we want to. It's not really that useful for us, but why not? So you just copy the command. You can do it from here, or you can just copy it from here. It was the first one, so we will just copy and paste it, and we will see how it works. So here we are. They are all basically account login. As we can see, account login, my account login, my account login. So it filters out all of the websites which have a directory which is /myaccount_login. Now let's see, for example, another one. These are, as you can see, listed with a date. So this one was yesterday. We can go, let's go off on this one, entitled index of SSH. Now you can read right here that data you find web servers version, SSH keys, SSH logins, and SSH.exe files. As it says right here, I found a lot of servers using SSH 1.4. They are usually +5 years old and full of security holes. A search in exploit database for SSH1 turns up +40,000 exploits for these. Some may work. So this could be a useful command for us. We can copy it and see what we find with it. We won't be attacking any of these since we don't have permission, but it sure could be useful later on. As you can see, we will not mess with this right now. What we want to do is only use these commands, and we will cover hacking of websites later on, but not on these websites, but on the websites that we do own, which we will make in our own virtual environment. So you need to use these commands only. You can basically, if you want to search for the example PDF files, you can type here quick search PDF, and it will show you the PDF, I believe. Let's see how to find a PDF file. Email delivery, we do not want that. In text, please find attached login password. Well, let's see, this could be a PDF file that could contain a password. I'm not sure if I can do it like this. I can. So as you can see right here, these all files are PDF files. You can see right here, all of this is a PDF. Let's see, if we open one, it will ask us to save these files. We do not want to save it. Basically, this is just all of the PDF files available on the internet. Let us just see the more accurate explanation of this command. Passwords and information on targets, employees, customers, awesome for spear phishing. Replace PDF extension with any other document extension like docx, text, txt. Okay. So that was PDF. You can use any of these commands. If you want to know what it does, you just click on the command. And this one really doesn't have any explanation. Let's just check out another one. As you can see, this command, which is pretty huge, will help you to find out videos published in Google Drives. So example, yeah, okay, so PDF, MP4, okay, so bunch of file extensions for videos. I'm not really sure why PDF is there, but there is possibly a reason for that. So let's say now, for example, we do not want a PDF file, we want an Excel file. We just type here. Wait, how do you type Excel? I'm not really sure. Is there an H in there? Let's just check out real fast. Yeah, it's just Excel, so let's see once again. No matching records found. Show 50, show... Okay, so let me just try it like this. Now we set here on 120 commands, so let me just check this out. .xls I'm finding in order to find an Excel file. It doesn't really matter, so here we are. There is an XLS file, which is an Excel file. And basically, if you click there, we can see what else it will find. A mix of login, portals, and passwords. But this is a huge command. We will not use it right now. So that's all I wanted to show you. As you can see, they basically explain for every command what it does, such as, for example, this one or this one, admin dashboard. If we click on it, you can see the explanation. which is basically just a lot of login portals, and it could be useful if you, for example, wanted to find some of the vulnerable sites to the specific attacks, like we showed in the first command, or in the first string that we typed into the Google, which was that index.php !id equals, which would lead us to all of the websites with user input that could be possibly vulnerable to SQL injection. So that's about it for the Google hacking. Now, if you want to, you can scroll down and check out all of these other commands. They could be useful for you, but we won't be doing that since there are lots of them. And we'll continue footprinting in the next lecture. So I hope I see you there, and take care. Bye. Hello everybody and welcome back. And now in this lecture we will cover our second tool for the footprinting, which is called Nikto. Now, Nikto can also be used for the web penetration testing, which basically it scans for the website and it prints out if there is any possible vulnerability on the website, or if there is any outdated version. For example, the Apache 2 could be outdated and the Nikto will show us that. Now, this can be put into the active interaction since we are scanning the website, and you should not be doing that on a website you do not own. So I'll just scan the website that I put out on my laptop. Well, not a website, web server. It is Apache web server, and it doesn't really have anything on it, but it's running currently, so we should be able to see the IP address and the version of the Apache, and also maybe some of the errors it could possibly have. So let me just enlarge this a little bit. Now, in order to run Nikto, you basically just type here Nikto. It will show you the usage of the command. Now, these are some of the basic options that you can see right here. If we wanted to, we could print the extended version. I believe it is help, as it says right here. Yeah, this will be the extended version of the Nikto help command. And we can see there are a bunch of the options right here for this program. Now, we won't be covering all of these, since that will take a lot of time, but we will cover some. Basically, the most important one would be the, let me just find it, the host. Here it is, target host. So in order for you to scan a website, you need to provide a target host. Now, that target host can be either a domain name or basically a IP address. Now, in my case, I will use my IP address since my laptop is on my local network and its IP address is 192.168.1.15. Now, if you have any available website or any other virtual machine, you can test it on that one, and you can check out if your local website is vulnerable to something, or possibly could be vulnerable to something. Now, let me just show you. Let's type here Nikto. And basically, we'll specify first off H for the host, and then 192.168.1.15. Now, this should print out some of the errors it might find, such as here we have the anti-clickjacking X-frame options header is not present. The XSS protection header is not defined. Now, this could be a problem. It is opening us to a cross-site scripting attack, but it also could be just a false alarm. See, here we can see the allowed HTTP methods on the Apache website, which is get, head, post, and options. And this will take a few seconds to finish. Basically, if it takes a lot of time, we will just close it, so I can show you some of the other options that Nikto has. Here we have login.php, admin login page section found. Portions of the server's headers are not in the Nikto database or are newer than the known string. Okay, would you like to submit this information? We do not want to submit any right now. Now, you might be asking, what kind of login page am I hosting on my laptop? Well, basically, I just have a fake Instagram page right there. I just made it, so if we type my laptop's IP address, let me just open this up, it will lead us to a fake Instagram page. As you can see right here, it is not a real Instagram, it is basically just my IP address, which we will use for some of the attacks later on. But for now on, we will just use the Nikto in order to scan this page, and as we can see, it has finished. It printed out a bunch of the options which could be useful or not for you, depending of the website and depending of the errors. But let's check out some of the other examples of this command. So let me just type here H, and we can see the help command once again. We can see our options. the config, display, format, host, evasion, encoding technique. For example, you can use the evasion. I believe it is tagged as a -e in the command. We can use the -e, then specify any of these numbers if we want to. For example, fake parameter, directory self-reference, or any other. We can, right here, we will use number 1, random encoding, non-UTF-8, okay. So we will basically run the same command, but we will add, let's add before that. Now I believe that this will print out the same output, so we are not really interested right now in waiting for this to finish. So one more thing I want to show you is that you can specify a port on which you want to scan. Now most likely that port will always be port 80, so it is not really needed, but in case you want to, for example, scan on port 443, which is the HTTPS usual port, you can change that with the -p option. As we can see, default is 80, so you would just type here nicto and then the host, which in my case is 192.168.1.15, and then you specify a port and type here 80 or 443 or any other port you want, but most likely it will be one of those two. Now let's say, for example, we want to scan port 80, since my Apache web server is running on port 80 on my laptop, and we want to save that into a file. Now how we do that? With the -o command. Let me just check here if it really is -o. I'm not seeing it right here. I believe it is. Yes, it is output, so we'll just type here -o-o, and we will name a file. Basically, we can name it anything you want. We will name it right here, result. And you also need to specify the file type, which I believe is the capital F, which is format, save file, format. Okay, so format, we will just type here basic txt. We want to save it into a txt file. And we can run the same command once again, and basically right here, once it finishes, we will have a file with all of this stuff written to it, so you don't have to write it manually. The output option can be used if you need to provide to someone the scan results, so you can just put that into any file type. I just decided it to be txt for this example, and you can just send the file to someone. Now let's just wait for this to finish so we can check out our file. Here it asks us again if we want to report something to the website, I believe. Let me just read once again. Not in nicto database or anywhere. Would you like to submit this information? No, we do not want to. So now if we type ls, I should have a result file, as we can see right here. Now if we nano the result file, let's just cat it, result, we should see all of our output right there. As we can see, target host name, target port is right here. And there are some of the, I'm not really sure why it didn't put all of them in here, or maybe it did, I just can't see them. But that's the example of writing a nicto output into a file. Now, if you want to run nicto, we'll just delete this file for now. If you want to run nicto, you can see that there is an option to run it over a proxy. As you can see, use proxy. Use the proxy defined in the nicto.conf file. Now, in order for you to do this, you need to link in that file any proxy you want, basically. If you have one, I will show you how to put it there. I don't really have one at the moment. We will cover proxy and VPN later on, but for now on, let me just locate the nicto.conf file. We covered this command, so you just type here locate and then the name of the file, and it will show us all of the files that are named like this and where are they stored. Now we are interested in the first one, which is in the @c, and if we nano to the nicto.conf file, we can see a bunch of options right here. Let us navigate and find the proxy option. Let me just check where it is. Here we go. Proxy settings still must be enabled by use proxy. So basically, if you wanted to use proxy in the nicto program, you would specify use proxy in the command. And here you would specify the proxy and the proxy host and the proxy port. So if you had a proxy, you would specify the proxy IP address right here, which for me is just localhost at the moment, and here you would specify the port. And also one more thing you will need to do is remove the hash in order for this to be configured. And after that you would just type Ctrl-O, save, enter, Ctrl-X to exit, and then you could use your proxy in a Nikto. But since I don't really need it at the moment, I will just put the hash back so we don't use it, and I will say once again. So basically just remember that the file is located in the @c. You can also find it with the locate command. So that would be about it for the Nikto program. If you want to, you can check other options as well. I don't find them useful at the moment, but if you want, you could check out all of the other options. And we will continue in the next lecture with the Whois program. And I hope I see you there, and take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back. And in this lecture we will cover one more footprinting tool, which is basically called Whois. Now, the Whois is an important footprinting tool because it basically gives us a bunch of information about a website that we scanned. Now, the information can be used for multiple further attacks, since the information that we get from the website, from the Whois command or program, is basically who registered the website, where is it registered, which date does the registration expires. We get a bunch of addresses, telephone numbers, email addresses, and a bunch of the other options. So let us just type here just the Whois. It is pre-installed in the Kali Linux, so you don't need to install it, you will have it already there. And as we can see, what the usage is Whois, then the option, then the object. These are a bunch of the options that you have. We will not cover them, we will just basically scan the site with the host option. So we will just type here, let's scan a big site, for example, so that we can get a bunch of the information. So cnn.com. If you type here Whois cnn.com, it should print out a bunch of the publicly available information about that website. Let us just wait for this to finish, it shouldn't take too long. Here we go. Now, the first thing we see right here is that the notice one, which says you're not authorized to access or query our Whois database through the use of high-volume automated electronic process or for the purpose or purposes of using data in any manner that violates these terms of use. So basically this is not illegal. You can see right here, by submitting a Whois query, you agree to abide by the following terms of use. You agree that you may use this data only for lawful purposes. So basically you shouldn't be using any of these data for any of the attacks that we will cover. If you do not have permission to do so, we will just check out the data, we will not use it for any further attacks. So let us just see what we got from this command. As you can see, the first thing we have here is the domain name that we typed, cnn.com. The registry domain ID, we can see that the registry Whois server is this one. Now, most of these commands do not really interest us. We can see this could be possibly interesting for us, which is the name server. It could be useful for some of the DNS attacks. But until then, we will just check out all of these options. Let me just see if there is anything interesting right here. Register abuse contact email. We can see an email right here. Contact phone. Registry expiry date. So we can see when does it expire. Creation date. Updated date. Let us go a little bit down here. Terms of use. Okay. Registry domain ID, this is basically all that we've seen already. So here are some of the publicly available information. As you can see, the registrant email, tmgroup@turner.com. So for example, if you were an attacker and you were hired to test a company and you tested their website like this and you get a bunch of these emails, you can use them for some of the further attacks, such as malware sending. You can send a malware, for example, from this email. This is just a hypothetical example. It can be used for some of the further attacks, such as sending malware to this email and hopefully waiting for someone to open it. Then you will have a backdoor installed on the inside of the company. So here we can see more of the publicly available options, such as the registered city, state, postal code, country, a bunch of the other mobile phones, emails, as we said. Here, down here, let me just see. Another email right here, and the name server. As we can see, this can be useful. Let me just check if that is that. So basically you use this command in order to gather more information about the company. It surely can provide some of the information you might need. So in order to, for example, save this to a file as we did in the previous command, in the previous lecture with Nikto. Let me just see if it has an option to save to a file. I'm not sure if it does, but if it doesn't, you can do that with simply, let me just clear the screen, let me go to the root directory. So we're in the root directory. You can just type here the same command, and you can type the arrow into result.txt. Now, it won't print out anything here, I believe, and it will print all of the output into the result.txt file. So when this finishes, we should have a file with all of these things written to it. As you can see, we didn't get any output, but if we click here ls, if we type here ls, we can see the result.txt. Let's get that file, and we should have all of our information available in that file now. So you can send it to someone if you want to, or you can just have it, so you don't have to type the command every time in order to check something out. Now, since I don't need that file, I will just delete it, and that's basically it for this program. You will find it useful sometimes and sometimes not, but in the next lecture we will cover the email harvesting, which we will use a program called Harvester. I'm not really sure if it's installed. Yeah, I'm sure, yeah, it is installed in the Kali Linux, so we will cover it in the next lecture. And until then, you can practice these two programs that we covered for now on, including the Google hacking and Nikto. And you can also practice with the Whois program to find as much information as you can. Now this is it for this lecture, and I hope I see you in the next tutorial. Bye. Hello everybody and welcome back, and in this tutorial we will cover the email harvesting tool, which is called basically the Harvester. So in the last tutorial I checked out if we have it installed already, and we do, so we'll just locate it and we will run it. Because I already tried to run it from here, Harvester, and it just doesn't work, so let's just locate it first. And we can see that it is stored in this directory. User share goes mirror tools, so we will just go to that directory. And we can see here a bunch of programs, well not a bunch of, a few programs, and we will change our directory to the Harvester. So if we type here change directory Harvester, we can see that right here we have an executable file, Python file, which we will run in order to run this program. Now let me just enlarge this program, and I just want to tell you that this program basically doesn't work from time to time. So for example, once I run it, it might print us the emails, and it might not, because I run this a bunch of times on the same website, and it sometimes just finds a lot of things and sometimes it just doesn't find anything. So if we just run this program, it will show us an error and it will say the domain search is mandatory. So we basically need to specify our domain website. So let me just type here the help option, which is the harvester-help, and it will show us our available options. Here we can see that the -d is basically specifying the domain or company name to search for. The -b is engine, so it will basically the search engine, so it will by default be Google, as it says right here, and we want to leave it on that since I believe Google is the best. And here we can have the -l, which is also an important option, which stands for limit. It will limit the number of results to work with. So basically, if you just type here the 200, it will search for the first 200 results, and it will show us the emails and hosts from those 200. Now, we can try these examples right here. So we will just copy the first one. Let's just use -d microsoft.com, -l for the results number, which we will set to 500, and -b in order for it to be Google. So let's just try this. It will take a few seconds. It might find something and it might not. Basically, if it doesn't find anything, you can try using the same command later on and it will probably work. It just decides from time to time when it will find and when it will not. So if it doesn't work, we won't really care much about it. We will just continue on with the tutorials, and you can try it later out with the same command. So here we go. It is soon going to finish it, but in this case we just weren't able to find anything. So let me just try here the another website, or basically what if we just type Microsoft without .com? Maybe it will search it as a company name and it might find some of the results. We will give it one more try after it if it doesn't find anything here, and we will finish the tutorial there since there is no point. As I said, sometimes this tool finds something and sometimes it just doesn't want to find anything. So we will wait for this to finish. First 200 results are already over. No, this one didn't work as well. So let me just try out one website that worked 20 minutes ago when I tried it. This is a website from my country, basically some university website. It doesn't even matter, you can try this on any website you want. Maybe if we use the other website, maybe it will print us something. If it doesn't, we will just proceed to the next tutorial, which will be Shodan. It is basically a search engine, basically a website that we use to search for the vulnerable devices. Now, you will be surprised to how many vulnerable devices are there out on the internet. The most common vulnerable devices are basically the routers with the default username and passwords. And if you were to go on to the login page of that IP address, you would be able to enter their router and change all their settings. But more about that in the next tutorial. As we can see, this one didn't work either. So 3 times we tried and it didn't work any of those 3. So basically later on, or tomorrow or whenever you want, you can just try the command out once again and it will probably work. It just doesn't want to work right now. So once again, it is located in this directory. You won't be able to run it from the terminal, from any directory. If you want to, I will show you in next tutorials how to move a file and be able to run it from any directory with just its name. So for example, I will show you how to run this file with just its name and not going to this directory all the time when you want to use it. But we will teach that in some of the other tutorials, and for now on I will cut the tutorial short here and I hope I see you in the next one. Hello everybody, welcome back, and in this tutorial, as I said, we will cover the Shodan, but before we go on to the Shodan, I just want to show you the harvester from the previous lecture, which we couldn't get to work. Maybe if we try it right now. Let me just locate it once again. So we will go user share Mirror tools and then the harvester. Now I won't cover right now how to use harvester since we did that in the previous tutorial, but I will just try to run it once again so we can see if it will work now. Now let me just type here the harvester, and as a domain we will use the same website we tried on in the previous video, which is this one. For the -l command we will list 500 results. Oops. And for the -b command we want to search over the Google engine. So if we just enter right here, we will just wait a few seconds until it searches Google, and we will see if right now we get some of the results that we couldn't get in the previous video. And as we can see, it will finish soon. It processed 400 results. And here we go. As you can see, the same website that in the previous lecture didn't work right now gave us some of the information. For example, we found a bunch of email addresses that belong to that domain, as you can see right here. We also found some of the hosts with their IP addresses that also belong to that domain. You can see portal, L-inclusive, and we found some of the email addresses that if this was a company that we were testing, we could use in order to process with our attacks. For example, we could send malware to all of these email addresses and hope that some of them will open it. But I just wanted to show you that it works sometimes, so let us just proceed on to the Shodan, which is a website. So just open up your Firefox. So just open up a new tab and type here Shodan. We will click on the first link and it will lead us to the website where we can discover some of the vulnerable devices on the internet. As we can see, this website right here, explore the Internet of Things, monitor network security, and a bunch of other things. So we are on this website right now, and basically let us just search for some of the vulnerable devices. So in the search bar I will just type here password, and as you can see we got 2 million results right here. We got some of the IP addresses. Let me just type here default password, so maybe it will show us the results of the IP addresses that have their routers configured with the default password. As we can see, this one right here, default name admin, password 1234, but it is unauthorized, so let us just go down here. This IP address right here, enable telnet SSH, username is admin and password is password. So if we click on this IP address, and it will open some of its information, let us just copy the IP address. We'll copy right here and paste it in Google. Now, there is a good chance that this won't work. Let me just, before I type here the username and password, let me just check here. What was it? I believe admin and password was username. Yeah, let's try with admin and password. Let me just refresh this and type here admin, and as a password, password. Now let me type it once again. Password. Yeah, sometimes it just won't work since these could be updated, so they are not really vulnerable anymore, so someone could have changed the username and password, and right now we can't log in anymore to it. So let me just find another one. As we can see, this one, username Cisco with the password Cisco. The default username, let us just click on this one for now. The default username and password have a privilege level of 15. Please change the publicly known initial credential using here the Cisco iOS command. So basically, if this one didn't change, we should be able to log in with the default username and password. So let me just paste it right here. And we are unable to connect right here. Well, it doesn't really matter. Even if you could possibly connect to someone and they didn't update it, and they still have the default username and password, you shouldn't really do anything with it, since it is illegal to change other people's settings on their router. That's why people get notified here about their vulnerabilities, and they can just type here. Let me just show you how you can check yourself out. So just type here, what is my IP address? Basically just copy your public IP address right here, as it says, your public IP address, and paste it in the search bar, and if it finds something, basically it means that your device or your router is vulnerable to something. In my case, it didn't find anything, since it is not really vulnerable, but in your case it might find something. Before we finish this tutorial, I just want to show you, for example, if you found out that your own IP address is stored unshodden, that means that it has some kind of a vulnerability. So in order for you to change that, for example, if it has a default password and username vulnerability, you will need to update your username and password in the router. So in order to find out what your router IP address is, you can just type here netstat -r, and the IP address that is located below the gateway is the router's IP address. So you can just copy it and go onto the Firefox. Let's open a new tab, and right here you paste the IP address and it will ask you for your username and password. So you just type here your username and password, whatever it is. If you do not know, basically just search the name of your router on the internet and it will show you the default username and password that you get in the configuration of the router. So if you didn't change it, the username and the password will be the same. So you can find the default username and password for any router on the internet. We do not want to save the username and password, so now we wait for it to log in. Let me just show you. For example, you can just type here on Google default router passwords, and you can just go to any website basically and just search your model of your router and find out what their default IP address is and also what their default password is. Now most likely it will be something like admin or admin password, but it could also be something else. Now this is the site I didn't visit before, so let me just check out, is there anything available here? So here you can basically just paste the name of your router and it will, let me just try with this one. So for example, let's say this was your router and you find out what the name of your router is, you just paste it right here. and it will find the router you're searching for. It will also give you its IP address by default and the default username and password for that router. So once you find that out, you can just paste the IP address right here and it will log in. Now for me it is for some reason loading for too long. Let me just type here once again. And here we are logged in. Now it didn't ask me for a username and password because I typed it 2 minutes ago. So now we are in my router. Here you can have a bunch of the informations. Now, depending on your router, different settings will be in different places. It won't be the same as mine router. My router is an old one, so it will probably not look even nearly the same as mine does. So you just want to play with the settings a little bit and click on a bunch of things until you find the username and password changing section, where basically you can change your default password into any password you want. So once you do that, nobody will be able to log in into your router anymore with the default username and password. It is really important for you to do that, because if someone logs in, it can change any of the settings for the router. It can change the, for example, port forwarding. It can change your wireless password. Basically, it can change anything. So it is a pretty vulnerable device and you want to change that. Now, that would be about it for this Shodan website, and with that we finish the most part of the footprinting. We just leave the two tools in for the next lecture, which will be the dig and the DNS Nmap tools, which I will cover briefly, and after that we can continue on to the scanning section. So I hope I see you in the next lecture, and take care. Hello everybody and welcome back, and this is the last part of the footprinting section where we will cover two tools which are basically almost the same, but there are slight differences between them. The first one, it is called dig, so if you just type here on your keyboard dig, you will notice that nothing will happen since we didn't specify any website. But for more information we will just type here dig -- help, which will provide us with the simple usage of this command. Now, you can use any website for this. It is basically not illegal. This is just a tool in order to scan the DNS. Dig basically stands for Domain Internet Grouper, and with it you can basically try one of the attacks, which is called the zone transfer. Now, the zone transfer, it uses the replication for primary and secondary DNS servers in order to be synchronized. Well, basically the secondary server, for example, asks for data for zone from primary server, and primary server answers with copy of database, which has IP addresses and name of hosts. Now, the wrong configuration of the DNS can potentially allow anyone to request a zone transfer. So with this tool we will try out the zone transfer on some of the bigger websites, which of course won't work, but on the smaller ones it could possibly be a misconfiguration in the DNS so that the zone transfer is enabled. Now, zone transfer is happening over TCP on port 53 and not over UDP at the regular port of 53 for the DNS. So if you just type here diggoogle.com, you will notice that it will give us a bunch of the informations about the google.com. So for example, as we can see, this is the DNS query right here. The NS right here stands for named server, and if we can see that there are 4 of them. The A basically represents the IP address. The 1A stands for the IPv4 IP address, and 4A stands for the IPv6 IP address. We can see also some of the other options, which is the server that it used to query, which is our own router on port 53. As you can see, the usual DNS port will be port 53 over UDP, and my router IP address is 192.168.1.1. We can see that in one query we got one answer, authority 4, which is these 4 servers right here, and additional 9, I believe it is referring to this one right here, even though there is 8 ones. But these are basically the same servers, just with the different IP address. Not different IP address, different format of IP address. This one is, as I said, IPv4, and this one right here is IPv6 IP address. So that's the basic use of the dig command. You can use it to find out some of the information about the domain. But if you, for example, want to try out the zone transfer, you can do it like this, for example. So just type here dig, and then you type here AXLFR, which stands for the zone transfer. Now we can use, for example, facebook.com, and we can use the other server, for example, a.ns.facebook.com. And if we type this right here, you will notice that after a few seconds it will basically prompt us with the zone transfer failed, since Facebook didn't misconfigure their DNS, so the zone transfer attack cannot be done on Facebook. Now there may be other smaller sites that could be possibly vulnerable to the zone transfer attack, but we won't be trying to find them at the moment. This is just one of the tools that you can use in order to find out if it is vulnerable. But let me just show you another tool right here, which is called DNS Nmap, which is also pre-installed in the Kali Linux. So basically it is the same as the dig tool. If we type right here DNS Nmap and google.com, it will provide us with similar information. As we can see, host's address google.com, which is A, stands for the IPv4, and then it will print us the IP address, the IPv4 address of google.com. And right here it is trying to find out some of the name servers of Google. As we saw before, there should be 4 of them. Now this might take a few seconds, and sometimes it actually just times out. It might time out right now, but we will see in a few seconds. I will come back when this finishes. As we can see, it finished right here, and it says that the google.com NS record query failed. It timed out, so we won't be trying that anymore. I just wanted to show you that you can use that tool as well if you want to. But that would be it for the footprinting section. So let us just recap what we covered. We covered some of the tools that we use to gather as much information as we can about our targets. So for example, these two we covered in order to gather some of the information from their server, from their DNS, and basically we also tried one of the attacks, which is the zone transfer, which of course didn't work on Facebook, but as I said, it might work on some of the other websites. And we also covered the Whois, we also covered the Shodan website, we covered the Harvester in this lecture, or in the previous lecture, where I showed you that it sometimes can actually work. So we gather some of the emails from it. We also covered the Nikto, which is a big command tool. You should search more about it if you want to. It might be useful later on. So that would be about it for the footprinting section. And with this section we basically finish the beginner section, and we enter the intermediate section, where we will start off with creating our vulnerable virtual machine, which we will use in order to run our scans and attacks. Since it is not legal for us to attack a machine that we do not own, we will create a virtual machine which we can attack. Now you might have heard of that virtual machine is called Metasploitable, and I will show you in the next tutorial how to install it. And basically we will start covering one of the bigger tools in the Kali Linux, and one of the tools that you will use a lot, which is called the Nmap. But more about that in the scanning section, and I hope I will see you there. Take care. Hello everybody and welcome back, and we have officially started our intermediate section, and we are starting it off with the download of the virtual machine called Metasploitable. Now as you can see, I am downloading it right now from the Rapid7 website. Now it might ask you, let me just show you. If you go and type here in your Google search bar, if you type here Metasploitable and click on the first link, it will ask you, before you can download the Metasploitable, to make an account. So basically in order to submit, you need to submit some of these informations in order to download the Metasploitable from the Rapid7 website. Now if you do not want to specify any information, you can just go onto some other website, which is basically, I just clicked on this one, and you can download it from here. So you just click here on download, and in a few seconds your download will start. Now the Metasploitable zip file is around 800 megabytes large. Let me just close this one, since I don't need to download it 2 times. As you can see, I am here already downloading it, so we will wait until that finishes, and then we will build the virtual machine into our VirtualBox. Now if you are asking what is Metasploitable, well basically the Metasploitable is an intentionally vulnerable virtual machine which we will use in order to test our further attacks and scans. Now we use this machine because scanning any website you do not have permission to scan can be illegal and you shouldn't be doing it. So this is also a dangerous machine, so you shouldn't expose it to any network you do not trust. For example, you should only keep it over net or host only. Don't connect it to a bridge adapter and connect it to a local network, since it is purposely made vulnerable and there is a bunch of holes in this machine. Now, we will not be explaining all of the vulnerabilities that this machine has, but we will cover some of them. And basically, I will just wait for this to finish, and once it finishes, I will show you how to install the virtual machine. And my download has finished, so what you want to do right now is basically this zip file, just copy and paste it onto your desktop. So once you got it on your desktop, which is right here, what you want to do is basically extract this file. Since it is a zip file, we want to extract it. I will use WinRAR to do that. So this will take a few seconds, and after it is finished, we can proceed with the making of our Metasploitable. You will notice once it is done that we will get 5 files, I believe, in this folder, and we are only interested in one, which is basically the .vmdk file, which we will use as a hard disk for this virtual machine. Now this is finished, and you can see right here, if we open it, there are 5 files, and we will use this one. I will show you right here how to put it into a virtual machine. So basically, just for the sake of the making, just click on the new virtual machine, and here you can type here any name you want. So I will just call it vulnerable, and here you want to pick as a type of operating system, you want to choose Linux. In the version type, you want to scroll down, let me just find it, scroll down and pick other Linux. Once you have these options picked, you just click on the next option, and here we have the memory size. Now the memory size for the Metasploitable should be at least 512 megabytes, and it will work fine on the 512, but I would advise you to, if you have the spare RAM memory, you can just put here 1 gigabyte, as it will work better. But if you do not have, you just leave it on 512 and it will also work fine. Now keep in mind that you will be running 2 virtual machines, one is Kali Linux and one is Metasploitable once we run our tests, so be aware that you will need also RAM memory in order to run your main machine. So if you do not have enough memory, just leave here 512. Now once you picked your memory size, just click here on next, and under this option you want to go to the use an existing virtual hard disk. Here you just want to go on the choose a virtual hard disk file, and you basically just want to find the Metasploitable, which in my case is right here. Let me just see why it won't work. It does not match the value in the media registry. What do you mean it does not match the value? Well, it doesn't even matter. There is some error for me, it doesn't really matter. I believe that is because I already have Metasploitable installed. For you, you just find your Metasploitable vmdk file, which for me is right here, and you just click on that one, you choose it, and you shouldn't have this inaccessible, it is only for me. So once you do that, you just click here on create and you have your virtual machine made. Now once you have this, you just basically just click on here start. Now for me it will pop up an error, but for you it will just start the process of installing the virtual machine, and I don't think it will ask you any questions. Only at the end it will ask you for the username and password, which I've written it right here. The username is msfadmin and the password is also msfadmin. So once it asks you for the username and password, just type here msfadmin and you should be logged into the virtual machine, into your Metasploitable. Now keep in mind, it won't have a desktop like Windows or our Kali Linux, it will just be a command line, since it is not a GUI made virtual machine. So you will be able to execute any commands that you execute in the Kali Linux terminal, and it is basically all of the things you will be able to do. Now we will continue with the scanning in the next lecture, where we will be using one of the most known tools in Kali Linux, which is called Nmap. I will show you a bunch of different scans you can do with it, but until then I hope you're having a great day and I will see you later. Hello everybody and welcome back, and in this tutorial we will finally start covering some of the basics of the Nmap program. Now as I said before, the Nmap is a really important tool that you will use all the time, so it is essential for you to at least learn some of the basics of that program. Now, before we begin, I want to say that Nmap, it is a network mapper. It is basically a free and open source tool, mostly used for vulnerability scanning and network discovery. You can also use the Nmap to identify some of the devices or all of the devices that are running on your local network, also as discovering hosts that are on or offline at the moment and discovering services they offer on some of the ports that they have open. And also you can go as far as discovering what version of software are they running on their open ports. Now, Nmap can be used to scan multiple hosts. It doesn't have to be only one host that you scan. It's basically working by just sending the raw packets to the system ports. Now, as it does that, it basically listens to responses and determines whether the ports are closed or open, or filtered in some way, for example with a firewall. Now, you can use different types of protocols. In Nmap, you can use TCP, UDP, ICMP, and SCTP. Now, as I said before, Nmap is a network mapper. It can also be used to detect the operating system that is running on the machine that you're scanning, and also discover the vulnerabilities if there are for that particular version of the software they're running on an open port. Now, a system, your and my PC, can have 65,535 TCP and UDP ports, but Nmap will by default only scan the most commonly used 1,000 ports. Now you can change that as well, so you can scan all the 65,000 ports, but it will probably take a lot longer than the regular 1,000 ports. Now, before we begin using Nmap, I just want to show you first of all how you can run it, which is basically just open your terminal in Kali Linux. It is already pre-installed in it, and you can just type here Nmap. Now, you will see that it will print out a bunch of the options that we will cover, but before we do that, I just want to give you a more detailed explanation on the IP addresses, because you will be using them extensively in here. Now, with an IP address, if you know someone's IP address, you can basically do a lot with it. For example, let's open up our Firefox, and let us type right here the major IP. You will click on the first website that this one opens, and we'll basically just copy any IP address that we find, and we will try to find out the most information we can about that IP. So let me just load up the website. Here we go. Now click on the first one, which is major IP addresses blocks by country dash Nearsoft. So it is on the Nearsoft website. You can basically click any country you want. Let's go with the Australia. Not really a smart choice since it is the most far away country from me, but and here just pick any IP address you want. Let's say I pick this one, which is 14.192.160.0. If I copy this IP address and I go to my terminal, let me just clear the screen right here, and I use a tool called NSLOOKUP. As you can see, with this tool I will need to specify the IP address that I just copied, which is this one, and it should return the name of that web server in return. So if I type here, right here, it will say server can find. Okay, so it cannot find that one. Not a big deal. Let us just copy the other one and check if that one works instead. So we just paste the other IP address and it won't work. Now, let me just show you on the IP address that will work for sure. So if you type here nslookup google.com, it will return the Google's IP address with this command. As you can see right here, the address of Google will be 172.217.19.110. Now you can do the same in reverse. So if you type here nslookup, and instead of typing the google.com, you type here the IP address of google.com, you will see in return what is the name of that IP address. Now this is taking some time. Let us just wait a little bit before we close it. it says timeout, so let me try it once again. So ns lookup, and then I paste here the IP address of Google. Yeah, it will probably time out once again, so let me just type here ns lookup, and let's try facebook.com. Here we can see that the Facebook's IP address is 32.13.84.36. So let's try in reverse. So let me just type here ns lookup and then the Facebook's IP address, and hopefully it will return the facebook.com in the output. No, weird, because it says no servers could be reached. Let me just try to ping it. Maybe, but we are on the internet, so it should work. Not really sure why it doesn't work at the moment, but it doesn't really matter. Instead, we can try other command, which can be also used to get some of the informations from an IP address. Now, that tool that we will use is called curl. Now, for example, let me show you. If you type here curl IP info, let me just see, yeah, .io, and then slash. Let me just find the slash. Where is it? There it is. And then you paste the Facebook's IP address right here, and you click on it. You press enter. Basically, it will say that the IP that we typed here, host name is facebook.com, city not specified, region not specified, country is specified, and location is also given in coordinates. Organization, as it says right here, is Facebook. So, since ns lookup didn't work, we will use curl. So let me just look up the Google's IP address once again, so we can see the curl command with the Google's IP address. So let me just type here curl ipinfo.io, and then slash, and then you type here the Google's IP address. And as you can see, we also get the host name, we also get the organization Google, location also given in the coordinates, and the country US. So let us just now choose any of these IP addresses right here, but let's not go with the Australia, let's go with the Belgium. And here we just copy any IP address. Let's copy this one. Let me try the ns lookup, maybe it will work right now, probably not, but let's give it one more try. Server can find, okay, doesn't matter, we will go on with the curl. So we copy the random IP address that we do not know anything about, and we just type here ipinfo.io slash, and then we paste the IP address that we copied, which should belong to Belgium. So as we see right here, we are giving the IP, the city, the region, the country, location, also given in the coordinates, postal code, organization, which we can confirm since it says for this IP address right here that the Mac Telecom, and we get the same result right here. Now, you can see that you can find a lot of stuff with simply just looking up the IP address. And there is also one more thing you can do in the search engine. You can just type here IP locator. And we can use the same IP address that we copied from here, which is this one, 80.91.144.0, and we will just pick the first site, which will hopefully locate our IP address. If we type here paste and we go on the IP lookup, we can see right here that we get the location of the IP, which is Belgium, and it is correct. We also get the latitude and longitude, which we can check if it matches this one. So let us just go down here. It is the same, basically it is the same in every decimal. So this program is working. So let me just see if we can check out on a map where it is located. But we can just simply go on any Google map and just type here these coordinates, and we will find out where this IP address is physically located. Now that we saw what we can do with the IP addresses, we can open up our Nmap for now on. So if you just type here Nmap, you will see again a bunch of those options, but we will start off with these examples right here. So as you can see right here, they put an example Nmap -v-a scanme.nmap.org. Now it is important to mention that Nmap scanning on the device you do not own or do not have permission to scan is illegal in most of the countries, I believe. So you should not be scanning any website or any device that you do not have permission to scan. And it can also be very noisy, so you can be caught by firewall. So you are not anonymous with this, especially not with the basic commands. Now later on we can cover how to be more quiet while using Nmap and scanning, but you should only be doing it if you have permission to scan to. Now, if you go onto this website, you will notice that if we copy it, let me just open Firefox once again, and we will paste that website, you will see that they give us the permission to use that website in order to practice with Nmap. So let us just wait for this to load up, and it should be prompting us with a message that will basically said, go ahead and scan me, as you can see right here. So here it says, hello and welcome to scanme.nmap.org. We set up this machine to help folks learn about Nmap and also to test and make sure that their Nmap installation is working properly. You are authorized to scan this machine with Nmap or other port scanners. Try not to hammer on the servers too hard. A few scans in a day is fine, but don't scan 100 times a day. Or use this site to test your SSH brute force password cracking tool. So, we basically have permission to scan this. Now, don't overscan it, as it says right here, don't scan it over 100 times a day. Basically, you can scan it a few times a day. So we will just type here nmap -v -a scanme.nmap.org. But before we run this command, I just want to check out or to show you what does -v and -a do. Now, -a, as we can see right here, enable OS detection, version detection, script scanning, and trace route. While -v, I'm not sure if it is even listed here. It possibly is and possibly not. Here it is, increase verbosity level. It basically means it will print out what it is doing in the process of scanning. So if you type here -vv, it will print out even more information in the process of scanning. Now, we won't be using any of these options at the moment. We will just type here nmap scanme.nmap.org. And this can take time, any scan can take time from few seconds to multiple hours, depending on multiple things, such as the speed of your connection and also the location of the target that you're scanning, and also the number of targets that you're scanning. As we said before, you can scan multiple targets with Nmap, and that will take longer than scanning just one target. If you just press the arrow upwards right here, we can see what percentage of scan is finished. So we can see that 7.4% is done. And here it will give us an information that one host is. So for example, if you were to scan 100 hosts, and here it says 22 hosts up, it means that the Nmap retrieved 22 hosts to be online, or up and working. Now, as you can see, the Nmap scan result is finished, and here we see a bunch of ports. Some of them are filtered and some of them are open. As we said, the filtered ones could be protected in some of the way, such as with a firewall, while the open ones are basically just open, such as HTTP. As we saw basically when we visited this website, we basically use the HTTP port, which is open, so we were able to connect to this website. There are other ports that are also open, such as SSH port, which is the 22 always, TCP port. You can see some of the higher ports open, such as 9929 and 31337, which is for Elite, and nping-echo, and other ports are just filtered. So this is just a basic scan with Nmap. We will continue with some of the more advanced scans in the next lecture, and I hope I see you there. Bye. Hello everybody and welcome back. Now this is the part 2 tutorial of the Nmap program. In the previous one I basically just show you what you can do with an IP address and what information you can gather only by knowing someone's IP address. And we also ran a simple scan on the nmap scanme.org website, which basically allows us to do the scan there, so you should only be scanning either that site or any machine you do own, since Nmap scans could be illegal in your country. Also, before we begin, let me just type here once again Nmap to show all the available options. Let me perform the same scan we did before, which is just nmap scanme.nmap.org. And basically, if you wanted to, for example, write this to a file, you just specify 2 arrows right here, and then we call the file results.txt, for example. Now, this will take, as previous time, a few seconds, and it won't give us the output right here. It will basically save all of the output into a results.txt file. So it is useful if you, for example, run this scan for multiple hours and you don't need to keep the terminal open in order to see the scan. You can just basically save it into a file and you can access it anytime and anywhere. So you don't, for example, run a scan on multiple hosts and run it for 5 hours and then you accidentally close the terminal and basically the entire scan is lost and you need to redo it once again. So as you can see right here, the scan has finished and it hasn't given us any output. So let me just clear the screen and type here ls. And as you can see right here, we have the results.txt file. If we check that results.txt file, we will get the same output that we got in the previous video with our results printed out into this file. Now, since we know that, we can delete this file right now and we can type here nmap once again. Now, I won't be scanning the scanme.nmap.org anymore. I will be scanning basically my Windows machine right now. So you can continue scanning this site. You can also scan the Metasploitable that we installed in the previous lectures, and you can also scan your host machine. Now, let me just show you. You can also scan yourself if we just check our IP address right here, 192.168.1.6, and you type here 192.168.1.6. I don't believe any port. Yeah, all ports, all 1000 scan ports are closed. So on this Kali Linux virtual machine, I'm not having any port open, and that should be on yours as well, for now on at least. And as I said in the previous video, the Nmap only scans the top 1000 used ports. So if you want to, for example, specify the number of ports you want to scan, or for example you want to scan all 65,000 ports, let me just find the option. Here it is, port specification and scan order. We can do that with -p. So how we do that? Well, basically we just type here nmap -p and then we type here 1 to 65,000, and we can just do 65,000, or we can do all 65,535. I believe that's how many there are. And then we specify again our own IP address, and this will take longer to finish, but instead of scanning only 1000 ports, it will scan all 65,535 ports. And it will finish relatively fast since we are scanning ourselves, and it only finished in 1.5 seconds. So now we won't be scanning ourselves anymore since there is no point, so let me just find out what the IP address of my Windows machine is. So I will type here in my command prompt ipconfig, and the IP address of my host machine is 192.168.1.4. So I'll just type here nmap 192.168.1.4, and let's see how fast this will finish. It shouldn't take too much of our time, so let me just check here. Alright, it will finish, and we can see there are a few ports open right here. The NetBIOS, SSN, Microsoft DS, and MSRPC, which are these 3 ports. They are all 3 open. As you can see, they're all over TCP. Now, for example, let's scan again my host machine, but right now let us scan all 65,000 ports. So 65,535, I believe that's the maximum number of ports, and we type here the IP address of our Windows machine. Now let me just, oh yes, I only specified that this should scan this port. I should specify a range of ports, so 1-65,535, and we press here enter. Now this will take a little bit longer than the 1000 port scan, so let us see where it is right now. Yeah, it is only on 4%. You can check out the process of scan with the upper arrow. If you didn't specify right here the -v, which stands for the verbose, which will basically just print you this right here as it goes with the scan. I didn't specify it, so it doesn't print anything before the scan. So let me just show you. We will finish this so we don't wait until it's over. So let me just put here, let's just type nmap once again, and we can see right here that the -v command stands for increase verbosity level, use double V, which is basically -vv, in order to see more details. So let's run the same command, but with 1000 ports. So let me just type here nmap 192.168.1.4, and basically just minus minus double V. So here you can see that as it goes with the scan, it prints out the information, and at the end it prints out the same thing that it printed out before. So here we can see as it went, it concluded that there is one host that is up, and as it discovered the open ports, it printed out for us. Now this can be useful if you want to find out open ports on a host that will take an hour to scan, or for a range of hosts. So let me just show you how you can scan a range of hosts. For example, let's scan your entire local network. You can see right here that the second command in the examples shows us how to specify the range of hosts. So as you can see right here, 192.168.0.0/16. This will basically scan the first 16 hosts in the local network. Now we know in my local network, since my subnet mask is 255.255.255.0, there are only 255 hosts available, so we will just specify all of them. Let me just type here Nmap, and then we'll type here 192.168.1.1/255. And let us just put here the F, the capital F, which stands for basically doing this scan faster, so we do not waste a lot of time. So let me just press enter right here. Now let me just check once again, since this didn't work. Maybe I specified wrong. Well, basically gave me some error. Let me just redo this command, but not like this. Let me just type here instead of slash minus. So right now it should work. But let's also add the option verbosity. So it prints us everything as it goes. We can see that it actually finished relatively fast. That is probably because we specified right here the -F option, which basically makes the scan finish faster. And we can see that all of these hosts are down. We can see that between these two there was one that is up, which is .15. That is my laptop that is currently running. So as we go down here, it should we found our router. Here it is. So 192.168.1.1. It also found our Windows host machine, which is my current Windows 10 machine as my host operating system. As you can remember, here are the 3 open ports on my host machine. It found my laptop, which only has the Apache 2 running on the HTTP port over TCP. And it also found our virtual machine, which is 192.168.1.6, which has none of the ports open. So the Nmap result finished with 255 IP addresses scanned, and 4 hosts were up, scanned in 6.06 seconds. Now, let's also, for example, if you want to write that into a file, you can do that with the double arrow command and also into the results.txt. As we saw in the previous video, it won't give you any output, but it will write your scan into the results.txt file. So you don't have to redo the scan once again later if you close the terminal. So it should finish in a few seconds, I believe, and we will have a file with all 255 machines scanned. As you can see, it has finished, and if we get the results.txt, we will get the same output as in the previous scan. Now, this is about it for this lecture. We will continue with some of the more aggressive scans and more specified and detailed scans in the next lecture, which will also be Nmap. We will cover how to get the version of a software running on a specific port. For example, we will find out how to get the version of my Apache 2 on my laptop, which is running over HTTP. As you can see right here, we don't get the version specified, but it is an important option because it allows us to find out the version of a software which can be used in order for us to find out any vulnerabilities for that particular software. So I hope I see you in the next lecture, and take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the part 3 tutorial of Nmap. Now we will cover some of the more advanced scans that we will use in order to figure out, for example, the version of process running on a particular open port. So let us just type here once again Nmap in order to see our available options. And let's, for example, try to detect the operating system running on my Windows machine. Now, as in the previous video, the IP address of my Windows machine is 192.168.1.4. So we will find here the option for the operating system, which is, I believe, -O. Here we go. It says enable OS detection. Now, you can add some of the specific options, as it says right here, OSS scan limit OS detection to promising targets, or guess OS more aggressively. So we will just type here the basic command, which is just -O. So here we just type here nmap -O, and then the 192.168.1.4, which is my Windows 10 machine. Now we can press the upper arrow in order to see how long it will take, and it should finish any second right now. And we can see right here, these are the open ports, the MAC address right here, warning, OS results may be unreliable because we could not find at least one open and one closed port. Device type general purpose, and it is just saying right here, running, just guessing, Microsoft Windows XP. Now, as you can see, this is wrong right here. I am not running the XP, I'm running Windows 10, so this scan can be wrong at some times. It doesn't guess 100% every time you scan it. Now, it does guess most of the times, but as we can see right here, it didn't guess right now. Now, we can see that it gives us some of the other options as well, such as aggressive OS guesses, which is Microsoft Windows XP, SP2, Microsoft Windows Server, or Microsoft Windows Server 2008. We can see that none of these is true, so this scan didn't work for us. Let me just clear right here. Let us just try to, for example, scan the operating system of my Linux machine, which is on my laptop. The IP address of my laptop is 192.168.1.15, and let's just paste that right here. Yes, we forgot to specify the -O, which stands for the operating system scan. So let us just see right here, and as we can see, it says it is running Linux, which is correct. So basically, it will just print you the open ports, the MAC address, and the guess of the operating system that the target is running. Now, you can also do, as we can see right here, we can try to scan the scanme.nmap.org, or you can also try to scan the Metasploitable. So basically, once you open the Metasploitable, since I don't have it open right now, just type here in the command line, once you logged in with the username and password msfadmin and msfadmin, just type there ifconfig, and basically find out what the IP address is on the Metasploitable and just use it from your Kali Linux machine in a Nmap scan. So right here, let me just check out the site name once again, since I will scan this one. Let me just copy it. We will type here nmap -O, and then we paste the site name. Let's find out what operating system is running on that website. Now, since this is not in my local network, this will take longer to finish, as you notice right here, but not too long. It should finish any second right now. Let us just wait for this to finish so we can see our output. And the scan has finished for the scanme.nmap.org. We also got all of these ports open, which we also saw in the previous videos, and we got the operating system, and it says, just guessing, Linux. Now, it is probably running Linux, but we cannot add with 100% since I don't own that machine and I don't know what type of Linux does it have. As it says right here, aggressive OS guesses Linux 4.4, 89%. Now, let's see some of the other options we can also use instead of the operating system. We can cover the -SV. As we can see, it is the service and version detection. SV probe open ports to determine service version info. There are also some of the other options right here for the SV option, but we will for now on just use the -SV. So let me scan once again my Windows 10 machine. So -SV, we will also type here the -V for the verbosity, and we will type here 192.168.1.4, which is the IP address of my Windows 10 machine. Now, as I said before, you can either scan their website, scanme.nmap.org, your host machine, or your Metasploitable, in order to check out the output of this scan. So let us just see right here, it prints us the open ports. As we remember, those are these three, and hopefully it will print out the version of these services running there. And as we can see, it does. And right here we have on the open port Microsoft DS, which is the service. The version is Microsoft Windows 7 -10 Microsoft DS workgroup. The version for the NetBIOS -SSN is Microsoft Windows NetBIOS -SSN. So as we previously saw, we can even get some of the information from the version scan. As we saw in the previous scan, the operating system scan, it said for my Windows 10 machine that it was XP, and right here when we scan the version we can see Microsoft Windows 7 -10 Microsoft. So basically we can notice from that some of the operating system scans are not really correct. And you can use the common sense, which says, well, most of the people today don't even use Windows XP since it is basically an open machine. So now that we checked out the version of services running on my Windows hosts, let's check out the service and versions running on the scanme.nmap.org. So we will type once again -sv for scanning the versions, and then the name of the website. As you may have noticed, the Nmap can take the website name and the IP address as well. It doesn't just have to be the IP address, we can also type here the domain name, as you can see, and it will work properly. So let's just see at what percentage is this currently. Now it doesn't want to show us, but it should be over soon. And the scan has finished for the scanme.nmap.org, and we can see that only the open ports got the version, which is normal, since in the filter ports they have probably a firewall that is blocking our packets in order to find out what version they are running. So we can see on the open ports, which is 22 and 80, which is for the SSH, we can see that the version they're running is OpenSSH 6.6.1 Ubuntu, and on the 80 TCP open port we can see the Apache 2.4.7 on the Ubuntu. So as we did in the previous video, if you for example wanted to write that into a file, just type here two arrows and then results.txt. Now we won't be doing that since I already showed you how to do that. We can cover one more option in this tutorial, which will be the -A option. As we can see, it basically does multiple things, such as enable OS detection, version detection, script scanning, and traceroute. So this will enable the OS detection. It will also print out the version of the services, and it will also scan for some of the scripts. And we can see right here, if we type here nmap -v -A and then scanme.nmap.org, we can see if the result from this scan will differ from the result of the previous scan. Now this scan can take a little bit longer since it is scanning for multiple stuff instead of just a single stuff, such as for example the operating system scan. This is scanning operating system and version and script and traceroute, so it will take a little bit longer. As we can see, it is discovering ports at the moment, and now it is scanning services, basically determining what version are they running. And now it is initiating OS detection, as we can see right here. Try 1, try 2, okay, it should be finishing soon enough. It says that the only 37% has finished. Okay, it should finish right here. Yeah, it finished. So you can see that this printed out a bunch of the options. For example, here under the TCP SSH port, we see the SSH host key, which is right here. I don't think that in the previous scan we even saw the 25 TCP port. Let me just check out. It doesn't even matter. I can't remember it. It was probably there. And under the Open HTTP Apache port, we can also see the version. And also here under the port 80, which is the Apache HTTP 2.4.7 Ubuntu, we can see the supported methods on the website, which are options get, head, post. Now this is the information that we didn't really see in any of the previous scans. So let me just check out what else we have here, as well as so here we have the standard OS detection, which is Linux 4.4 on the 89%. And here we have the trace route. Now, trace route is basically the path that my virtual machine took in order to connect to the Nmap. So we can see that we are familiar with the first IP address that it took, which is my router. So basically it is normal to have your router as a first starting point in the trace route. And then it proceeded to other DNS servers in order to find out the IP address of the Nmap. So trace route can be useful sometimes, mostly in troubleshooting, but it can be used for other things as well. We can see that the Nmap finished one IP address in 74 seconds, which is pretty good. Most of the Nmap scans can take a lot longer, even a few hours. So for now on, we will just finish the tutorial right here, and I will see you in the Nmap Part 4 tutorial in the next lecture. Now, I hope you're having a great day, and take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another Nmap tutorial. But before we continue with the command line Nmap, I want to show you, for those who are interested, in how to use Nmap as a GUI interface. Now, we will use a program for that, which is called Nmap, which is basically the same thing as Nmap, just it has a graphical user interface. It comes pre-installed in Kali Linux, so we won't have to install it. And for those of you who don't want to use a graphical user interface and prefer to stay with the command line interface, you can just skip to the next video. But for those of you who prefer the graphical interface more, I will show you how to open it and use it from there. So first of all, open up your Kali Linux machine, and then in the upper left corner you will see the arrow next to the applications. So just point to that arrow and you will see a bunch of things right here. We want to go to the, I believe, information gathering. Yeah, it is right here, and scroll all the way down and you will see something called Nmap. Now the icon, as you can see, is some kind of an eye, so just click on the Nmap. It might ask you first time for the root password, I'm not really sure, but if it asks, just type it here, and you will be prompted with this screen, which is basically the graphical user interface for the Nmap. Now, how do we use this? Well, let me just make this not too large. This is quite good. Here where it says target, you basically input the IP address. So let's say, for example, we want to scan my laptop. I will just type here 192.168.1.15. And as you can see, while I'm typing right here on the target, it is adding the same IP address into the command. And you can see right here we already have a command specified. Now, you can change the output of the command with the profile. As you can see right here, it is as intense scan. If we go onto here and type here ping scan, for example, it will change the command for us, and now you can see that we have the -SN option. If we change it once again to the quick scan, it will have the -F option. Now on the left side, as you can see right here, this is hosts. In case we want to scan a range of hosts, I believe they will be right here, and the OS is the operating system running on those hosts. The Nmap output will be the same as in the command line output. Here we will have the ports, protocol, state, service, and version. So if you want to, you can do some of these options, but let me do some of my options. We will use -F in order to scan it faster. And basically this -F scans top 100 ports instead of top 1000 ports. That's why it finishes faster. It's not really faster in means that it performs the scan faster, it just scans less ports than the normal scan. But here on the -T4, we will type here SV, so it can scan the version. And right here, once you specified your command, whether it is this one or whether it is any other of these already given options, you just click here on the scan and it should start scanning right here. As you can see, Nmap 1 IP address, 0 hosts up. It still didn't detect that my laptop is up. It probably will. Let me just try here. Well, the upper arrow doesn't work right here. So in order to see the results while you scan, just type here minus and then double V or 1V, depending on how much information you want to see during the scan. So we will wait for this to finish, or let us just start here once again with the -V, and we can see right here it basically already gave us more data, more information than the last scan. Let me just see right here. Raw packets and done, 1 IP address, 0 hosts up, scanned. Now let me just see right here if my laptop is up. It possibly isn't that IP address, I don't know why I thought it was that one. Yeah, it's not .1.15, it's .1.8. So let us redo the scan right here and let us add the -v, as we can see right here. So the -sv for the version, -v for the information showing right here, and -f for finishing the scan faster. So let us just click here, scan once again. And right now it should find my machine. As we can see, it discovered open port 5357 TCP on my laptop machine. And as we can see right here, that is basically it. Now currently on my laptop I'm running Windows, as you can see right here, OS Windows. It doesn't specify which Windows, but it doesn't really matter, we didn't even add the -o option for the operating system. It shows the MAC address of my network interface on my laptop, and it shows the open ports right here. And it also says right here, read data files from this path. So as you can see, once we scan this, we can see the host right here and the operating system, which is under the question mark right here. But if we perform the same scan and add -a option, not -a, -o option for the operating system, if you are having struggles to remember all the commands, you can just open up your terminal on one side and Nmap on the other one, type here Nmap, and basically find the option you want. So -o for us is the operating system. Let me just find it right here. Here, it says right here, enable OS detection. And as you can see right here, the icon has changed, but let me just check this out. It gave us, yes, it now aggressive OS guesses is Microsoft Windows 10, which is correct. On my laptop I'm currently running Windows 10. So it gives you a bunch of other operating systems, but they are less probability than Windows 10. So basically that is about it for this Nmap. If you want, you can perform your scans over here if you prefer this interface instead of this one. But we will continue in the next tutorials to use the command line interface, and we will cover some of the options that allow us to bypass the detection with Nmap, and also we will learn where to get the scripts and how to use them. We will also download some of our own scripts. So that's about it for this Nmap. As I said before, you can use this one instead of this one. They're basically both the same. And I will see you in the next tutorial where we will cover some of the other options that Nmap gives us. So I hope I see you there, and take care. Hello everybody and welcome back. And in this tutorial we will continue with some of the other options that Nmap allows us. Now you might be asking, why are we covering all of these options for Nmap? Well, basically it is a really important tool, and knowing all of these options will make you at least 50% better in penetration testing, since scanning is a really important part of performing a penetration test. So let us right here just open up our terminal. Let me make it this big. And in the other terminal right here, I will open up the commands once again, nano commands.txt, where I will write all of the Nmap commands that we cover in this particular tutorial. So let us just type here once again Nmap, and the first thing we want to check out is the -pn command. Now we can find it right here, or for example, let's say you can't find a specific command in these bunch of the commands, you can just type here Nmap and then grep -pn. Just find here -pn, and it will show us, not like that, I did not want that to happen. Let me just, oh yes, on nmap --help grep pn. No, why doesn't that, yeah, never mind. for some reason that worked yesterday but doesn't want to work now, so it doesn't really matter. Just find the command right here. Let me just find it. It should be -P and then N. Here it is. Treat all hosts as online. Skip host discovery. Now, this is an important command. You might be asking why. Well, some of the hosts that you scan on the network can appear to be offline. So, for example, if you know a specific host must be running and is online, but let's say you scan it right here, and it says that it is offline. Now, this is my laptop, so it will say that it is online at the moment. But I've had some scans that basically said that my machine that I was scanning, which was right next to me and which was connected to the network and running, basically said that the host was down. And every time I specify the -PN option, it basically skips the host discovery and, as it says, treats all hosts on the network as if they were online, which will perform the scan and it will give you the results without host discovery. So let's say, for example, I scan this IP address, which I don't have anything running on it, so it will say that the host is down, as you can see right here, 0 hosts up. This will be the same output for the machine that is running, but it is blocking the ping requests, or it is showing other machines that it is offline. So in that case, you just specify the -PN option, and then you specify the IP address, and it will show as if it is online. Now, in my case, it won't show since I don't have anything there, so let me just scan my laptop once again. I just typed here nmap -PN and then 192.168.1.8, and it will skip the host discovery, and it will basically automatically say that my host is up and running, and it will scan for its open ports. Now let me just see, it has finished around 22%. You might notice that this scan is going a little bit slower. So we won't be waiting for that to finish, there is no point. Or we can just leave it right here, perhaps it finishes while I type it right here. So -PN and then the IP address. Basically the IP address of any machine that you're scanning or any website that you're scanning. Of course, try not to scan the websites that you do not have permission on. You can always use the scanme.nmap.org, which we have permission to scan by Nmap. Or you can basically just use the Metasploitable virtual machine that we installed, or you can install basically any other virtual machine that you will use in order to scan and attack. Now, since I can't really run the Metasploitable, it gives me some error, I downloaded another virtual machine. I will show you how to install, and I will show you why we will use it. Basically, we will use it extensively in the website penetration testing part. I'm not really sure if Metasploitable has OWASP in it pre-installed. I doubt, so you can check out if it has that, then you don't need to install this virtual machine as well. But if it doesn't, you should install this virtual machine, as it is vulnerable and it is used for web penetration testing. So we will cover some of the attacks on the websites using this machine. But let us see right here, as you can see, the scan has finished and it treated our host, it was up, and it discovered an open port. It also gave us back the MAC address. So it is a useful command if you know that the host is running and it is showing that it is offline. You just type here -PN and you will have your host scanned. Now, the next option I want to show you, which I didn't show you before, if we type here nmap, would be the -ST command. If we go up here and find the -ST, you can see that it is basically a full TCP scan. Let me just find it. Right here we have the SU, SN, SS, here it is. We can see a bunch of these options. We will only cover first these three basically, but for now on let us just cover the ST, which if you look right here, it is basically a connection. Now, by connection, it means that it performs the full three-way handshake in order to scan the target. Now, as we talked before, the TCP connection requires three-way handshake, so let me just open up a paint so I can show you better. For example, let's say you have a PC right here. and you have another PC right here. So basically just laptops. Since I'm not really sure how to draw PCs, let us just... This is PCA, and this is PCB. Let's say the PCB is your target, and you scan from the computer A. Now, in order to, when you use the -ST option, so -ST option, it basically performs a three-way handshake scan with the TCP, which is basically us sending a bit set called SYN. Then the other machine is sending us the bit set called SYN-ACK, which is basically same as SYN. Now, in order for you to learn more about this and to know what I'm talking about right here, you should read more about the TCP and UDP scans and TCP and UDP connections. I talked briefly about it in the previous tutorials, but you might need to know a little bit more in order to understand how these scans work. So, but it is not that complicated, and then the scan finishes with only ACK. I don't have where to write it, but that is basically the three-way handshake. So it is SYN, SYN-ACK, and then once again ACK. Why is it called three-way handshake? Because it is consisted from three parts, as you can see right here. SYN, SYN-ACK, and then once again ACK. Just ACK. So the -ST option in Nmap performs all of these three, and therefore it can be detected on the target machine as you perform the full connection on the system. But it is also more accurate option for scanning, since if you were to complete only the SYN, it won't be able to gather as much information and as accurate information as you would be able to gather with the full TCP three-way handshake. For if you want your target to not be able to detect you, you shouldn't be using the -ST, since it is very detectable, as I said, since you use the full TCP handshake. So let me just type here Nmap -ST, and then we can just type here the 192.168.1.8, and it will basically give us the same output as this option right here, but here you specified it to use the full three-way handshake. And this is the option that will give you the most accurate and precise results. So let me just see, here it is. It finished with the same result as the previous scan, so we have one TCP open port. So let me just write it right here, Nmap -ST 192.168.1.8. So we covered the full TCP connection scan. Now the next thing you want to basically cover is the -SS scan. So let me just open up here. -SS is only the first part of the -ST. Let me just explain that a little bit better. As you can see, the -ST is a full connect, and the -SS is the TCP only SYN bitset. So basically, in order for us to scan, we will only be sending this first part of the three-way handshake. That's why it is specified as -SS. The capital S stands for SYN, right here. Now, the thing about SYN scanning is it isn't detectable on the target host, so this is you can use that option in order to prevent the target from detecting your scan, because it won't really complete the handshake, but it is less accurate and it can also be detected by your IPS. Now, we will talk in the next tutorial how to avoid the IPS detection and how to avoid some of the defenses that could be implemented into your router, for example, in order to block or send false information onto your Nmap scan. So let us perform the SS scan. Here we will basically type here Nmap -SS and then the IP address of our laptop, or basically any machine or website that you are scanning. This is a little bit taking a little longer than the -ST scan, probably because it takes a lot longer time in order for it to gather the same information that it gathered while using the full TCP handshake scan. So we will wait for this to finish in order to see what the results are and if they are the same as the -ST option. So while this is running, I will just type here -SS 192.168.1.8. Now, while this is 45%, okay, while this is doing, let us recap. So, -PN option, as we said, is used when the hosts appear down. The -ST option is a three-way handshake TCP connection to the host, and it is detectable and more accurate. And -SS scan performs the only first part of the three-way handshake, which is the SYN part. It is not detectable on the host, it is less accurate, and it can be detected by your IPS. So as we can see, the scan has finished, and it gave us the same output as the -ST scan, which is good. We have one open port, and we have the service running on it. So let us just type here once again Nmap. There is one more option I want to show you before we finish this tutorial, which is the -SU option. If we go right here, you can see the -SU option is basically only UDP scan. All of these three options, well, basically all of these five right here, perform the TCP scan, or basically a part of TCP scan, as well as some of these right here. But if you specify the -SU option, it will only perform UDP scan. Now, as we talked before, UDP is connectionless, and we won't have any confirmation that the packets arrived at our target. It is not consisted of three-way handshake, or basically it is not consisted of any handshake. We simply, with UDP, just send packets to the other hosts and hope that they get there intact and whole. So let us just right here use the UDP scan. So we specify with the -SU option, U stands for UDP, and we type here our IP address. Let us see how long this will take. As we can see, it won't finish that fast. This is also a slower scan. So while that is doing, let me just write it right here, so we can see which ones we covered. And my advice would be to use -ST when it doesn't really matter if hosts detect you, and if you are performing a penetration test, for example, where the target shouldn't be able to detect you, you can use the -SS scan. Or you can use some of the scans that are some of the options for scans that I will show you in the next tutorial in order to make your scan even less detectable. So let me just see where this is at. It is at 62%. So I will cut the tutorial right here, and I will show you the output of this command in the next one, as well as some of the other options that we will cover. So I hope you enjoyed this lecture, and I hope I see you in the next one. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome back. And before we begin with the options for this part of the tutorial, I just want to show you the output of the previous scan that we did. And as we can see, it discovered a port that is different than the port that these three previous scans got us, which was the port, I believe, 5357 or something like that, which was a TCP port. And instead of that, we got a UDP open port, netBIOS -NS, which runs on 137 on our laptop machine. So you might notice that the UDP scan basically just gives you the output for UDP ports, which makes sense. It will basically give you any UDP port which is open. For example, it could be this NetBIOS, it could be your DNS, or anything that is running over UDP. This option right here will give you open UDP ports. So now that we covered that, we covered basically the full three-way TCP handshake. We covered the SYN, only the first part of three-way TCP handshake, and we covered the UDP scan. So now that we covered all of those options, I want to show you how you can avoid some of the defenses that your target might have, and how you can avoid your IPS. So, for example, the first thing you might want to do if your target is blocking your Nmap, or you can't get any output, for example, you can try the -SA option. Now, as I said in the previous video, -SA is listed where TCP scans are, since the A stands for ACK, which is the last part of three-way TCP handshake. As you can see right here, it is the third option, and it stands for ACK. Now, I deleted this drawing that I did before, since it was really bad. Let me just draw it once again. It doesn't even matter. This is the PCA. This is the PCB. And from A, we want to scan B. But let's say your you try to perform a three-way TCP handshake. So it goes like this, then this machine sends SYN-ACK, and once again you send ACK right here. This one last is only the ACK. I really do encourage you to read more about TCP handshakes, since this can be a little bit confusing if you don't know what am I talking about. But basically the method behind this is the -SA, which is only the last part of TCP handshake, can be used to bypass some of the rules of your router, for example, if there is a rule that allows SYN packets only from the inter-network. So what I just said is basically, let's say this is some website that will only allow the full three-way TCP handshakes or SYN packets, which is the first part of the TCP handshake, only from the inter-network. So basically only from the machines that are on its local network, and you as someone coming from the internet trying to send a SYN packet to the machine being outside of your local network, you will get blocked. And if that rule really exists on the target machine, you can trick it by sending only the ACK, which is the last part of three-way TCP handshake, which will trick the router or the website to think that it is an answer to a previous SYN bit set. So let's say this router is connected to some of the other devices on its local network. Now pardon me for my really bad drawing right here, but basically this circle right here is representing the internal network of this machine. And it will only accept the three-way handshakes or SYN packets, SYN bit sets from the machines that are on its local network. And you as someone coming from the outside trying to send the SYN packet will get blocked. So if you only send the ACK packet without sending the previous SYN packet or bitset, it is not a packet, it is basically a bitset from the TCP packet, it might trick your router to think that this ACK is an answer to a previous SYN bitset that some of the local machines sent. So in order to do that, you just type here Nmap -SA and then the IP address of your router. So let me just type here also. So basically you use this option if there is the blockage of SYN bitset on the target machine. Now this is not that common to see, so you won't be needing it that much, but it can happen. Now the next thing you might want to specify is the port, the source port that your packets are going from. Now by default the Nmap sets the sort, which is the port which is your port from which you send the packets to the machine. It can be any port. I believe the Nmap specifies it randomly at the beginning of the scan, and it can be a problem in case where the target only allows the packets from the specific ports. Now what I mean is, let's say for example you run an Nmap scan from this machine and it basically uses the port 333 for the outgoing scan, which is a randomly assigned port for your machine. But once it gets to the target machine, there is a rule on the target machine that this port will only accept packages from the ports, for example 80. So your packages, no matter which type of option you specify, whether it is the UDP scan, the ACK scan, the SYN scan, or the full TCP scan, it will get blocked since your packets are not coming from the outgoing port, which is port 80. So in order for you to be able to scan this target, you need to specify the port which it allows the packets to come from. So it will usually be some of the known ports, which is for example port 53 for the DNS, port 25, port 80, port 8080. It can be any of those widely known ports, but it can also be any other random port, so you will need to find it out by yourself. But once you do find out that by yourself, you can just type here --source port and then the number of the source port. For example, let's say the source port is 80, and then we type here the IP address of our target machine. And as we can see right here, the IP address 0 hosts up. Not really sure why that happens. As we can see right here, host seems down if it is really up, but blocking our ping probes, try -pn. So let's try -pn, which we covered in the previous tutorial, but for some reason it doesn't want to show us that the host is up. Let me just see right here if I correctly specified this option, -- source port. I believe it is, but let us check once again. Where could it be? Timing, OS detection, script scan, service, port. Exclude ports, port ratio, fast scan ports, don't randomize. Now maybe they changed this option. I thought it was -- source port, and it didn't give us any error, so I believe it still is, but for some reason our host is appearing to be down. But we won't be really wasting our time on that, so basically let's just recap. You use the -- source port option when your target is only allowing packets to come from certain ports, for example, as we saw 80. So let me just write right here, -- source port 192.168.1.8, and let us continue to the next step in order to bypass some of the detection problems, which could be the data length. Now, the Nmap by default sends packets of specific size. I'm not really sure what the size is, but I believe it sends the same size packets every time. So some of the defenses today have rules to deny packets that are of standard Nmap size. Basically, what that means is that Nmap, every time when it sends packets, it sends them with the same size, and if someone has a rule specified or knows that Nmap exists, it can make a rule that says basically block any packet that is the size of the standard Nmap packet. Now, to bypass this detection system, you can configure different packet sizes with the option -- data - length. Now, let me just type here normally, so let us try that one out. If we type here Nmap and then -- data - length, and we specify, for example, 50, and we type here the IP address, it didn't give us any error, so it means that the syntax of the command is correct. So this is taking a little bit of time. It should give us the correct output once it finishes. So let me just type here the data length 192.168.1.8. Now, of course, you don't have to specify only this option. Once you scan, you can specify a bunch of options, including this one. So you can basically use all of these three, for example, to combine into a scan, which will bypass all of these three detection problems, which the first one is the blockage of SYN bit set, the second one is blockage of specific ports, and the third one is the blockage of the Nmap standard packet size. So we will cover one more in order to bypass the detection and defense. Right here we have the output of the scan. As we can see, it performed correctly, and we have one open port, which is TCP, and the service running is WSDAP. So let us continue on to the next one, which would be the spoofing of your MAC address. Now, long ago, one of the first tutorials, we covered how to change our MAC address. You can use that as well, but the Nmap gives us its own option to spoof our MAC address. And as we can see, if we type here Nmap, I believe it will show us the option right here. Not really sure if it is listed. Yes, it is. It is right here. We can also see the data length command and the source port. As we can see, I forgot where was this option. Let me just try here with -G, as it says that it is same as -- source port, and it didn't work for us. So let me just type here Nmap -G, and then port 80, and then 192.168.1.8. Let us see if the host is up right now, and it is up. So basically, instead of this option, -- source port, you can use -G and specify the port, of course. So that's good. I didn't know that existed. but let us not care about that at the moment. At the moment we want to spoof our MAC address with this command. As we can see, the syntax is --spoof -MAC, and then we add the MAC address right here. You can add other options as well as prefix vendor name, but we will just type here the MAC address, and we can see that the description for this option is spoof your MAC address. So let us do that. The source port scan finished, so let us just clear the screen and type here nmap --spoof -MAC. I believe that was the option, and you type your MAC address that you want to fake. So let me just save this, and to show you, you can see right here that let us use the MAC changer, we covered it before. You type here -show and then the network interface in order to see your current MAC address. So this is the format of the MAC address. You can see it is divided by 2 dots, and it is consisted from 6 parts that are basically divided by these 2 dots. So we can just type here 223344556677, and we right here type the IP address of our host or of our target. And as you can see right here, it says spoofing MAC address 223344556677, no registered vendor, and host seems down. If it's really up but blocking our ping probes, try -pn. Now for some reason it seems that the host is down with that option. It could be because we didn't really specify these 2 options, but I doubt really. We won't really bother with that right now. I just want you to know about that option, that for example it is used if this machine right here allows the packets to come only from certain MAC addresses. It can be used as a blacklist or as a whitelist. This machine can have a blacklist where it blocks some of the MAC addresses, and some of those could be yours as well, or it could have whitelist where it only allows certain MAC addresses. Now, most likely it will have a whitelist where it will allow only trusted devices with their MAC addresses. And in order for you to be able to send packets to this machine, you need to spoof the MAC address of a trusted device from that this target machine has specified in its whitelist. And once you do that with the --spoof -MAC option, you will be able to send packets and receive packets from the target machine. So let us type right here --source. Or not source, it is spoof, I believe. Let me just see what was the option. Spoof MAC. And then you basically just type here 3344556677. It doesn't have to be this MAC address, you can basically specify MAC address you want. And right here you type the IP address of your target. Or the host name. Doesn't really matter, so that would be about it for the avoiding defense in IPS. These 4 things can be useful if your target has specified some of the rules in order to block your scans, but you will find out that rarely targets use any of these rules to prevent you from scanning them, but if it happens, you can use these options that we covered in this video. Now, in the next video, I will show you what are Nmap scripts, how to get to them, and how to use them. So, I hope you enjoyed this tutorial, and I hope I see you in the next one. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome back, and in this tutorial I will show you some of the advanced use of the Nmap, which is basically using the scripts that are already pre-installed in Kali Linux. Now, scripts can be used for anything, to discover, for example, SSH host key, to discover some of the vulnerabilities, to SSH brute force, to basically do a bunch of things. As we will see right here, there are a bunch of scripts that are already in our Kali Linux machine. So, first of all, in order to get to them, you just want to change your directory into the user, share, nmap, and if you go into that directory and type your ls, you will see a subdirectory called scripts. Now, let me enlarge this right here. So if you change your directory to scripts and type here ls, you will see that it will print out a bunch of these .nse files, which are basically the already pre-installed Nmap scripts that you can use for basically any type of scan you want. So for example, let me just show you first of all how to use them. So if you type here Nmap, you will see the -- script option, which is right here. And then basically you type here equals and then the name of the script. It is simple as that. So in order for you to use the script, you just specify this option and then equals, and then you specify the name of any of these files right here, which are basically scripts, and you run them on your target IP. Now, we will try out one of the scripts for now on, which will be the SSH brute force, which will be also one of the first attacks, active attacks on the target. It will basically a brute force. It will try out a bunch of passwords for the SSH on our target. Now, for that target, you can use any of the virtual machines you want. You cannot use scan.nmap.org website, as it says do not try the website brute force SSH on the Nmap website. So you want to either run your Metasploitable, which I showed how to install in the previous videos, or you can basically run any other machine that has the port 22 open. Now, in my case, I will run OWASP, which I will show you how to install in some of the next tutorials. For now on, just run your Metasploitable, since Metasploitable also has the SSH port open. So let me just wait while this opens right here. It doesn't take long. It will basically prompt me with username and password soon. It's pretty similar to the Metasploitable. This is just a virtual machine that runs a bunch of the vulnerable programs on it. So as you can see, starting app, armor profile, starting PostgreSQL database, and a bunch of these other stuff. This is the machine that we will use in the next section, which would be web pen testing. So let me just log in right here. And we don't need this anymore. We just need to find out what the IP address of this machine is, which is 192.168.1.7. So if we only scan the host for now on with the Nmap, so we do a basic scan, you can see that it finishes relatively fast and it gives us a bunch of these ports open, only TCP ports, and as you can see, we have the 22 TCP SSH port open. Now, while scanning Metasploitable, you should also have this port open, so as long as this port is open on the target machine, you can run this scan. So the script that we are looking for, if we type here, we want to find the SSH script. So in order to narrow our options, let us just type here ls, and then we pipe that into grep SSH. So it will only show us the scripts that have SSH in their name. Now, from all of these, we can use any of these, but for now on, I will just use the sshroot.nse. We copy the name of the script, and in order for you to run the script, you type here nmap --script equals, and then you paste here the name of the script. You can just copy paste it from here, and then the only thing you need is the IP address, which is 192.168.1.7, and just press here enter. And as you can see, it started brute forcing our target. If it finds the username and password, you will be able to SSH into that machine and basically do anything to it. This is a very serious attack. It can get you into trouble, especially if you find out the password and actually log in into that machine and start changing stuff. So only use this on the machines that you do own. Now, for this specific machine, I don't think it will find the password, but we will just leave it run just in case. I don't think that the password and username is stored in this list that it is using in order to brute force the SSH target. So this can take some time. It depends on the list that you use. So let me just close this right here, since I thought it would finish a little bit faster. It doesn't matter. I will just type here Control C in order to close, and we stop the brute force. Now, let's say once again we want to find that, and you want to change the password list, for example. As you can see, it has the specific password list that it uses in order to brute force the target. So what you want to do is to nano the script that you are using, which in my case is SSH brute, and what you want to change right here is the option where it gives us the password list. Now I'm not really sure where that is. You can just, I believe it's right here, usage. Here, it's right here, so pass.list. I believe you change that and it will change the password list that you're using. So you can also change the port, which is 22. Basically, SSH will most likely always run on the port 22, but there are cases where the people run stuff on the other ports just to prevent the attacks, so you might be needing to change that as well. So here you can see that the port rule is 22 and SSH. You basically just change the 22 into any port number you want that runs SSH on it, and you will be good to go. So if there are any other options that you want to change right here, you can change it in the file itself if it requires that, for example the port and the password list. And once you do that, you just type here Ctrl+O to save, Enter to save under that name, and Ctrl+X to exit, and you will be good to go. Now you can run the script again and it should change your password list and port number. Now let's say, for example, you want to find out the SSH host key for that particular machine, so we just copy, which isn't really useful, but let's just try it, why not? So nmap script equals SSH host key and then the IP address of our target machine. Now as we can see, it gave us the SSH host key, which is basically just this DSA and RSA. It really isn't that useful, but sometimes it possibly could be. So you can experiment with all of these scripts right here. In the next tutorial I will show you how to download some of the scripts online from the GitHub repository that we will use in order to scan for specific vulnerabilities. So let's just recap. In order to get to the scripts folder, you just go to the user share nmap scripts directory, and the syntax is basically nmap -- script equals then the name of the script itself, and you just specify the IP address. So that's about it for this tutorial. It was rather short, and in the next one, as I said, we will download some of our own scripts. So I hope I see you there, and take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the last part of the Nmap scanning tutorials. Now in this tutorial we will download some of our own scripts, and we will run them against our target in order to discover some of the vulnerabilities it might have. Now once you finish this tutorial right here, you will know more than 80% of people that use Nmap, and it is really essential for you to get this tool right so you can perform your scans at the best. So first of all, let us change the directory to the nmap scripts directory, so it is user share nmap scripts. If you type here ls, we have here a bunch of scripts, and mostly these right here, which is CVE 2015 and then some number, are certain vulnerabilities that were discovered in the age of this number. So basically this one was from 2017, this one was from 2015, and so on and so on. But so we want to discover all of the vulnerabilities that could occur in a certain target. So for that we want to download some of our own scripts. So just open up Firefox and open up a new tab and just type here scan GitHub. Once it loads up the page, we want to click on the first link, which will lead us to the GitHub repository for this script. So just click here on the first link, and here we are on the GitHub repository of this Nmap vulnerability scanner. As you can see right here, we have the usage, which we will cover after we download this script. Now, in order to download this, I already showed you in the previous videos, you just copy the link right here, and we will use the Git program that we already installed. Let me just change my directory. And it's not there, it is in root. So that's about it. Let us just delete these two files from previous videos, we do not need them anymore. And we want to type here git clone, and then we paste the link that we copied, and then we add .git. Now it will take some time to download this, and once it finishes, we will have our script installed on our Kali Linux machine. I believe it will finish. Yeah, here it is. And if we type here ls, we can see the volscan is right here as a directory. In order to go to it, we just type here cd volscan, and we can see a bunch of the files that we got with it. But this isn't the only program I want to install. Right now we want to install another script. So open up your Firefox once again, add a second tab, and just type here nmap vulners, and then once again type here GitHub. So it will once again lead you to this page, and you just want to click here on the first link, which is from the GitHub website. The procedure is same, so just copy the link of the page, go to your directory. So let me just go one directory back and make sure that we're in the same directory where volscan is, and just type here git clone, paste your link right here, and add .git to it. It will also download the script into our directory, and we will be good to go. So as we can see, this one has finished faster than the previous one. So right now we should have both of these scripts in our directory. As we can see right here, we have volscan, and we also have nmap vulners. Now let us make a directory nmap scripts in order to put them both into that directory, so we don't have them like this right here. So let me just move volscan into nmap scripts. Oops, let me just and move the nmap vulners into nmap scripts. And right here we should only have the nmap scripts file, and if we change our directory to it, we will have our both scripts right here. So now that we downloaded them, and now we can run them. So in order to run them, we use the same command that we used in the previous video. So nmap -- script, and right here, instead of typing the equal sign, which we would use in order to specify one script, we want to remove the equal sign and just put here space, and just type here volscan and nmap vulners. As we can see right here, we specified two scripts instead of one, and it will use both of them in order to discover the vulnerabilities. So after this, we want to add -sp in order to discover the version of the services running on open ports. And right here, we want to also add the IP address of the target. So let me just check once again what was the IP address of this target. It was .1.7. So here we type 192.168.1.7. and we let this run. So let me just enlarge this. This could take some time, but not too long. It should finish relatively fast, and it will print out a bunch of the vulnerabilities that it found on this target. Now I know that this target is vulnerable since it is made vulnerable in order for us to test it, and we can see that we got a different output from previous scans. So here we have open ports, and these vulnerabilities, as it says right here, if you see no findings, it means it didn't find any vulnerabilities on this specific port. And it basically uses a bunch of these websites in order to scan for the vulnerabilities. And if we scroll up, we can see that on the TCP open port, which is running Apache, it found a bunch of vulnerabilities right here. Now you can test these scripts on your own machine in order to find out if your PC has some of the vulnerabilities. But basically, even mine has some of the vulnerabilities that go up to 5, sometimes 7.5. But mostly these aren't so dangerous, these that are low numbers. This is basically a mark for the vulnerabilities. So if it is 1.2, it is a really small vulnerability, but it is still there. And if it is 10.0, it is basically an easy exploited vulnerability. So if you just find something like this, you need to update your device as soon as possible. Or in this case, Apache 2, since it is found on the port 80. Let us just see if there is anything else, and we can see also on the SSH port, it found some of the vulnerabilities, which aren't so highly rated, but they are still there. And also, once you find something like this, you can basically just copy this link right here, which will lead you to a page on Firefox. If you paste it, you just open a new tab and paste the link from the vulnerability, and it will open up the page where it will describe in greater details the vulnerability that it discovered. So here we can see the mark, which is 10, the access complexity is low, the confidentiality is complete, the integrity is complete, and the availability is complete. In the description, you can check out what the vulnerability is, which in this case is model arc win32 in something. Let us just not read all of these numbers. When running on Windows, does not ensure that request processing is complete before calling isap unload for isap.dll module, which allows remote attackers to execute arbitrary code via unspecified vectors related to a crafted request, a reset packet, and orphan callback pointers. Now, this is basically a vulnerability, and if you wanted to, for example, exploit it, you would basically just copy the name of the vulnerability, which in our case is this one. So just copy, and you can just go onto the Google, paste that vulnerability, and type here exploit, and hope that you will find something or someone that already has written an exploit for this vulnerability. So we can just try to find it. We know that we can click on any link, for example, and try to find if anyone has written any exploit for this. Now, we do not want to go right here. There probably is something, but we won't really spend so much time trying to find it. I will just check out some of the links right here. I agree, whatever, let's go. So, available exploits. So we can just check here available exploits, and we have the module name for the Metasploit program that we haven't still covered, so we won't be showing it right now, but it is basically an auxiliary module which allows us to scan the vulnerability that we just discovered in the Metasploit framework. Now we can also try to find the vulnerability with the name of the vulnerability itself, but not like this, Apache mod isap exploit, and we can try to find something. Let us check right here, and here we found something which is basically a C++ program that probably exploits this vulnerability. So here it is. You could just copy this entire program and just paste it into a C++ file, compile that file and run it, and you would exploit the vulnerability. Of course, you will need to change some of these certain things right here, for example, ports, IP addresses, and so on. But if you wanted to, you could do that. Not really sure what it would give you, but I believe it would give you a reverse shell. Not really sure what this vulnerability is. So we won't be exploiting it right now, since it requires an auxiliary module from the Metasploit framework. For now on, we will just leave it on here, where we have all of these scans completed, and you can also try to research all these other vulnerabilities and see if there are any exploits written for them that you can use. But we will cover the exploitation in some of the future lectures. For now on, we just wanted to see how we can scan the target for certain vulnerabilities, and we did that. So that's about it for this. Now, before I close this lecture and close the Nmap lecture, I just want to show you that there is another tool that you can use if you want to. It is basically almost the same as Nmap, and it is almost the same code, which is Nmap. Now, the Nmap is basically also a scanner. The difference is basically in just one letter. It has some of the different syntax for the scanning part, but if you want to, you can check it out. I won't be covering it, since we covered a bigger tool, which is Nmap, and more useful tool. You can check out some of these options by yourself, and you can use this as well if you want to. But that would be it for these Nmap tutorials. If you learn all of the stuff that we covered in the previous videos, you will be having some of the intermediate to advanced knowledge of Nmap. Now, maybe in the advanced section we will learn how to write some of our own Nmap scripts, which will even more boost your knowledge about Nmap. So in the next video, I will show you how to install the OWASP virtual machine that we will use for the web penetration testing. It doesn't take that long, it basically takes a few minutes. It might be taking longer to download since it is around, I believe, 1.5 gigabytes or something like that. But once you download it, it will take only a few minutes to install. And then we will start web penetration testing, which will be a longer section since there is a lot to cover. And I hope I see you in the next lecture, and take care. Hello everybody, and welcome to the website penetration testing section. Now, before we begin with explaining some of the basic terms and things you'll need to know, let me just show you where you can download the intentionally invulnerable virtual machine that we will use as a web pen testing machine. So, you just go open up your Google Chrome and type this link into your search bar, which is https://sourceforge.net/projects/OWASP-BWA. When you type that, it will lead you to this page, where you basically just click here on the download. Once you click here on the download, it should start downloading the 1.7 gigabytes large zip file, which will take some time to install, but once it does, the process of installing the virtual machine itself is rather easy and fast. So since I have already this zip file installed on my Windows 10 host machine, I will close this installation process or downloading process. You just wait for it to finish, and you will basically end up with this file right here. Well, not this file right here, which is the OWASP broken web apps VM 1.2.7z. The file, as you can see, is a WinRAR file, and it is zipped. It is the size of 1.69 gigabytes. And once you get this file, you want to extract it, so just extract it to any folder you want, and you will get all of these files right here. Now you might be asking why we have all of these VMDKs right here. Well, we only are interested in the first one, which isn't any type of S001, 002, you will use only this one. And I will show you how to make the virtual machine right now. So open up your VirtualBox. Once you extracted all of these files, you just go here on the New, and here you type here the name of your virtual machine. You can name it OWASP if you want to. Here you pick the Linux, and here you pick the Ubuntu 64-bit. So find Ubuntu 64-bit and just type here next. You cannot create the machine folder OWASP in the parent. Okay, so I already have this machine, so I can just type here OWASP1, and here you can leave it on 512 megabytes. It doesn't matter, so just click here next, and under the hard disk you go to the use an existing virtual hard disk, and you try to find, let me just show you. If you open up the extracted folder, you want to click on the first one, which is the OWASP broken web apps -cl1.vmdk. So you pick that one and click here open and choose. Once you choose that, just click here on create, and you created your virtual machine. So in order to start your virtual machine, just click here on start, and basically it will finish the process of installation of the virtual machine by itself. So we will just wait for it since it doesn't take that long. After that, it will prompt you with the username and password for the virtual machine, which while this is installing, let me write you into the Notepad file. So the username will be, where is the equal sign, will be root, and the password will be OWASP-BWA. So once it prompts you with the username and password, just type these two right there. Now this also, as well as Metasploitable, is not a GUI machine. It is basically a command line machine. So you will only be able to execute commands from here. As we can see, it prompted us with a login. So OWASP-BWA login, type here root, and as a password, type here OWASP-BWA, OWASP-BWA. And once you do that, it will log into your command line, and the only thing we want to do from here is basically configure our IP address in order to be a part of our local network. Now be careful if you don't expose this machine to the untrusted network, as it is a machine full of vulnerabilities. So if you can, just keep it on host only or on the NAT, but in my case, I will just put it on the bridge adapter, since I will perform scans from another virtual machine that is also on the bridge adapter, so we want to make them both belong to our local host. So in order to do that, first of all, just close this machine. So you need to close it, type here OK, go on to the settings for that virtual machine. Basically, we just do the same thing that we did for our Kali Linux. Go under Network, find Bridge Adapter, and choose your network interface. Once you do that, also make sure cable connected is checked, and click here OK, and you are set to go. So right here, if we type here, if we open up our machine, I will show you what things do we get from it. And in the next lectures, I will teach you some of the basic stuff you need to know in order to continue web pen testing. Now, just wait for it to boot up, and once again, it will prompt you with username and password. And once it does that, we are good to go. Our machine is up and running a bunch of vulnerable programs that we can pen test. So here you can see it is starting a bunch of the programs. Tomcat web server, and here it even says in all these cases you can use root as username and password OSBVA. So in case you forgot, you can just read it from up here and type here the password, and it will log into you to your command line. So if we type here once again ifconfig, we will have a IP address of 192.168.1.9, which belongs to our local network. Now let me show you what happens when we visit that IP address. So just go onto your Kali machine or from your host machine, it doesn't even matter. Open up your Firefox and type here the IP address of your virtual machine. It will lead you to this page, and you will see a bunch of these options right here, which you can click on. For example, if we go OWASP right here, you will get a bunch of, as you can see, malicious file execution, information leakage, improper error handling. This is just a bunch of programs running for you to test, and we will cover most of them. Not all of them, since that will take a lot of time, but most of them. You can even see some of the login pages. As we can see, authentication required. We have no idea how to get in here, but we will find out soon enough. As we can see, Apache Tomcat, it gives us the version. A bunch of vulnerable programs that we will test in the future videos. But until then, you can experiment and see what kind of things we have right here, and we will pen test them later on after I finish explaining some of the basic stuff you need to know in order to continue. So this is it for this lecture. We'll cover the HTTP protocol in the next lecture, and I hope I see you there. Take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back. And in this tutorial, we will cover some of the basic terms that you need to know in order to understand better the things that we will cover in the web penetration testing section. So let me just open here LeafPad and enlarge it a little bit. So first thing I want you to know is basically some of the most basic terms, which is, for example, HTTP. Now, we already covered what it is in the basic networking terms and basic ethical hacking terms, but here we need to cover it a little bit more in details. So HTTP is a hypertext transfer protocol. It is basically used on all of your website pages. As you can see, if we open up any page, you will either have an HTTP or HTTPS right here. And as we already said before, the difference between these two is that HTTPS uses SSL or TLS encryption in order to protect your files from anyone trying to interfere with your internet connection. So basically, if this was an HTTP website without the S, anyone that is putting himself in the middle between me and this website can basically read all of my information. For example, if there was a login page right here, as we can see login right here, and if I type here my username and password, he could get them in plain text. While as with the SSL and TLS encryption, all my data would be encrypted and he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. So that is another thing that you can check every time you log in somewhere. For example, your Facebook page, your Instagram page, any page basically today shouldn't be HTTP. If you open up a page, for example, for Facebook, and it says right here only HTTP, it is most likely going to be a fake Facebook page and someone is phishing for your credentials. So that is an important thing to know. Also, the next thing I want to tell you about is the HTTP headers. Now, HTTP headers, we will cover them in great detail later on with our Burp Suite tool, but for now on, they're basically two things you need to know, which is what is an HTTP request and what is an HTTP response. We'll cover the HTTP request right now, so let me just open up a picture that I downloaded, which is basically request header. It will show you how HTTP header request looks like, and we will cover some of the parts that it shows. So basically, let us just open this picture first. Here it is. This is a typical HTTP header, request header. So let me just enlarge this a little bit so you can see it better. As we can see, there are a few stuff right here that we need to know about. First of all, what is the HTTP request? Well, HTTP request is basically every time you type here google.com on your, for example, Firefox, you just open here and type here google.com, it will perform an HTTP request for this page. Now, what I mean by that is we as clients request a page and the server sends us back the page with the HTTP response. And that page contains the HTML, the HTTP response, and so on and so on. Now, well, basically HTTP request has some of the options right here that I will explain right now. The get, as you can see, the get part right here is a method, HTTP method, which basically references to the website that we tried to search. So if we try to search google.com, right here it would type get google.com, since we tried to get that website. So it is simple as that. You just translate this into English and basically just ask to get that page from the server. The protocol right here, as you can see, which is HTTP 1.1, is just a current version of HTTP, and the path, as we can see right here, is the current path that we searched. So for example, as you can see right here, the path would be /projects/OWASP-BVA. That would be the path if we searched this page. The host would be the server that we search for. So the host will be the name of the website that we typed in our search bar. So in our case right here, sourceforge.net would be the host. The user agent is basically, this is what server uses to identify every client. So we, with the HTTP request, we send to server also some of our own information. For example, what kind of web browser we are using, which in this case is Mozilla 5.0. What is our operating system? In this case it is Windows, and so on and so on. So basically user agent is ourselves with our web browser. Here we can see accept text and HTML. Basically here we specify as a request what do we accept from the server in return, and we basically accept the HTML page, which is most likely what we are going to get. So let me just show you. The HTML is basically a code that you use to write these websites. You can check out the HTML code of every page with right click on the page and check the source code. Once it opens this up, this is basically an HTML code, which starts with head, body, and so on. It has a bunch of things. It's not really that hard to learn, and it is the essentials of every website you visit. So it's good to know that as well. So let us get back to our HTTP request. The accept language, as we can see right here, is basically the language, as it says, English US, accept encoding, gzip, deflate, so we do accept encoding. There are certain attacks that we can use in order to remove this encoding and basically get the file in plain text. Accept charset, which is UTF-8, so keep alive 300, connection keep alive. There are a bunch of these options that we do not really care about, but the one that we do care about is the cookie. Now, what is a cookie? Cookie is basically a temporary value that is used to keep our information about the current session that we are having. So without cookies, the server would after every request forget who we are and wouldn't know what we searched for example before, or what our username and password was, or basically it wouldn't know who were we in the previous request. The cookie is stored on the server, and it basically has all the information about our current session. Now we can see the PHP session ID, and this is basically the cookie itself. It is a random number. It is also one of the main points of the attacks, as we can see if we were, for example, to change this cookie value to something else, we would be logging into a different session, which could be potentially dangerous. Now, there's another option right here in the HTTP request headers that isn't listed right here, and it is the authorization. Now, with this parameter, HTTP enables the identity check of the client. So, for example, if I log into my router, let me just 192.168.1.1, this little window that will pop up right here, it should pop up any second, here it is basically authorization. So this is how my router checks the identity of me. If I know the username and password, I can log in. If I don't know the username and password, I can't log in. So those are some of the basics of the HTTP request headers. There is also some of the other things you should keep an eye on, which is session tracking with cookies. It is an important one, as I said. Also HTML, you need to know what HTML is, which most likely you do. It is a code that is basically used in order to create websites. As we can see right here, this is HTML code. And that is about it for the HTTP headers, request headers. Now I will also discuss the HTTP response headers, which are similar, but basically HTTP response is, as it says, a response from the server to us. So the HTTP request is what we send to the server, and HTTP response is what server sends back to us. So we will discuss that in the next tutorial, and I hope I see you there. Hello everybody, and welcome back. In the previous lecture we discussed what was an HTTP request, and right now we will discuss what an HTTP response is. So, as I said, they are very similar. The response is basically what server sends back to us. For example, when we send an HTTP request with the get and then the name of some page, we basically want the server to send us that page back. So it will send us the HTTP response with the HTML code of that server, and that's how we load the pages. So let us see the basic structure of the HTTP response. Here I have a picture, and let me just enlarge this a little bit. As we can see right here, the upper part is the header of the HTTP response. As I said, the HTTP response is consisted of two things, which is the header and the body. In the header we get this information about the server, and in the body we basically get the content, or the website HTML code, which is basically just the page itself. So the HTTP response starts with the protocol, which is current version 1.1, and then the status code. The status code basically represents the 200 right here. As we can see, it represents that the operation was successfully done. Now, you can also have some of the other codes right here. For example, if the number right here starts with 4, that means that you have a certain error in a request. If the number right here starts, for example, with 5, there is an error, but this is not an error on the client side, this is an error on the server side. So the 400 and then some number is the error in the request side, or on the client side, and the 500 and then some number is the error on the server side. Also, as I said, 200 means that operation was successfully done, and the 300 means redirection of the website. So for example, you try to visit some of the website and it redirects you to another website. That will be specified with the status code of 300 and something. Now there are some of the things that we need to remember right here. The date doesn't really matter to us that much. The server is basically important since it gives us the version of the the version and type of the server itself, as it says right here, it is Apache 2.0.63 Unix, and it is useful for us attackers because we basically get the version of the server and we can use it, just paste it in the Google and try to find any specific vulnerabilities for that version. So today some of the websites even leave out this option right here in the HTTP response just because it is so valuable to the attackers, but most of them still have it. So we'll be using this option as well in order to try to find and gather some of the other vulnerabilities for that specific version of the server. The next thing we are interested in is a thing that isn't really specified in this HTTP response, but it's basically a set minus cookie option. It is the server that is setting a cookie value for ourselves. So it is basically sending a cookie value that it assigns to my machine in order to track my session. So it is also an important thing. Here you can see that the header and the body response is divided by this blank line. So you don't need to remember it like that. You can basically just remember it as in the content or in the body of the response. It will be an HTML code, which is easy to recognize with these arrows. It basically always begins with these arrows and closes with these same arrows. So you will easily know what the HTML code is. Now that's some of the things that you need to know from the HTTP response. But before we continue, there is another thing that I want you to know, which is the HTTP methods available. The methods are basically, let me just open my virtual machine. Let us just log in. Now, we covered one method already in our first HTTP request video. We covered the get method. So basically, when I type the google.com or let's say facebook.com, I sent an HTTP request with the get method, which basically just requested from the server this page. Now, there are a few other methods, for example, post, head, trace, put, delete, options. Those are all bunch of the methods that you can send to the server. The most important for us would be the get method, which we already covered, which is just requesting the website, and the post method. Now, the post method is basically us sending some of the information to the server. Now, you might be asking what kind of information do we want to send? Well, a simple example would be us sending a username and password. It is done with the post method. So let me just open up the picture again. So we open the request header, and here we can see the get method. Now, instead of the get, if we did a post request, it would type here post. So basically just POST. So the post request would be if we, for example, on email type here anything and pressed here log in, this is us sending a post request. Now it asks, of course this isn't a valid account, as we can see we got someone named Pablo Canseco or whatever that name is. So that is us sending the post request. Now I will explain it a little bit further once we get to the Burp suite installation, well not installation, most likely configuration, since it can be a little bit difficult to configure first time, so I will lead you to that process. But let me just for now close this and show you how you can scan with the things that we did learn already, the available methods, HTTP methods on a certain website. So for example, you want to scan a website and see if there is a post method available, head method available, delete method available, or any other method. You can do that with a simple Nmap script. So we already covered Nmap before, so let us just go into our scripts folder, which is under this path right here, user share Nmap then scripts. And what we want to find is the HTTP method script. So let me just type here ls in order to list, and let us try to grab the HTTP. Yes, I forgot the command grep right here. As we can see, there's a lot of them, so let me just type here ls grep and then method. Maybe it lists, I can type, maybe it lists less options. As we can see, there it is. And this is the script that we want, which is http-methods.nse. So in order to run that onto our OWASP virtual machine that I showed how to install before, let me just check here. So the IP address is .1.9, so we just run here nmap, and then --script, and then equals, and now we will copy the script name, paste it right here, and then we will specify the ports that it should scan. So it shouldn't really scan all of the ports, it isn't necessary. We know that the HTTP ports and HTTPS ports are 80 and 443. Now we will also add the port 8080 since it can be relatively commonly used as an alternative port to 80. So let us just type here P for the ports and type here 80, which is the HTTP port, 443, which is the port for HTTPS, and port 8080. And now at the end we want to specify our IP address of the targets, so it is .1.9. Now we will let this run. I'm not really sure how long it should take. It should finish relatively fast. Here we go. And we can see that it gives us the output, port 80, TCP open HTTP, and available HTTP methods. We can see right here, supported methods, get, head, post, options, and trace. These are some of the HTTP methods. And potentially risky methods is trace. So we can see that with this Nmap script, we can gather the available methods for any website with the specified port. Now, in order for us to view the packets that are going to the website and back, we need to use a proxy, and for that proxy we will use Burp, which will let us see all of our packets that we are sending, and it will let us change them. And also it is used for some of the attacks, such as a simple brute force onto the website, the session hijacking, and bunch of other attacks. Now the process of making the Burp as your proxy can be a little tricky, so I will show you how to do that in the next video. And until then, I hope you're having a great day and take care. Hello everybody and welcome back, and right now we will try to configure our Burp suite in order for us to make it as a proxy and in order for us to intercept our own requests, HTTP requests and responses. So the Burp suite, which is a program that we will use, is already pre-installed in Kali Linux. So if you go on to the applications right here and you go on to the web application analysis, it should be the first one right here. So if this is the first time for you running it, it might ask you for a root password. You just type it in and you open up the Burp suite. Now, another way that you can open it is through the command line. So here it will say that appears to be, it will basically just give us a message about the version. Just click here OK, it doesn't even matter what it says, and it should open up our Burp suite. Now, I already configured my Burp suite, so it works for me. Basically, I will just show you the process. We will need to configure some of the things in our Firefox and also some of the things in the Burp suite in order to capture our packets. So here, just click here on Next, use Burp defaults, click here on Start Burp, and it should start in a few seconds. Now, what I wanted to say is that you can also run it through a command line with a Burp. Wait, let me just move this a little bit. With the Burp suite, and it will just open up the same thing right here. Just it will use your terminal for it, so you don't have to go to the applications and so on and so on. So, as you can see right here, this is the Burp suite. It is used, it has a bunch of options. It is used for us to intercept our own packets. Here we have some of the options such as HTTP history. Here we will have the websites that we visited in the current session. And here you have the intercept. Here you have the option that the intercept is on and intercept is off. Now, before I cover all of these options, I just want to show you what you need to do in order to get this to work. So what you want to go to is go to the proxy, which is the second one from the top, from the right, pardon me, second one from the left. And then below that, you want to go to the options. So proxy and then options. Here we are interested in the proxy listeners part, where you will have by default this 127.0.0.1 on port 8080. Which is listening on 8080 on a local host. Now what you want to do is select that one and basically just click here on the edit, and it should open up this small window where you want to specify the bind to port to be 8080, and here you can just basically you can put here all interfaces or loopback only. I leave it on loopback only, and you can also specify a certain address So for example, my current IP address of this virtual machine is 192.168.1.6, but I will leave it on localhost and on loopback only, since I will specify that proxy in my Firefox as well. So just click here on the OK. So port 8080, loopback only 127.0.0.1. Click here on OK. And now what we want to do is go to our Firefox. So open up your web browser. And where you want to go is basically here on the right, these three lines, open menu, and go to the preferences. Now under the preferences, you want to go to the general, which is already opened right here by default. You want to scroll all the way down and find the network proxy. So here we can see configure how Firefox connects to the internet. What we want to do is basically make our Firefox connect to the internet through our Burp suite. So click here on the settings and it should open up this small window. By default, it should be set on no proxy. What you want to do is change that to be set on the manual proxy configuration. So once you check that, I believe, since you didn't configure it before, it should have only the first one, which is HTTP proxy, set on 127.0.0.1 on port 8080. Now, what you want to do, what you want to do is all of these four, you want to set on the same settings, which is basically even the SSL, even the FTP, even the SOCKS host. You want to set all of these four onto the IP address of your local host, which is 127.0.0.1, and all of those four want to be set on the port 8080. Once you set all of these four to be exactly the same, you want to check here SOCKS v5. It should be checked by default, but if it is not, check here SOCKS v5. Once you do that, click here on OK, and you should be good to go. So if we click here settings again, we can see that now our manual configuration proxy is set on the local host. Now, if you go right here and try to search google.com, for you, first of all, it won't work for you. It should say something like, I'm not really sure, but it should say insecure connection or something like that. Basically, it won't let you connect to google.com. But if you, for example, go to an HTTP website, which I'm not really sure, let me just find any HTTP website. And do I have anything saved? Well, we have our web application, which is not HTTPS, so you should be able to connect to any HTTP website, but you will not be able to connect to any HTTPS website. Now, if you typed here any HTTP website and it is loading on forever, what you want to do is go to your Burp suite and make intercept off. So if your intercept is on, like it is right now for me, it won't let you load any page, since it will wait for you to forward or drop the packet. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. If I refresh this page right here, you will see that this will load forever. It will never load the page. And in the Burp suite, we can see that it basically gave us some of the HTTP header, request header, for this website, which is just my virtual machine, my OWASP vulnerable machine. And it will ask me if I want to drop this packet, which means to discard it, or to forward that packet to that machine. Now, if I forward it, and I open right here once again, let me just open up my Firefox, you can see that now it loaded the page, because I forwarded the package. Now, if you have that checked on, which means the intercept is on, you want to make it off so you can load the page without forwarding every package. So just click here and make sure that the intercept is off. And now if I try to reload the page once again, it will reload it normally and open the page. Now, we want to also make sure that we can load our HTTPS websites. For me, it works, but for you, it won't work until you install in your Firefox a Burp suite CA certificate. Basically, we need to install the Burp suite certificate in our Firefox in order for our Firefox to look at Burp suite as a trusted proxy source. So in order to do that, first of all, make sure your Burp suite is running. Make sure that you configured the preferences in Firefox. Let me just go once again right here. So make sure that this is the same as mine, make sure the Burp Suite is running. If it's not running, this won't work. You won't be able to download the certificate. And once this is the same as mine, and once you run the Burp Suite and the intercept is off, you want to go and open up a new tab and type here HTTP and then Burp. Just that. So once you type that, it will lead you to this page where it will say Burp Suite Community Edition. Welcome to Burp Suite Community Edition. What you want to go on here is on the CA certificate and click on it. It will ask you if you want to download this file, you want to save it. Yes, so the file is 973 bytes, so it's not that large. You just click here on the save, and once it downloads, you find where you saved it. Let's just find it. I already have one downloaded, so I have it right here. You will only have one of these. So once you find that, you want to go to your Burp Suite, you want to go to your Firefox, again to the preferences, but instead of going to the network proxy settings, we want to go onto the privacy and security settings. So once you're there, once you're at the privacy and security settings, what you want to do is basically scroll down and find the certificates. It should be, maybe they're all the way down. Yeah, there they are. So here are the certificates, and you want to go onto the View Certificates. Once this window opens up, it will show you a bunch of the certificates that are already in your Firefox web browser. Now what you want to do is import the already downloaded certificate that we downloaded from this website, which is HTTP Burp. How we do that? Well, basically we just go onto the import right here, so click on the import and find where this file is saved for you. I already imported it, so I won't be importing it twice. Here it is. Just click on the file and click on the open, and once it does that, click on the OK, and you should be good to go. Now after that, if you type google.com once again, it should be loading the HTTPS websites as well as the HTTP websites. Now if this didn't work, make sure once again that the Burp Suite is running, or this will not work. Make sure that all of these options are already set as mine, and you should be good to go. Now once we made this work for HTTP and HTTPS, now we can track all of the packets going through our own Burp Suite. As we can see right here, if I go into the target, it will give me a list of all the hosts that I've already visited. As we can see right here, these are just a bunch of the HTTP request packets that I sent in order to visit my virtual machine, which is on the IP address of 192.168.1.9. Now in the next tutorial I'll show you some of these packets, how you can configure them, how you can change them, and all of that, and where you can find all the websites that you visited and specific packet if you search for it. But for now on, just make sure that your Burp Suite works and that when you visit a website, so let me just show you once again, let's visit facebook.com. It should open up the Facebook page, and it should also have here a bunch of other Facebook domains opened. As you can see, the page that you requested will be the darker letters than the ones that it automatically searched for in order to get to your Facebook page. And we can see right here, this is our Facebook page and the HTTP requests that we got from it. So I will make sure to explain the requests and responses better in the next video, and until then I hope you're having a great day and take care. Welcome back everybody, and in this tutorial I will show you some of the basics of Burp Suite, how to intercept packets, how to view packets, how to view responses, and so on and so on. This is also a great way for you to learn more about the packets themselves and learn more how an HTTP, for example, GET request or POST requests look like, and when you will be seeing them. So let's first of all run our Burp Suite. So for that, just type in your terminal Burp Suite, or you can run it through the applications right here. It will open up in the exact same way. As we can see right here, we get the message again, so just click here OK. Let me just close the terminal right here, and here you just go on temporary project, next, and then start Burp. Every time you open the Burp Suite, you will notice that under the proxy settings right here, the intercept is always on by the default. So that would mean that if I go into my Firefox, for example, and try to load, for example, twitter.com, it will never load it until I forward the packet or turn the intercept off. So it is useful if you want to watch the packet, so we can see the first packet, how it looks. So I requested this page with the protocol HTTP 1.1. The host is firefox.com, so basically, and the user agent is Mozilla 5.0. These are just my information. Since this is an HTTP request, I'm sending this to the server. So we can forward it, but you will notice that there will be another packet. So basically there will be a lot of packets that you will need to forward in order to get to the website. As we can see, even though I forwarded the first packet, it is not still on the website itself. So let me just forward all of the packets. And once you do not get any packet anymore, you should be loading the page. As we can see, there are lots of them, since this is a big website. In the previous video, we did the same with the virtual machine, and you saw that I only needed to forward one packet in order to get to the page of my virtual machine. But from now on, I had to forward several of them, and right now I should have Twitter loaded. As we can see, it is not loading anymore. I forwarded all the packets, and I received all of the responses from the server. Now, in order to check that, you can go under HTTP history, and you will see right here all of the domains, all of the websites that you visited in the process of connecting. Now, there are a bunch of these detect portals. You will always have them. You just want to find the website that you're searching for, and when you find that, you can see the response to all of your requests. As we can see, maybe it is easier for you to view it right here. So here we have twitter.com. That is the page that we search for, and here we can see the first request that we sent. In order to check out the response on that request that we sent, you just click here on response, and this is the response of the server. And as we talked before, it is consisted of the head and body. So here we have the head, and with a bunch of these set cookie options. Let me just find them. I just saw them, I can't see. So basically this is just a body. Right here starts the body, which is the HTML code. We talked about that, but let me just find the set cookie option. Here it is. So basically, this is the option that I was talking about in the HTTP response video. This is the cookie that the Twitter set for us in order to track our session. So as we can see, the option set minus cookie, and this is our cookie right here. Now there are a bunch of the things in the cookie, as well as path, domain, secure, which means HTTP only, set cookie, max age, expires. It basically even says when does the cookie expire. So it expires on Monday, 18th February 2019, which means it expires today on this time. Okay, so that's one of the things that we covered. Here we can also have the status code, which is 200 OK. We successfully loaded the page, so we got the status code 200. These are just a bunch of the options that we do not care about. So we can go down here, and here starts the HTML code of the page itself. So this is what we load. It is basically a huge code, so we don't need to watch it, since the website is quite big. So that's how you can check the request and the response of a certain packet. You can go onto the post. Here we have a post request. You can check the response right here. Here is the request. Now there are some of the options that we do not care about. For example, this is not really that important to us. Now what is important is, let us turn the intercept on once again. So if I turn it right here off and turn it on, and here, let's say for example I want to log in. Now we said that the packet that we send with our username and password will be a post request. So once I type here the username and the password, we should be sending the post request to the website. So let us try that. If I just type here anything and press here log in, you will notice that it is loading since we turned the intercept on. But right here we have the packet that we want to send as a post request. Here we can see the basic HTTP headers structure, and here we can see username or email 4 W's and password 5 W's. So we can see our packet from here. If I forward it, it will send to server the username and email with this username and this password right here. And these are just a bunch of the things that we do not care about at the moment. Now, if you, for example, turn the intercept on or forward this packet, let us just forward it and forward a bunch of other packets, it doesn't really matter, it will give us an error that this account doesn't exist. So you might be needing to forward a couple of packets. As we can see, there are no longer packets arriving, so we forwarded them all, and it says the username and password you entered did not match our records. Please double check and try again. Now, let's try to change that. In the Burp suite, let's change the packet itself. So let us just go back one page. We should go to the login page once again. Now, also, I forgot to mention that using Burp suite, your internet might be slower and you'll be loading pages a little bit slower than usually, but it is not a big deal. So we can see that this, let's just go to the new page, it doesn't really matter, twitter.com. Yeah, it could be that my intercept is on, of course, that's why I couldn't load it, so let's just turn it off, and we loaded the Twitter page. Now, let us turn the intercept on once again, and let us send again the same username and same password, which is 5Ws. And if I click here login, you can see that it is stuck since our intercept is off. Now let me just, oh, this is a previous packet, so it doesn't matter. Here is our packet, and here, let me try to change the username into 4Bs. As you can see, 4Bs. And if I try to forward this packet and forward all of the other packets, it will still give us the wrong username and wrong password, but it will show that the username wasn't 4Ws, it was 4Bs. As you can see right here, without any interaction with the page itself through the web browser, we managed to change the username through our Burp suite. So that is another useful thing to know. It will be used later on in order for us to brute force websites. For example, you just add a password list and you change the packets as you forward them, and it tries every different password instead of the password that you specified right here. So we can turn the intercept off right now, and as I said before, in order to check the websites that you visited, you can go to the HTTP history or onto the target, and here you can also see the websites that you visited. Now there are a lot of other options that I will show you later on. For now on, it is enough for you to understand that there is a request and response that you can check out in Burp suite, and also you can change the structure of packets. You can also delete some of the things. You can also change usernames, passwords. For example, you can also, let us go back once again. So we go back to the login page, intercept on, and then if I just type here something once again, now it doesn't matter what the username and password is, we can see it is stuck, and here the post request with the username 4Ws and password 5Ws, we can change, for example, the user agent. Now if we delete this, we will no longer be sending our information to the server. We will not send what version of web browsers are we running and what operating system are we running. So it is good if you do not want the server to know some of the information about you. So if you forward this packet, you will get some of the others. Let us forward them all. And let us finish these couple packets. So once it finishes, we get the same error, but if we go right here and we go to the HTTP history, let me just go right here to the Twitter and find the packet where we sent it. It should be all the way down, I believe. Let me just find it. Login error, okay. We basically just want to find the post requests. Here they are, some of the post requests. And as you can see right here, the difference between these two, which this one was the previous one and this one was the one we sent right now, is that this one has the user agent, which basically says that we are using Mozilla 5.0 Linux, and this one below is the same request with the same username and same password, but we deleted the information about ourselves. So the server will no longer be getting the information about our browser and our operating system, which is another layer of anonymity for you. So that's about it for this tutorial. These were just some of the basics and me showing some of the things for this program. We will continue in the next lectures, and I hope I see you there. Bye! Hello everybody and welcome back. And now, before we continue with the Burp suite, I just want to show you some of the tools that you can check out by yourself that already come pre-installed in Kali Linux and are used for discovering basically more information about a certain website. So let us just open our terminal. We will go over them briefly. There's only 2 tools, and then we will continue after that to use Burp suite in order to hack a web page. But first of these tools is called WhatWeb. If you just type here WhatWeb, you will be prompted with your options for this command. And what this command basically does is it identifies different web technologies running on a certain website. It can, for example, detect JavaScript libraries used for designing the websites. It can discover some different systems, technologies that are running on the website. Now, we will only cover one of the options right here, which is just the verbose, which is -v. We will just use that in order to show you what this tool does. So let me just check out the IP address of my OWASP machine. So I'll just type here ifconfig, and we can see that it is .1.9. So if I type here WhatWeb -v 192.168.1.9, we should see some of the things that are running on the website, which can be useful if you are planning a further attack. So we can see we got a bunch of these options, bunch of the output, which says basically the versions and the things that are running on the website. So we'll go from the top. As it says, the page is found, which it gives us the status code 200. This is the title, the IP address, the country, summary. In the summary, basically, you can see all of the things that it is running, and below that, you will see in more details what version are they running. So, for example, you can see jQuery, HTML5, OpenSSL, Python, HTTP server, Apache, and so on and so on. But if you scroll right here down, you can see Apache version 2.2.14. We can see different modules, module proxies _HTML, website. Now this is just the website of the Apache. Let me just go down. Emails. So it extracted some of the emails, I believe. Not really sure if that's that. It could be that these are just some of the emails that are located on the website. Yeah, because of this one, I believe OWASP BWA. It basically just found some email on the website. HTML5, HTTP server, jQuery, OpenSSL, PHP. We can see the version, Passenger, Perl, Python, script, and so on. So these are just some of the useful information you can find out about a certain website. For example, if you find out that it uses JavaScript, you can possibly try to plan out a cross-site scripting attack or something like that. Now that's just the first tool that I wanted to show you. We won't be covering it in details, so let us just go on to the next one right away. And the next tool would be Burp. So just type in your terminal Burp and you will get the available options for this tool. So basically what this tool does is it scans for directories that aren't found in the page. It basically recursively tries to find web pages with different extensions. If it finds out that the web page exists, or if it doesn't exist, it basically finds it out by the status code of the page itself. So for example, we all know that if you visit a page that doesn't exist, you get that weird 404 error, page not found. And if it doesn't exist, you get the status code of 200. So basically how this program works is it brute forces the website with directories, and if it gets the status code of 200, it will print us that the page exists, and if it gets the status code of 404, it will say that the page doesn't exist. Now, it's a simple concept, so let us just run this program on the same webs, which is our OWASP virtual machine. So let me just see what the syntax is. As we can see there, URL base, word lists. So let me just locate some of the word lists. Now some of the word lists you can find it's users share word lists. and then just type here ls, and let me see which one we will use. Let me go to Metasploit, since there are a bunch of other word lists, as we can see right here, and let me see if there is any word list that could be useful for us for this specific attack, which is basically brute forcing the directories in order to find some of the directories that aren't on the website. So let me just see right here. I can't seem to find any directory. Let me just ls grep dir. Maybe it will find something like that. No. Let me just go. Oh, there it is. There is literally a derb. So we can use something from here, I believe. Extensions common. Let us just get that so we can see if that is what we need. No, I don't think that is what we need. This is the file extension. So let me just see what is under common. It could be something useful. So we can try that one. Not really sure if it is made for this, probably not, but let us give it a try, why not? So we will use the common txt. Let me just, common.txt word list. So it should be in the same path for you as well. So /user /share /word lists and then /derb. And you should see the common.txt file. So let us just run derb once again. And if we type here derb 192.168.1.9, .9, and we type here the user share word lists. I could have just specified common.txt since we are already in the folder, and then the options. Let us just see if we want to add any options, or do we want to basically just run this. Let me see if it will work like this. Use HTTP. Okay, so we need to specify HTTP. And as we can see right now, it is running the directory brute force, and we can see right here, oops, I just went, we can see the code 200 means that the page exists. No need to scan it, let me just see. Code 500, okay, code 200, 200, all of these 200 pages do exist, so we can prove that. Let us just use any page that was code 200, for example this one. We can copy the URL and let us go open our Firefox. Now, the reason why I'm showing you this attack is because some of the websites can configure to have available web pages with basically usernames and passwords. So you can basically find something you shouldn't be able to find just by trying out random directories for that page. Now, before I go and paste the link, I need to turn off my proxy, which is the Burp suite. So if you have it as set as proxy and not running it currently, just go here and for this time go on no proxy. So I don't have to turn on the Burp suite for this video, and we will paste and go. And as you can see, it found a page. So this page exists. And if we check out another page that gave us the status code of 200, for example, let us see, we can take any page we want. So code 200, index.html. This is some ICO file, but it doesn't matter. Let us just see if it works. And it does work. We got a picture. So all of these 200 codes exist on the website as a directory. So basically that's about it for this tool. Now we will be coding our own directory brute forcer in the advanced section. It is really easy to code and you will see how it works behind the scenes. But for now on, I just wanted to show you these two tools, and in the next lecture we will continue with the Burp suite and some of the attacks on our OWASP virtual machine. So I hope I see you there, and take care. Hello everybody and welcome back, and in this tutorial we will cover some of the Burp suite attacks that could be useful for us. So let us start off by turning our Burp suite on. So you can turn your Burp suite from the applications. I will just turn mine on from the terminal. And also, if you unset the proxy, as me in the previous video, let us just set burpsuit to be our proxy, so we can intercept our packets. So just go here on the preferences. We already covered all of this. Scroll down to the network settings. Let me just click here on next for the burpsuit and start burpsuit. And here go on network proxy and then on settings and just check here the manual proxy configuration. So click here OK, and now your burpsuit is set as a proxy. Now, as we already know, burpsuit is already set to intercept our packets, so if we try to, for example, go on google.com, we won't be able to connect. So let us first of all turn that off, and now we should be able to access the Google page. Waiting for Google. Now the internet is a little bit slow, so we will wait for that. The first thing I want to show you is the Burp spider. Now, the Burp spider, basically there are active and passive spidering of the web page. The passive spidering, the burpsuit does by default. So if we, for example, we visit Google, if you go on this arrow, it will show you the subdirectories of the Google, and you can also go as much as you want. As we can see, there are a bunch of these files that it already found in the Google. Now, how does the scanning work, or the spidering? It basically watches the HTML page, and here it has a bunch of these links, and it clicks on each of these links. So for example, the spider basically just scanned through this HTML code and found, for example, this link, and it clicked on it, and then it added it to the spidering folder, where it shows all of the links that are connected on that page. Now, in order for you to spider a web page, of course your intercept has to be turned off. Now, and if you wanted to scan the page actively, you need to right click. For example, let us right click on the let us choose right here, so we can go. Let us just first of all visit our OWASP virtual machine. So we visited that, and let us see what it gave for it right here. It didn't print it out yet, so let me just reload this page. And right now we have it right here. And for now on, it doesn't have anything there. But if we go on to the, for example, this one, let me just see, it found the subdirectory that we clicked on. But let's say we want to spider only this subdirectory actively. Just click here on yes, and you can see you have added item to target. So do you want Burp proxy to stop sending out to scope items? Let us just go here on the spider, and we can see that the requests made and the bytes transferred, it is still running. As we can see, use these settings to monitor and control Burp spider. To begin spidering, browse the target application, then right-click on one or more nodes in the target sitemap and choose spider this host branch. Now, this is the active spidering. As we can see, this has a bunch of subdirectories itself, and you can find some of the interesting things with just searching those subdirectories. Now, that isn't really that important to us, so we won't be giving too much of our time to that. What we want to do is we want to perform our first attack on the OWASP virtual machine. So the first thing we will do will be rather simple. Let me just open the Firefox and go one step back. And what you want to do is you want to go onto your OWASP IP address, and then once you go to this page, just click here on the OWASP webgoat. Now, it will prompt you with the username and the password. The username and password will be webgoat. So for the username webgoat, and for the password also webgoat. So just type that, and you should be able to log in right here. We do not want to save password since we will be brute forcing the same login later on. It will ask you, it will basically prompt you with the welcome screen. So just click here on start webgoat. And here we can have a bunch of attacks that we can perform on the OWASP webgoat. Now, for the first attack, and the rather easy one, we want to go onto the authentication flaws. So basically, let me just find where that is. Here it is. And we want to go onto the forgot password. So if you go on to the forgot password, it will basically ask you for the username of your own account in order to change the password. Now, what the problem with this is, well, first of all, we do not know any username for this specific page. So if we type here, for example, ggggg and submit, it will say not a valid username. Please try again. Now, the concept of this attack is that we send a bunch of usernames right here and hope that we get a different response from the server for some of those usernames, which will basically tell us that that username exists. So let me just explain that a little bit better. For example, let's say we send 10 usernames into this. We just type here 10 different usernames, and one of them happens to exist on this web page. For that specific one, it will not print us this error which says not a valid username. Please try again. Which means that our HTTP response for the server in its HTML code won't have this string, which will make the HTTP response basically smaller or bigger in terms of bytes, and we will be able to determine the difference between the HTTP response from the not valid username and from the valid username. Now, in order for you to understand this better, let us do that in practice. So, what we want to do is, first of all, turn our intercept on for this. So, just go on the intercept on. And so, our goal right now is to find out a valid username. So, if we type here anything, so just type here anything, here we will receive that packet that we sent, which is a post request, since we are posting in this form right here on this page, as we can see, and our username that we are posting is anything. Now, you can just forward this or turn the intercept off, and we want to find this packet. We want to find this packet in our burp suite. So let us just find it. Post. Wait, we are looking at the responses. This is not it. Post anything. So here it is. This is our post request that we sent a few seconds ago, which says username anything, and we got a not valid username for that. So what we want to do with this packet is we want to send it to an intruder. Now, the intruder is basically a brute forcer for the burp suite. So here you can have, if you right click on the packet, so find your post packet with the username, right click on it, and go send to intruder. Once you do that, you will see this section right here will turn orange, so just click on it, and you will see these 4 options right here. What you want to do is go onto the positions, and you will see your packet. Now, the next thing you want to do here, you will see that some of these things right here are selected. For example, the username, the submit button, our cookie, session ID, PHP session ID, JSON session ID, screen, menu. So what you want to do is click here on clear in order to remove all of that selection. And right here, what we want to do is only select our username. So just select anything and click here on add. And you will see that out of all of these things, only our username is selected. Now, why do we do this? Well, we do it basically so burp suite knows which part of the packet to change with the certain list that we will provide it with different usernames. So if we left it on all of those things before selected, it would change all of those things to different usernames, and it will make page not load, since it would change the link, the cookie, and it would all crash basically. But then we cleared it and added only username and selected it, and now it will only change the username. Now, under the attack type, you will have 4 options. What you want to select is the sniper option. The sniper option basically uses one list and selects each input position one by one. So we provide, for example, the list of 5 usernames, which we created in our terminal or wherever. You can use the user list basically from the Kali Linux itself, since it comes installed with a bunch of these word lists, and it will send packets one by one with changing this value right here with a different username from the list. So let us do that. Once you perform all of this, so once you select your username and you click here on add, select the sniper attack type option, you want to go onto the payloads. Now the payload sets for now on you want to leave unchanged, and in the payload options, the simple list, you want to click on load in order for us to load the list. And what we want to go right here, we want to find the list that already comes pre-installed in the Kali Linux. So just go where I go, so go to this slash directory and go to the user, let me just find it, user, then go to the share, then go to the word lists. Let's just find the word lists. Should be somewhere here. Word lists here. So click on the word lists. Click on Metasploit. And from here we want to find the HTTP default users.txt. HTTP default users.txt. You want to select this user list and click here on open. And as you can see, this is a smaller user list. It basically has like 15 passwords or something like that. And once you click that, you want to go onto the start attack. Now, what this will do, it will exchange our username input with all of these different users from the list. So here it will say the community edition of Burpsuit contains the demo version of Burp Intruder. Basically, this says that the free version of Burpsuit will run slower than the pro version of Burpsuit, and in order for you to run this brute force faster, you need to buy the pro version, but for now on we will just click here on the OK, since we don't need it. And as you can see, it is running all of these usernames in the form right here. So it is sending packets with different usernames, and as we can see, it finished. There were 14 usernames, and all had status code 200, but what we want to search right now is the difference in the length of the response of the server. That's what I was saying. Basically, as you can see, all of these are 30,606, except one, which is 30,516. What does that mean? That means that it got a different response from the server than all of these others, which is a good thing since it possibly means that this username is a valid username. As we can see in the any other username, so let's pick this one for example, which has this length, and go on to the response, and we can try to find the not a valid username. Please try again, it will be there. It's just very hard to find since this is a huge HTML file. It doesn't even matter, so just find the username that has different length, and if we paste the admin right here, since we can see that this is the admin is the only one with a different length, and we click on the submit, we can see that we proceeded to the next step, since that username was a valid username, and now it says what is your favorite color for that account. Now you can basically brute force this as well with the same method, so just create a list with a bunch of different colors and brute force this field the same way we brute force the username input. But we won't be doing that right now. What we want to do next, and by next I mean in the next video, is we want to brute force a login. So basically we will be brute forcing the username and passwords at the same time. So we will do that in the next video, and until then I hope you have a great day, and I will see you later. Bye! Hello everybody and welcome back, and in this tutorial we will cover the brute forcing of the username and password. Now this is a very common attack since this will work on any website that basically has the username and password input. So in order to do that, let us first open up our OWASP machine, so make sure it is turned on. Make sure that your Burpsuit is turned on, and make sure that your Burpsuit is used as the proxy in the Firefox. Once you turn all of that on, just go on to the IP address of your virtual machine. And where we want to go right now is we want to go on to the OWASP bricks. So click on the OWASP bricks. And right here you will see this page, and where we want to go is here, bricks, and then login pages. It will lead you to basically these 6 different login pages. We want to click onto the login page 3, and you will see it will prompt us with the username and password, which is probably very familiar to you, since we see these kind of user identification on every website. So basically Facebook, Twitter, all of them use this kind of form input. In order for us to brute force this, first of all, we will need to make a user list and password list. So I already made mine, so let me just open a new terminal. And as we can see right here, if I type here ls, I have a users.txt and passwords.txt. So let me just nano the users.txt so you can see that it basically has a few usernames. So you can just copy all of these usernames from me and create your users.txt file. How we do that? We're basically just nano the users.txt file, type these usernames, ctrl plus O, then enter, and then Control X to exit. Same, do that also with the passwords.txt, excuse me. So here is my passwords list file. As we can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, password 1, admin, webcode, then capital webcode, QWERTY, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and so on and so on. So these are just rather small lists. We use small lists right now, so it doesn't take a lot of time in order to brute force this. And what we want to do right here is we want to turn our intercept on. Once we do that, go onto your login page, which is login 3, and type here anything. Doesn't even matter, just click here submit. And we can see right here the packet that we're sending. So of course we're sending with the post request. We're sending onto this page, which is the same as this one. And we're sending username of this and password of this. So once we see the packet, you can turn the intercept off, and right here it will say wrong username or password, which we really didn't expect that to work. So let's just find the packet right now. Let me just find it. It is under OS Bricks, login 3. It's not this, since this is a GET request. You basically try to find the post request, OS Bricks, login 3, and here it is, my post request for the login 3 page. Now, what we want to do right here, we want to create an attack where we will send a bunch of usernames and passwords and wait for the different server response for some of them, which will tell us that that username and password is correct. Now, it is similar to the previous attack, which we used only username, but right here what we want to do is we want to check out the server response for every attack, for every username and every password, and we want to see if the server response in its HTML code has this string right here. As you can see, wrong username or password, and this is this string. So this is the same as this. This is just in the HTML code of the page. Now, the username and password which doesn't have this string right here is the valid username and valid password. So the concept of this attack is brute forcing until we find a response which doesn't contain this string. So let us do that. What we want to do is basically do the same as in the previous video. We want to send this packet into the intruder. And once this packet is in the intruder, go into the positions, and you will see also once again that all of these positions are selected. You want to clear all of them. And right now, instead of selecting one position, we want to select both username and password. So click here on add and select also the password. Click here on add. For the type of the attack, you do not want to use sniper, since it is used to only brute force one input. We want to use the cluster bomb. The cluster bomb is basically used to brute force two different inputs. So once you select here the attack type cluster bomb, and once you select here the username and password, go onto the payloads, and here as a payload set 1, we want to leave this and go down here and click on load, and we want to basically load our username and password list that we created. So the username and password list that I created is in the root folder, so let me just find where root is. Here it is. And as we can see, here are our two lists that we created. So for the first list, we pick the users.txt and click here open, and this is our list right here. And then after you select that list, which is the user list, you want to go onto the payload set, and on here you just click here on 2, which is basically referring to the second input of our packet, which is the password. So once you select that there too, click here on load and select the passwords.txt, which is our list for passwords. Now, after you do that, you want to select one more thing, which is we want to add to the burp suite the string that it should search for in the packets, which is this string, since we know that this string will only be prompted once the username or password is wrong. So let me just find where that option is. It is, just go here on the options. And once you go onto the options, scroll right here down, and in the grep match, what you want to do, basically grep match is the option that we will use in order to find this string in our packets. So just remove all of these strings right here. We do not need them. Let me just click right here on the remove once again, since it doesn't work. Or clear, it could be clear. Yeah, just click here on clear, and it will ask you if you want to clear the list. We want to. And in the add section, what you want to type is wrong user name or password dot. Now make sure that it is the same, exactly the same as this. So the user space name must also be the user space name right here. This dot must also be right here. So if you, for example, type here username, that is the one word, it will not work. So make sure you add a space right there. And once you do that, click here on add, and we selected the string that we want to search for in our response of the server. So once you select all of that, what you want to go is here on the start tag. You will get the same prompt window as before, so just click here on the OK. And as you can see right now, it is trying out different combinations of our usernames and passwords. And here, as we can see where this is checked, it is basically showing us the responses that have this string in them. So all of them have this string, which is the wrong username or password, and what we want to do is find the one that doesn't have that. As we can see, we found it right here. So this response doesn't have wrong username or password in the output of the server. After we, for example, if you were to use this one, which is user and admin, so let's just try it right here, user admin, you will get the wrong username or password. And that's why it's checked. But this one isn't, so it must be a valid account. If we type here admin, and then admin below, and submit, you will see that we have successfully logged in. Now, once you do that, you basically brute forced a login, and you can log in as a different user. Now, of course, most of the people won't really have the username and password set as admin, but for the real-life attacks, you want to use much bigger lists, and you want to use more probable usernames and passwords. Now, in order to perform this same attack faster, what I will show you in the next video is another tool that Kali Linux comes with, which is Hydra. It is a brute forcer for the login pages, for the website login pages, but it works much faster than the Burp suite brute forcer. See, as you can see right here, let me just find it. Where is our page? It has finished, but it took some time to run these 60 different types of combinations in order to find one which was the valid username and valid password. Now you will see that the Hydra, which is the tool that we will use in the next video, will do that much faster. So I hope I see you in the next video, and take care. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome back, and let us continue from where we previously finished, which was the Burp suite brute forcer. What we want to do right now is use our own tool, well, not our own tool, but a different tool that is already installed in Kali Linux, which is called Hydra. So if you type here Hydra, it will give you the different options that you can use for this tool. Now, we will do the same attack with the same user list and same password list, and on the same page, in order to show you that this will work much faster than the previous scan, which took around 30 seconds. So the syntax can be a little bit hard for this tool. I will show you why it can be a little bit problematic if you do not know what you're doing. So I will make sure to explain every part of the syntax. Now, before we even type anything, you can see the usage or the example right here, which is rather simple than the one that we will use at the end, so we do not care about it at the moment. Let us just clear the screen, and let us just open our Burp suite. Now, let us go to the proxy and turn our intercept on in order to check out the packet that we will get once we type here any username and any password. So just type here anything. And what we are interested in this packet is the path that it took on the website in order to log into this page. So what you want to do right here is copy this page right here, or this path right here, so just copy it. Now the principle behind this attack is the same for any page, so basically just go onto the any page that you have permission to test, and if you turn your intercept on and type a bunch of random words, you just want to copy the page itself in order to specify the correct path that you will brute force. So once you copied that, you want to go onto your, well, first of all, what you want to do is turn the intercept off, so it gives us wrong username and wrong password. And what we want to go right here, type here Hydra, and then type the IP address of our virtual machine, which is referring to as a host. Now, the next thing that we need to type right here is this HTTP minus post, minus form minus post. What this means is basically that this is a post type request, and with that post type request we are filling in the form. So this right here is called form, and the request type that we are using to send the form is post request, and it will always be post request. You cannot send form with the get request. So once you type here HTTP minus form minus post, you just add here the path between these two, so just add path right here. And once you add path, you do not want to close it. What you want to do is type here 2 dots. This is just the syntax, so once you type here 2 dots after the path, what you want to type here is username, and then this upper arrow sign, no, pardon me, first goes username equals, let me just enlarge this, maybe it will be easier. So 2 dots, username equals, then this upper arrow, and type here big user, then once again upper arrow, then this sign, let me just find it, this sign right here, I'm not really sure how it is called on English, but type that sign, and after that type here pass WD equals, and then once again the upper arrow, and then pass and another upper arrow, and then once again the same sign, and then type here submit equals submit, and then 2 dots once again, and then wrong username or password dot, and then close this all. So what happened right here is basically, first here we specify the host, which is the IP address of our machine. Then we specify the type of request that we want to send, which is we are filling in the form with the post request, and then we specify the path to the form, which is this, we copy that from the packet. And then after that comes the syntax, which is separated with 2 dots. So 2 dots, username equals, and now the Hydra syntax knows where the username is because you specified it between these 2 arrows. It will use all the usernames from our user.txt list in order to put it between these 2 arrows every time. It is a little bit harsh syntax, so you will get used to it after some time. The same is with the password, which is separated with this sign from the username, and the password, in between these 2 arrows, it will specify all of the passwords from our password.txt list. Now, then you separate right here with the same sign as well, and we type here submit equals submit, and that submit is referring to this button right here, which is basically submit. So the button in the HTML page is called submit, so we type here submit equals submit. Let me just find right here, why did it type it twice? Let me just clear the screen, something happened, I don't know why that happened, but it doesn't matter. So submit is referring to the button that we have to click in order to send our request, and with these 2 dots right here, it is searching for the packet that doesn't have this string. It is the same principle as in the Burp suite, just the syntax right here is a little bit harder. Since in Burp suite everything was automated and we could do it easily. Here in the syntax we need to specify after the button that we click what type of string are we not looking for in the packets. So once you do that, you just type here -L and for the list, and then just find the path to your user.txt file. For me it is in this directory, and here type here -.p for the passwords.txt. And once you type that, you got the entire syntax written, so the entire command written. So right now what you want to do is just press enter, and we can see that it started attacking and it should finish relatively fast. And as you can see right here, it already finished and it found one valid username and one valid password, which is admin. And if we try it once again right here, so just type here admin, it will work again. So this is the syntax that we covered, or the command that we covered. Now the prevention for this attack, if you for example want to create your own web page, is basically just block the user from trying to log in after 5 failed attempts, for example. Now this method of prevention, the brute force attack, will basically make 90% of people quit after they notice that the website is blocking after a certain number of attempts. For example, I believe that Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, they all do that, but there are bypasses for that as well, which is changing your IP address every time you finish brute forcing, for example, 5 passwords. But this is more advanced thing, and we will do it later on when we attack the social medias with our brute force. So that's about it for this lecture. In the next one we will cover some of the other attacks on our OWASP virtual machine. And until then, I hope you have a great day and take care. Hello everyone and welcome back, and in this video I will show you a certain type of the attack which is called session fixation, which is basically used when the owner of the website misconfigured in the website creation, or basically anyone who created that website, it allowed that some of the information that user sends to the server becomes the ID of that session. Now, before we get into that, I just want to show you another attack, which most likely you will not come across, especially not on some of the bigger websites. You might come across on it for some of the smaller websites, since it is basically a flaw in the cookie itself, in the session ID itself. If the session ID is not random enough, sometimes you can basically guess the session ID of some of the other user, or just find a valid session ID. So in order to show you what I'm talking about, just open up your Burp suite, and on your virtual machine, which is the OWASP, just go here on the OWASP webgoat. If it asks you to log in, just type here webgoat, and after that you want to go onto the session management flaws right here, and here you want to go onto the hijack a session. Now, as we can see right here, we are prompted in with the username and password. Now, what we want to do is basically turn our intercept on and type here anything and send our post request, and as we can see, it is right here. And what I'm talking about is this weak ID. Now, it is called weak ID since it is purposely made weak for this attack. And for the first time of you looking at it, this might seem like a really random number, but it isn't. It is actually really easy to guess it. I will just show you how you can generate a lot of cookie requests or different requests in order to see, for example, 10,000 different cookies, and in order to compare them and see which values change in this session ID and which values don't. And after you do that, you can basically try to guess the session ID with it. But we won't be going through the entire attack since it could take some time. I'll just show you how you can check out if the ID of that session is weak or not. So once we do that, we want to turn on our intercept off, the invalid username and password, of course. Now we want to go to the target, find the page that we send the username and password to. So I'm not really sure where that is. I'm not even sure what I typed as username and password, so let me just find it right here. It's not this. Which page is it? This is screen 72 menu 18. Okay, so we want to find the web code. Here it is, something with web code. Let us just find the packet right here. So we search for the web code path. Here it is. Let me just see. It's not this one. It's not this one. It's not this one. It's not this one. Here it is. It's this one. As we can see, our username GGSFG. So what we want to do from here is you want to right-click on the packet and send it to sequencer. So once you go to the sequencer, it will light up this part right here. So just click on the sequencer, and you will see that it already set the form field to be weak ID right here. So what you want to do, it gives you a bunch of other options. What you want to select is your session ID. And once you do that, and click on the Start Live Capture, it will basically gather a lot of cookie values, and it will see if the value of cookies is random enough or if it can be predicted. So let's go on Start Live Capture. And as we can see right here, it would start sending a bunch of packets and gathering different cookie values. And once it gathers enough, it can tell us if the cookie value is random enough for it to be well protected. If it is not random enough, we will be able to guess another valid cookie value, which can basically make you enter someone else's session. So, for example, if I send a wrong username and password and I scan the cookie and send a bunch of other requests and scan the other cookies and find out that the randomness of the numbers is not high, I can guess someone else's cookie session and basically enter their, for example, profile on Facebook, for example, without even knowing the username or password. But this is the attack that you most likely will never ever encounter, since it really must be a misconfigured website in order for this to be possible. Today's websites have cookie values that you cannot possibly predict, since they are really random. And once this finishes, or we do not even need to wait for it to finish, I think we can click here Analyze Now. You can see that the overall result, the overall quality of randomness within the sample is estimated to be extremely poor. So as we can see, it says that the randomness of the cookie is extremely poor. Significance level, if we go, for example, to the count, you can see some of the character sets, which basically just show you how many characters appear and where. Let me just find right here if there is anything interesting for us. Well, basically this the entropy is the value of the randomness, and if you want to, you can check out other options and outputs as well. But I just wanted to show you this, that you can scan for the weakness of the website ID with this method. We won't be pursuing the attack since there is no point. As I said, this is the attack that you most likely will never encounter. So let me just close this and let us go on to the attack that I wanted to show you, which was the session fixation attack. Now, this session fixation attack is done through link, and right now I will show you how to do it. So it is under the same subsection, which is the session management flaws, and just click here on the session fixation. Now, it will say right here, you are a hacker Joe and you want to steal the session from Jane. Send a prepared email to the victim, which looks like an official email from the bank. So basically, as you can see, we have an example of the email, and here we want to send something within a link that will make us be able to hack another account without knowing the username or password. Now, we know that this page right here is vulnerable to the session ID being imported into the link itself, sending it to someone, and if someone clicks on that link, it will have already pre-made session ID that you typed into the link. And once you know that session ID, you can basically log in, or basically just enter their account without using username or password. So let me show you how that is done. If we go right here, and if we look at the contents of the email, we can see that there is a link referring to the WebGoat attack screen 56 menu 1800. What you want to do is basically you want to add this sign after the 1800, and after that you want to type here SID, which stands for session ID, equals, and then type here any random number. So for me, I will type here 555, and we also want to put the entire link between quotes. So href in the HTML code stands for referring to a certain page, so once someone clicks on this, it will lead them to this page, but we added the session ID, so it will lead them to the same page, but it will have the session ID already pre-configured by us in the link. So once you do that, you want to make sure that the page is correct. So as we can see, WebGoat attack is the same as here, but the WebGoat is capital W and capital G right here, so we want to change that in the link as well, so capital G and capital W. And once we do that, you can send the email. We specified our fake session ID, or not fake, our session ID for the victim to be 555. So if it clicks on link and logs in with that session ID, we will be able to access that account. So if we send an email as an attacker, we can see we can turn the intercept off. So let us just turn this off right here. And we get to the stage 2 of this attack. As we can see, you completed stage 1. Now, we are acting as a victim, so let's say the victim received this email, which was the email that we sent right now, and this is the link that we specified the session ID. As you can see down here in the left corner of the page, we can see the entire link, and we can also see our session ID specified as SID equals 555. So let's say the victim gets this email, and it looks like a legit email, and it clicks on this. It will lead her or him to a login page where it will ask them for username or password, just as any other page. But if we can see right here on the link, we already have our session ID specified, and as soon as someone types here and logs in, we will be able to access that account. Now, we also want to act as a victim right here, and as we can see, stage 3, the bank has asked you to verify your data, log in to see if your details are correct. Your username is Jane, and your password is Tarzan. So, just type here Jane, and Tarzan as password, and you click here on Done Save. Now, it says it is time to steal the session now. Use following link to reach Goat Hills Financial. Your hacker Joe. You completed stage 3. So we know that the Jane has logged into the bank account, and what we want to do, we want to basically go to our log screen. So this is just a regular log screen, and we as a hacker want to log into that session. But we do not know the username and password for that session. We only know the session ID. So what we want to do is turn the intercept on, and right here we type here anything, which is not correct, so just type here anything random. And here we will have the request, post request. Now, if you were to just forward this, it will say wrong username or password, since this is a wrong username or password. But what we want to do right here is we want to go up and find the link. As we can see right here, this is the link. And under the SID, we want to change that to the session of our victim. And we know that because we set it in the link to be 555. And now, if we forward this packet, it will basically log into the victim's account without us even knowing the username or password. As we can see, we typed something random username, random password, and if I click here forward, we can see, congratulations, you have successfully completed the session. And we are in victim's account. First name Jane, last name Plain, credit card type NC, credit card number, and then this. So this is an attack that you might encounter. So that's why it's called a session fixation, since we, even before our victim has logged in, we already fixed the session in the link in order for us to know it later on once the target has logged in with that session. So that's about it for this attack. In the next tutorials we will continue with the Burp suit, and from now on I hope you're having a great day and take care. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the web penetration testing. Now, in the previous videos we covered some of the less common attacks including the session fixation, hijacking a session, and basically the brute force attack as well. Now, the brute force attack will work in any case. You can always try it. It's not 100% possibility that you will get into someone's account, but it will always work. Now, here is where the real attacks start, and by real I mean the most common attacks, which is the attacks based on injection. So we'll be covering some of the exploitations based on injections, such as the SQL injection, the NoSQL injection, the XML injection, and the command injection. Now, after all of that, we will also cover the cross-site scripting attack. Those are some of the attacks that you will actually encounter on the internet, on the websites. Most commonly, I believe that you will encounter the SQL injection attack, which is the attack on the database. But before we begin with these attacks, let me just log in first. So root test 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, the idea behind these attacks based on injection is the interactive web applications that require the user input. Now, they're all very similar, since the vulnerability is actually the code itself of the website, where you have the user input not filtered well enough. So if we have a user input where, for example, on some website where we search the online shop for some of the tools we need, basically if you type there the part of the code, it might actually interpret, the website might actually interpret that user input as a part of their code if it's not filtered enough. Now, by filtered I mean it is excluding some of the characters used in, for example, SQL queries, in JavaScript code, and so on and so on. Now, we will start off with the command injection, and we will need also to start our, let me just find it, OWASP virtual machine. So if you have it started already, good. Let me just start mine. While that is doing, let me just check one thing. And that thing is, if we are connected to the internet, we should be, yeah, .1.5, .1.5, good. So let's start off with some of the basic injection types. The first one, as I said, that we will be doing will be the command injection. Now, the command injection, let's say, for example, this example we will practically cover in the next lecture, but let's say you have a website that is used for anyone to ping their own machines. So you have a website, you put in the user input your IP address, and the website will perform ping and then the IP address or the domain name. So as we can see, this command ping google.com is executed by the operating system on this machine. Now, if you have a website that performs this same exact command, the command is also executing on the operating system of that server's machine, which means that our user input, which was the IP address of the machine we wanted to ping on that certain website, was processed into the command of the server in its own terminal. Now, that can be dangerous if, for example, the input, which was the IP address, isn't filtered enough, and we can type basically any command and execute it in the server's terminal. The next attack would be the SQL injection, and the NoSQL injection. That is basically the attack on the database itself. Now, it is also happening when the user is not filtered enough. It basically allows us to query the database and possibly find something very useful, such as a bunch of usernames and passwords. It also could potentially allow us to delete the entire database if we wanted to. Also, the next thing would be the XML injection, which basically is attacking the XML itself, and also at the end we will cover the cross-site scripting attack, which is basically the attack where we cover injecting JavaScript code into a web page. So let me just check if our machine is on. It is. I will log in, and then I will continue into the next tutorial where we will start off with the command injection. So that's about it for this tutorial. I just gave you a brief view of the injection attacks, and we'll cover each one of them in details in the next lectures. So I hope I see you there, and take care. Bye. Welcome back, everybody, and let us start off with the command injection. Now in the previous video I told you a little bit about the command injection, but let us actually get the practical method of using that attack. So the command injection, well, as I said, some web applications can use parts of their operating system to do something. As I gave the example, for example, pinging. Now usually the command injection itself will run the command on the same server, but depending on the architecture of the server itself, it can also execute the command on another server as well. Now, what I mean by that is, let's say the same example as before, which is the pinging the machine. So you go to the website, which basically pings the machine. Let me just actually try to find that website. So I will turn the Burp suite on. I will open another terminal for me. And let us actually try to find the legit website that pings another machine or another website. I believe there are lots of them online, so we will just find one of them. So let me just turn on the Burp suite. And while this is turning on, let me enlarge this terminal. Okay, so this is, let us just turn off the intercept. And once we turn off the intercept, let us go to the Firefox. So let us just try to search for the simple pinging website. Maybe that will work, maybe it won't. I just want to show you that those websites do exist. Now, our Firefox is a little bit slow because of the Burp suite, so let us just wait for it for a few seconds. Or maybe it's better, free ping test tool, ping your server or website. So we just click on the first link and let us see what kind of website this is. As we can see, here is the web server name. So this is the type of website I was talking about. So basically here you just put your web server name and it will ping your server in order to check if it is online or not. Now, what I was talking is that if, for example, this website was vulnerable to the command injection, we could possibly run any command that we can run in our own terminal also right here, and it will process the command in the server's terminal. But also it can send the command to another server, and we could actually execute this command to another server as well. So let us start off with the website that we can actually test. You shouldn't be testing any of these websites you do not own. So even if this one is vulnerable, which I doubt since it was first and probably one of the most famous ones, it probably isn't vulnerable to the command injection, but we will use a website that is vulnerable to the command injection. So actually, I don't know why I closed Firefox. We need to go visit our virtual machine, which is our OWASP machine. Let me just check the IP address of it. It should be .1.9. No, it's .6. Okay. And let us go 192.168.1.6. Now, once you are here, what you want to do is go to the then vulnerable web application. I believe we didn't go here before, so just click on this. Now, what this will ask you is the username and password. Now, you can just type here the username and password, which is admin, but let us actually try to practice some of the one of the attacks that we covered before. And one of those attacks is the Hydra. So let us actually brute force this login page. It is a good practice as we did cover this before. So what we want to do is open our terminal, and we will do it fast. I won't cover any of the syntax since I covered it in previous videos. You can check that out if you want to. What we basically want to do is type Hydra, and the syntax is similar. So as in the previous videos, so we type the IP address. We are posting the form, so HTTP form post. Oops. Now before I type this, actually, let me just show you. I do have the same files as before, which is the users.txt and passwords.txt, so we'll use the same lists as in the previous videos. So let us start again. We type here the IP address, then the post form, so HTTP form post, and then we specify the link. Now, in order for us to check out the link, let us go right here, and we can see that the link, the path is dva login.php. So let us copy that, and let us paste it right here. So once we do that, we want to specify the username and password, and we want to say to click on the submit button, and we want to specify a string that it will give for every incorrect login. Now, in order for us to see what string it would give, let us just type here something random and see what it gives us is an error. So it gives us login failed. So we will use this string in order to specify the correct from the incorrect login credentials. So now what we want to do is inspect element. So let us inspect the element in order to find out the name of the username and the name of the password login form. Now what I mean by that, let me just show you. As we can see, form action login.php method post. We click here on arrow down, field sets in order to find out, and here we can see a label for username. The name for this field is username, which is most likely always going to be something like that, or user or something like that. So we cover this, and we divide these two with the two dots. So we type here username equals the upper arrow, then user, the upper another arrow, this sign. Let me make this larger so you can see the entire command. Okay, so then after that we want to see what is the name of the password field, which is probably going to be the password name password. So the name of the password field is password, so we specify right here password equals, again, upper arrow, pass, upper arrow, and then we want to specify the login button, which is called login, as we can see right here. So as we can see the submit, we should type here submit equals login, or login equals submit, since the name of the button itself is login and the action is submit. So let us just type that, login equals submit, and then we specify another two dots, which means to divide these sections, and we specify the string that we get once we provide a wrong username and password, which is login failed. So let's just copy this, paste it right here, close our apostrophe, and then specify the lists, and the list of usernames and the list of passwords. So capital L users.txt and then capital P passwords.txt, and let this run. It should find the password and username, which is admin. Let us just see right here, and as we can see, it finished and it found one way available username and one available password. Now if you wanted to, you could just type here and skip this part. It is good always to have a good practice of something that you learned in the previous videos. So we do not want to save this. Let us just close this, and once we are here, what we want to do is we want to go to the command execution part. So click on the command execution part, and you will see the similar website as the one we visited before, which is the ping for free. So basically you just type here, as it says, the IP address, and it will ping it. Now we can try it. Let us ping my router, since it is online, of course. I wouldn't be able to access the internet if it wasn't, and we can see the pinging results. So it performed 3 ping scans, and we can see that it received 3 packets. So that's good. But let's say, for example, you think that this is vulnerable possibly for the command execution, and you try a simple command, which is 192.168.1.1, where we specify our router IP address, and we type here the, let me just find where is it on my keyboard, the dot and the comma in order to divide these two commands, and we type here, for example, who am I? And we did cover this command. It will give the account on the terminal on this web server if it is vulnerable to the command execution. So we submit that, and we can see that it executed the ping scan, and it also gave us the output who is running on that server, which basically tells us that this server is vulnerable to the command injection. We were able to execute the command on the server that isn't only the pinging command. Now I will continue to show you how to actually exploit this. Now for now on we just ran a simple command in order to find out whether it's vulnerable or not, and in the next video I will show you how to exploit this and make that server connect to our own machine. So that's about it for this lecture. We'll continue in the next one, and I hope I see you there. Bye! Hello everybody, and welcome back to the next tutorial in web penetration testing. Right now we will start off by covering some of the basics of SQL and the basics of SQL injection. So first of all, for those of you who don't know, with the SQL injection we basically make an interaction with the database itself. Now, the database is mostly used to store information. For example, usernames and passwords can be stored in database, and once you type them in a form, the server queries the database and compares password you typed in with the password stored in the database, and if they match, it will allow you to log in. So the example would be, for any login form that you encounter, whether it is on the Instagram, Twitter, or any social media account, what it will do is once you type it in, it will make a query to the SQL database, and it will compare, first of all, it will probably hash your password and compare the hash password with the hash password stored in the database, and if they match, you will be able to log in. So, the problem here happens if the person who created that website didn't filter the user input well enough and didn't forbid some of the characters used to query the database. Now, it can potentially allow the user to send SQL queries and gather a bunch of the information that he shouldn't really gather. It can also allow the user to delete the entire database if he wanted to. Now, before we begin, let me just open LeafPad right here and explain a little bit more what SQL is and how you query the database. First of all, the database is just a bunch of tables that are connected with the same system and that are also connected between each other. Now, what I mean by tables is basically a table is a list that contains information for the same type of elements, for example, table of users. So you have Facebook.com, for example, and it probably has a database with a bunch of tables of users. And the tables are basically consisted of rows and columns. So, for example, you could have the row of user, then below row of password for user, then below row of some of the other information for user, mobile phone, email, or basically any other information you want. It doesn't have to be anything linked with the user itself. It could be, for example, you visit an online shop and it sells flowers, for example, and you could have a table of different types of flowers right there, and different types of information for those flowers. And once you search the online shop, it queries for that database. Now, how do we query a database? How do we actually interact with the database itself? Now, there is the SQL language. It is not that hard to learn, but in the SQL injection, it might seem a little tricky to get used to it, but once you learn some of the basic commands, it is not that hard to continue learning it. Now, some of the top commands would be create, select, update, insert, delete, drop. Now, these commands are used to query the database, and they basically do as they say. Create will create database, select will select a specific, for example, table in that database, or specific column or row, it doesn't matter. Update will basically update the database. Insert will insert a new element to the database or to the table itself. And delete will delete a certain part of the database. For example, you want to delete a user. He decided to, for example, close the account and you want to delete it from the database, you will do it with the delete command. And drop basically deletes the entire database itself. It can be very dangerous if the site is vulnerable to the SQL injection. So, for example, let's say the Facebook was vulnerable to the SQL injection, and you just type there drop and the name of the database, you would basically delete the entire database of users and passwords, which would become a really big problem. But luckily, Facebook is not vulnerable to the SQL injection, and most of the bigger websites aren't vulnerable to the SQL injection, but some of the less known websites could be. So, also, one more thing, the commands delete and drop are not really used that much by the attacker, since loss of information is not a preferred method of the attack itself, since attacker in most cases wants to gather information and not delete them. Now put yourself in the shoes of the attacker. Valuable to the attacker is the passwords and usernames that he could gather for that account than deleting every account. If he deleted every account, he would just make a big problem, but if he gathered all usernames and passwords, he could basically log in as anybody to that website. And that could prevent a huge problem if that website was, for example, PayPal. He could send a bunch of money to himself, and he would probably get caught after some time, but that isn't the point right here. Now, the command out of all of these that you will use always is the select command. So this command is used to query the database. So, for example, you found out the SQL injection, you want to select the table with the passwords. You will do that with this command. Now, the basic SQL query will look something like this. So select, and then some kind of elements from table where condition. So this is the basic query for the SQL database. We select some elements from some table where and then a certain condition. Now the type of that, the example for this command would be something like this. Let's say select name, description, price from products where price is less than $5.99, for example. Now this is the basic query database for a website that would possibly be some kind of the online shop. So we select the name of the product that we are searching for, the description of that name, and the price of that name from all of the products where price is less than $5.99. And then once the user selects that somewhere, the server prints out back all of the responses that are below $5.99 and that have name, description, and price with them. So it doesn't have to be a single thing that we specify right here. We can specify two things. So for example, you could just type select for column A. So we want to select column A from table X, where some other column E equals employee, and column F basically equals 100. Now, as you can see, you can also use these logical conditions, which basically allows us to set two things right here. So we select column A from table X, where column E equals employee, and column F equals 100. So this is how the basic SQL query looks like. Now, you might find it a little bit tricky, but you should be able to understand it. If you don't, however, just search on the internet some of the SQL basics and you will get used to it real fast. It is one of the easier languages, but its syntax can be a little bit weird. As we can see right here, this select from and where is typed in. I typed it in capital letters. You don't have to if you don't want to. I just wanted to type it in capital so I can show you the different parts of it. So this column A is the part of the database, this table X is part of the database, the column E is also part of the database. That's why I typed it in the lower letters, and the select from and where and end are basically conditions that we use to query the database. Now that I show you some of the basics of the SQL, I just want to let us just continue in the next lecture with the exploitation and the attack of the SQL injection on our OWASP virtual machine. So this was about it for this lecture. As I said, if you want to, just check out on the internet about SQL more, and I will see you in the next video where we will be attacking our first target. So I hope I see you there, and take care. Hello everybody and welcome back, and now let us start off by trying to exploit our first target, which would be our OWASP virtual machine. So I'll just close this, which was from the previous video. We do not want to save it. Let us just go onto our virtual machine and also go to the, once again, to the then vulnerable web application, which is dvwa once you get there, if it asks you for the login screen, just type there admin and it will open up this window. From there, you just go to the SQL injection right here. So, as in the previous command injection tutorials, SQL can also be used to query with the get method. So, if you have a source code to the website, you can easily see if it is vulnerable to the SQL injection, but in most cases you won't have the source code. Right here we do have it, as we can see if we click right here on the view source, you will see the source code of this website. And we can see our SQL query, which is right here. So, we will get to this a little bit later on. For now on, let us just see what this website is all about. So, as we can see, we get prompted with the user ID. So, user ID could possibly be some kind of a number. So, let us just type here 1 and submit it. And we will get the first name and the last name or surname for the user ID under the number 1. If we type here user ID 2, we will get the user ID under the number 2. So that would be Gordon Brown. So we can conclude that this website is basically giving the first and last name based on the user ID that you typed right here. Now let's try here 32, for example. There probably isn't. So as we saw, if you type here 32, it won't give out any output since there isn't a user under the ID of 32 or 33. I don't know what I typed, I forgot, it doesn't really matter. So let us continue. Now, it all seems good for now, but what happens if we type here a special character that is used in programming languages, for example? Now, we can cheat right here and type and view the source code, but the basic check, the most basic check for the SQL injection is always the apostrophe. A single apostrophe. Now, in most cases, once you type this, it will, if the server is vulnerable to the SQL injection, it will print out an error. It will say that there was an error in the SQL query, and let us just check that out. If I click here on submit, you will see we get some weird error that says you have an error in your SQL syntax. Check the manual that corresponds to your MySQL server version for the right syntax to use near this at line 1. Now, if you see this on any website, it means it is vulnerable to the SQL injection, because this error means that we actually entered something that messed up with the server's code. And it even says it right here that we have an error in SQL syntax. Now, that error basically is the 3 apostrophe one next to another. So, in order to explain that a little bit better, let me just go here and on view source, let me enlarge this, we can see that this is our SQL syntax. We can see that basically, as I explained in the previous video, it selects first name and last name from users where user ID equals, and then here it types any input that we typed in the user ID form. So for example, if we type there 2, it would print out 2, the information about user under ID 2. And you can see that the ID it has the apostrophe from the left side and apostrophe from the right side, which means that the user input is anything between these two apostrophes, which is good. But what happened when we typed another apostrophe? It happened that this basically, let me just show you, let me copy the entire command, let us copy it, and let us open a leafpad. So I already had it open, so I'll just open once again and paste the command right here. When we typed user under ID 2, it looked like this. When we typed user ID 1, it looked like this. But once we typed the apostrophe, we had these 3 apostrophes, and it counted first 2 as the part of the query, and the last one was basically SQL didn't know how to interpret the last apostrophe, and it gave us an error. An error in syntax in SQL language, which means that it actually read our apostrophe as a part of the code. And that's how we know that it is vulnerable to the SQL injection. So, let me just open this. Now, and most of the time you won't have this code, but you can actually try to guess how the code might look like. based on the website itself, so we could actually guess once we type here 2, we know that it queries for the first name and the last name from some table with users where ID equals 2. Now that we know that it is vulnerable, we can actually try a few of other things. So let us try to actually type here 2 and add the apostrophe, which would end the first, which would be the correspondent to the first apostrophe in the source code. So let us keep the source code right here. So for now on, it is select first name, last name from users where user ID equals 1 apostrophe, then 2, then second apostrophe, and then we can check right here, for example, and, which is a SQL syntax, and 1 equals 1. Now, let me just delete the last apostrophe since we already have it specified in the source code. What this does is basically it will check for a condition if 1 equals 1, which is always true, and it shouldn't give us any error. If you just paste this in the instead of the ID, you will see that it is a good written syntax for the SQL, and it shouldn't give us an error. It will print out the ID of username 2, and it will not print anything else. So if we just type here submit, you can see that it's just printed the Gordon Brown, which is the username under ID 2, and it also checked if 1 equals 1, and since that is true, it didn't give us any error. But let's do the same thing, and instead of 1 equals 1, we type here 1 equals 2. Now, since this is not correct, 1 is not equal to, it will not print out anything. So basically it won't print out the Gordon Brown or anything else. If you click here submit, you will see that it doesn't give us any information, since it would only print out the username under ID 2 if the second condition was also met, which it wasn't, since 1 is never equal to 2. Now you might be asking, let me just type here, why am I not using the apostrophe at the beginning and at the end? Well, basically I already have those 2 apostrophes in the source code. As you can see right here, it starts off with the apostrophe, and then we just type here 2, and then the second apostrophe and 1 apostrophe, then 1 second apostrophe equals, and then another opening apostrophe 1, and we have the closing one right here, so we do not have to type it. If we were to type it, we would get another syntax error, since we have another apostrophe which shouldn't be there, as we can see right here. We have a few extra apostrophes, so we do not type the apostrophe at the end. Now that we saw how this works, let us actually try to find out how many rows and columns and tables and all of that kind of stuff are there, in order for us to get to the valuable stuff, which would be usernames and passwords. So in order for us to find out the existing number of columns, we should type here this command. So we delete basically anything. Let's just delete all. So we type here 2 apostrophe, and then we use the command order by, and then we type here 1. Now what this means is this will try to find the existing number of columns. This order by 1 will basically see if there is 1 column, and we will just go 1 order by 1, order by 2, order by 3, and once it doesn't give us anything, it means that there is not a column under that number. Now after this, what we want to do is type here hashtag. Now you might be asking, why are we typing the hashtag now? Well, basically hashtag is the comment in the SQL language. So anything that comes after the hashtag is interpreted as a comment. So we type here hashtag and then apostrophe, and if we type right here, we can see that the column 1 exists. Now let us try to see if there are 2 columns, for example. So we type here the same command, but instead of 1 we want to check out 2. Does that exist as well? And it does. And let us try to find out about the third column. Does the third column exist in the database? And if we type right here, it will say unknown column 3 in order clause, which means our database only has 2 columns for now. Third one doesn't exist, and that's why we get this error. Now that we found out how many columns are there, we can basically try to select them both and see what they are. We want to see, for example, in which order are these columns, and we do that with this SQL query, which is 2. And basically, maybe I didn't mention, but this 2 is the ID for the Gordon Brown, I believe, guy. And we use that so we can specify another command after that, so it gives us our desired output. So we will use union select 1 and then comma 2 and then hashtag apostrophe. Basically, this will give us in which order are these columns, these 2 columns that we found out. If we, for example, found out that there were 3 columns right here, we would just type here another comma and then 3. But since we only have 2, we just type here 1, comma 2, and we can see right here that the first name is the column number 1 and the surname is column number 2. Now this union command right here that we used, basically it is used to gather results from 2 queries, as we can see right here. So we will continue. We basically just found out some of the basic things right here, but we will continue to exploit it in the next tutorial. So I will just cut the tutorial here and we will continue from where we stopped right now, and I hope I see you there, and take care. Bye. Hello everybody and welcome back, and let us continue. Basically from here what we want to do is, first of all, we want to find out the name of the database included in this server. Now in order for us to do that, we use this command. So let us just add 2 for the user ID, apostrophe, and then once again union select. And then what we want to do is basically add 2 functions that will give us the name of the database and the name of the users linked to the database. So database and then 2 parentheses, which is the syntax for the functions in the code, then comma users, and then again 2 parentheses. And at the end we add hashtag and then the apostrophe. So let us just run this. Oops, function dva users does not exist. So let's see what's up with that. Let me just try it like this. Function dva users doesn't exist. So let me just check out why does it give that. It should exist. Or maybe it is user. Yeah, it was a user, so it's not the users and then parentheses, it is user and then parentheses. So as we can see, we got the name of the database with this function, and the name of the database is dvwa, and the name of the user that is correspondent to that database is dva at localhost. Now that we got the name, we want to go further on, and let us run our next command, which we will type right here. So 2 as an ID, and then we type here again union select, then follow up with me right here. So schema underscore name, and then comma 2 from information underscore schema dot schemata, I believe that is how it is pronounced, and then we at the end specify the comment once again. Now let me just run this and then I will explain what did I run. As we can see right here, the information underscore schema has basically all configuration and information for the MySQL database. So the dvwa should be the database for this application. Now this might be a little bit hard for you at the moment, especially if you do not have any previous SQL knowledge or knowledge about SQL injection. This is basically some of the advanced part for this, so it might take you a few times to rewatch this and search on the internet a few things in order to understand this fully, but that's okay. We'll continue right here, so you will have the material to practice once you learn all of this. Now let's just continue. So we ran this command right here, and we can see that the DVWA is the database for this server, for this application. Now the information, now we should send the query for tables in order to find out what tables are in the DWA database. And we can do that with this command. So we start off with the ID once again, and then union select. Then we want to select table underscore name, comma, to from information underscore schema dot tables, where table schema equals apostrophe DVWA, which is our database. And then we specify the hashtag for the comment, and we end it with the apostrophe. We use the hashtag as a comment, so it should ignore the rest of the code that comes after the hashtag. So as we can see right here, we got two tables. One of it is guestbook and the other one is users. Now you as an attacker will most likely be interested in this table called users, as it possibly could have some passwords and usernames or any other valuable information in it. So after we discover the tables, we want to basically discover the columns in those tables, and we will target this table right here, which is the users table. Now we want to find out what columns are there in that table, so we type here to apostrophe union select. And also, by the way, this union select you can also type in smaller letters. It doesn't have to be capital, so you can type everything in smaller letters. I just type it in capital in order to differentiate the SQL commands from the tables and columns and all of that. So I will continue with the capital letters. So union select. Now what we want is to select column name. We also want to select the column type from information underscore schema dot columns. Now in the previous one we selected from the information underscore schema dot tables, and now we want to select from information underscore schema dot columns, where table underscore schema, let me just see, oh I didn't type it well, so schema equals apostrophe DVWA, and table underscore name equals users. And of course we end with our hashtag and then apostrophe. Now what we specified in this command, we basically said where table schema equals apostrophe DVWA, that's us selecting the database, and table name equals users, that's us selecting the table that we want to gather columns from. So if we run this right here, you will see we get a bunch of these columns in the table users. So this is our command right here. And we can see we selected the database DVWA and table name users, and we were looking for the column name and column type. The column name will be this thing, so user ID, first name, last name, user, password, avatar, and column type would be the varchar and then the number in the parentheses. Now out of all of this, we are most likely going to be interested in the password one. As we can see, for the password, there is specified the 32 characters as a max for that particular input. And now that we got that, we basically want to gather all of this information and print them out on the screen. You do not want to print out just password, since you won't be knowing to who that password belongs. What we want to do, we want to basically print out the first name, last name, and then the user and password for that first name and last name, so we know to who that username and that password belongs to. And for that we will use a special command called concat, which will basically, as it says, concat two things for us, since we only can output two things with this application, which is the first name and the surname. So we want to be able to print all of the information in these two outputs. So what we will do, we will print the user ID, first name and last name in the first name input, in the first name output, and we will print out the username and password under the surname output. Now let me see what I mean by that. So we'll type our last command with this. So 2 for the ID, then the apostrophe, and then what we want to do is union select, and now we want to concat. First thing we want to concat would be the user ID. So user ID, as we see it right here, it is a column in the users table. So we want to split it with the dash, so we know where it ends. So we split it with dash, we add first name to it, which is the second column in the users table, you can see it right here, and then we split that by the empty space. So just type, just open up apostrophe and then empty space, and then another apostrophe, and then comma, and last thing we want to print under the first output, which is last name. So this is our first, or let me just, maybe it's easier for you, you can't really see the command right here, so let me just type it in LeafPad, and then I will copy it to the website. So let us just open LeafPad once again, so you can see the whole command. Since this command could be possibly a little bit hard to understand, we just lower this so I can also open the Firefox. I do not need this, I need this. So let's start off with the command once again. So we started off as every command, which is 2 as a user ID, and then apostrophe, and then union select, and as I said, we want to concat a few information so that we can output all of them. We open parentheses, user ID, I believe it's that is the first column, as we can see right here, user ID. Then we want to type comma, and then open apostrophe, and then dash, close the apostrophe, and then another comma, and then first name, which is the second column, I believe. Let us check out. Yes, it is the first underscore name. Then we want to, basically what we want to is add a empty space so that we can also type the last name after it, and then last name, last underscore name, and close parentheses. So let us see if it is really last name. Yeah, it is last name. So after that we want to concat the username and password as well. So we type here comma and then concat, and we want to concat in the second output the user. So let me see, it is called the user. Yeah, it is right here. And the password. Now we will split these two with the 2 dots. So apostrophe, 2 dots, and then apostrophe, and then comma, password. Let me see if it is password. It should be. Yeah, it is. So we will print out the password, and we want to select from where are we selecting all of this information. So from dvwa.user. I believe that's how it is called. So we will just type that right here. Or maybe it is users. Let me just check out if it says anything right here. Yes, table is called users. And then we add the hashtag, so it should ignore everything else from this command, from the rest of the code. So now that we selected all of this, let us try out this command. It shouldn't give us any error unless I mistyped something. So we copy this, we paste it right here, and then we submit. And as you can see, our output gave us all of the users, their username, their passwords, their first name, their last name, and their user ID. As we can see, in the first output, which is the first name, we got the user ID, which we concated these 3 things. Maybe he's a bad example. Let us go to the Gordon. So user ID for Gordon is 2. Then we added the dash. Then we added first name, then empty space, then last name for the first output, which is under the first name. As we can see, this right here corresponds to this. And in the surname section, we added the username and the password, which for the Gordon Brown, the username would be Gordon B, and then separated, we have the password right here. Now, you might be asking, these passwords look a little bit weird. That is because these are not really passwords, these are the hashed versions of the passwords. So if you tried to, example, log in with this password, it won't work. This is the password that is encrypted with some algorithm. I will show you how to decrypt it in a few seconds. So let us just check out some of the other users first. So we have another user under the ID 3, which is called hack and last name me. Once again, this right here corresponds to this right here. And the user for that account, the username for that account is Pablo, and the hashed version of his password is this. We can see that in total we have 6 users right here, and we got all of their passwords. Now, we got to the end of the columns, we got all of their usernames, we got all of their passwords, all of their information, yet we still can't log in since these are hashed version of their passwords. Now, the most easiest way to find out which type of encryption or they're hashed is to copy the hash itself. So let us just copy the first hash. You just copy it and just paste it in Google. And if it is a known hash, it will print out what type of hash it is. Now, since I already know this is the MD5 hash, and there are a bunch of MD5 hash websites that are used to decrypt the hash itself. As we can see, the hash MD5 is admin. So the password for the admin account is admin, as we already knew. But let us try to also decrypt all of these other passwords. So now that we know that the hash type is MD5, all of the other passwords will also be the hash type MD5. So let us just type in the Google simply MD5 decryptor. And here we can just go onto the first link, for example, it doesn't even matter. List your MD5 hashes. So stated, let me just see where do we type it. Or let me just go to this one. Free and fast MD5 encryption. Wait, I do not want to encrypt, I want to decrypt. MD5 encryption. We want MD5 decryption. Here it is, but I went one step back. I believe this is the same website. Yeah, it is. So we go to the MD5 online, free MD5 decryption, and here you just type here you just paste here your hash password, and it will decrypt it if it is in the database. So let us go with the first one. Even though we already decrypted the first one and we said it was admin, let us just check that once again. So we copy, we paste it right here. So copy paste, decrypt, and it gives us some of the, so let us just select all images with cars. I don't know why this popped up right here, but we can verify it. Hopefully it doesn't go on with thousands of these screens. Okay, I believe it is over. And here we can see that it found the password for this hash, which is admin. Now let us try another password from different user. So let's go with the Gordon's password. We copy Gordon's hashed value of that password and we type it right here. So paste, decrypt, and once again we get this confirmation. And I also don't know why this asks, but it doesn't really matter. Let us just click OK. And let's see what Gordon's password is. And Gordon's password is ABC123. Now, you can also decrypt everyone's password right here, and if you are wondering how this works, you can just read it right here. It says MD5 is a 128-bit encryption algorithm, which generates a hexadecimal hash of 32 characters regardless of the input word size. Now, how this website works, it basically has a huge database of hashed passwords, and they're decrypted passwords. As we can see, there are over 1,000 billion passwords in this database. And most likely all of these hashed version of passwords, will be in that database, and you can check that. So let's just go on with all of these hashed versions. We can just type it right here, paste it, decrypt it, and it will store front. So let us just select the store front and let us decrypt the password. So for the HackMe account, the password is Charlie. Now let us not go over all of these passwords, since it always asks me for some, either to select cars from the pictures or storefronts, it doesn't even matter, so I won't be bothering with the rest of the passwords. You can check them out if you want to, just to check what the passwords for these accounts are. I believe they are all in this database right here, since it is a huge database. And that's about it. So we successfully exploited the SQL injection. We manually exploited, which is the advanced part from this. So there are a bunch of tools that automate this process, but it is good to know how this process works, and it is good to do it manually a few times in order for you to understand it. And then later on you can use other tools if you want to in order to automate this process. Now, I will just show you in the next video what is the blind SQL injection, which is a lot harder than this one since we get the output right here, but in the blind one we will not get output, and it is most likely the case that you will always encounter. So I will show you how that works. We won't cover the entire blind SQL injection since that would take a lot of time, but I will show you how you can start with it. So that was it for this lecture, and I hope I see you in the next one. Bye. Hello everybody and welcome back, and right now I will show you the blind SQL injection. So you also have it under the dev vulnerable web application directory, so you just log in right here where we were in the previous tutorials and just go onto the SQL injection blind. Now you will see the same output, or not the same output, it is basically the same version as the visible SQL injection. Just right here, if you type the apostrophe, for example, it won't print out the error, which makes it blind, so we do not really know if it is vulnerable or not at all. As we can see in the previous one, once we typed the apostrophe and submitted, it gave us the error in SQL syntax. But if you type right here, if you type 2 and then 2 apostrophes, you can see that it actually gave the output for the second user, which basically means that injecting is possible. It didn't give us an error about syntax or anything, it just gave us the output for the second user. Now, what does this mean? It basically means if we type here the same command as we used in the previous one, so we, for example, use the user under the ID of 1, and then we type here and 1 equals 1, and we submit that, we will get the user under ID 1. But if we type 1 and 1 equals 2, wait, I forgot the apostrophe, it won't give us any output. Now, we can conclude from this that the correct statement will give us output, while the wrong statement or not true statement will not give us any output. So we know that 1 equals 1, and when we type that, we notice that we got the output for the user under the ID number 1, and when we type the 1 equals 2, we got nothing as the output, which means that the statement is not correct. So we can conclude that we can only know if answer is correct or not. So all our queries that we will be using from now on need to be constructed so that you receive a yes or no answer. Now, what does that mean? That means that the only way that we can, for example, do the first step, which is discovering the name of the database, is by brute forcing every character. Now, if you type here, since we already know the name of our database, we did it in the previous. Oops, pardon me. What am I doing right here? Wait, was I all the time on the normal SQL? Let me just check it right here. So we get that right here, and then if we try this one, we get no output. But what about this one? We should get something. Oh yes, it's right here. So you can see that the SQL, let me just go to the blind one. You can see, let's just type once again, and 1 equals 2. You can see the SQL query in the link itself. That means that, first of all, this SQL query is sent with the GET request, and second of all, we can see that some of the characters of our query are encoded. For example, this %3d is encoded. well, basically that is the only thing that's encoded, but it doesn't matter. What I was saying is that you basically need to brute force every character in order to find out whether, for example, the first step, which is the name of the database. And as I said, if we type here and database function, which gives the name of the database, as we saw in the previous video, and we type here dvwa. Now, we know that the database name really is dvwa, so this will be a true statement, and we will get the ID, the user under the ID 1, since this is a true statement. But if we type here a false statement, so we use the same here, but we misspell one letter, so dvww, and click here on submit, you will notice that we actually don't get any output, which means this is not a true statement. So the first one will give answer, since dvwa is correct, and the second one won't print out anything, so it's not correct answer. Now we can carry on with this method in order to find out the further things. So what you would do is basically you would type here the same command right here, and let's say you don't know what the name of the database is, you will just basically type here any letter, so let's say it's D, or let's say it's actually G. And then you go to the Burp suite, you turn intercept on, and then you submit this. You will see that we send this via GET request, and what you want to do is basically, as we can see, this is encoded and our letter is G. And here you would send this, what you would do, let us just go and find that packet. Here it is. What you would do is you would send this packet to the intruder, and then from here you would select only the letter, the first letter, and you would compare the result by the difference in the answer of the length. Now, what I said, basically we did this similar kind of thing in the brute forcing attack, where we actually tried to see which response gets different length. So the same method applies right here, and once you discover which letter gives different length of a response, you would know that that letter is the first letter of the database name. Now, also what you would need, first you would clear all of this, then you would select only the letter which is here in the link, and then you would brute force that letter with all of the letters from the alphabet, so you would have to create a password list, which is basically only A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and supply it in the payload section right here. Wait, let me open Burp suite. In the payload section right here, you would supply that list with all of those letters, and then once it finishes, you will see the different length of a response for the correct letter. Now, once you find first letter, you would do that for the second letter, and for the third letter, and for the fourth letter, and finally you would find out that the DVWA is the correct, basically the correct name for the database. And then you would proceed on with the tables, and then the columns, and then the user, and all of that stuff that we covered previously. So that's why this would take a lot longer than the previous video, so I will not be doing it. There's no really point in sitting here 2 hours just to do the same thing as in the previous video. So basically it is the method where you brute force every letter, and then you find out the correct name. The principle and the commands are all the same as in the previous video. So that's about it for the blind SQL injection. We won't be really doing it since there's no time to waste. We need to cover more things, such as the SQL map. Now, what is the SQL map? So let me just close all of the things. Wait, I did not want to save it, so let me just click here on X and click here No. So what SQL map is it is basically the program or the tool that comes pre-installed in Kali Linux, and it is used since it automates the process of SQL injections. So all of the stuff that we did manually in the previous lesson and the lesson before that, we can do automatically by this tool. That's why it's easy to use, and you basically don't need to know anything about the SQL language or any type of queries in order to do this. You only need to provide the link, the level of inspection, the risk, and some other options, and it will run on its own. So as I said, it comes pre-installed in the Kali Linux, so just type here SQL map, and it will print out your available options, or wait, if we print out error, so in order to see our options, just type here --help, and right now we see our available options. So let us scroll up a little bit. What we have here is the verbosity level, then the -u for the URL, so you will always need to specify this. Then what we have is Google Dork, checktor, proxy, so you can set proxy, cookie equals cookie, so you can basically even set the cookie, the data, DBMS, so you can check out all of these options. We won't be covering in the detail since we covered the harder part, which is the manual SQL injection. This is only one command, so we will do it on a specific website, or not website, on a specific page on our virtual machine OWASP. So let me just open up Firefox once again. So go onto your OWASP virtual machine, 192.168.1.6, I believe, and go right here on the, however you spell this out, however you say this, motilde 2. The proxy server is refusing connections. Well, that could be because I closed Burp. That's what happens when you think you don't need something and then you actually do need it once again. So let us just open Burp real quick. So click here OK. Then we go here next once it opens up. Let's wait for it. So next, and we wait for this to open. Now, while this is opening, let me just tell you that the SQL map can be used both for SQL injection and blind SQL injection, and it can also find table names and columns, and it can extract usernames and their hashed passwords. Also, it can use different techniques of encoding to bypass some of the defenses such as filtering and IPS. And it also can work with the Metasploit framework, which we didn't cover yet and we will cover in the future tutorials, but it is a good thing to know that it is possible to mix these two. So let us continue onto our virtual machine. So let us reload this page, and where you want to go right here is, I believe it is under the OWASP. Let me just try to find it. User info, it could be SQL, or maybe under the web services, and then the rest SQL injection user account management. Nope, it's not right here. I don't know why I thought it was right here. Let us just find it. What about this? Name, username, password. Okay, so it is this page right here. And let's say, since we know that this is vulnerable to the SQL, since it is under the user info SQL, we can just basically try anything right here. So let's just go on and then view account details. You can see that there is not an account under that username and password, of course, but we got the link. So we want to test this website for the SQL injection, for example. You will just copy the link, then you type here SQL map -u to specify the URL, then apostrophe, so open double apostrophe, then paste the link, close apostrophe, and then what we want to specify is the input that we want to scan. So let's say for this type of scan we want to scan the username input. So you just type here -p, I believe it's -p, let me just enlarge this and see it for myself. So -p test parameters, so testable parameters. We want to test the username parameter, so just type here username. And what we want to do is use also the schema. So we did that in the previous video. I explained what the information schema and all of that is. The p is the specified parameter that we scan. So once you do that, you can also add some of the other options right here if you want to. For example, level of scan, so level of test to perform, default is 1, level of risk, so you can set the risk to be under 3, but I believe it will be more difficult then, not difficult but more detectable then. And here this -- schema, as you can see right here, it says enumerate DBS schema. So if you let this to run, it will take some time, I believe. I don't know if I finished it before. So it will ask you some of the questions. Make sure to read them under when they pop up. So it says right here, it looks like the backend DBMS is MySQL. do you want to skip test payload specific for other DBMSs? We want to say yes, since I believe it really is the MySQL. So for the remaining tests, do you want to include all tests for MySQL extended provided level 1 and risk 1 values? We want to click here yes. If you don't want, you can specify the level and risk in the command itself. And basically you can let this run and it will automate the entire process of the SQL injection for you. Once it finishes this, basically I believe it will print out the tables and columns and all of that, and you can basically not manually, but you can automatically with a single number choose an option to check out what it found. But I believe this process takes a little bit longer to finish, so we won't be waiting for this to end. We will cut the tutorial right now, and in the next tutorial we will cover the XML injection. We will do it only in the one tutorial since it is not that important as the SQL injection and as the cross-site scripting attack that we will do after it. So that's about it for this tutorial. You can wait for this to finish if you want to see what other things it will print out or what other questions it may ask you. And until then, I hope you're having a great day, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hello everybody and welcome back, and right now we finished the SQL injection part, which could have been for you a little bit hard to understand, and I always encourage you to read more about it. That will make you understand it a little bit better, and also you can watch other tutorials online on how to perform the SQL injection with SQL map or manually. The more tutorials you watch, the better you will get, and so on. But right now, we want to cover another attack, which is the XML injection. So let's first talk about it. Well, some applications may do their searches in XML file or XML database, which basically allows us to perform the XML injection. And when user sends the XML format information that application should read. So users basically, as an input, send the XML format information, and the application or the web server basically reads that. And if we type it as a code, as a code, it might interpret it as a part of the code if it is not filtered correctly. It is the same principle as in the previous two attacks, which is the command injection and SQL injection. So basically all of these attacks are just badly written website code or badly filtered user input. So in order for you to understand it better, you will need to know the basic XML structure. It basically looks similar to the HTML. It has a root node, child node, element, and I believe it also has those two arrows that are at the beginning and at the end of every command. So it is it looks a lot like the HTML code. So let us see the practical use of this attack. So what we want to do, go once again onto the virtual machine OWASP and go once again onto the IP address. So let me just go back 1 or 2 or 3 times. So once you are here, you want to go to the PWAP, which is right here. I don't believe we went here in the previous videos, but this is the first time, so just click right here and it will open up something that looks like this. So now what we want to do, first of all we want to log in, as it says right here, enter your credentials, debug. So you can just log in right here, or if you want to, you can also train your brute forcing attack. Just add to some username list or password list these two words and run your brute force attack in Hydra or in Burp suite in order to practice a little bit, but we won't be doing that right now since we did that twice in previous videos. So let me just log in right here with the specified username and specified password. Set the security level. For now on we will leave it on low since this is the tutorial video. We want to show you from the beginning how it looks like, and once you log in, don't save password. Once you log in right here, you want to search for the XPath injection search. So as we can see right here, we have a bunch of the methods right here that we can use to practice our attacks. And what we want to search for is, let me just find it, A1 injection, server-side SQL injection, we covered that. Whoops, SQL XPath, here it is, so XML XPath injection search. Once you find that, just click on it right here and click on hack. And you will see that we load a simple page which basically searches movies by their genre. So as we can see, the action movies, if you click here search, it will print out 6 of these movies. You can have some of the other options, for example horror movies. You click here search and we get 2 movies, which is Resident Evil and The Underworld. And you can also check the science fiction and click here on search, and you basically get the same output as the action movies. So what we want to do, first thing you might notice is there isn't any user input right here. There isn't any specific field right here that allows us to type something. Well, we don't really need it. This search box right here, which chooses between 3 types, is actually our user input. You do not type it, but you do send your choice to the server. So let us just intercept this packet real quick. So we go onto our Burp suite. We turn the intercept on, and now what we want to do is go onto our page and search for the action movies, for example. So just click here on search. Our page will load since we are intercepting it, and if we go right here to the packet that we received in the intercept, we can see that in the link there is a specified genre which says action, and the action which says search. So these two are correspondent to to this right here and this right here. And let's see what happens if we, for example, change this packet before we forward it to the server. So let's try to inject action and then once again inject apostrophe after that. Let's see how the server will handle this packet. So we basically sending action and then the apostrophe, so we forward this, and let's see what server basically gave us. And sure enough, it gave us the invalid expression, which means we successfully found a vulnerability. Warning, simple XML element XPath invalid expression in this file right here on line 158. Warning, simple, and another warning, evaluation failed in the same file on line 158. No movies were found. So we can see that the server actually read this as a part of code. Now let's check something else as well. So let me just search for the action. Wait, we have the intercept on once again. Let's turn it off. Let's go to the page itself. So we are back to the same thing. Now what we want to do is exploit and possibly find some usernames and passwords, if there are any. What we want to check next is whether this application will interpret the part of this word right here as well as the whole word. So once we send action, it prints out the action movies, but let's try that again by sending only a part of that word. So let us just turn our intercept on and search once again. So now that it is stuck, we go to our Burp suite, and why is it so slow? Here it is. And let us delete a part of this word. So delete ion and leave act. And let's see if the server will recognize this as a part of the word action. So if we turn off the intercept, we can see that we got the same output as if we search for the action. Now, with anyone with a little bit of knowledge of the XML will know basically that since it gives the same result as the action word, we know that it uses a function which is called contains. Now, contains basically does the same thing as it says. For example, it searches for all of the results that contain even a part of the word. So, for example, act is contained in action. That's why it gave us the same output. Now that we know that it uses that function, which is contains once again, we can do something very, very funny, as you will see right here. It could be a little bit hard to understand, but basically we will try to select once again to something similar as in the previous video in the SQL injection when we said 1 equals 1. We'll try to type here something like contains 1 which will print out all of the results in the database. Let me just show you. So we turned on our intercept, and if we search right here, what we want to go to is Burp suite. So let me just go back to it. Whoops, not other applications. We want to click right here. And let us delete action first. So we delete action. And what we want to type right here is the apostrophe, then the closed right parentheses, then the closed bigger right parentheses, then slash, you just find it, slash, star, and then 2 slashes, and then once again star. Then we type the left open bigger parentheses, and then we type here contains, and then open left smaller parentheses, apostrophe 1, closed apostrophe, comma, open apostrophe, pardon me, so comma, open apostrophe 1. So you will see that if we forward this packet, so I'm not really sure why it doesn't give us the forward option. Here it is. It is just a little bit slow. What is this? We do not want this, so let us forward this packet and let's see what output we got from this server. No movies were found. Well, oh, wait a second. Let me just try this once again. I think I know what's the problem. The problem could be that I deleted the action. So let us just do that once again. So search. We go to the Burp suite. It is a little bit slow, so we type the same thing once again. So just type the same thing that you typed previously. So let us just do it starts with apostrophe, then the open right parentheses, open bigger right parentheses. Then what we do is slash, star, 2 slashes. Let me just move my mouse. 2 slashes, star. And then we want the open left parentheses, open contains, open smaller left parentheses, apostrophe 1, apostrophe, comma, open 1, open apostrophe 1, and that's about it. So let me just see if this will work. If we send that, no movies were found. Not really sure why it says this. Let's just try something else. I think I know what the problem is. Okay, I realized the problem was that I was missing a character, so let us do that once again. So intercept on, search, it is stuck, so we go to the Burp suite and we type in the general we type the same thing, but follow up with me right now. We need to add a little bit of something else, so let us just start off with the apostrophe, then open left parentheses, open right parentheses, open right bigger parentheses, slash, and then the star sign, and then we want to use the pipeline, which is the upper line, and then we continue with the same, so 2 slashes and then the star signs again, and then we open the left bigger parentheses, contains, which is the function, and then we open apostrophe, or open left parentheses, smaller ones, apostrophe 1, apostrophe, comma, open apostrophe 1. So let me just copy this so I can show you how it looks if you can't see it. So I will just copy it. I will open LeafPad and let me paste it right here. You should see it a little bit better. Just see if I can't enlarge this. So this is the command that we are using right here. So what we did in previously, we basically forgot this pipe command, this pipe sign right here. So let us just forward this packet and see what happens. So I don't know why this pops up, forward. And let's go to the page right now. And as you can see, we got a bunch of the options that aren't really movies. As we can see, Neo, Trinity, and then randomly there is a movie, and then we have some of the numbers right here. Basically what these are, this is the username, this is the password for this username, as well as this Alice loves zombies, as well as this Thor and Asgard. So we basically successfully exploited the XML database with that one command, and we can see the usernames and passwords of different people right here, and it gave us in the list as if these were movies. So that's how you manually exploit the XML with the XML injection. Now let's do the same. Now, let me show you how you can automate this process with a tool. But I will show you this in the next lecture, and then after that we will start the cross-site scripting attacks. So I hope I see you in the next lecture, and take care. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome back. And let us start off with the cross-site scripting attack, which is also, I believe, after the SQL injection, one of the most common attacks found on the website applications. So what is the cross-site scripting attack vulnerability? Well, basically, your web browser is interpreter of code, which uses HTML and script code for showing documents including texts, pictures, and videos, for example. Now, what it means that it basically allows users to interact with dynamic elements including search fields, hyperlinks, forms, video, audio controls, and many other. Now, besides the HTML code itself, there is most likely going to be a script code that allows all of that. Now, the most commonly used script code would be the JavaScript, and it is used to make your website, or basically any website on the internet, more dynamic. Now, why am I talking all of this? Well, basically, when user input is used to determine the script code, and the input isn't filtered well enough, you get the cross-site scripting vulnerability. Now, what I mean by that? Well, for example, let's say you have a website, and basically what you when you click on something or when you type something in, a thing pops up on your screen or moves left from right on the website, or basically anything that makes a website more dynamic to you that was caused by you can be used to make the cross-site scripting vulnerability work there. It happens when script code is added in user input field and browser executes it as a code instead of some kind of data. For example, you type in the user input green and your screen turns green. It is basically some kind of interaction with the website. And if you type there a script code and the user input isn't filtered, as in this SQL and command injection and XML injection, it can be read as the script code. As I said, the mostly used script code is the JavaScript, but it can also be some of the other, for example, such as the VBS scripts or any other script code. Now, let me just open LeafPad right here before I continue talking about this, since this is a theoretical part where you need to understand basically what am I saying. So the most common XSS attack or cross-site scripting, so basically XSS is the short for cross-site scripting. The most common attack would include something like this. The attacker which performs the attack, so the attacker that performs the attack, the vulnerable web application, the victim which uses web browser, and some website that attacker wants to, for example, redirect. Let me just make this a proper English. So JavaScript can be used to redirect vulnerable websites, and it is most commonly what you will see. So, for example, when you visit some kind of website, let's say you visit again an online shop for flowers, and you click on a specific link that leads you to that shop, and suddenly you are on some website that sells cars, for example. You will know that it was done with a redirection using, for example, JavaScript. Now, since it is redirect from flowers to cars, it was most likely a part of the attack from some of the hacker that redirected it to his own website or to someone's website that paid him to do that. that is the most common thing that you will do, and you and someone as a victim that uses web browser, he basically just goes to the web flower shop and suddenly gets redirected to buy cars, which makes no sense at all, but it happens. Now, in order for us to show a simple example of cross-site scripting, let us just go to our virtual machine. Let me just close it and open the login page once again. I'm not really sure how did I load it with this IP address, since my OS virtual machine is in the .1.9, but it doesn't matter at the moment. So what we want to do from here, we want to go to the DVWA, so then vulnerable web application. Go once again on there, and once you go there, it will lead you to the same page that we were before on, with the SQL injection and command injection. This is taking a little bit slow. Let me just check out the IP address whether I typed the correct one. So I've config.1.6. It should load it any second right now. Or yeah, I maybe have the burp suit on and the intercept on, of course. I always forget to turn that off, so let us load the page right now. It asks us for username and password. It is admin. Click here on login. Don't save. And what you want to go on is the XSS reflected and XSS stored. Now, the stored XSS is basically, how do I say this, the injected code is saved on the web server or in the database, and application will show it to every user that visits the page. The goal of stored XSS is to infect every visitor of the website. It is the most dangerous type of the XSS. Why is it the most dangerous? Because it is basically an attack on the website itself, and if you send a code, it will be saved on the website and it will send the same page to everyone who requires that website. Now, the reason that is dangerous is because you, as for example a victim, could just be visiting that website and run my JavaScript code, and basically I could exploit your web browser or anything that I've written in that code right there. Or it could be just a simple message that is usually left to let someone know that they're vulnerable to the cross-site scripting attack. Now, the reflected XSS, instead of sending the script to the server as in stored attack, the reflected attack is linked with JavaScript that we send to the victim. So let me just show you what I mean by that. So let us go to the XSS reflected, and as we can see right here, it will ask us what's your name. Now, this is the example of interactive web page. So if we type here, our name is John, and we submit that, you can see that right here it will type hello John. Now, we can see the source of the code, which of course on the normal websites you won't be able to see it, but we don't really need it right here. You can test this on any website that you are pen testing to see if it is vulnerable to the cross-site scripting attack, and that would be simply to type here script. Let me just, so this arrow, then script, then you close that arrow, then alert, open parentheses, then apostrophe, and then for example let's type here hello, then close the apostrophe, then close the parentheses, then this arrow once again, slash, and then script, and then close this arrow. So if we submit this, and you will see that it shows us a window that says hello. And as easy as that, we now know that this page is vulnerable to the cross-site scripting attack, since we were able to send a part of JavaScript code and the page interpreted it as the part of the server code. So I'm not really sure. Let me just go right here and back to here. Yeah, it won't be showing us that once again. So that was the example, the easy example of the reflected cross-site scripting attack. Now, you can do that, you can run some malicious code, but let's use the same code once again. And once you click here submit, you can copy this link right here and send it to anyone. So let's just say, for example, this link, and you send that to over an email or over Messenger or any other social media application, and someone clicks on this link, so they go I will just copy and paste it since I don't have anyone to send it to, and they click the link, you will notice that it will run the same window for them even though they didn't type anything in here. So basically, anyone that visits this link will run this JavaScript code within their page. Now, this code is not malicious, so it doesn't really do anything, but it could be malicious. For example, it could steal cookies, for example, and hijack a session with that. Now, you might say, well, this link right here looks really suspicious, and that is true, but there are lots of websites on the internet that shorten the link or change the link so that you cannot recognize anything in the link itself. So that could be another option. Now, that's about it for the reflected cross-site scripting attack, and we'll continue with the cross-site scripting in the next lecture. I hope I see you there, and take care. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome back, and let us continue with our cross-site scripting attack. So, in the previous video we discovered that this page right here is vulnerable to the reflected cross-site scripting, as we checked with the alert hello function, and it opened up a window where it says hello, and it can also be used to send over a link to any victim, and that is the reflected cross-site scripting attack. Now, this cross-site scripting can be done both over get and over post methods. This one right here was an example of get method, as we can see in the link we are sending it, so it means it is over get method. I can show you once again, so we can just type here open this and then intercept it in Burp and then submit it, and you will see that it is get method. I just can't see the packet, which is a little bit weird. Did I click on it? Submit. Weird, it doesn't want to work. It doesn't matter at this time, so just trust me on my word, it is the get method. So let us continue with the next attack. So let us open up our virtual machine once again. Let me just open up freshly open page. And right now, where you want to go is you want to find the Wacko Pico page. Let me just find it right here. There it is. So just click on it. It will lead you to a page that we didn't visit previously. So it is new for us. Where we want to go right here is we want to go to the guest book right here. It is just taking a little bit to load up, and as you can see right here, it loaded the hello window screen for me. Now for you it will not load that, since I already tested some of the commands on this website and on this certain page, guestbook page, and every time now that I visit this, it will prompt me with the hello screen. What that means, basically, it means that this is the example of a stored cross-site scripting attack. Why is it stored? Well, basically, anyone who anywhere visits this page will get that window shown. And in the previous attack, you would have to send that over a link in order for that window to show. Since this is a reflected cross-site scripting attack, this is a more dangerous version of the cross-site scripting, and it will save the part of the code on the website, and it will show it to anyone who visits this page. So basically what I did here is XSS test, and I type here script, and then the same script that we used in the previous video, so hello, or we can just type here something else, let's say capital hello, and see if it runs that as well, and then we close this script, and if we submit it, you can see that it prints out with big letters hello. Now, you do not have to send any link to the victim. Basically, what the victim has to do is just open up the page by themselves without any fishy link or anything like that, and they will also get prompted with both of those screens. So let us just check out, and let us pretend that we are victim from a different browser and different PC, and we click right here on guestbook, and we can see we get the hello right here. And that's why this is dangerous, or more dangerous than the previous attack. We also see that it prints out the previous hello, which I also did before I started recording this video. But surely we can do something better than just prompting the hello window to anyone visiting this website. So what we can do, for example, is we can steal cookies from anyone who comes to this page, and we can perform the session hijacking with those cookies. Now, it is a different type of script, so what you would want to do right here is basically type here, so we can name this anything we want, it doesn't really matter. And what we want to do is script, then what we want to close this and document.write. Now what I'm writing right here is basically just a simple JavaScript code, the same thing that I said for the SQL. If you want to learn more about it, you should search it online and look some of the tutorials about JavaScript code. This is just a simple one-line code or two-line code that we type right here in order to gather cookies. There are a bunch of other options that you can do with cross-site scripting, but we will not cover it in great details. We'll only cover some of them, so this is one of them, and let us just type it right here. Image source equals. Now, what am I typing right here is basically, now I want to specify the website to where the cookies will be sent once a certain victim visits the page. So what you want to type right here is any website that you, for example, own or something like that, and there you will receive the cookies of the victims. Now, we can simply just use a Python server. Let me just close this. But it sometimes doesn't work, not really sure why, but we can try it right now. So what you want to type right here is, if I remember correctly, it is Python -m for the module and then HTTP server, which means that we will start a simple Python HTTP server, and then we need to specify the port on which we want to start the server on. So let's just do port 7777, and for some reason this doesn't work. Let me just try a different port. 8888. No, it does not work. Well, maybe if we tried the Python 3 instead of the Python 2, so just add here Python 3, and you can see right now it works. So we are serving HTTP on localhost or on any interface port 8888, and we are listening for inbound connections. So that is good. Now what you want to do is finish your script on the website. Now that we have a website to listen on, we want to type here double quotes HTTP 127.0.0.1, since there is where we will listen for the connections. And after that we want to type here 2 dots and specify the port, which I believe is 8888. Let me just check that out. Yeah, it is 8888. So once we do that, what we want to do next is, let's just go into the next line with this command. So just type here slash right here, apostrophe plus, then document.cookie. So we are gathering the cookie, and then plus, and then apostrophe, and then double quote. We want to add the closing sign of this arrow, and then we want to add another quote and close the parentheses. And then type here the script as the script is ending right here. So once we do that, we have our full script written right here, and all we have to do is basically just click here on submit. Now, why is this? Allow dialogues from hello to make to the tab. Okay, we don't need this page anymore, so let us submit the script that we have just written in order to gather our cookies. And since we are loading the page again, we get these 2 boxes. They're prompted with hello. You should get them too if you already typed the alert function as we did before. Now let me just check something right here. We didn't receive anything yet. So if we, for example, pretend that we are victim and we visit that website through a link or through our own web browser, and we go to the here and we go guest book, let me see if we got any cookies saved. Okay, so we loaded the page, and it doesn't seem that it worked right now. As I said, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, not really sure why. So let me just try to switch it up a little bit. So we will add another same looking script, so just type the same thing you typed before. So document write, then open image source equals double quotes, and then we want to type here 0000, and then the port, which is 8888. And then what we want to do is add a cookie from that port, so plus document cookie plus apostrophe double quotes, and then closed brackets, or closed this arrow. I'm not really sure if I even need that arrow, since I didn't. Let us just try it like this. I possibly could be having some syntax error, since I'm not that good at JavaScript. I didn't really learn it, I only used it in process scripts in the text, so let us just try to run this once again. Click here OK on these already alerted pages. And let's see if we get anything. Do display this file message that will repeat any action resends. Hello, hello. Okay, load the page please, and here we go. If we go right here, we still didn't receive anything, which doesn't really matter. It could be the problem in my syntax, or it could be the problem in just this HTTP server. It doesn't matter at the moment, so if you want to find some of the specific attacks, you can just search on the internet for the cross-site scripting JavaScript code, for example. You can take a screenshot of people's browsers and all of the cool stuff, but we will not cover all of that. You can find it all on the internet. For now on, I just wanted to show you this, and in the next lecture I will show you a different type of the attack, which basically just changes the look of the website itself. So we will do that in the next lecture, and that's about it for now. I will see you in the next lecture, and take care. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome back. And for now on, we covered two types of the attacks, which is the stored SSS attack and the reflected SSS attack. The stored one, as we can see, we covered, and it basically leaves this hello window open all the time for anyone who visits it. And the reflected SSS attack is basically what we sent in the previous videos over link to the victim. Now I also tried to show you how you can gather the cookies with the simple HTTP server running, but that didn't seem to work. If you wanted to, you can search online how to do it more accurate and more better, since I believe I made a mistake in some of the syntax of the command, but it doesn't matter for now on, since there is another attack that I want to show you. So basically what happens if you wanted to change the looks of a certain website. You can also do that with the XSS attack and with the stored XSS attack, which is a lot more dangerous, since it can be used to ruin the reputation and basically the reputation of a certain company. For example, if you were to find the website that was vulnerable to the stored XSS attack, you could, for example, change all of its pictures, then maybe upload your own HTML file, so it shows another website entirely, and it would ruin the reputation of the website itself. But luckily that is not really that common attack. I will show you how to do it right now. So first of all, before I continue, I want to make sure that my intercept is off. Good, so let us go onto our virtual machine. So 192.168.1.6. Now where we want to go is, we want to go right here, mutilde, I believe that is how you pronounce it, not really sure. And right here we want to go to the OWASP 2013, yeah, on cross-site scripting attack. Let me just find DOM injection and HTML5 storage. Now you can see that this leads us to a certain web page, which basically I believe is used to store something. So let us just type here tool under the one and add a new, and we can see added key tool to session storage, and we can see it added our word as an item 1 to the storage. And you can also change the storage type right here, so we can add right here we can add item 2 as a local storage type, and as well it will add it right here. So these are the two tools that we added right here. But now let's try to exploit this with the
cross-site scripting DOM injection. So what we want to do, I will first of all type the code in LeafPad so you can see it better, then I will copy and paste it in the website to see if it works. What we want to do is, for example, we want to change the look or the HTML file itself in order to show something else instead of that page. So let us do that. We want to type here image source. So first open up the arrow bracket, then type here image source equals x on error equals, then type here the double quotes, document dot body dot inner, I believe it is inner HTML equals, then single quote or apostrophe, then open up the header. Let's say in the header, let's say it says you have been hacked, for example. Now you can put anything you want here. You can even put something else if you want to, especially if you know the JavaScript and the HTML. You can type anything you want. So what we want to do right now is close the header with this command. So open brackets, then slash, then h1. Basically the h1 stands for the header with the size of 1, which is, I believe, the biggest header version you can use. Not really sure, not really that great at HTML. And what we want to do is close a single quote, then close double quotes and add the arrowy brackets. So let me just check out once again. We have single quote open here, we closed it right here, double quote open here, we closed it right here. So let us try to see if this will work. I believe it should, unless I have some kind of an error in the syntax. So here, let us, instead of tool, type our code. And here, let's just say 3 and add new. And as you can see, it changed the entire page in the you have been hacked format, or our header that we've written 2 seconds ago. Now, let me just check. For someone visiting, I don't think that it will stay there. I did this yesterday, I should remember, but I really don't, so let us just visit it once again. OWASP right here, then the cross-site scripting, DOM injection, HTML storage, and no, it does not. But it doesn't matter. We know now that this is vulnerable to the XML, or pardon me, to the XSS injection, or not injection, XSS scripting attack. As we can see, we managed to change the inner HTML page with this right here, and it changed the entire page for us. Now, as I said, this attack is used to ruin the reputation of a certain company, for example, especially if it is the stored XSS attack, since if this was stored, now everyone who visits this page would see this. Or for example, if you were to change some of the pictures on the web page, they would see a different pictures, or basically anything that you put in the HTML code with your XSS injection. So that was about it for this tutorial. It was rather short, and in the next one I will show you a few tools that you can use in order to automate the cross-site scripting attack. So I hope I see you in the next lecture, and take care. Bye. Hello everybody and welcome back. In the previous tutorials we showed some of the manual attacks on the vulnerable pages with the cross-site scripting attacks. So we showed the reflected, the stored, and the based on DOM injection attack. Right now what I want to show you is which tools you can use in order to automate this process. So one of them, which is already installed in the Kali Linux machine or the repository, I believe it is called XSSER. Let me just type here. Yeah, it is. Here it is. And it gives us some banner, and it also gives us some of the options. Now, as I said, it comes pre-installed in Kali Linux, so you can just type this and you will see the same output. This tool right here is made to detect the XSS vulnerabilities and exploit them. It can detect the stored XSS, reflected XSS, and XSS based on DOM. We covered all of these three in the previous videos manually, and now you can do them automatically with this tool. So let us just find a page that we will scan. Let me just check once again, intercept off. So we go to the Firefox, let us visit our vulnerable OS virtual machine once again, 168.1.6, and here let me just find what was that page once again. I believe it was this one, budget, so let us just try it, why not? So just click on the budget, and right here what we want to do is let me just go on to the search. Yeah, it's right here. I believe this is the one. So you have here this page, which is 192.168.1.6 or whatever your IP address is, /budget/search.gsp. Now, we can see that if we type anything here, so let us just type anything, it will search for anything, and it will store our anything in the some variable called q. So this sent over the GET request, as we can see right here. Now, what we want to do, let us say we want to automate the tool, the XSS ER tool, to find out some of the vulnerabilities in this page. So let us just copy this link just in case, since we will probably need it, and let us just enlarge this and type help. So XSS ER --help, and we get here a bunch of options. So let me just check, go upwards. What we want to do, we want to specify the -u option, which is the URL. So here it is. This is a must, so we need to enter the target link in order to run this. -g, I believe, send payload using get. Yes, we are sending the payload using the get method, which is the method on that page website. And we also want to specify, I believe, the queue option, because we store our variable in the queue. So let me just type right here. Let me just try it out. Not really sure if there is an option like that in the tool, but let us try it, why not? We delete the anything, and right now we want to delete this as well. So this is the page that we're searching for, -g for the get method, and we want to add the parameter that we want to scan. So let me just find my question mark, not really sure where it is. There it is. And then q equals. So it is scanning using method get, and it is scanning parameter q. So let us try to run this. It will basically add the parameter after. It will basically add any scripts that it will run on the server in the parameter queue. I believe that's how this should be specified. Let us try. So let me just run it, and it says the server has not found anything matching the requested URI. Mosquitoes landed. Finder results. Injections 1. Trying browser injection results. Server has not found anything matching the request. Now, why is that? I have no idea. Browser support hashing could not find any vulnerability. Try another combination or hack it manually. Well, we will not hack it manually since we did it already, but let us try some of the other options. I haven't really used this tool, that's why I don't know how to actually correctly put this. So verbose, we do not need that. Select targets, at least one of these options must be specified to set the source. Okay, so we did specify, we set the URL to the target. Select type of the HTTP or HTTPS connections. We set the get method. Okay, so set access as a keyword on the places that you want to inject. Okay, so set XSS as keyword, that could be possibly what we were missing. These options can be also specify which parameters we want to use as payload. Set XSS, so let us just set XSS right here and try once again. But as it says right here, it says again the server has not found anything. That's not what we were hoping for. Cookie changer, cookie header, these are a bunch of irrelevant options at the moment. Not really sure why it doesn't want to work. Maybe if we specify it like this, maybe we shouldn't really divide these two. Maybe we should just type it right like this. This target -g is not the correct URL. Discard it. So, and what about this? Okay, so we just need to experiment, since sometimes they do not give the example of usage of this command. Let me just try it. Maybe we need to specify it like this. So this is the website that we are searching for, -G now, and we want to specify the path. So here what we want to delete is delete anything. So type here XSS and then delete the previous part, and let us try it like this. Checking URL attack with payload, it doesn't give us that the server couldn't be found, but it says that it couldn't find any vulnerabilities, which is not what we were hoping for. Anyway, not really sure why this doesn't work. Checking URL attack with payload, fail. Why does it fail? I have no idea. Let me just check one more thing. Well, I can't seem to figure out why this doesn't work. Let me just try this once again. And it says 404 not found. Now, why is it not found? I have no idea. Could be a problem with my connection at the moment, but it says right here that it is okay. Then what is it not found? The server has not found anything mentioned in the request. Oh, wait. Why does it add this slash right here when I do not want it to add it? Why did it add it? No idea. Let me just check the link. Maybe we copied something wrong. No, this is the link. And maybe it will work later on, not really sure. What if we just do this and then paste once again, and then we delete everything but this and this. You know, sometimes you might need to experiment with a few options like this before you get it to work. Had a live check for the target, discarded, mosquitoes landed. Well, it doesn't seem to work either. Let's try with this. Is our target even online? It should be. Well, doesn't really matter. Let us go on to the next tool. Not really sure why this one doesn't work. I believe the syntax is correct. Let us just go on to the next tool, which is the XSS Sniper. This one might work a little bit better, or it might actually work for a difference. So this tool does not come pre-installed in the Cal Linux, so we will have to install it from GitHub. So just open up your Firefox, add a new tab, and go to XSS Sniper -Sniper, and click on it to search it, and you should see a GitHub link from where we will download it. Now, I didn't download it yet, at least I don't remember downloading it, so let us download it together. If our internet worked, here it is, and here you just go on the first link, which is GitHub, and the XSS Sniper, as it says right here, it is an automatic XSS discovery tool, so we will try to see if that one works. Not really sure why the previous one didn't, so just copy the link and let's install it in our root directory. So git clone, as we already know, and then we paste the link and then .git. It will clone the directory into our root directory. So let us go to the XSS Sniper and see our files right here. We can see that this is the Python file, so let us just run it right away since it is green, which means it is executable, and let us run XSS Sniper. It gives us our available options, so what we can do, options help URL, so we will use that URL. We can use forms, user agent, crawl, Tor, so random agent, cookie. These are just a bunch of the options used for the anonymization, to anonymize yourself. As we can see, scan behind default Tor, and so on and so on. We just want to, for now on, use the URL option. So just type here Python XSS Sniper -u for the URL, and then let's paste. Oops, yeah, I copied the wrong URL. Let us just go once again to the page itself and copy this URL. Okay, so we will just delete it from here, close this, and then paste the URL. Not really sure now which URL do we need, but let us just try it like this, and we can see that it found Result found access injection points in one target. We can see that this tool has found the access injection. Finally, something works. So we can see target, which is our target method get, query string is this. Now, what it means by query string, this is just a bunch of the encoded characters. And we can see injections 1, payload found free in HTML. So we can see that we successfully discovered the XSS vulnerability with this tool. With the previous one we couldn't, not really sure why, but it doesn't matter. It matters that one of them worked. Probably the other one will work as well sometime. Maybe we specified something wrong, it doesn't really matter at the moment. What matters is that we successfully finished the web penetration testing section, which was one of the first longer sections that we will do, and we might cover some of the other attacks, some of the more advanced attacks in the advanced section also used on websites. But until then, we will need to cover some of the other sections, which will be the wireless hacking section, the malware, the Metasploit framework, and a bunch of other sections. So we have finished the web penetration testing right here, and we will continue hacking in the next lectures. Now, I hope I see you there, and happy hacking. Bye.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the next section of our ethical hacking course. Now, in the previous section we covered the web penetration testing attacks and some of the basic and some of the more advanced attacks, but in this section we will cover some of the attacks used to gather the access to the wireless access point network. Now, we will cover two types of the attacks for this part, which is the brute force dictionary attack on the wireless access point and the evil twin attack. We will use the VPA and VPA2 type of wireless access points. VPA3 is the newest one, but it is still not widely used. It came out last year, I believe, in June 2018, and it is still not used in regular places. The VPA3 basically will be the most secured one, and it will prevent some of the attacks that we were able to perform on the VPA2 and the VPA type of wireless access points. So what I have right here is a little bit bad drawing of a dictionary-based attack, or not dictionary-based, basically the type of attack where we actually sniff the four-way handshake of a wireless access point. Now, the four-way handshake is basically a process that the client performs in order to connect to the wireless access point. It is called a four-way handshake because it is consisted from 4 parts. Now, in order for us to gather the four-way handshake, we would need to basically the entire process can be summed up in one sentence. So basically, we need to disconnect the client from the wireless access point and sniff the four-way handshake as soon as he tries to connect back. That would be the entire process that we would be doing. So the process in detail would be that we need to send something called the deauthentication frames. Now, the deauthentication frame is a frame sent from a station wishing to terminate connection from another station. So basically, the authentication frame is something that client sends to the wireless access point when he wants to disconnect from it. The thing is that we can spoof the MAC address of all of the clients that are connected to the wireless access point and make them connected instead of us. So basically, if you wanted to on any wireless access point, you can send the authentication frames and disconnect all of the other clients from the wireless access point without you even having the access to it. Now, we will do that in detail and in practical in the next lectures, but for now on, you should just know that we will basically spoof the MAC address and send the authentication frames in order to disconnect a client from a wireless access point. The thing is, we can do that for as long as we want. If we wanted to, we could deauthenticate them for 24 hours, but most likely we will only be wanting to do that for a few seconds. So as soon as we stop the deauthentication attack, the client will automatically connect back to the wireless access point. And when he does that, when the client automatically connects back, we basically gather something called a four-way handshake, which is the handshake where the client will send the passwords to the wireless access point. Now, the problem is that the password that we will gather from the four-way handshake will be encrypted, and that's where comes the dictionary-based attack, which is basically after this we only want to brute force the hash that we received with a dictionary. But we will talk about that in detail later on. We would basically just need to
find out the word that is corresponded to that hash that we received from the four-way handshake. But that process doesn't really have anything to do with the wireless hacking. The wireless hacking is basically only consisted from the deauthenticating the client and then gathering the four-way handshake. Basically, that is the first attack that we will do. Now, the second attack that we will do is basically we will recreate the same access point that we want to hack. That's called the evil twin access point. That is also one of the main purposes why we use the authentication. Basically, we want to force clients to connect to our evil twin access point, which then can be used to capture network packets transferred between the client and our access point. Now, how we do that? Well, we basically try to make the identical access point as the one that we are attacking, and then once we do that, we basically send the authentication packets to the clients connected to the wireless access point, and then we hope that they will connect back to our access point instead of the real and legit access point that they were connected to before. Now, in order for us to perform both of these attacks, you will need two things. The first one is the monitor mode enabled on your wireless network card. Now, if you don't have the monitor mode option on your network card, you will basically need to buy a cheap network card that has the monitor mode enabled on it. Basically, anywhere you like, you can go to your local store and try to find it. Just ask if this card has the monitor mode option on it. That is also the reason why I will be recording all of these attacks on my laptop instead of the Kali Linux machine, or basically only the first part of the attack I will record on the laptop, and then after that we will go onto our Kali Linux machine, since I have monitor mode enabled on my laptop and I don't have a wireless card for my Kali Linux machine. And the second thing that you might need is the antenna for stronger signal in evil twin attack. Now, that is not a must, you do not need it if you don't want it, but it can make your attack perform better, since if you have a stronger signal, after you deauthenticate these two clients, they will most likely connect back to you instead of the real access point. But you do not need it, we can perform the evil twin attack even without the antenna for stronger signal. But the first thing that I said you will need, you cannot perform any of these attacks without the monitor mode on your network card. So make sure you get that to work before you continue with this section. That would basically be some of the theory behind all of these attacks. We will of course cover them in greater detail and in practical in the next lectures. Now, some of you might ask, why aren't we also attacking VPA3? Well, as I said, basically VPA3 is newer version and it is not widely used yet in the world. And there is no point to attack something that basically doesn't have a vulnerability yet and basically isn't used yet. Now, they did discover the vulnerability, I believe, last year when it came out, which is also a vulnerability for the VPA2. Basically, I believe some hashcat developer found a way to crack the network without involving the four-way handshake. So basically, with this attack, I believe the attacker sends a single EPOL frame to the access point. They then get back the pairwise master key and use hashcat to generate the pre-shared key. Now, hashcat is a program that we will use in order to crack the hash of the password that we received from the four-way handshake. I will show you that program later on and how to use it. And with a reasonably GPU cracking infrastructure, you could crack many systems in just a few days, or even less. Some of the systems you could basically crack in just a few seconds. Now, the dictionary-based attack, for some of you that are wondering, is not possible on the VPA3, which is the new wireless access point security measures. Basically, the VPA2 for handshake was suitable to offline dictionary-based attacks, which we will cover, especially when short passwords under 16 characters were employed, but VPA3's handshake protocol forces real-time attacks, essentially eliminating the dictionary attack techniques, which basically means in the VPA2 attack, which we will cover, basically once you gather the four-way handshake, you do not even need to be near the wireless access point. You can just go on the other side of the world and still perform the dictionary brute force, since you have the four-way handshake captured in a packet that you have saved on your Kali Linux machine, for example. and then later on you do not need to be anywhere near the wireless access point in order to try to brute force that hash. But that type of the attack we won't be able to do on the VPA3, and also the VPA3 uses the simultaneous authentication of equals, or SAE, to replace the VPA2's pre-shared key, which is PS-key exchange protocol, which is also the four-way handshake. The SAE is a more secure protocol for handling the initial key exchange, and SAE, also known as the Dragonfly key exchange, uses forward secrecy and is resistant to offline decryption attacks. So that's about it for the theoretical part. We will of course cover it in greater detail later on, but for now on, this is just some of the basics that you should know in order to more easily understand the attacks that we will perform. And also you need to gather, as I said, the network card with monitor mode option on it, and then you will be set to go. So that's about it for the theory part. In the next lecture I will start with putting our network card in monitor mode and starting our dictionary based attack. So I hope I see you in the next lecture, and take care. Bye. Hello everybody and welcome back, and here I am right now on my laptop, which I will use in order to show you this process of gathering the four-way handshake from a wireless access point. Now, as I said, I am using the laptop because I have my wireless network card put in monitor mode right here, or basically I have the option to put it in monitor mode right here, and on my Cal Linux machine I don't have that option. So once again, if your card cannot be put into monitor mode, you will need to buy a different card, which can be found cheap online for just $10, and then you will be set to go. Now, before we begin with the attack itself, I will show you how to put your card into monitor mode, or basically how you can check if your card can be put into the monitor mode. So once again, if you are on the Cal Linux machine, make sure you first off connect your wireless adapter and your wireless networking card, and once you do that, basically the process is the same for me and for you. So let me just enter my root mode right here. Just open up your terminal and basically type there ifconfig. Once you type that, you will see your available networking interfaces, and you will see your wireless networking interface, which basically for me right now is WLO1. Now for you it will probably be called something different, so make sure you remember that name, since you will specify it in every command we use from now on in this section. So in order to first of all check which mode your card is, in which mode your card is at the moment, just type in your terminal iwconfig, and it will show you that your wireless networking card is currently in the managed mode. It is in that mode by default, and it is used once you just surf the internet and basically do anything else once you connect to the wireless access point. But we do not want our access point, our network card to be in managed mode. We want it to be in monitor mode. Now, in order to put it in monitor mode, first of all, you need to send your networking interface down, which you do with this command, so ifconfig. And after that, you type space and then the name of your network card, which in my case is WLO1. Now, in your case, it is probably something different, so make sure you specify your networking card interface instead of mine. If you just copy this command, it will not work for you. So after you type your networking card interface name, after that just type space and then down. This will, once you press enter, this will send your networking interface down. And as you can see right now, I will not be connected to the internet since I put my networking interface down. And you will also not be able to see it once you type the ifconfig command. Now, right now what we want to do, since we put it down, we want to put it into monitor mode. And how we do that? We do that with this command, iwconfig, then space, then the name of your network card, which in my case is WLO1, and then type after that mode monitor. So just like that, just press enter. And if this command executes without problem, that means that your network card can be put into monitor mode and you should be good to go. If you have problem running this command or it doesn't want to execute, you will need to buy a new network card that has monitor mode option in it. So if you did all of this and it worked, the next thing you want to do is put your network card interface back up. So type here ifconfig
WLO1 and then up. And once again, as we can see in the previous command, once we run iwconfig, it gave us that our networking card is in the mode managed, but now if we type that once again, iwconfig, we can see that currently our card is in the monitor mode. So that's how you put your card into monitor mode, and if you executed this without any errors, you are good to go, and we will continue with the attack in the next lecture. And hope I see you there, and take care. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the next tutorial of the wireless penetration testing. Now, as you can see right now, I am back on my Kali Linux machine. That is because I finished everything I needed to finish with the capturing handshake, and now I want to get back to our main environment, since you don't get confused by me using the other Linux distributions. Now, as I said, I only needed to use it because I only had supported monitor mode on my laptop. But now that we finished with capturing the handshake, now we can continue with the process of attacking, basically from any other machine, or basically from anywhere else. You do not need to be anywhere close to the wireless access point anymore, since we got everything we needed. And now, for example, if you wanted to, you could go to the other side of the world and crack this hash that we received in our packet, in our basically file that we were capturing packet in. Now, you might notice here I plugged in USB in order to transfer the files that we received from our scanning basically on my Kali Linux machine. Let me just connect it. I believe it is this one, Kingston. And now I will paste the files onto my Kali Linux machine. As we can see, open with files. Let us just let this load right here. And basically, you will notice that we actually received 4 files from this scan. One is .cap, one is .ccv, one is .kismet.ccv, and one is .kismet.netxml. Now, let me just open the terminal right here, and let me enlarge this so you see it a little bit better. Now, out of all these 4 files, let me just first transfer them to the root section. So we will do that with move command. So move scan .cap, scan ccv, scan ccv, and scan, and we want to move it to the root directory. And as you can see, you can also move all 4 files with one command, as I did right here. And now I will I will eject this USB drive. Eject anyway. We don't need it anymore, so let me just enlarge this terminal right now, clear the screen, and go to the root directory. And as we can see right here, there are the 4 files that we received from our scan. Maybe it would be good if we put them in another directory. So let's make a directory called handshake, and then let's move all of these once again. I should have done this first, but never mind. We can do it right now. And the last one, which is kismet.netxml. And we want to move it into the handshake directory. Let me just name it like that. Wait, handshake, okay. And now, if we change our directory to the handshake directory, we should have these 4 files right here. Now, you might ask yourself, now what do we need 4 files for? We only specified in the command to write it to 1 file. Well, basically the only file we actually need from all of this is the scan.cap file, this one. If you want to, and we will delete all the other 3, since we don't really need them at the moment. So you can delete all of these other files. We will not be needing them, so let us just delete them. And now we are left with the scan-01.cap file. Now, basically, in this is a file that we can open in Wireshark, and we will open it in a few seconds. And in this file, we can see all the packets that flew basically while we were running the authentication attack, and while the target was connecting to our wireless access point via 4-way handshake.
So in order for you to understand it, how that all was done, you can basically just, I believe, you can just Wireshark this file like this, and it will open this file in the Wireshark. So let us see if this will actually work. I believe it will. Okay. And here it is. We can see the file that we got from our scanning. Now, basically, let us first find something that we can easily find right here. So let me just scroll, since there are a lot of packets, and that is the authentication packets right here. As we can see, it says even here the authentication, and it will be probably the most common packet in this file right here. You can see it right here. If you go down there, you can also see some of the other options that it has in it. Some of these packets, it will say that it is malformed. Let me just scroll down. Let me just find a packet that could possibly be malformed. Here it is, the authentication packet that is malformed, pardon me. And you can also inspect some of the other packets that there are here, but currently we are only interested in the 4-way handshake. Now, we know that it is somewhere towards the lower part, since we basically quit the authentication, and then right away the target has reconnected to the internet. So let us scroll past the authentication, and we should see, let me just put this a little bit down so we see it better. And we will see the 4-way handshake as soon as this finishes. As we can see, it is right here. Now you can also do this, you can also find the 4-way handshake via ePOL. I believe you type it, or it is not capital letters, you can just type here smaller letters, ePOL, and then press on this arrow right here, and it will filter out only the packets that are ePOL packets. And as we can see right here, here is the 4-way handshake. It even says message 1 out of 4, 2 out of 4, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 4. Now you can basically check out what are the contents of all of these 4 messages. As we can see, they are different, of course. You can, if you want to, basically check out all of these right here, which is VPA, key nonce, which is this one. Now there are a bunch of these other stuff that actually together create the password that we use, and also we can see from who it was sent and to who it was sent to. Now this right here, the Huawei, is basically my router, and this right here is my mobile phone. So just wanted to show you that you can inspect the packets in Wireshark, and you can also find the 4-way handshake and look at it a little bit better if you wanted to. But that is not really the case that we need to do right here. This is not necessary, so I just close the Wireshark. The next thing that we want to do is basically run our attack on this file, brute force attack. Now, how we do that? Well, there is another command that we need to use, which is basically called the aircrack. Now, the aircrack is a program, is basically just a program that uses our CPU power, our processor power, in order to perform the brute force attack on the hashed password. Now, how does it do that? Well, basically, in Kali Linux we have pre-installed, well, not pre-installed, we get some of the word lists, the most common and most used one, and one of the biggest one is RawQ. That is the name of the word list. It comes with around, I believe, 14 million passwords or something like that. Not really sure the exact number, but the thought behind this attack is basically that it hashes all of those 14 million passwords, and it compares the hash to the hash of the password that we received from our .cap file. And if the hashes match, the aircrack will prompt us with the key found message, and it will give us the password in plain text if it is found in that word list. Now, I will show you how to run that attack. Basically, you will need two things. One of them is this file that we received, which is scan.cap file, or whatever you named it, .cap file. And you will also need any word list you want to use. Now, I will use the RawQ word list since it is one of the biggest ones. Let me just find it. I'm not really sure where it is. It is in the user share word lists. Okay. So we go to the user share word lists. Word lists is a directory, so cd. Oh yeah, I didn't specify the cd, so user share word lists. And if I ls right here, you can see the rocku.txt.gz. Now this .gz means that this file is basically zipped, so we need to unzip it. Now let me just remember how do we do that. It's not, if we try unzip rocku.txt.gz, rocku and unzip cannot find zip file. Let's just see how we can unzip this. Something like that, or gzip, I'm not really sure what is the actual command. Yeah, gzip is to zip it. We want to unzip it. So I can just search right here, since I forgot the command, but it's okay. Basically you will forget some of the commands a lot, and all you need to do is basically just search it in Google. So sorry, we're having trouble getting a page. Start new session, and let me just turn on, in case I have my Burp suite from the previous section, which was the web penetration testing section, turned on as a proxy. We want to turn it off so we can access the internet. And now we want to type how to unzip.gz file. And hopefully we will get the solution for this. Now I'll probably remember the command as soon as I see it. I can't seem to remember it right now. File.gz, the keep option, give unzip the keep option. We want to unzip a file in Linux. So give unzip the keep option. So it is called gunzip. Let me just see. Yeah, it is. So we just type here gunzip and then rocku.txt.gz, and we can see now if we type here ls, we will have the unzipped version of rocku.txt. Now if you cat this file right here, you will see it will print out a bunch of these passwords. It will print out basically 14 million passwords contained in this folder, and we will use this file basically, or this word list, in order to perform our brute force attack, which we will continue in the next lecture. Now I know by default that my password is not in this list, so I will run it once to show you how this works, and I will run it a second time and put my password somewhere near beginning, and you will see how it finds the password. So I will Control-C this, so we don't list all of the words. It will take some time, and I will continue showing you how to perform this attack in the next lecture. Hope I see you there, and bye bye. Hello everybody, and welcome back. And right now we saw how to unzip our word list that we will use, which is rocku.txt. It comes pre-installed in Kali Linux, and we also right now want to actually run our own attack. We saw the 4-way handshake in the wireshark.cap file. We also saw the authentication frames in the wireshark.cap file, and all we need to do right now is run our attack. So let me just change my directory to the directory where I have my file, which is this one, handshake. So cd handshake. We can see it is right here. Basically, if you find this a weird name, you can just rename it to anything you want, as long as it has this .cap file, .cap extension. And once we do that, now we want to run our command, which is aircrack. So just type here aircrack -ng. The next thing you want to specify is -w, and this -w stands for word list. And now if you want to specify the name of the word list. Now if you just type here rocku.txt, it will not work, since the word list is not in our own directory. As we can see, we only have this file. So let me just locate it once again, rocku, and we can see that it is in this directory right here. Now, I'm not really sure why it says that it is still unzipped, and we can see it is it is actually unzipped, so we go back to the root directory and we start the command, so -w, and then we specify the path, which is user share word lists, and then the name of the word list, which is rockU.txt. Now that we specify the path to the word list that we will use, all we need to do after this is specify the name of the file, which is in our case it is scan -01, not really sure why it won't. Let me just see. No networks found exiting. What you mean with no networks found? Not really sure why does it say this. What does it mean? No networks found, no such file or directory. Of course, we are not in our current directory, so change your directory to handshake and let us try once again. Not really sure how I didn't notice this before. So let me just clear the screen so it is a little bit prettier. So aircrack -ng -w, then the path to the word list, which is rockU.txt, and now we specify the name of our file, and this is the whole command. Once you typed all of this, we press here enter, and we can see it started the process of actually attacking or brute forcing our wireless access point password. Now, a few things we can see here. One of them is the transient key, master key, equal HMAC. The current passphrase is basically the current passphrase that it is going through the list that we specified. The time left is basically the approximate time left for this to finish. Here you can see how many passwords it already tested from all of the passwords, which is actually 9.8 million. I thought it was around 14 million. Well, I guess I was wrong. And this right here stands for keys per second, which basically stands for only passwords per second. And the Cal Linux machine that I have right here, since it is a virtual machine and since it is really slow, only has 340 or 50 passwords per second, which is which you will probably, if you run this on any other Linux distribution or any other Linux machine, will be a lot faster. For example, this same attack right here on my laptop is can go up to 4,300 keys per second, which will finish this attack in around 30 minutes and not 8 hours and 18 minutes. So it basically all depends of the amount of power that you gave to your virtual machine. Since I only gave it one core, and I can't really expect it to be that fast. So we won't really be waiting for this to finish, especially when I know that there really isn't my password in here. So right now I will put my password somewhere towards the end, or not towards the end, towards the beginning, and we will see how it looks like when it finds the password. So let me just Control-C this, and it will quit aircrack. And now what I want to do is basically, in order to show you, I will go to my word lists and I will nano rockU.txt, which can take some time since it is reading 10 million passwords, and it basically takes time to open that much of text. And then I will add somewhere, and then basically I will add in this password list my own password for the router. So let's wait for this to open. Shouldn't take too long actually, or basically it might actually take too long since this is a virtual machine. Hopefully it won't crash. And we can see right here that it actually says reading 14 million lines. Not really sure why aircrack said that there are 9 million passwords when it says right here that there are 14 million passwords, since each line is basically one password. Now what we want to do, let me just go right here. It is currently a little bit laggy since, of course, it is still loading the passwords. So we will basically just go a little bit lower and let us put our password here after the 5555. Now the password is this one for the my wireless access point. Let me just wait for it to actually load, since it is currently laggy since it is loading a bunch of these text passwords. Just try to type something. It won't work. Let me just wait a little bit before I continue. Now let me just close it once again. Well, basically now we can see that it actually bugged out, so not really sure why. Actually, I am sure why. It is a virtual machine. It basically crashed while trying to load this. So what we will do is basically we will use a smaller word list, or wait, let me just nano it once again. And I will put it somewhere at the beginning, like 5th password, so I don't need to scroll down. Maybe it won't lag like that. And I will put my own password, and you will see that it will find with aircrack the password for the wireless network access point, basically in just a few seconds, or not a few seconds. It will actually find it in less than a second, since I will put it right at the beginning. But it is once again reading this file, so let us wait for this to once again finish. And in the next tutorials I will use a smaller password list, so we do not have to wait this much for this to load. But you should give it a time, as it is really loading the 14 million passwords, which is a lot. It actually might sound a lot, but you will see that it really isn't that much, especially if you are not running this on a virtual machine. For example, as I said, the speed of the cracking process on my laptop is 4,300 passwords per second. And that is the lowest, basically, of all of the attacks that we will do. That is the lowest rate, since with my GPU it goes up to 120,000 passwords per second. And we will perform the GPU attack as well with Hashcat. I will show you that as well after this. And we can also try to do a rainbow table attack, which basically will make basically a rainbow table from your password list, and it will make the process of attacking it with both aircrack and both Hashcat a lot faster. Now this once again bugged out, so let me just Control C or Control X, and I will create, or not create, I will find a smaller password list, since there is really no point opening this file on virtual machine. I thought it would work, since on my laptop it opens it in just a few seconds and without problem, but then I realized that this is a lot slower than my laptop, so it will take a lot longer to do that. But hopefully, let me just see if I can close this. Control C doesn't work. Escape, no. Well, basically, let me just close this and reopen it once again, and then I will get back to you in a few seconds. Welcome back, everybody. Basically, I decided to split this video, since it actually took me 3 times to restart my machine in order to get it to work. So if you didn't open that rock.txt file, please don't open it, since it might crash your machine if it is not strong enough. So let me just open a terminal once again and zoom this in a little bit, and let's see the current directory. We want to go to Handshake and go to our file right here. So we want to create a word list, or find a word list that isn't that big, so we will just go to the cd user share word lists. We will not use the rocky.txt word list, let us use the fasttrack.txt. It doesn't really matter, it has less passwords, so let us just open it and let us add our password right here, since they gave us a free spot, so why not put it right there. Now the password for my wireless access point is this one. So now that we specify this, I want to Control O, then enter, and then Control C to close. Control X, oh wait, what am I doing? Save modified buffer, answering no will discard changes. Yes, we want to save that. Okay, so let me just check once again. If I put it there, it should be, there it is. Let us delete this free space, Control and then Control X, good. Now that we know that our word list will be fasttrack.txt, so we can run the same attack with aircrack. and basically you will see that right now it will find our password in less than a second. So aircrack -ng, then -w, and we specify the path to our word list, so word lists, and then fasttrack.txt, and all we need to specify now is the name of our .cap file. And if we leave this to run, you can see basically it finished right away, and it actually found, as we can see right here, key found and our password for my wireless access point. It took less than a second to find it, so, and even though this is really slow, if the password is somewhere towards the beginning, this will finish basically in no time. So in order to boost this right here, in order to boost the number of the passwords that you can crack per minute, you can do basically two things. Either don't use virtual machine and use a Linux distribution that is dual booted with Windows, or basically only booted as a main operating system on a PC or laptop, because it will use all of the hardware resources that your machine has in order to perform this attack, which basically, for example, if I had on my main PC booted Linux and I ran this same attack, I believe this would be around 3000 passwords per second. Since it won't use only one core, it would use all 4 cores. Now, the other way is the way that I will show you in the next video, which is basically running the same attack, or not the same attack, basically running the brute force attack with GPU, which is your graphics card, which can perform which basically can perform this attack a lot faster, since basically your graphic card has a lot more cores, and it can perform this smaller task a lot faster than your CPU. Therefore, it will be much faster in process of cracking this password. We will use Hashcat in order to do that, but you will see in the next video that we will need to do some little modifications to our file in order to continue with that attack process. So, after that, we will cover how to make word lists that could suit you better, since sometimes you do not want to use the word list that you have pre-installed or that you can download on the internet, so you will be able to create your own word lists. But all of that we will do in the next lectures. For now on, that is it with the aircrack CPU cracking. We will continue with Hashcat in the next tutorial, and I hope I see you there. Bye! Hello everybody, and welcome back to the next lecture in Wi-Fi penetration testing section. We in the previous video saw how we can capture our 4-way handshake and how we can crack it with the aircrack program using our CPU power. Now that we did that, what we want to do is basically try to run this process a lot faster, or not a lot faster, just basically a few times faster, with our GPU. So how do we do that? Well, basically we will use a program called Hashcat. As we can see, if you type here Hashcat, it is already installed in Kali Linux, so you won't have to install it again. All you need to do is run one simple command, but you can do that only after you basically convert the .cap file we have into .hccapx file. Now, how we do that? Well, there are some tools on Linux or on Kali Linux that you can install in order to do that, but I prefer to use other method, which is basically on their website, on Hashcat website. We want to open new window, and we want to go to the website that we will use in order to convert our file to the .hccapx file. Now, to go to that website, you just type here https then 2 slashes hashcat.net/cap2hccapx, and then you press enter. So this is the link right here, and it will lead you to a simple website which is basically only used to convert these files between each other. So let's let this just load for a second. Here it is, and right here you should see the same thing. You can see that the maximum size of our file is 20 megabytes, which can cause sometimes a problem. Hopefully our file right now isn't larger than 20 megabytes. If it is, I will have to redo basically the attack and capture the 4-way handshake faster. Or basically you can shrink the file with some of the programs, but I believe it is not larger than 20 megabytes right now. Let us just find our file. It is on home, handshake, and here it is. Yeah, it is only 1.6 megabytes large. So if you open it and then click here on convert, this will take a few seconds, and it will basically prompt you with a weird name that is consisted of a bunch of numbers and then with the extension .hccapx. Now it doesn't matter, they basically just numbered the files with that. As we can see right here, this is the name of our file that we need to download right now. It converted it to the hashcat, to the basically this type of file. Not really sure what it even is. It is hccapx, and we can just download it right here. Let me just open this, and let's copy and move it to the same file, which is the same folder, which is the handshake folder. So I paste it right here, and now we have the .cap and .hccapx file, which we will use now in order to crack it with hashcat. Now, if we type here hashcat --help, you will see it comes with a bunch of the options that we will use some of them, not all of them. The most important one is to specify the type of hash that we are cracking, which you can see is labeled with these numbers on the left. Now, as we can see, there is the MD5, MD4, SHA-1, SHA-2, SHA-2, 256-bit, and they're all labeled with this number right here. That's how we will specify them. But we want to find the VPA private share key password, and it should be somewhere here. I believe it is somewhere around here. Here it is. VPA EPOL, and this one we will use right here. So it is under the number of 2500. So let us use that option. Let me see if there is anything up that we need to use. It basically just shows the syntax for this tool. We will use these two options, which is -m, which is hash type, and then we will specify 2500 in order to specify that we are cracking the VPA password. And we will use the attack mode, which basically -3, I believe this is used in order to specify how fast you want this attack to go. Now, they have some examples down here. Here they are, and this is for the -a, which is, it can go from 1 to 4, so attack mode can go from low to nightmare, which basically I wouldn't really recommend using the 4 option right here, since this process of cracking with your GPU can actually exhaust your graphics card, and it can also make it crash if it passes the certain temperature. But I believe that hashcat has installed in the tool itself to abort the process once the GPU temperature reaches over 100 degrees, I believe, or something like that. You want to make sure that you check it and you do not let it reach over 85 degrees, since 100 is a lot for the graphics card. You do not want to wait for 100, you want to basically abort it at, for example, 85 degrees. So you can see right here the device type. You can choose if you want to crack with GPU or CPU. Right now we are cracking with GPU. So let us run our full command right now. We have the file right here, which is this one. You can rename it, so let's just rename it to something that we can use. So this is, for example, gpu.hccapx, and now we will just specify these 3 letters instead of all of these numbers. So what we want to do right now is type here hashcat -a, which stands for the attack mode. I will specify right here 2, doesn't really matter, you can use 1, 2, 3 or even 4 if you want to. Then -m, which stands for the hash type. We saw previously that VPA is 250, basically 2500. And now what we want to specify is basically the name of our file that we are cracking, or basically the name of our file that has the hashed password, which is in our case gpu.hccapx. And one more thing we want to specify after all of this is the password that we will use in order to crack that file. Now right here we will use the, let me just find, I believe it was user share word lists. Right now let us use the rocku.txt password list. Invalid attack mode value specified. How is it invalid? No devices found left. Oh yeah, I forgot that I'm running this on a virtual machine without having the proper drivers installed for my graphics card, so you would need to basically install the drivers for your graphics card, depending from which graphics card you have, in order to perform this attack. If you are running on Kali Linux virtual machine, if you're running on any other Linux distribution, you should not have this problem and you should be able to run this attack. Now, I will not install it right now, since there is no point in showing you that, since we all have different graphics cards. Right, what I will do is I will switch to my laptop in order to show you how the process of attacking will work. So let me just switch to my laptop real quick. So here I am on my laptop, and right now we will run the same command that we tried to run before. I don't really know why I thought that it would work there. I thought I was on my laptop for a second, but you want to, let me just enlarge this a little bit. As we can see, I transferred my file, here it is, gpu.hccapx. And what we want to do is basically run the same command, so hashcat -a, then the attack mode, for example 0, doesn't even matter, attack mode 0, then we want to use the -m option, I believe, to 2500, after that the name of the file, which is gpu.hccapx, and after that what we want to do is specify the path to our word list, which on my laptop isn't the same path. Now it is desktop word list and then rocku.txt. Now that I run this, let me just, you can see that it started running. It says temperature abort trigger set to 90 degrees, so that is good. I thought it was 100 degrees. And you can see that it found the password relatively fast, since I have it in my rocku.txt file or word list. Now you can see some of the options right here. Hash type, which we did specify, is VPA and VPA2. It cracked it. You can see it less than a second, and the speed right here is this one. Now, as you can see on my laptop, this is 112.1 thousand passwords per second. So this is, let's say, 100,000 passwords per second with cracking with my GPU. You can see how many passwords it finished. So progress, it finished 457,000 passwords out of 14 million passwords. Now let me show you let me just find it, the word lists. No, it's not there. Now word lists. Let me just delete. I have a bunch of these rocku.txt save passwords. No such file or directory. What do you mean, no such file or directory? I see it right here. Oh, it is dot 2 and dot 1. Okay, doesn't matter. Now what we want to do is tarzip, or basically gunzip, the rocku. Now when I unzip it on my laptop, it won't have. What do you mean it doesn't want to? So let me just, or no, never mind. Let's just use another password list. Not really sure how many passwords are here, but let's see how fast it will finish with this password list, which is common.txt. But let me just try once again if I can unzip. Not sure why it won't find, so let's try gunzip once again. Oh, it's actually okay. Maybe it will work like this. Let us just run it once again. So we change to our directory where we have our hashcat.hccapx file, and let us run it once again. Hashcat -a 0 -m 2500, and then the name of the file, and then the path to the word list. All hashes found in port file. Okay, so it found, yeah, it gives me this because it already cracked the hash with this password list, So let us just use the common.txt that we have in the same folder, or basically you can use any password list you want. Right now I'm using the ones I have in order to show you. All hashes found in the port file. Yeah, now it won't work because once you crack the password hash in the .hcapx file, it won't really allow you to crack it once again, since it already has it cracked. We saw with the rocky.txt, it ran over 100,000 passwords per second, and it managed to crack it in less than a second. That is how powerful your GPU is in this process of cracking. Now, even though the speed may sound really fast to you, the 100,000 passwords per second may sound really fast to you, it is still nothing compared to the possible combinations of the passwords that you might have. Now, I will show you how you can create some of the more precise password lists that you might need with two programs. One is Crunch and the other one I'm not really sure how it's called, I'll have to check it out. And then you might have a slightly bigger chance in cracking the password for the wireless network. So that would be about it for this tutorial, and I will show you the list making in the next tutorial, and I hope I see you there. Bye!
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the wireless penetration testing section. Now, in the previous videos I showed you how you can brute force the handshake with the hashcat tool and with the aircrack tool. We both use CPU and GPU in that process, and we also saw how we can create some of our own word lists in order to make our attack more possible to work. Now, the next thing that I want to show you is also very important thing, which is how you can actually make your process of cracking even more faster than we did before. Now, you remember that we actually had only around 350 passwords per second on our Kali Linux machine with our CPU, and on my laptop we had around 4000 passwords per second with the CPU. Now, the GPU was around 100,000 passwords per second, but we can even make that faster if we wanted to, like a lot faster. So, open up your terminal. I am currently on the Kali Linux, but I will switch to my laptop when I need to show you something. But right now what I want to do is actually find our handshake that we captured. It is in the handshake folder. As we can see, it is right here, scan01.cap, and we also have a passwords.txt file. Let me just see which password list is that. It is a password list that we created with the crunch, okay. Now, what I want to show you is basically how you can make a rainbow table out of your password list. Now, what is a rainbow table? Well, basically, rainbow tables are huge sets of pre-computed tables filled with hashed values that are pre-matched to possible plaintext passwords. Now, it allows us to crack the passwords even faster. Basically, it allows hackers to reverse the hashing function and to determine what the plaintext password might be. So, let me show you how we can actually create a rainbow table. It can take some time, so I will find on GitHub a password list that isn't larger than 100,000 passwords per second, so this doesn't take long to create. Let me just open up my Firefox, and I will basically just search GitHub password list. And let's see let's see what we can actually find on GitHub. Maybe we can find a good password list that we can use for this. You can use any password list you want. If you want to, for example, you can use the rocky.txt password list. Basically, it can be any password list you want, but it depends. The larger the password, the more time it will take to create a rainbow table. So let me just find right here password list. Let's go with the 100,000. Let's wait for this to open up. Then we will git clone this site. It has 100,000 passwords, so let us just clone this, copy, then go to our terminal in our handshake folder and type git clone and paste the file. So now that we are downloading this, it says fatal repository not found. Well, that's unfortunate.
But there is another thing that we can do. We can go to the raw section right here, and it should load up the page with basically all of the passwords, and we will just select all of them. Just my Firefox is currently a little bit slow. We could have used a smaller password list if we wanted to, and basically we will if this doesn't want to copy itself, but there really isn't no point in making a rainbow table out of a password list that isn't at least 1 million passwords large. Now I'm using 100,000 passwords, so this doesn't take too long to make. Let me see what is happening with this at the moment. It is loading something, not really sure what is it loading. You know what, it basically, okay, it finished, so let us copy all of the passwords right here, and let me nano pass.txt, and I will basically paste all the passwords that I just copied. Now, since this is a virtual machine, this will probably lag out a little bit, but as soon as it finishes, we will be able to continue working with it. Well, never mind, that did lag out. I will just use a password list that I already have right here. So, or let me just create a new one with crunch that has 8 characters at least, and let's paste it into file.txt, for example. Now, since this is 1 terabyte large, I will not really paste the entire password list. I will basically Control-C soon enough. So let me just Control-C right now. And basically in the file.txt we should have some passwords at least. I believe there is around 1 million passwords right here, which is more than enough. I will show you how you can create the rainbow table now with that password. So let me just delete the ones we don't need. So pass.txt.save, and we don't need passwords.txt. And let us actually rename the file.txt into passwords.txt so you don't actually get confused right here. So these are the only 2 things we need, a password list and the .cap file that we caught the handshake with. So the tool that we will use is called errorlib. Let's just type errorlib --help in order to see our available options. Now, as we can see right here, there are a few options. One is the SQL, the clean, the batch, verify, stats. We will use most of them, so since we need to import the password list, and we also need to import the ESSID, which is just the name of our access point. Now, in order to import the ESSID, you basically need to create a simple text file. So you just name it nano essid.txt. And what you need to do right now is basically just search your wireless access point and see what the name of it is. For my access point, it is basically this one. So I will just paste the name of my wireless access point in this file. Now I Control-O, enter, and then Control-C, or pardon me, Control-X to exit. And you can see that in this folder, in this file, I only have the name of my wireless access point. Now that you made this, we can start using the errorlib-ng tool. So, first thing we need to do right here is basically create the rainbow table itself and import the ESSID in it. Now, how we do that? We do that with errorlib-ng. Now, after that, you specify the name of your rainbow table. You can name it anything you want. I will just name it rainbow table, or let's just do all smaller letters. And then you want to -- import, and then import SSID. And basically after this you need to specify the name of our files, which is only the ESSID. So just type here import ESSID and then the name of the file, which is essid.txt. Now once you do that, you can click here enter, and you can see it will finish relatively fast since we only imported 1 word. The next thing that you want to do is import the password list. Now we import the password list with the similar command, so type here errorlib-ng, then you specify the name of your rainbow table, whatever you named it, then you specify -- or -- import passwd, and after the passwd you need to specify the password list that you are using. In my case that is the pass.txt. So once you do that, just click here enter, and it will read all of the passwords from the file and it will import them into the rainbow table. Now we can see right here how many passwords are there in my file. So over 1 million already. Hopefully it will stop soon. I should have Control-C it a little bit earlier, so we do not have this much passwords, but it doesn't matter. This shouldn't take too long to load. The process that will take too long if you use a huge password list will be the next command, which is the -- or -- batch, since it will import and it will hash all of the private share keys or all of the passwords from plain text to hashed versions, so it can compare them faster once you run the attack. Now here we can see that we are reading over 5 million passwords, but that those are just passwords in the plain text. After that, it will compute those passwords into hashed version of those passwords. So let us see how long this will take. This is already over 7 million soon. Now it will also go, the entire process of this will also go a lot faster if you have a stronger virtual machine, or basically if you are running this on your main PC. I remember on my laptop I did the same thing a few minutes ago with the Rainbow and with the Rocky.txt password list, which is around 14 million, and this process right here of importing the password list took a lot shorter time to process these lines that it reads than these 10 million passwords right here. But I will just wait for this to finish and I will get back to you as soon as it does. Well, this took a lot longer. I basically Control-C this since it went over 20 million passwords. There is no need to wait for that. And you can see right now, if your importing of password list is finished, that you will have a file called rainbow table if you name it like that. Now, what you can do with this, basically, you can check out the stat, which is the option in AeroLib. So just type here rainbow table -- stat. And here we can see there are one, and after it finishes here we can see that there is one SSID, which we specified with this command right here once we imported the name of our wireless access point, and there are also 20 million passwords in the database. Now, 0 out of 20 million possible combinations have been computed. So what we want to do right now is run the command called -- batch. Now that command will compute these passwords and there will no longer be 0 out of 20 million possible combinations computed. So how do we do that? Well, we run the AeroLib -ng, so, and then -- batch. So once you do that, basically, or let me just add the name of the rainbow table or it won't work. So name your rainbow table, then -- batch. And when you let this run, this process will take the longest out of all of the previous processes, since it basically has to compute all the passwords in this rainbow table. Now, I will not wait for it to compute 20 million passwords, since that would take around a week time. I'll basically let it compute a few passwords, or basically first 10 or 20,000 or something like that. And then after that I will Control-C this program and we will run the attack with our aircrack program. If you use the smaller password list, you can wait for it to finish computing it. Basically, the process of computing is dependent on your basically hardware. So as you can see right here, it computes around 10,000 passwords in 45 seconds, while as on my laptop it computes around, I believe, 100,000 passwords in 45 seconds. So, but once again, this is a virtual machine, so that is why it is so slow. If you use a smaller password list, it shouldn't take that much to finish. But after this, once it computes around 20,000 passwords, you will see how much faster the aircrack program will run compared to the previous attack that we did, where it only were able to guess around 350 keys per second. While as right now, I believe that number will grow over 2,000 or 3,000. Now we will see. Let me just, it might even be larger than that, so let us just Control-C this program once it hits 25,000. So Control-C right now. Let us just, not really sure why I'm not able to Control-C this. Okay, here it is. We closed it. And now if we run the stats right here, it will say that 25,000 out of 20 million possible combinations have been computed, which is around 0.12%. So let me just show you that you can also what you can also do with this tool, which is arrowlib-ng. You can basically make arrowlib. You can basically make the SQL queries to the database or to your rainbow table with the --SQL, and then you specify the SQL query you want to use. Now, we covered SQL basics, so you should know what, for example, this means. So select star from ESSID. Basically, it will select the ESSID that we imported into our rainbow table. You can also select all from passwords, but I believe that this will take a lot longer since there are a lot of passwords in our password list. Now, I will Control-C this. If it could, okay, there it is. You can also select all private shared keys or basically your encrypted versions of the password with this command. So right now you can see that there are a bunch of random characters being printed out right here. Those are basically your pre-computed passwords that it hashed in the process where we run --batch. Now, after we do that, we only want to run one more command before we start the attack, which is arrowlib -ng, then the name of our rainbow table, and then --clean all. Now, this will clean all of the unnecessary things in our rainbow table and possibly make it work even faster. So I'm not really sure how long this could take. Shouldn't take too long, but we will see. Hello everybody, I had to split this tutorial since it was getting too long. Basically the last command we ran was the clean all command with the arrowlib, and now we are good to go. So now we should be able to run our rainbow table attack. Now, basically, let us first see once again with aircrack what did it take or what was the speed of our cracking process with the regular .cap file. So let us just specify -w and then the word list, which is pass.txt, and then scan, which is the cap file. So let us see what is the speed of this running process. Now we can see that the speed right here is around 350 keys per second. So we can see that, for example, this password list would be finished in 1 day, 4 hours and some minutes. So let us just close this right now since we won't wait 1 day. And let us see right now what is the process or what is the cracking time of our rainbow table that we created in the previous video. So let's just let this aircrack quit right here since it is not giving us our command tool. Okay, here it is. And now let's actually run our attack with aircrack with the rainbow table. So how we do that? Basically just type here aircrack -ng, then -r for the rainbow table, and then specify the name of your rainbow table, which in my case it is just rainbow table. So I type it right here, and then you need to specify the .cap file that you have your handshake in, which is scan.cap. And once you do that, if you click here enter, you can see that it already finished and that the speed of the password cracking is now 44,000 keys per second. Now, it finished this fast because we only computed around 20 to 25,000 passwords in our rainbow table, so it basically finished in less than a second or in half a second. So you can see that the speed process of cracking this is basically around 100 to 150 times larger than the previous cracking process. Now, if you use a rainbow table with the GPU, which is even faster, you can go over 1 million passwords per second. Let me just show you the same process with the aircrack on my laptop, so you can see how fast it cracks there. So here we are on my laptop, and I already created the rainbow table right here with the rocky.txt password list. I basically computed around 600,000 passwords right here, so we don't have to wait and do this process all over again. I also have the same scan.cap file from our Kali Linux machine, and also the same ESSID file, which only has the name of our wireless access point. Now, let's run the basically aircrack tool once again. So let me just become a root. And let me enlarge this so you can see it a little bit better. There we go. So right now, what we want to do is basically, let me just first show you the aircrack cracking time with the rocky.txt regular password list. So we just type here -v and then specify the path to the rocky.txt. So once we specify that, all we need to specify also is the scan.cap file, and we can let this crack, and you can see that on my laptop the current cracking speed is basically 300 or 3300 passwords per second. Now, if I also plugged in my power cable, it would go over 4000 passwords per second. But let us see what is the speed of the cracking process with a rainbow table right here. So, as I said, right here, I have a rainbow table that I computed around 600,000 passwords. So let us run the same process with the same cap file right now. So -r, and then we specify the name of the rainbow table, and then we specify the name of our .cap file. And let this run, and you can see that the speed of the cracking process is over 200,000 keys per second, and that is the speed with the CPU. So you can see that it finished around 600,000 keys per second in only 2 seconds. So you can see how fast this can go. This basically can finish a 10 million password list in a matter of seconds. So imagine now you had a password list with over 1 billion passwords. That would take a reasonable amount of time. It would basically take, I believe, maybe 2 hours only, which is not that long for 1 billion passwords. So this is really useful once you have a huge password list that you want to use. Since if we, for example, ran only a normal attack without the rainbow table, this would take a lot longer to finish. So I only wanted to show you that. So that would be about it for the rainbow tables. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope I see you in the next lecture. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome back. Now, before we continue to the next section, I just want to show you a simple tool that you can download from GitHub, which you can use in order to automate the process of creating the evil twin access point. Now, what I mean by that is basically there is a tool on GitHub that will do all the stuff that we will manually do later on automatically. So it will create all the files it needs and all the process of configurations in order to create the evil twin, or the basically another access point for you. Now that this can be used once you need an access point with a login page, so you can prompt users to enter their credentials in order to access the internet, and you can capture those credentials basically with Wireshark on any sniffing program. Now, I will not cover how to use this tool since my Kali Linux, as I said, can't support the evil twin attack. I will only show you how to install it, but the process of using that program is relatively simple. You just need to click on some of the numbers in order to make that work. So let us just open up our Firefox. Let us go onto the new tab and search for the Fluxion. So just type here Fluxion, GitHub. Once you open that, go onto the first link, which is the Wi-Fi Analyzer Fluxion official repo for Fluxion. Click on it, and what you want to do is basically do the process of installing a GitHub program. So copy the link of the file or all of the program, and then type here. Let me just go one directory back into our root directory, and then git clone, and then paste the link and add .git. Now this will take a few seconds to download. And once it is downloaded, I will show you how you can install all of the required things you need in order to run that program. Now after that, you can run the program, and it will basically just give you a bunch of the options available for the program, and you just click on the number which suits your needs. It is very simple to use, so we will not cover the entire program, mostly because I can't really run it on my Kali Linux environment. So let me just see, there we have the folder Fluxion, so change your directory to it. And once you do that, you can list the files that it has in that directory, and you can see there is a program called fluxion.sh. Now, before we run this program, we need to perform the process of installation, which we can find in the install subdirectory of our Fluxion directory. So just change directory to install, list all the files, and you will see a file called install.sh. Now, in order to run this file, we need to type here bash and then install, and then basically just bash install.sh. Now, once we run that, it will basically download all the needed files that we need in order to run this program. As we can see, I haven't updated my Kali Linux for a long time, so this might take actually longer than it should for you. if you updated it regularly, since we can see there are a bunch of packets that need to be removed and that are no longer required. Now it is removing those packets and it will install the packets it needs in order to run this. So we just wait for this to finish, and once this finishes we can basically run the fluction.sh if we successfully installed all the files it needs in order to run it. So right now it's removing some of the Python files right here. Basically I believe those are the outdated versions, and it will basically install the newer versions after it removes all of these older ones. So we will wait for this to finish. So here it is, the process of installation of Fluction has finished for me. As we can see right here, it had to install several things in order to make this program work. Now, it probably took a lot faster for you to finish this, since I had a bunch of packets that should have been installed on my Kali Linux machine. But once this finishes, you're basically good to go, and we can just see the back one directory. Let me just clear the screen and type ls once again. And all you need to do right now is basically run the fluction.sh. So we do that with bash fluction.sh, and you can see that it will perform a checklist of all the programs that it has to have in order to create the program. Now we saw that all the programs were already installed with the OK mark, and now right now the first question it asks right here is select your language. So you select any language you want, and for me right now it will not be able to proceed since it says there are no wireless cards. Now for you, if you have a wireless card, you can just follow the simple steps that this program takes in order to create a fake access point with the captive portal. Basically it automates the entire process. You do not need to do anything else except choose for the wireless access point, and you will be good to go. We will do this manual process. We'll do this process manually later on, probably somewhere towards the advanced section. But for now on, I just want to show you that this tool exists and you can use it if you want to, or basically if your wireless card supports it. That would be it for this tutorial. I would have covered the entire program if my wireless card supported it, but it doesn't, so we will just continue with the manual process later on. But in the next lectures we will cover some of the security measures you can take in order to protect your wireless network, and we can also check out how we can, for example, find the name and connect to the hidden networks if someone has set their wireless access point to be hidden. I will show you that in the next lectures, and I hope you enjoyed these ones for now on, and hope I see you in the next one, and take care. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the last video in the wireless penetration testing section. Now, what I want to show you in this video is what security measures you can take in order to prevent some of the attacks. Now, first thing that you might actually ask yourself is, why is the deauthentication attack even possible? Well, there is not really a measure that you can take in order to prevent it, but there is a certain version which is 802.11w, which you can switch to in order to protect yourself from the deauthentication attack. It basically works as it uses the protected management frames, which can detect and prevent the deauthentication attack. There is no other known security measure that you can take in order to prevent it from the deauthentication attack. Now I believe that the VPA3 security measures will have some kind of a protection against the deauthentication attack, but we will have to wait for it to come out in public before we actually see that. So the next thing I want to show you is basically, let me just go to my router, so 192.168.1.1, and I will log into my router right here, and I will show you some security measures you shouldn't do. Now some people, let me just log in. Some people, for example, think that if they put their network in hidden, if they hide their network name, that they will be safe. So basically the attack that I showed you in the previous video, which was discovering the hidden network name and connecting to the hidden network with just a name, some people think that it is a security measure, and in reality it is even easier to hack that kind of a network than a simple network with a VPA2 password. So as we can see right here, let me just find it, wireless LAN, and you can see right here under the, since I didn't still change the settings from the previous attack, I have here broadcast SSID no, which for me stands for the network being hidden. Now for you it might be something different, and it might be in some other section, since this router is not the same as your router. This is an old router, so it doesn't have a bunch of the options. It is very easy to find the broadcast SSID option. What you want to do is for sure click here on yes, and basically let me just find right here, where did I change it? The authentication type right here, you do not want to have on open system ever. You do not want to have on web 64 bits or basically any web. You most likely for now on want to have on VPA2 minus PSK for private share key. So you want to have a password for it, and you want to have a strong password for it. So mix the symbols, numbers and letters and make it as long as you can, and also remember it. So this is the strongest at the moment security measure, the VPA2 and a strong password. Which if you have a strong password, it will take a hacker days or perhaps weeks in order to crack your password. The longer the password, the harder for it. The longer the password and the more symbols and letters and numbers it has, the harder it will be for the hacker to crack it. If you have a password of only, for example, numbers, it will be very easy to crack it for anyone with a little bit of knowledge. Now, as I said, so hidden networks will not protect you, so let me just submit this right here, since I set it back to the VPA2 security measure and with the password. The next thing that I want to talk about is the MAC filtering, which is right here. Now, you might think that the MAC filtering will be enough to actually prevent a hacker to get into your wireless network. Now, it might be enough if you also specify the password for the wireless, but if you only put the MAC filtering without the password, basically anyone with a little bit of knowledge, and for now on you as well, can change your MAC address, as I showed you even before how you can do that, and with the changed MAC address you can basically bypass the MAC filtering. Now, if you have to use a MAC filtering, there is basically a blacklisting and whitelisting. Blacklisting is basically blocking a certain MAC addresses from connecting to a wireless access point, and whitelisting is allowing certain MAC addresses to connect to a wireless access point. Now, it would be better to use a whitelist, but both of them can be cracked very easily, as we can just run the arrow dump program and see the clients connected to the network and see their MAC addresses. Then we can deauthenticate those clients, or basically just one client, and we can change our MAC address with the MAC changer, as I showed in the previous tutorial. So basically MAC changer is a simple program. Let me just show you right here. So just type here MAC changer and it will give you a bunch of the options. You can type -- help and it will basically give you the option to spoof a MAC address with this -m option. You can type any MAC address you want, and basically you would type the MAC address of the client that is connected to the wireless access point that uses the whitelist, and basically then you deauthenticate the client and you connect with his MAC address. It is simple to bypass. Another thing that you shouldn't do, or basically another thing that you should do, is if you want another security measure, you could use the enterprise wireless. Now, the enterprise, you might ask, why should we use that? Well, basically every user has different password in enterprise. Even if someone got the password or hacked the password of some user, he would only be able to target one user. So it is also a thing to reconsider using, since it does provide a certain level of security. Basically, as I said, if you were to get a password from one user, you wouldn't be able to do much. You wouldn't be able to run the man-in-the-middle attacks, for example, so it is a good security measure, but I believe not many of us, or basically almost nobody at home, has the wireless enterprise, so you can reconsider using that, and that would be it for the preventing the attacks that we covered right here. Now, hopefully the VPA3 will provide us with a lot more security, even though the VPA2 is enough. Basically, the VPA2 will provide you enough security if you use a strong password. If you use a weak password, not even VPA3 can prevent the wireless access point getting exploited or compromised. So that would be about it for the security measures. With this we finished the wireless access point section, or basically hacking the wireless access point. We will also cover, as I said, the evil twin attack later on. We will do it manually, I'll show you what all the files you will need to do that, but more about that later on. And we will continue hacking in the next lectures. Hope I see you there, and take care. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome to the next section in our ethical hacking course. Now, in the previous section, we finished with the wireless penetration testing section, and we also before that finished the web penetration testing section. Right now, let's see what we can do after we actually exploit the network itself. So we saw in the previous section how we can exploit the network, or basically hack a Wi-Fi and get into the local network. Now, let's see what we can do once we are in. So this is a special section for a certain attack that probably most of you have heard of. It is one of the most common attacks and one of the most known attacks that there are, and it is called man-in-the-middle attack. Now, the man-in-the-middle attack basically is the same as it sounds. It is someone interfering with the connection between a victim and the router. So, let me just explain to you, before I explain the attack itself, we need to learn something about a certain protocol called ARP protocol and ARP packets. Now, that is a very important thing to learn, since it is the fundamental of the network discovery, and also it is the fundamental of the man-in-the-middle attack. The understanding the protocol itself will also help you understand the attack. So, what is the ARP protocol? Well, ARP protocol basically stands for the ARP resolution protocol, and it is one of the most simple ones, since it is only used for discovery of MAC addresses. For example, let's see what's my IF config. So my IP address. So my IP address is 192.168.1.4. Now, let's say, for example, I wanted to communicate with the router. I would have to communicate with its MAC address first. So what I would do is I would send an ARP packet in order to discover what the MAC address of the router is. So the packet would would be something like this. Who is 192.168.1.1? Tell 192.168.1.4. And then the router would respond to me with the answer, I am 192.168.1.1 and this is my MAC address. And then the process of communication would continue. Now, on every PC there is something called the ARP table, or basically where you store the MAC addresses of the certain devices that are on your local area network. For example, in order to check which devices you have stored in your ARP tables on your Kali Linux machine, you can just type here ARP -a, and it will show you right here that it only has my router stored, which is normal, since it says right here gateway, the IP address 192.168.1.1, and it gives us its MAC address since it performed the ARP request on it. Now, as we can see right here, I, for example, do not have my main PC right here in my ARP tables, so let's actually let me show you how you can do it. So let me just open my command prompt and find out the IP address of my main PC. So you will see the IP address of my main PC is 192.168.1.5. Now, in order for me to communicate with my main PC, I would have to find out the MAC address of it first. Now, we can do that with the ARP request, and ARP request will automatically be performed if I ping my Windows PC. So ping 192.168.1.5, count, and we can specify count 3, and it will ping my main PC 3 times. And now you will see if I run ARP -a again, I will have 2 devices right here. As we can see, I also now have 192.168.1.5, and I also have the MAC address of my Windows PC. We got it since the ICMP request, or the ping request, actually had to perform the ARP request first in order to find out what is the MAC address of my Windows PC in order to send the ping requests. That is a simple idea behind the ARP request. Now, there are 2 things about the ARP. There are ARP requests and ARP responses. ARP requests are basically something you send to a router, for example, as I said, who is, and the ARP reply starts with I am, or that IP address is located at that MAC address. So let me just show you. If we open up our Wireshark, we should be able to see some ARP requests flowing around. Maybe you will understand it better. And after that, I will also show you the contents of the ARP request in Escapee, which is a Python library. So let me just open first this. And we can filter out ARP at the beginning. So let us just wait for some, or we do not need to wait. Let us just ping something. Or no, I need to open a new terminal, since this is terminal for Wireshark. And let us try to ping 192.168.1.5. That will not give us the ARP responses, since we already have... Oh, never mind. But this is not... Okay, so it did give us the ARP responses, even though we had it in the ARP tables. We can have it right here. Let us just close this. This is enough. You can see that the simple concept of the ARP protocol is this. So we send to the broadcast MAC address, so to everyone, we send the question who has 192.168.1.4. Tell 192.168.1.5. Or basically, let me just check this. This is reversed. So 192.168.1.5 is my Windows PC, and .4 is our Cal Linux machine. So okay. So this request right here was performed by our Windows machine, as we can see who has, and then the IP address of our Cal Linux machine, and tell the IP address of our Windows 10 machine. So this was a packet that was sent by our Windows 10 machine to the broadcast address, so everyone on the local area network received this packet, and the one that knows the MAC address of the Cal Linux machine will respond. And the response comes from basically us. It can also come from the router, as we can see right here. 192.168.1.4 is at this MAC address, and this is an ARP response. This is the same thing, just reversed. So here we are asking, as a Cal Linux machine, we are asking who is the Windows 10, and here is the reply, Windows 10 is at this MAC address. So those are just basic concept of the ARP requests and ARP replies. So we will just close this, quit without saving. Okay, and now let me show you something else. Let me just enlarge this, so we zoom it in. And if you type here Escapee in your Cal Linux, it will open up something, some kind of a Python library. Basically, we will cover it later on. For now on, just type here ls and then ARP, and you will see the contents of the ARP packet. Now, you do not care about most of these, or actually you care about around half of these. So the OP right here stands for either request or reply. Number 1 will be set to request and number 2 will be set to reply. You can see that in the ARP packet there is specified the source IP field and the IP field of the destination. So basically source IP field would be our IP address, and the IP field for the destination would be the target's IP address. So let's say I want to perform an ARP packet that asks for the IP field, or that asks for the MAC address of our router. I would specify my MAC address right here, and I will specify the router's IP address right here in the IP destination address. We also need to specify our MAC address and the destination MAC address which we will be receiving. So we specify our MAC address so that we can get the reply, and in the destination MAC address we will get the answer of what MAC address is stored at that IP address that we're searching for. So that is basically the simple concept of the ARP protocol. Now you might be asking, let me just close this. You might be asking, why am I showing you all of this? Well, it is as I said, it is the fundamental of the man-in-the-middle attack, as all man-in-the-middle attacks basically start with the ARP spoofing. And what is ARP spoofing, I will talk about in the next lecture. I just wanted to give you a brief overview of what ARP protocol is. If you want to, you can search a little bit more about it and read on it. It's really not that hard to understand it, especially once we run this attack in practical. You will understand it even more. So let me just finish the tutorial right here, and in the next one I will, in theory, explain what the attack will be that we will perform, which is the man-in-the-middle attack. So I hope I see you there, and take care. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome back. And basically what we will do right now is I will show you how you will install a tool that we will be using in order to perform our man-in-the-middle attack. Now, that tool is called basically man-in-the-middle framework, and it comes, well, it doesn't come pre-installed on Kali Linux, so you will have to install it from the GitHub repository. And after that, we just need to install some of the requirements that it has, and basically after that you will be good to go and you will be able to run the program. Now, I already have it installed right here. As we can see, it is right here, man-in-the-middle framework. So, but I will still show you how you can download it yourself. So go to the Firefox, open up your Firefox, and basically what you want to search is just Nmap and then GitHub. So you open up the first link and we will download it from there. Let me just open this up. And let's search Nmap GitHub. So we click there, press enter, and we will open up the first link that comes up, which is this one. So click on it, and you will see that this is the tool that we will use. Now, if you scroll down here, you will see its files, and here you will see some of the explanations. So it says right here, this project is no longer being updated, so you might need to add some configurations yourself if it doesn't work. But we will install the requirements ourselves. So here you have some of the features. Here you have the description. Nmap aims to provide a one-step shop for man-in-the-middle and network attacks while updating and improving existing attacks and techniques. So active packet filtering modification, you can also use Skippy to do that. As we can see right here, this is some ICMP packet. This is just an example. Here we have some of the examples of the usage. We will basically cover all of these or most of these in the next lectures. For now on, we just want to install this program. Let me see if there is something down here. Currently available plugins, you can see what it currently has. So we have HTA Drive by SMB Trap, Screenshotter, we will also cover that. Respondal, SSL Strip, that was what I was talking about. If you can use the SSL Strip to bypass some of the HTTPS websites in order to decrypt their data. Here we have spoof, so we will be using the ARP spoofing. Also some of the DNS spoofing. You have some of the other options such as inject file clone, browser profiler, and keyloggers, and all of the other stuff that we will also cover. So right now what we want to do is just download this file. So let's copy the link and basically open up our terminal. Let me just type in my root password, so change to the desktop, and we type here git clone and then paste the link and add .git. So this will download the file for us, well, for you, since for me it already exists. As I said, I already have it downloaded right here. And once you do that, once it downloads and it copies the file into the MITMF directory, you want to change the path to that directory, and you will have this file right here called requirements.txt. Now, in order to install those requirements, you just want to type here pip install -r requirements.txt, and it will install all of the requirements it needs in order to run this program. Now, that could take a few minutes to finish, depending on how many requirements you already have satisfied. But once it finishes that, you basically just want to type here mitmf.py, and it will run the program for you. Now, I believe I need to specify, or wait, let me just check something. Okay, so it gives us the output of that program. As you can see, there are a bunch of options right here. Here we got some pretty banner right here. You can type --help, which basically gives you the same output as this command, which without the --help. We have some of the other options such as interface that we will have to specify at all of the times. Port, read, config file, filter, spoof, ARP, ICMP, DHCP. So these are just a bunch of the options for spoofing with the ARP packet, the ICMP packet, the DHCP packet, DNS packets, and so on. Shell shock payload, we did cover what shell shock is. You will also need to specify the gateway, so the program knows who is the router. Here we have the load plugin, so we can inject the JavaScript code, so that could be interesting. Here we have some of the white IPs, black IPs, white domains, black domains. Inject content only for these domains, so this is basically just whitelisting and blacklisting. We have the JavaScript keylogger, as we can see right here. We will also try to use that. and we have a bunch of these other options that we can use as well. Now, we will cover all of those in the next videos. For now on, I just wanted to show you how you can install this tool, and you can see what kind of options it provides. So, the other tool that we will also cover after this, but not in details, would be the EtherCap. It comes pre-installed in Kali Linux, and also I have it installed right here. So you will be able to use it without downloading it. We'll cover some of the basics for it as well. It is also used for the man-in-the-middle attacks, and after this section you will have a really good understanding of how man-in-the-middle attacks work, and you will also know how to perform them. But you will also know that it is something that can be detected, so ARP spoofing is especially easily detected, and I will also show you how you can do that. It can also be done with a simple Python program, which we will make later on. But for now on, that would be it. So in the next lectures, we will continue using these two tools, and I hope I see you there. Bye! Hello everybody, and welcome back to the man-in-the-middle attack section. Now, before we begin using the tool that we installed in the previous tutorial, I just want to show you how you can do this manually using some already pre-installed tools that come in Kali Linux. So, what we want to do, first of all, if you didn't watch the theory video behind this, you might want to watch it, since I won't explain why are we doing certain things right here. But let us get right into this. So, what you need to do is, first of all, open up your terminal, and since we will be running multiple commands at the same time, we want to use a tool or a program that we installed in the previous videos, or I showed you how to install it. It's called Tilix. Now, what Tilix is, it's basically a terminal that allows you to open multiple windows and run the same command or run different commands at the same time. So let us open Tilix, and let us close this terminal since we don't need it. But don't close it on X, you basically close it on this dash right here, since it will close Tilix as well. And now what we want to do is we want to split this Tilix into 3 different windows, so we can run 3 commands. Now, what we want to do is we basically want to run the ARP spoofing attack against our Windows 10 machine. Now, I will show you the command on how to change your, or how to check your cache table, or your ARP cache table, and see which devices do you have in your ARP cache. So just type here ARP-A, and you will see all of the devices that you have currently in your ARP table. We can see the gateway, which is 192.168.1.1 at this MAC address, and we can also see my Windows 10 machine, which is 192.168.1.6, which we will be targeting at this MAC address right here. Now, if we open up my command prompt on my Windows 10 machine, and we type the same command, which is ARP-A, we will see that it also has some machines in the ARP table, and we can see that one of them is our router at the same MAC address as we can see right here, and this one right here, which is 192.168.1.8, is my Kali Linux machine, which has this MAC address. Now, you will see after we perform the ARP spoofing attack that these two IP addresses will both have the same MAC address, which will be the MAC address of our Kali Linux machine. That's how you will know that someone, or basically us in this case, is running the ARP spoofing, since both of these machines will have the same MAC address, which will be the MAC address of our Kali Linux machine. So now that I explained this, let's run the commands. So the tool that we will be using, which is already in Kali Linux, is ARP spoof. So just type here ARP spoof, and you will see the usage. It is simple. We'll basically select our interface and our target. Now, since we are only targeting one host and not all the hosts in our local network, we'll basically run the same command twice, but with the reverse IP addresses. Now, let me show you what I mean, first of all. So, type here ARP spoof, then -I, and then select your network interface. In my case, that is ETHO. Since if I type here ifconfig, you will see that my only interface that's connected currently to the network is the ETHO. Now, if you have a wireless adapter that is connected, for example, you can use that one as well, but just name it differently, or just check out the name with the ifconfig command. So type here ARP spoof -I, then ETH0, then -T, and after the -T, we select 2 IP addresses, which one of them will be the router's IP address, and one of them will be the Windows 10 IP address. So just type here 192.168.1.1, which is our router's IP address, which we want to spoof, and type here 192.168.1.6, which is the IP address, if I check here correctly, ipconfig, which is the IP address of our Windows 10 machine, which we are targeting.
Now, this basically means, as I talked in the theory video, that this will spoof both the router's IP address and the Windows 10 IP address, and that will make the packets go through us, since the router will think that we are the Windows 10 machine, and the Windows 10 machine will think that we are the router. So they will both be sending the packets to us, which we will be forwarding to the router, which we will be forwarding to the other websites. So we can't only run this command, since this will only ARP spoof one target. We need to ARP spoof them both for this to work. So just type here ARP spoof -i, then ETH0, then -t, and now just basically these two IP addresses that we specified in this order, which is first the router's IP address and then the Windows 10 IP address, you need to reverse. So just type here 192.168.1.6, which is Windows 10 IP address, and here type 192.168.1.1. Now, once you do this, basically just click here enter on both of these commands, and it will start ARP spoofing, as we can see right here, and this will continue as long as you run it. Now, what you want to check right now is, for example, let's open up now our command prompt on our Windows 10 machine, and if I type here again ARP -a, you will notice that now both of these IP addresses have the same MAC address, which is the MAC address of our Kali Linux machine, which means that our Windows 10 machine now thinks that the router is at this MAC address, and it sends all of its packets to our Kali Linux machine, and this will continue as long as we run this. Now, if you go onto the internet on our Windows 10 machine and you try to visit a website, you won't be able to do it. Now, I'm able to do it because I ran a simple command before I started this, which I will show you right now. So let us just close this for a second. If I Control-C both of those windows, you will see that it will clean up and re-ARPing targets, which basically means that it will start sending ARP requests and replies, which consist of true IP address with its true MAC address. So everything will be back to normal. Now, you probably couldn't be able to go to the internet, the ARP spoofed target machine, if you didn't run this command, which is echo 1 and then proc sys /net/IPv4 and then /IP_forward. This basically means that by default you will have 0 in this file, which means that you will not be able to forward the packets. In order for us to be able to forward the packets, you need to run this command first before you start the ARP spoofing. Now, I was able to connect to the internet since I already ran this command before, but you won't be able to, so you need to run this command. It will basically print, or it will input 1 into the IPv4 file, and it will be able to forward packets from now on. So just press here enter, and if we cat the same file, so let me just copy this right here. So copy and then paste right here, and if we cat that, you will see that now there is 1 in this file. So now you should be good to go, and if you run this once again, you will be able to access the internet on the spoofed machine. So let us do that once again, but right now let us try to capture some packets with DriftNet. Now DriftNet, if I type it right here, you will see it will open up a window, a black window, which basically I believe it will pop up some of the files and pictures that the target machine will visit while we are ARP spoofing. Now, in some cases this doesn't work, since basically, as I talked about, not all websites can be targeted to the ARP spoofing and to the man-in-the-middle attack, since some of them are HTTPS over TLS encryption, which is not vulnerable to the decrypted man-in-the-middle attack. So you will not be able to read, basically you will not be able to read packets from the TLS encrypted website. You will only be able to read the packets from the HTTP website or the HTTPS website while performing the SSL strip on it. So let me just see if there are any options for the help for this command. If I enlarge this, we can see that we need the interface, so we need to select the interface for this command. Now the interface will be the same interface that you're running ARP spoof on. Let's see. Do we need anything else? I don't think so. So we only need to run the DriftNet -i and then the interface. So let's first run that. So DriftNet -i and then ETHO. And we can see that this opened up right here. And while that is running, or let's first, since it
goes to the background. Let me just close this and let's run the ARP spoofing first. So I will just go and run the same two commands that we ran before. So let me just clear the screen so it looks a little bit prettier. And let's run the same two commands that we ran. So this one, ARP spoof, and then first the router and then the Windows 10 machine. We run that one. And then go in the next terminal and we run the reverse IP addresses. So we run these two, and now the target machine will be able to connect to the internet even while being ARP spoofed. And basically that the victim won't know that it is being ARP spoofed unless they run this command in their terminal or command prompt and notice that there are two same MAC addresses, which can be a little suspicious and does point out to the man-in-the-middle attack. But most of the people don't even know what command prompt is, so you shouldn't be worried about someone actually opening this. And you also shouldn't be running this on any network you do not own or do not have permission to do this. So, while we run the ARP spoof, let us now run the driftnet once again, -i etho. And now let's see if this will work on this website. It might work and it might not. If we reload it, we might be able to see, for example, some of the pictures that it will load from the target's machine. So if we load this once again, you will see that it works. And it does load something, not all of the pictures. We can try to load it again, maybe it will work. So you just click on the website. Well, it managed to capture something. I believe this is the picture from the website. Or let me just check. See, here it is. It managed to load this picture right here. As I said, sometimes this will work and sometimes it just won't work. But this is just the most simple case of running the ARP spoofing attack and performing the packet capturing in our driftnet tool. We will be covering some of the basically more advanced things that you can do with man-in-the-middle. This is just the most simple form. We didn't even use the tool that we installed in the previous video. We will use it in the next few videos. And basically it will automate this entire process, so we won't really be needing to run 3 commands at the same time. We will only need to run 1 command and we will be able to do all of this. Now, once again, if your target machine isn't able to connect to the internet, make sure that there is 1 echoed in that IP forward file, which I showed you how to do it. So let us close this. That would be about it for this lecture. Now, if you want to restore the ARP spoofing, or basically restore the MAC addresses with their IP addresses, just Ctrl+C both of these. And your target machine and you might be disconnected from the internet for a brief second, but nobody will notice that, since it will go back to normal in just 1 second, and nobody will notice that you ran the ARP spoofing attack. So that would be about it for this tutorial. We will continue with the man-in-the-middle attack in the next one, and I hope I see you there. Bye! Hello everybody and welcome back. And in the previous video I showed you how you can install the tool correctly with all of the programs it needs, and right now we are good to go and we should be ready to run our first ARP spoofing attack on this tool. Now, if we type here, let me just clear the screen and type once again mitmf. So you can either run it with this, so dot and then slash and then the name of the program, or you can run it with Python and then mitmf -help. So it will run the same output, which is our available options for this program. So let us see what we should use in order to run the simple ARP spoofing attack. So if we scroll up, we can see first thing that catches our eye is this spoof right here. So redirect modify traffics using ICMP, ARP, DHCP or DNS. Now for the first attack we want to use the ARP spoofer. So what we would need to specify is 2 commands right here. One of them is the spoof, which is basically just loading the plugin spoof. And the next one is the --ARP, which redirects traffic using ARP spoofing. Now, we already taught what ARP spoofing is, so you should already be familiar with what kind of attack we are running right here. Now, there are a few other things that we also need to specify besides these 2. As you remember in the previous videos where we ran with 3 commands the ARP spoofing, we had to specify the targets. Now, right here, we can run the ARP spoofing attack on all the targets that are on our local network. We do not need to specify the target, even though we can. For example, if you only wanted to target one PC, you could do that with --target command, I believe. But if you do not specify any target and you only specify the gateway, you will be ARP spoofing everyone on the local area network. So let's see how that works. Basically, as I said, we want to specify the spoof plugin, the ARP plugin, and also, let me just scroll up, I believe it's somewhere here. As we can see, there are a bunch of options right here. Also, what you need to specify is the -i for the interface, so we need to specify the interface that we are listening on, and -- gateway for our router IP address. Let me see if it is really -- gateway. Here it is. So specify the gateway IP. Now we need those 4 options to run a simple ARP spoofing attack. So let's clear the screen and type ifconfig. We can see that my interface is ETH0. Now, as I said before, you can use any interface you want. If you have connected your wireless adapter, you can use that interface as well. I'll be using this interface since that is the interface that I'm connected on the network. So let us start off with with // and then mitmf.py. The first thing we want to specify would basically be the interface that we're running on. So let's type here -i and then ETH0, which is our interface. So after that, let's load the plugin spoof for spoofing attacks, and let's set that to spoof with the ARP protocol. The last thing, as I said, that we need to specify is the gateway with the -- gateway command, and after that we specify the router's IP address. Now, if you do not know your router's IP address, you can simply just open up another terminal and type here netstat -nr. It will give you the gateway IP address, which is this one for me. You can also check the router's IP address with ifconfig, and it will also give you, let me just find where, it should give you the gateway. Well, never mind, it doesn't seem to give the gateway, but you can use netstat -nr, and it will for sure give you the gateway IP address. So once you find out your gateway IP address, just type 192.168.1.1, and we will be ready to run the attack. So let me just show you once again with the command prompt and ARP-A command. We can see that currently, before we ran the attack, we can see that ARP-A gives a legit MAC address for our router IP. As we can see, 192.168.1.1 has this MAC address, and this right here is my laptop. And let me just find, okay, it doesn't seem to have the Kali Linux machine's MAC address right here, but soon enough it will have it right here. So we will be having this MAC address, as you can see right here, from the ifconfig output on our Kali Linux machine, instead of this MAC address right here on the router's IP address. So let's run the attack. Just press here enter. It will load up this banner that they have. It will load up all the plugins they have. As we can see, spoof, ARP spoofing enabled. We can have these are just some of the options that you can specify. And right now, this spoofing is enabled, and we are ARP spoofing the entire network. As we can see, if I type ARP-A once again, the MAC address of the router is the same now as the MAC address of our Kali Linux machine, as we can see right here. So these two are same, which means we successfully spoofed the Windows machine. Now let's see what now we can do once we spoofed the machine. So I'm right here on my Google Chrome on Windows 10, and if I go to a simple website, so we can see that in the app of our spoofing machine, we can actually see that who is visiting which website. As we can see, 192.168.1.6 on Chrome OS Windows is visiting this website right here. Now, be aware that this will not show for every website. For example, if I visit Twitter, let me just show you, and I go right here, it will not show us that the target has visited twitter.com, since Twitter is on HTTPS over TLS. Now that is basically not yet vulnerable to the man-in-the-middle attack or to the decryption attack, so we won't be able to see which website is the target visiting. This will only work on HTTP websites and on HTTPS websites running over SSL, while performing the SSL strip, which I will show in the next videos. Now, for example, if you have a page over HTTP and that page has a login, for example, form with username and password, and anyone now on the local network types the login username and password there, it will be visible in the output of our ARP spoofing attack. So we will be having username and password printed out right here. But if someone, for example, goes to the HTTPS website, as we can see right here, and goes to a simple login form, as we can see, it is HTTPS, and our target right here cannot really, or our program right here cannot really see that website since it is over HTTPS. and someone logs in over HTTPS, it will not print out anything in our output right here, since it cannot perform SSL strip since we didn't specify it yet. Now, in the next videos I will show you how we can actually gather the username and password from this website as well, even though it is over HTTPS, performing the SSL strip. So that would be it about this tutorial. This was just a simple ARP spoofing attack. So this simple attack will only work, as I said, on HTTP websites for now on, since we didn't really use the SSL strip option. So this is the most simple version of it, of the attack that we can do, and I will show you some of the more advanced versions in the next videos. Hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope I see you in the next one. Bye! Hello everybody, and welcome back. And let me show you in this tutorial how you can perform a powerful attack using the Beef framework and the man-in-the-middle attack framework. Now, Beef framework is basically a tool used for browser exploitation. It can be right here. The simple use of that attack, or the practical method of that attack, is basically hooking other people or hooking other browsers to connect to the page, which is running the code for the redirection to the hook.javascript file, which then basically creates a zombie army of all of the machines that are currently connected on the local network. And if there are some browsers on those machines that are outdated, you can perform various types of attacks on them and actually exploit them. Now, in order for you to run Beef, you need to first open up your terminal. You can run it through terminal or through the applications right here. I believe it is sniffing spoofing. Okay, it is not there. Exploitation. Yeah, in the exploitation tools, here it is, Beef XSS framework. I will run it from the command tool. So just type here Beef -XSS and run it. And what you want to do from here is basically copy this script right here and put it into your Apache 2 website. Now, I will show you the entire process right here. Let me just open up the Beef. So this opened automatically, and the username and password for this page are both Beef. So just type here Beef and then Beef once again. Click on the login right here, and you will be prompted with page looking like this. Here you have online browsers and offline browsers. You can read this if you want to. Basically, this is just something about the new users you can read if you are not familiar with the Beef, since we didn't cover it before. But right now what I want to show you is what you need to do in order to hook other people for this type of attack. So you need to, let me just zoom in so you see it better. There is this link called the hook. What you want to do is this. So you want to create a simple HTML file or any fake page, or basically anything you want which is an HTML file, and put it onto your Apache 2 website on your Kali Linux machine or on other machine that you run. What you want to do is include this script, which is JavaScript code, into that HTML code on your Apache 2, and every time someone opens your Apache 2 web server or website through their Google browser or search bar or anywhere else, they will be running this JavaScript code, which will allow us to actually exploit them if their browser is outdated. We will see them in our Beef framework on that web page that we logged in previously. So let me just show you how you can do that. So as I said before, your Apache 2 folder is in var www and then HTML. Here you have files, basically files that will display on the page once someone types in your IP address. Now, for this attack I will use the Apache 2 on my laptop, but I will show you how you can create the attack with Apache 2 on your Kali Linux machine. So here we have the 1.html file, which I actually want to delete for now on. And what I want to do is nano, so we will create a new HTML file including the script code. So nano script.html. Now you can call it anything you want. It doesn't matter. Or actually it does matter, you need to call it index.html, so let me just rename it. So index.html, as I said before, if your HTML file on your web Apache 2 server isn't called index.html, it will not display it. So call it index.html, save file under different name, yes, and now we can write to the file. So we will create the most simple most simple version of the HTML file. So just follow what I type right here. It doesn't matter if you do not understand it. You can basically just copy any page and add the same thing, which I will show you in just a second. I will just type a small code right here. Here we can add a title, which will be test. Now, for those of you that actually know the HTML, this will be very simple for you. For those of you who don't, you will also understand it. It's really not that hard to understand. We just create here the body tag and the head tag. And this h1 represents the header, which we will display on our page. And let's say it says just hello. We close the header with the h1 tag and the slash. And then we close the body header. Or, yeah, the body part. We also end the HTML part. Now, let us save this. So Control O and then Control X to exit. Now, we still didn't add the hook, but let me just show you, or let me actually add the hook first, so you can see it. We not need to nano we need to nano the index.html, and what you want to do is add the hook that you copied from the Beef framework, so that JavaScript code. Now, it is the same for everyone. Where you want to add it, to the head tag, so somewhere between this part right here and somewhere between this part right here. So let us add it right below the title, or we can actually add it above the title. So just type here script. Now this script right here is referring to the JavaScript code, and this CRC right here is basically source. So what this page will do is it will source the script to the IP address that we specified to, or to the folder that we specified to, and it will run that script that it finds there. Now my script is located on my basically on your own IP address. So what you want to do is basically just check out your IP address first, which you can do simply with the ifconfig. So what you want to do, ifconfig. My IP address is 192.168.1.7. So what you specify right here is equal, then double quotes, and then HTTP, 2 dots, // and then your IP address. 168.1.7, and then you again specify 2 dots, and then you specify the port, which is always 3000. It should be 3000 by default. If it is not, you can change the configuration file, but it should be 3000 for you. And after that, you specify / and then hook.js, which stands for JavaScript file. So this is the full link. Let me just, why is it? Okay, so this is the full link, and what you want to do right after is close the double quotes like this, and then close the entire script code. So script, and you are good to go. So right now you save this, save modified buffer, and if you can see it, this is the entire code that you need. So you need to put this in this directory right here. So /var/www/html, and you will be good to go. Now, another thing that you want to do, in case your Apache 2 isn't running, you need to set it to run. So in order to check if your Apache 2 is running, just type service Apache 2 status. And here we can see loaded, active, inactive. So we need to run the Apache 2 first. So service Apache 2 start. So we started the Apache 2, and now let me show you what happens when someone visits that page. Now, as I said, I only showed you how to do this. I won't be using the Apache 2 from my Kali Linux machine. I will use it on my laptop where I have Apache 2 running and where I have the same file that I showed you right here on my Apache 2. So it will display hello, and it also has a script in the head tag with the hook to the JavaScript file. So what happens when we visit the web page? So let me just first open this right here. As we can see, we do not have any browsers connected. But if you type right here 192.168.1 and .15, which is the IP address where I am running the file with the script of a hook. So we press here enter. As we can see right here, oh wait, I didn't rename it to the index.html. So just give me a second. As I said, the file that you have in the /var/www/html folder needs to be named index.html in order for it to display it. So I renamed it on my laptop, and let me just refresh the page, and here we can see it just displays hello, which can be really normal for a user. So he just noticed nothing is happening. He can close this right now. But what happened in our beef, now we have our browser hooked, which means we can perform any kind of exploitation or any kind of the attack if that browser is outdated. Here we can see browser is Windows NT, Windows 10, Windows 64, Mozilla. You can see it is over Chrome. So basically you just get a bunch of these information right here, the host, the name IP, CPU, all kinds of stuff. And what you can do right here is basically just go to the commands, and here you have the attacks that you can perform on the browser. So here are some social engineering attacks, clickjacking, fake LastPass, Clippy, simple hijacker, and some other. You can have browser attacks, webcam, you can unhook it, you can play sound. There are just too much of these options right here. We will not cover basically these attacks. I just want to show you how you can hook a browser, and you now can experiment with all of this. Now, if the browser is outdated, this is a very powerful attack, since now you can basically do anything on the target PC. There are some of the Metasploit modules, I believe there is only one right here, but there are some exploits right here which you can also use. Shellshock, we covered what Shellshock is. That is the famous command injection attack. There are some of the other PHP DOS, so there are just a bunch of these options right here that you can perform, but more about that later. I just wanted to show you how you can hook a browser. Now, you might be asking right now, so what is the point? You need to get someone to type the IP address of that machine in order for it to load that page and in order for it to hook to our beef framework. Now, that's where the man in the middle comes in. So what you can do is basically you can actually, let me show you. So let's go to the man in the middle. And what you can do, so let's type the --help. What you can do is you can actually redirect everyone on the local network to that website. So let's perform that. I will show you how you can do it. Basically, all you need to do is use captive portal. Now, captive portal you can use, as it says right here, be a captive portal. So captive load plugin captive portal, and we need to specify the URL where the portal is located. So the current URL where my portal is located will be my IP address of our laptop, since there is the JavaScript file that we need in order to hook browsers. So what we need to do is basically just type -mf -i for the interface, and then we specify the --spoof --arp. So we are performing the ARP spoofing. And all we need to do after the gateway, which is, let me just see, 192.168.1.1, we need to specify captive and then portal URL, and then we specify HTTP 192.168.1.15, and that should be it. So right now, if I just press here run, you can see it is running the ARP spoofing attack. And now if I go to my browser and I want to, for example, refresh this page, which is from the previous attacks, and I just refresh it, you will see that I get redirected to the hello page. Now, this is just a redirection, but in the background it actually ran the JavaScript code from that hook file, and it actually hooked the browser or the PC on our beef framework. So we have it right here. Now it is not hooked twice since I already have it right here, but if I were to run it from, for example, my laptop right here, so let me just visit the same HTTP page from my laptop, and you will see it also appear right here. So I will visit the same page. Let me just go to my laptop, and let's go right here. And in a few seconds, here is my laptop. As we can see, my laptop is Linux, running Mozilla, Ubuntu, Linux 64, you have some of the options, and now you can actually perform attacks on both of these machines. And soon enough, all of the machines on the local network will start appearing here, since any website you visit will get redirected to this page. Basically, no one will be able to go to any other websites that are HTTP or HTTPS over SSL, they will all be redirected to this page, and then their browsers will be hooked, where you can perform different types of the attacks. So that would be it about this tutorial. Now I will not be showing these attacks right here. You can just test them yourself. They're not that hard to perform, since this is GUI and you just need to type something right here, and then the attack will work if the browser is outdated. So you can try that out on yourself, and we will try a few other different attacks before we move to the next tool in the next tutorial, and I hope I see you there. Bye. Hello everybody and welcome back. And now, before we continue to the EtherCap, which is another tool for the man in the middle, which I will show briefly, let us see what else we can do with our man in the middle framework tool. So there are a bunch of other options as well. We will not cover all of them, of course, but I just want to show you some of the things that you can do in order to specify your attack more detailed, or in order to perform some different type of the attack. So what we did cover how to spoof with both ARP and DNS. We were redirecting the DNS queries to some other websites. We were also performing the captive portal attacks, where we redirected all of the websites to the captive portal, which was running the vulnerable or the evil code, which was redirecting people to hook their browsers to our Beef framework. We were also performing some of the HSTS attacks, which was SSL strip attack. But let's see what else we can perform in this tool. So let's see something perhaps funny. For example, here you have the replaces images with a random one from specified directory. So you can specify this, for example, and it will load plugin image randomizer, and you need to specify after that image -dir, and then the directory where you have some images stored. And it will, for example, it will change all of the pictures on that website from your directory pictures, and everyone on the local network will be seeing the website with different pictures. Now that is something that you can do. For example, I would show you, but I don't really have the folder with pictures right here. But there is another thing we can do. So for example, another funny thing is upside down internet, which loads plugin upside down internet, which flips images 180 degrees. So we can try that one out, since we don't need anything besides that. Let's see what else we can add in order to make our attack better. So let's, for example, add this, which is the screenshot right here. Use HTML to render an accurate screenshot of clients' browsers. So let's see if this will work. Now, I used this before. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Let's see if it will work now. So what we will use is basically these two options. We need to specify screen, and then after that interval and seconds. So let's see how that would look like. We clear the page and we type, as usual, mitmf.py, then -i, and then the ETH0, which is our network interface. After that we specify spoof and then ARP. You will most likely always be using ARP spoofing, since you cannot perform man in the middle attack without it. After that, what we want to use, I believe it is upside down internet. Well, that could be a problem. Let us copy it. Or you know what, we can actually do it like this. So we can open up another terminal, and here we can go to the mitmf and then mitmf --help, and we will find those two plugins. I believe they were somewhere towards the top. Now this is also one interesting plugin, injects a JavaScript keylogger into clients' web pages. So this is basically a keylogger that will be injected into vulnerable web pages, and then you will be able to capture keystrokes. But we will not be doing that right now. We will only use these two, which is the screen interval and then the image randomizer, which is right here. Or not image randomizer, the upside down internet. It will flip all of the images on the current web page. So let us start typing it. Let me just go down here. So mitmf -i ETH0 spoof ARP. We already covered all of this. So gateway 192.168.1.1. Then upside down internet, and then we also specify the screen, and then let me see how it goes. Screen, and then after that interval, so -- interval, and let's set that to 20 seconds, for example. And I believe we specified everything we need. Now let's see, the target that we will be using is our good old website, which is this one. So
if we refresh it right here, it doesn't have much pictures, but it does have some of them. So as you can see right here, this picture right here is also a picture. And let's actually run this. So it loads the default banner, it loads all of the plugins, and right now, if we try to reload this page, let's see if this will work. We can see this picture right here, which is in the name, is flipped. So let's see, this one is flipped, as we can see that 2019 is flipped, this one didn't. Now, most of these, as we can see, this one did, so this is the picture that flipped as well. We can see it doesn't really work on all of the pictures, but some of them did flip. Let me just see if there is anything else that flipped. Okay, so that would probably be about it. Now, some of them did and some of them didn't. We can try to render the page once again, maybe some of the others will flip as well, but it doesn't matter. This is just a little, some fun thing that you can do while performing the attack. You can fool around with some people. So nothing else flipped. This is the picture that did flip. This one as well right here. So that's a fun thing to do. Now let's see another thing that could be more useful, which is this one. Saved screenshot to 192.168.1.2. And this is the name of the screenshot. So let's actually see if we were really able to capture any screenshot. So let's close this. Now, I'm not really sure where exactly are these pictures. It could be in logs, so let's check right there. And here they are. We captured actually 5 different pictures, and let's actually open some of them. Now we will go to the folders, and then we go to the root directory, and then we will go to the Nmap directory, and then logs, and see what kind of screenshots we were able to capture. Now, let's go to the... Let me just see. Home, we know. Well, I do not want to go right here. Where I want to go is to the computer. And then from the computer, I want to go to the root directory. Let me just find it right here. Then we go to the MITMF right here, to the logs. And here are the pictures. So we open one of them, for example, and we can see if it were to open. So let's see if this picture will open. Okay, there it is. We can see that we successfully managed to capture a screenshot from the target's browser. So this could be very interesting. You could capture all kinds of stuff with Screenshotter. As I said, it will only work on HTTP websites and on HTTPS websites while performing SSL. And in this case, we didn't perform SSL, we were attacking an HTTP website. So we can see that we successfully captured a couple of screenshots on each 20 seconds. We can also see this image that was flipped on the target's browser. So this attack successfully worked. Now let me see, since I don't really need this, let me open a terminal from here and let me delete. Or I'll just delete it later since it has some weird names, no sense to delete it right now. And we can see that we successfully captured screenshots and also we successfully flipped images on target's browser. Now, this is not the only thing you can do with this, of course. This is just some fun things that you can perform. So let's see what else we can do. We will not be running any more attacks. I just want to show you that there are other things you can do as well. Such as, for example, I believe you can run a shell shock attack with this tool using this command right here. So MITMF, then E for the interface. Then right now what you want to use is spoof, and then spoof, and then DHCP, and you can use shell shock. And right here I believe you need to specify a command. So for example, hello, and you will be able to run the shell shock attack, which we covered even before briefly. Now, shell shock, as I said before, basically it is a bug. It is widely known in the Unix bash shell. It was discovered, I believe, in 2014 or something like that. It allows an attacker to cause vulnerable versions of bash to execute arbitrary commands. So this can allow an attacker to gain unauthorized access to a computer system. So that is also something you can take a look at. You can also take a look at the keylogger that I showed you before. So there is that option as well.
And there are a bunch of other options that you can use right here, so we will not be covering all of them. We covered some of them, some of the more important ones, and you can experiment with the others if you want to. Now, in the next video, what we will be covering is EtherCap tool, that is the tool for man-in-the-middle attacking, which comes pre-installed in Kali Linux. We will cover it briefly since we covered most of the attacks in this tool, so I will just show you how to use the EtherCap tool and what you can do with it, and then we will continue to the next section, which is system hacking section, which is probably the most important section in this course. So that will be about it for this tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope I see you in the next one. Bye! Hello everybody, and welcome back to the man-in-the-middle section. Now, what I want to show you before the EtherCap is how you can clone any web page on the internet and use it as a fake login page or fake page on your Apache 2 web server. Then you can combine the attacks we did previously in order to redirect users to that page. Now, I will show you that it is very simple. Basically, let us first open our terminal. Let me enlarge this. And what you want to do before anything is check out your Apache 2 if it is running. So service Apache 2 status, which will give you if the service is running or not. So as we can see, my Apache 2 is running, it is active and running, and let me just close this. So okay, if yours isn't running, you just type your service Apache 2 and then start, and this will start your Apache 2. So now that you did that, how you can see that the files that are located in that page, you can basically first go to this directory right here, which is /var/www/html, and here when you type your ls are all the files that you have in this current directory, and all of the files in this current directory are also the files that will be displayed in the page. So let us create a simple text file, so nano text.txt, and type here hello. It doesn't even matter. So now if you type here ls, we have a simple text file right here. So let's go to our Firefox, and what you want to do is basically just type your own IP address and you will be redirected to your Apache 2 web server or web browser page, which is my IP address is 192.168.1.7. So if we type that 192.168.1.7, whoops, you will see that here we will have Apache 2.4 port 38 server running at this IP address, which is my IP address, on port 80. And we have the text.txt file that we created in the /var/www/html folder. But right now, let us see how we can actually host an entire page there. Now, in order for you to actually clone the page, what you want to do is, for example, let's clone facebook.com. If we go to the Facebook, as soon as it loads, what you want to do is right-click on it, and then we want to clone the page. So, but first we need to wait for this to load. Not sure why it is taking so much time. I don't think I have a Burp suite turned on, so it should load successfully. Looking up, so exploit db. Let's try other page. Well, that is not working. Okay, so I ran out of the internet. Okay, server not found. Looks like I don't have internet at the moment, so let me just restart it real quick. So here I am. Now I restarted my router, and now I should be able to have internet. So let me just start off where I cut the tutorial. So we wanted to clone the Facebook page, for example, so you just go to the page itself, or any other page you want. Basically the principle is the same. So what you want to do is right click on the page and go to the save page as. Now you will do this only on the Firefox browser. I believe there is this plugin that you can save page as. So you're using any other browser, browser or search engine, I don't think that they have this. They possibly could, I'm not really sure. You can try it. But for now on, just click on the save page as. And what this will do, basically it will, as we can see, it has Facebook minus login or signup.html. It will save it in the download. So just click save, and we can see right here it successfully saved everything. So this is the entire page. Here it is, and here are the files that they are referring to for this page. Now by that I mean basically these pictures or anything else that there is right here. Basically if we go right here, we can have some of the JavaScript files, well, mostly JavaScript files, some CSS. So basically, from this HTML page, in this code right here, it will refer to the files in here. So when you want to clone the page, now that we downloaded everything we need, we just need to copy these two files in our /var/www/html folder, which is our Apache2 folder. So let me just close the Facebook right here. This is the current Apache2 folder, so we only have text.txt. And right now, first we want to navigate to the downloads, or root and then downloads. If you type here ls, you will see here our two files that we need to copy. So one of them is HTML and one of them is directory containing JavaScript files and other files it needs. So let's copy, or let's actually move. This is the HTML. We want to move it into var www.html. Okay, so we moved one of them, and now we want to move the other one into var www.html, and we moved both of them. So let us just close this, we do not need it anymore. And right now, if you go to the var www.html, you will see we have these files right here, which is the directory with files needed and the HTML file. Now, we can remove now this text.txt, we do not need it anymore. And now if you go to the Firefox and refresh the page, you will notice that it doesn't really load the page. It only loads these two files so you can download them. Now that is because of the thing that I was talking about in the previous videos. The Apache2 won't render out the page or the HTML code unless the main HTML file is called index.html. So what you want to do is rename the file .html, so this one, into index.html. So how we do that? Move facebook.html and we rename it to index.html. So right now if we type here ls once again, we have the folder containing files and we have the index.html, which is the main page. So let us render the page out again. So we refresh it, and right now you can see that we successfully cloned the Facebook page. So this is on our Apache2 web server. As you can see, the address is 192.168.1.7 and everything else looks exactly like Facebook. Now what you can do is basically use the attacks we did before. For example, that man-in-the-middle DNS spoofing attack. You can just redirect or try to redirect the real Facebook page to this IP address right here. And anytime or basically any website that you cloned, you can just, if someone typed facebook.com in their browser while you're performing the spoofing and DNS attack, they will be redirected to this Facebook page, which looks identical. The only thing they can actually notice, which would be different than the real Facebook page, is the link right here. So in the real Facebook page, if we go to it, you can see that it has a legit HTTPS link with the green thing right here, green lock, and here it is basically just the IP address of our Kali Linux machine. So that is the only difference, and right here we also see that it didn't really render the Facebook sign for some reason. Possibly it's not in that file, but it doesn't really matter. And this type of the attack, or this type of cloning, you can do for any page you want. You just right click on it, save page as, and then you rename the main HTML file into index.html, and then you paste all the files in the /var/www/html. So I just wanted to show you that, and that would be it for this tutorial. And now we will finally go to the EtherCap in the next one, and I hope I see you there. Bye! Hello everybody, and welcome back to the last video in the man-in-the-middle attack section. Now we will cover the usage of EtherCap, which is a tool that comes pre-installed in Kali Linux. So let us get started. Now this tool has two interfaces. One is the interface over terminal, so basically command line interface, and the other one is the GUI interface. Now you can access the command line interface just by typing EtherCap, and it will give you your available options. Now it asks you to select interface, so you can do that, but right now what I want to show you is the GUI interface. They have some differences, but they are the same tool. So now you can find the GUI interface going to the sniffing, spoofing, and then you go to the EtherCap, which is right here. This is the graphical user interface. You click on it and it should open up the tool. Now we will not cover the tool in great details, we will only cover some of the options available right here. So let us get started. Now what you want to do, basically first of all, you want to go to the file, sniff, and choose type of sniffing. So what you want to do is choose unified sniffing, most likely. In some other cases you might want to choose bridge sniffing, but right now we'll go with unified. And here you can select your network interface. Now I only have the ETH0. If you have your wireless network card adapter connected, you can select it right here if you want to use that one. Right now I will just go with the ETH0, so just click here OK. And right here we can see down there, started unified sniffing. Now what you want to do right after this is basically go to the hosts, and you want to scan for all the hosts on the local area network. So scan for the hosts, it will scan all possible 255 hosts, and it will show you which hosts are currently up on your local network. It will say 4 hosts added to the host lists. Now to access the host list, you basically just go here, hosts, and then hosts list. Here you will have all of the devices that are currently connected and online on your local area network. As we can see, let me just check out what is the IP address of my Windows 10 machine. It is .1.3. This one is my laptop, and this one I believe is my Kali Linux machine, since there isn't really any else machine on the network currently. Now, what you want to do after this, let's say we want to target our Windows 10 machine, so we want to ARP spoof the Windows 10 machine. What you want to do is basically click on the router and then add it to the target 1. So add router to the target 1, and it will say right here, host 192.168.1 added to target 1. Then what you want to do is choose your Windows 10 machine, or basically any other machine you want to ARP spoof, and choose right here, add it to target 2. And then let me just see where it is. View targets, current targets right here. And here you will have the list of the targets. Now what you want to do after this, basically let me just go to the filter, I believe it is right, no it's not right here. You can go to the resolve IP addresses. And what you want to do after this is basically go to the man in the middle, which is this right here, and choose ARP poisoning. This will ask you if you want to sniff remote connections on only POS and Wi-Fi. Right now we want to sniff remote connections. Click here OK, and you will see that the ARP spoofing has started. Now everything that your target actually types in any HTTP website will be shown right here. So if it visits an HTTP website and tries to log into some page, you will see the username and password in clear text right here. So now another thing you can do is basically, let me just see where is the plugin, manage the plugin. So just click here on manage the plugins, and here you have few type of plugins that you can add. For example, DNS spoof sends spoof DNS replies. You can also run DOS attack, and you can run all of the other attacks as well. Now I believe here is the SSL strip as well as in the previous tool, so you can roll the SSL strip as well, and this basically performs the same as the previous tool that we covered. So if I were to, for example, visit an HTTP page and log in, for example, it will be showed right here. Now that is the simple use of this tool. If you want to, you can try out all of these plugins right here, but most of them are not really that important, or most of them are actually only there for you to specify a more detailed attack. This will do its job for now on. You might want to add the SSL strip and DNS spoofing later on, but we already did that in the previous tool. We will not be doing that in this tool as well. And I just wanted to show you how this tool works, and that would be it about this tutorial. So in this section we covered the man in the middle framework. We showed how to download it, how to use it. We ran some different types of the attacks, such as, for example, randomizing images, then using screenshotter, then ARP spoofing, DNS spoofing, and we captured the usernames and passwords on HTTPS websites as well as on HTTP while performing the SSL strip. And those could be some of the useful attacks that you can perform on your local network. Now these attacks do not work on the outside of your local network, so they only work for all the targets on your wireless network or on your that are connected to a router. And in the next section we will start learning system hacking. So we will, for example, learn the Metasploit framework in great details. We will learn some of the exploits for that. we will hack Windows as well as Linux, and then after that we will also hack some of the Android devices and iOS devices with another tool. So that would be about it for this section. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope I see you in the next section where we will start system hacking. Hope I see you there, and take care. Bye.
Hello everybody, and welcome to this next section, which is the system hacking section. Now, before we actually start hacking ourselves, let's familiarize ourselves with the Metasploit framework, so that when I, for example, use certain terms, we'll understand them to mean the same thing. Now, Metasploit framework, it is basically a tool, and it comes pre-installed in Kali Linux. It is used for exploitation most of the time. Sometimes you can use it for scanning. Now, there are some of the modules and payloads and ops and all the other stuff that we will talk about that come already with the Metasploit framework. But before we begin actually using them, let's try to actually make them understandable, and after that we will execute our first exploit. So, as I said, Metasploit framework, tool for developing and executing code against a remote target machine. Basically, for the Metasploit, you actually have the MSF payload creator, which is the MSF Venom. We have the Metasploit framework, which is the tool that we will use. You can start it up with a simple command called MSF console, but don't do it yet since we have to start something else first. And there is also something called Armitage, which is basically a graphical user interface for Metasploit framework. Now, the main two things that you will hear most of the time while we are in this section are exploits and payload. Now, I already believe that most of you know what those two are, but just in case, the exploit is the main actually type of the attack. For example, if we have on a target a vulnerable software running, we can take advantage of it and exploit it and run our reverse shell or rootkits on it, for example. Now, I will explain what reverse shells and rootkits are, but basically the exploitation process, there is something that you should know, a term, it's called a 0-day. Now, a 0-day for the exploitation is basically an exploit for a vulnerable system that hasn't been discovered previously. That's why it's called 0 days. It hasn't been fixed yet. It's still vulnerable. There are still vulnerable softwares out there. Now, those are types of the attacks that you will not encounter, most likely, since discovering 0 days only happens a few times during a year. There are different types of 0 days. Some can be more dangerous than others, but the most recent one that I've heard of was the 0 day in 2017, an exploit that basically allowed anyone to access a Windows 7 machine, and I think also a Windows 8 machine, without a user clicking on anything. So you could just connect to the same network and basically exploit the Windows 7 machine if it is running a 445 open port or SMB open port. It was discovered by some hackers, I believe, it was an NSA exploit called the Eternal Blue. I'll also show it to you in the Metasploit framework later on. But that is the basic meaning behind the 0-day attack. Now, we will not be discovering 0 days attacks because most of those attacks, if even discovered, can cost from above $100,000. So if you were to, for example, discover a 0 day, you can sell it for $100,000 and more. I believe for the iPhone, if you were to find for the iPhone a 0 day, you would get paid by Apple $1 million. But I only heard that. I'm not really sure if that's true. But we won't be really getting ourselves with that, since we will be exploiting targets with already known exploits and with our basically reverse shells that we will run on the target. So there is something called payload, which is basically the reverse shell. So that is something that after we exploit the vulnerable software, we deliver its payload. Now, we can deliver to machine. We can deliver it to machine in order for it to give us access or some information back. Now we will cover all of them in detail in the next lectures, but for now on, let us actually start up the Metasploit framework and see its environment. Now I would advise you, before you actually type the MSF console, which is the command for starting up the Metasploit framework, let's run the service PostgreSQL start. So service PostgreSQL start. This will make your Metasploit run faster since it is using the database. Now, you do not need to do this if you don't want to, but as I said, it will only make your Metasploit run faster. So, now that we ran this, we can finally open our Metasploit framework. In order to do that, you just need to type here MSF console,
click enter and wait for this to open. Now, since this is a virtual machine, this might take a few seconds to open depending on your PC speed. And once it does, we will actually cover some of the basic commands that you will use in order to navigate into the Metasploit framework. So let us wait for this to open, first of all. So here it is. The first thing you notice is this banner right here. I believe it is every time different or something like that. The next thing you see is the available things on the Metasploit framework currently at this time, which is the 3rd or 11th of March 2019. We have 1,854 available exploits. We have 1,049 auxiliary modules, post-exploitation modules 325, 546 payloads, 44 encoders, 10 Nmaps, 2 evasion. Now we will cover what all of these are in the next lecture, but for now on, let us actually see how we can navigate through this framework. Now, as we can see, our command line is right here, MSF5 and then this arrow, and here we type our commands. So the first logical thing that we should do is type help. Now, help will give us the available commands that we can run right now. So we can see some of the useful ones would be use command. You will use it a lot. It's basically you just type here use and then the name of the actual exploit that you want to use. So here it is, selects a module by name. But in order for you to select a module, you need to know its name. So since we are beginners, we do not know the name of any module. So we can also use the search command in order to find out the modules. Search modules names and descriptions. If you just type here search. And let's say we want to find Windows exploit. So just type here search Windows. It will give you all of the available Windows exploits on this Metasploit framework. So let me just zoom out a little bit so we have a better look at this. So these are all of the available modules available for the Windows exploits. As we can see, for example, exploit Windows is AP, W3 hook query, and you can also select that and see more details about it. Now, there are lots of them. As I said, there are over 1,800 exploits in the Metasploit framework. We will cover only a little of them, since if we were to cover all of them, we would make this course 1,000 hours long. Now, let's say we want to use, for example, I don't know, let's select random, some random exploit. Let's say, this is auxiliary, let's take this one. So, example, exploit multi-browser Java Rhino. You can select it, you can also see the date that it came out, so 2011, and its performance says excellent. Now, Java Applet Retroscript Engine Remote Code Execution. So, in order to pick that exploit, we will simply just to type here use and then paste the name of the exploit itself and just press here enter, and you will see that you type the correct name for the exploit once there is red letters in this bracket, so it means this exploit exists. Now, this selected exploit, we can see its options with the show command. So show options will give us all of the options for this exploit and what it requires in order to run. So we can see module options, exploit multi-browser Java Rhino, and then we can see server host 0.0.0. This is a required field, so you need to specify this if it is not specified. Description for that field, the local host to listen on. This must be an address on the local machine or 0.0.0.0. Now, server port is 8080, current setting. It is also a required field, the local port to listen on, and other things such as SSL, SSL certificate, and URI path are not required. As we can see, they're all under no. You do not need to specify them in order to run this attack. Now, down here we have the exploit target. So, in order to check out your available targets, you can just type here show targets, and it will print out a list of all of the targets available for this exploit. So we can see this exploit we can run generic Java payload, Windows Universal, Apple OS X, and Linux x86. So basically it can run on any platform. Now, in order to, for example, if you didn't know much about this exploit, you would want to find out more about it. You can do that with show info option. So this will print out what exactly is this exploit. So you just type here show info. Let's scroll up to the beginning. It will say name, module platform, it will basically give us the output of this command before. So available targets, check supported, no. It doesn't have an auxiliary module that it will check if this exploit exists. Basic options are also something that we saw with the previous commands. Payload information and description. Now description is most likely something that you will search with this command. So this module exploits a vulnerability in the Rhino script engine that can be used by Java applet to run arbitrary Java code outside of the sandbox. The vulnerability affects version 7 and version 6, update 27 and earlier, and should work on any browser that supports Java, for example Firefox, Google Chrome, and so on. You can see some of the other references right here. So if you were to copy this link, let's copy the first link. Let's see, open link. I'm not really sure if it works like that. So open link, it's ready, and it will lead you to a page where you can, for example, read more about this payload. Pardon me, about this exploit. So as soon as this loads, you will be able to, I believe it is a Rapid7 website, not really sure where it is taking us, but it should take us to a page where this exploit is in greater details. So vulnerability type, we can see that its score is 10.0, so this is a very serious exploit right here. And basically, let's not just bother ourselves with all of these options right here. You can read it if you want to. You can also try to visit other sites as well that also explain this exploit in greater detail, but we will not be doing that at the moment. Now, if you want to deliver, for example, a payload with this exploit, you would see your available payloads with show payload options. Show payloads, I believe it's spelled like that. So show payloads will give you your available payloads for this exploit. So for example, you cannot use a reverse TCP Windows exploit payload in here, since it is not specified in show payloads options. You can only use all of these other options available, or payloads available. In order, once you check out all of these payloads and once you choose one, in order to set it, you will have to type here set and then payload and then space, and then you basically just copy any payload you want. So let's copy this one or the payload that you chose, and you set that payload. As we can see, we successfully set the payload with this command. If you were to mistype it, it would say no such payload available. Now after you select payload, you want to type show options once again, and you will see that we also have some of the additional options for our payload. Now, most of the time you will see these two options. One of them is lhost and one of them is lport. Now, the lhost is basically, as it says right here, the listen address, so it is basically your Kali Linux machine, since you are listening for the connection back from the target machine. The lport is the listening port on which you're listening, which is most likely, by default on Metasploit, it is 4444. So in order to run this, you would set lhost 192.168, or let me just first check out my IP address, which is .1.7, and you would set lhost 192.168.1.7. Show options. And now we can see everything is set, and now you would be able to run this payload or exploit against your target if you find a vulnerable one. Now, I will not be running this exploit since I don't really have a vulnerable target, but I just wanted to show you some of the commands that you will use in order to select your exploits. And we will actually exploit and run some scanners in the next sections, right after we actually cover the basic structure of the Metasploit framework itself. I will explain what NOPs, encoders, payloads, exploits, post-exploitation tools are in the next video. But before I finish this one, you might have noticed that I actually type here ifconfig, or let me just type it once again since I forgot G, if it were to give me my command tool back, so ifconfig, and it actually outputted me my ifconfig command. So you notice that you can actually run the system commands from this command tool. So you can run all of the commands that you can run from a simple terminal in the Metasploit framework command line. So you can also run nmap or netstat -nr. You can also run anything from this command tool as well. So you do not need to close Metasploit while performing the attack or any other scan that you want to perform. So that would be about it for this introductory video. Now, you might still be wondering about some of the things. Don't worry, we will also cover them in greater detail in future videos. Right now I just wanted to show you the simple environment of the Metasploit framework itself and some of the more important commands that you will be using. So I will explain the modules that we have in Metasploit framework in the next lecture, and I hope you're there. Bye. Hello everybody and welcome back to the next lecture in the Metasploit framework or system hacking section. So let us actually take a better look actually at the structure of the Metasploit framework itself. So in order to do that, let us first exit the command tool. Let me clear the screen. And the first thing you want to know is where are all the modules, encoders, payloads, exploits actually stored. So they are stored in the user. Let me just cd user share, and then you go to the Metasploit framework. Once you change the directory to that, you can just type here ls and you will see a bunch of these files, and I will show you what are the more important ones and the ones that we will use. Now let's see first of all. So the first one is the MSF console. Let me just find it, which is right here. We used it in the previous video. It is used as a program to run the console itself and actually perform the attacks. Now, one of the also important ones is the MSF Venom. Now, this program we will use in order to create our payloads, our interpreter shells and backdoors. So we do that with this command like right here, and also you can update your Metasploit framework with the MSF update command. Most of the others are not so important at the moment. Now, if you want, it's good to know that the Metasploit framework and all of the exploits are written in Ruby, which is a programming language similar to Python. So if you know that language, it is also a plus. Now, in order for you to find all of the exploits and payloads, you need to go to the modules directory. Everything is stored in there. So if you go into the modules and click ls right here, you will see that we have all of the things that I talked about before. So we have auxiliary, encoders, evasion, exploits, nops, payloads, posts. Now let's explain all of those in detail. So exploits, as we said before, they're basically used to target a vulnerable software running on a remote machine. So let's actually change our directory to exploits and cd exploits and type here ls. You will notice that you have a different exploits for different types of operating systems and different types of platforms. So for example, you have Linux, Windows, Unix, Solaris, Android, Apple exploits, so also browser exploits as we see Firefox. There are a bunch of these separated directories for different types of exploits. So let's actually try to find the exploit that I talked about in the previous video, the one for the Windows 7 and Windows 8 machine, I believe, which is the Eternal Blue exploit from 2017. It is a Windows exploit. So we go to the Windows and we type here ls. There is a future division between all of these exploits, as we can see right here. Some of them are mostly divided by the port number or the service that they are running on a certain port. For example, we can see HTTP. It is running on port 80, we can see SSH port 22, FTP port 21, we can see SMB port 445, I believe, or something like that. So let us go to the SMB, since there is the Eternal Blue exploit. If you type here ls, you will see a bunch of these different exploits used for the SMB. Now, here it is, the Eternal Blue Windows 8.py exploit. We also have the regular Eternal Blue exploit, and all of these are .rp, which basically stands that they are Ruby files and the Ruby exploits, or exploits just written in Ruby, as I said before. So if you wanted to, you could actually nano some of them in order to see how they look like. So ms17, let's see how does Eternal Blue look like. So .rp, and we can see the code of the exploit itself. So it is written in Ruby, as I said. You can check out a bunch of these things right here. Now, I do not know Ruby, so I will not be actually explaining what all of this does. It is similar to Python. You can actually understand it if you did learn some of the programming languages before. But for now on, I just wanted to show you the simple code behind this exploit. So let's close this. And let's actually go back to the modules. So we change our directory back to the modules. And let's talk about, for example, the payload section. So for the payloads directory, let's change first of all the directory to payloads and type here ls in order to see what we have. And here we have different types of payloads. As I said before, those are files that we send to victim. For example, backdoors. Now, as we can see, there are three types right here, singles, stagers, and stages. Now, singles are basically used to, they are smaller payloads, and they're used to actually perform only one action. Stagers right here, they can be used to deliver another payloads, and the stages are some of the larger exploits, or not exploits, some of the larger payloads, pardon me. For example, the interpreter shell that we will use in most of our attacks. Now, what is a interpreter shell? That is basically a shell with a bunch of different options that we can use after we exploit the remote system. So we can actually screenshot the desktop, we can run a keylogger, we can bypass antiviruses, we can do a bunch of these stuffs with the Meterpreter reverse shell. So it gives us a bunch of options to use. We can upload other payloads as well with Meterpreter, we can download files, upload files, and some of the other things that we will cover in the next tutorials. So that will be about it for the payload. Let us check what else we have. So we have auxiliary, so let's go to the auxiliary modules and just type here ls. And you will see that they are divided also in different types. So we have fuzzers, spoofers, sniffers, different type of auxiliary modules. But most likely auxiliary will only be scanners that you perform on a target. So for example, you can scan if a target is vulnerable to some type of the attack. And sometimes auxiliary modules are also used to brute force, for example, SSH, Tomcat, and other different stuff that we will also cover in the next video. So that will be about it for the auxiliary. You can check out all of these other subdirectories if you want to and see what does it have in them. For example, let's go to fuzzers. You will have in the SSH also some of the some of the auxiliary modules written in Ruby language. So that will be about it for the auxiliary. Now let's talk about the encoders. So if I type here ls, you will have the encoders. Let's go to that directory. Type here ls once again, and these are the encoders for different types of machines. So encoders are mostly used to bypass antiviruses. Now, you can change how the code looks with the encoder, or you can scramble the code and then the antivirus database can't recognize it actually. Now, how the antivirus databases work, or basically how does most of the antivirus work, is they have a huge database where they have all of the known exploits, all of the known viruses, trojans, and malware basically that they have in their database. And once you run some of the program on your PC, which is a malware, and it is also known to that database, your antivirus will prevent it from running and it will delete it. But if you, for example, change the code a little bit and scramble the code, or even better, write the malware yourself, then most likely most of the antivirus won't be able to detect it, since it is firstly time that they see a code like that. And that code is not in their database, so therefore they cannot really detect that code. And they let it as a normal program and not as a malware. That's why coding your own malware is a big advantage. So that would be about it for the encoders. We will also show how to use them later on, but for now on, let's just explain all of this. So the post right here is basically some of the tools or programs that you will use after you exploit the target. For example, you send Meterpreter, which is a reverse shell that we will use. You can upload from the Meterpreter other post-exploitation programs that you can use to gather, for example, passwords gathering, or basically any other information gathering you want. You can gather, for example, cookies if you want to from the certain browser. The thing that you might not really know what it is, which is Nmap, well, basically, if you ever encountered in assembly code, or if you're an assemble programmer as well, you will most likely know what Nmap is. It is short for no operation. It is basically a command in the assembly language that just performs no operation. Now, this is most popular known for on x86 chips as 0x90 bytes. So this is the byte for a Nmap instruction. When a processor loads this instruction, it simply doesn't do anything. It basically just skips those instructions until it comes to the next useful instruction. it just does nothing for one cycle and then advances the register to the next instruction. Now, why are these knobs useful? Well, basically, the knobs keep the payload size consistent. The practical importance of this has to do with writing instruction jumps. Now, if you do not know what instruction jumps, it doesn't really matter that much, but jumps can either be relative or absolute jumps. For basically, if you move data around at all with an absolute jump, you must recode any reference to it. If you move one instruction around relative to another, you must also recode the relative jump. Putting knobs basically simplifies the problem, because a jump that lands anywhere in a series of knobs will continue on the first executable instruction and prevent the processor from reading an invalid code that could stop execution and crash the software. So basically, from all of this, you just need to remember that knobs is an instruction which is referred to as a byte 0 or as a byte 90, and basically doesn't do anything. So that's what you need to know. We will probably use it later on in some other section, but for now on, this would be enough for you to understand the basic structure of the Metasploit framework, and in the next lectures we will actually start covering some of these scanners and exploits that we can use on our vulnerable targets. So that would be it for this tutorial, and I hope I see you in the next one. Bye! Hello everybody and welcome back. And now, before we continue to the next tutorial, where I will actually show you some of the exploits that you can run on Metasploitable, let me just show you real quick what PHP code injection is. Now, it is very similar to the previous lecture where we covered the OS command injection, but right now let us open the same page. So it is located on the BWAP on our OS virtual machine. Go right here and find the PHP code injection. Once you click on that, click here on hack, and here you have a simple page which basically just says this is just a test page reflecting back your message. So if you just type here message or just click on the message, it will say test. If you click on the message once again, it will once again say test. Now, you might be asking yourself, well, there isn't any input right here which we can input our code. Well, that's true, but if we actually try to intercept this with our burp suite, so open up your burp suite and click here on the intercept on. We want to have the intercept on, and once again, if you click here on the message, it will show us a packet that we send to the web server. Now, it looks very normal until you notice that there is actually a user input right here. So this is not something that you have a form to input on the website, but if you intercept the packet, you can actually input it right here. So what I mean by that, right now, since this is a PHP code injection, we need to use a function, system, and then open up your brackets, and then let's type pwd, which is print working directory. So we just type that right here, so system pwd, that is a function that we will print our working directory, and if we forward this packet, you will see that we no longer get the test as a result, but we get the current working directory of that virtual machine, or basically of our OS virtual machine. And just like that, we can now know that the server is vulnerable to the PHP code injection. So what we can do from there, we can actually perform the same type of the attack as we performed in the previous video. So I will show you. If we click on the message once again and intercept the next packet, you can actually just download the shell.php the same way we downloaded from the previous video. So what you would do, but in this case you would do system first and then open up your brackets and then type the same command. So we get 192.168.1.15, or basically here you would specify your own IP address, since if you're running, of course, Apache on your Kali Linux machine, if you're running Apache 2 on some other machine, you would specify the IP address of that other machine that is hosting the Apache 2 with our shell.php file. And you also need to add /shell.php, so it knows which file to download from there, and only what you need to do from there is close the quotes and then close the brackets. Once you do that, you just need to forward this packet, and this basically will, let us just turn the intercept off, and what this will do is it will basically download the shell.php to the target machine, as it did in the previous video. So right now, if I just type here ls once again, and I go right here, and then system, open brackets, ls, close quotes, close brackets, and then I forward it, as same in the previous video, right now, if I go right here, we should be able to find the shell.php file. So here it is right here. We can see that we successfully uploaded the shell.php onto our target web server. And right now what you would do is basically just click on the message once again, and what you would do is type here system, and then the next thing you would do is basically php, so php -f, and then shell.php. You would close the quotes, close the brackets, and then you would forward this packet as well. Now what this will do, this will basically, so let me just close this will basically connect to our own listening machine, which is our Kali Linux machine, and it will prompt us with a Meterpreter shell. Now it won't connect since I didn't really open up my Metasploit framework and didn't specify the L host and L port and that exploit multi-handler that we did in the previous video, so it really won't connect anywhere at the moment, but I just wanted to show you the exact same process that we did in the previous video, just with the PHP code injection. If you want to try to exploit it, you can do what I said with this, but before you run the program itself, with the last command, which was the php -f and then the shell.php, you want to specify this listener in our Metasploit framework. Now, specifying the listener is the same as in the previous video, so I will not be covering that at the moment. Now, in the next video, what I will show you is how you can actually use some of the attacks and exploit Metasploitable. Since I can't really run Metasploitable, I will only show you the process to get to exploit it. I will not be really exploiting it since it doesn't work here. And so I hope you enjoyed this tutorial, and I hope I see you in the next one. Bye! Hello everybody, and welcome back. And in this tutorial right here, I will show you how you can perform two different attacks on the Metasploitable. So just follow my steps. If you have Metasploitable up and running, you should be able to exploit it with these two attacks. So the first one that we will do is attack on Samba. Now I believe that it has the same vulnerability as on the OWASP virtual machine, but I could be wrong, so let me just first of all zoom this in. I will zoom in it twice, and what I will do is I will run my Metasploit framework console. After that, we will search for some of the Samba exploits, and we will see how we can exploit the Metasploitable virtual machine. So let's wait for this to open. And okay, so we are good to go. Now, right now, what we want to do, let's say my OWASP is my Metasploitable. So you run a scan on it. It will finish in a few seconds, and you find out their open ports. So the open ports for the Samba, I believe, is something like 445 or 139 or something like that. And then, after you find out that which version it is running and on which port is it running, you can search for the exploits that could suit you. So we can see right here that it is running Samba 3.1, or basically 3.x, which is basically any version from 3 to 4, and on 445 port also running the same version. So what we want to do is basically just click here or type here search Samba, and it will list us all of the available exploits for this software. So let me just zoom this out so we can see it a little bit better. And we are not going to use auxiliary anymore. What we will use is the exploit. What we want to use is this one at the moment. So exploit multi-samba usermap _ script. It came out in 2007. Its rating as excellent, and it says right here Samba username max screen command execution. So, for example, you could also check out some of the other ones, but let's say the upper one is only working for the versions from 2.2.2 to 2.2.6, so it wouldn't work for our own version. So let's use this one. And I repeat that you need to have the Metasploitable open for this to work. So now that we selected the exploit, let us show our available options right here. You can see that the available options are airhosts and airport. Now, airport is already set as 139, which is correct in my case. Now it can also be 445. If you're running that on both ports, you can actually check that. You can actually check both of them one after another. And what you want to set is set, and then the airhosts, and then the IP address of your Metasploitable. So I will just do OWASP in my case. It doesn't really matter. After that, what you want to do is actually select the payload that you will use in order to exploit this machine. Now the payload, you can check out your available payloads which show payload option that we covered in the previous videos. It will print out all of the payloads that you can use for this attack. Now, the one that I found working on Metasploitable would be the CMD Unix reverse, which is this one right here. So you can just copy that payload right here. The ranking, they all rank as normal, and this one is Unix command shell double reverse DCP. So what we want to do is set payload and then paste the payload that we are going to use. Once you select that, you want to show options once again. And you will see that the only thing we need to specify in order to get to work, we need to specify the lhost. So lhost is our Cal Linux machine. So just type here your IP address, which in my case is .1.7, I believe. So set lhost 192.168.1.7. And all you have to do after this is basically just type run. This will run on your Metasploitable, and it should give you a reverse shell in return. Now, since I'm scanning on the OWASP, this will not work for me, as it says right here, exploit completed, but no session was created, which I pretty much think it means that this virtual machine, which is the OWASP, isn't vulnerable to this attack. But this one should work on your Metasploitable. What you will get is basically, it won't prompt you anything, but it will basically look like it came out, but once you type ls, it will list all of the files on the Metasploitable that are located in that directory. So that is one of the attacks that you want to use against the Metasploitable. The other attack is on the FTP port, which is port 21. It is very simple to exploit. You just need to set the rhost and just click exploit. It is on the, I believe that on Metasploitable over port FTP, which is port 21, it is running a version VSFTPD 234 or something like that, which is basically vulnerable to this attack. So what you want to do, first of all, you can nmap the Metasploitable if you want to, and see the port 21 yourself, and after that you use exploit Unix and then FTP and then VSFTPD backdoor. So let me just close this so you can see it better. Click here enter and then show your available options. So show options will show you that the only thing you need to specify is rhosts. So you specify the rhosts 192.168.1.2, which is basically the IP address of your Metasploitable, and all you need to do is click run right here. Now I won't be running this since I don't have Metasploitable, and on OWASP this service or this version of service, it doesn't exist. Basically port 21 isn't even opened on OWASP. So those are just two attacks that you can try on Metasploitable if you want to. You will not encounter it anywhere else. This is just some of the older versions that basically got patched long ago. So these are not some of the real-life attacks that you will encounter, but you never know. In the next videos, we will try exploiting the Windows machines. So that will be some of the real-life attacks that you can actually perform with payload, with the Meterpreter shell opened. So we will do that in the next tutorial, and I hope I see you there. Bye.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the system hacking section. Now, in the previous videos, we saw how we can actually create some of the exploits for the OWASP virtual machine, and we were able to hack a Linux server with the PHP Meterpreter shell. Now, as we finished with those Tomcat and Apache 2 exploits, now we are going to continue to the Windows exploits. Now, this is some of the more important parts, since most of the people use Windows, and since most vulnerable software is actually ran on Windows. So out of all of the other operating systems, Windows is the most vulnerable one. It had in the past a bunch of these vulnerabilities, such as the one I told you before, the Eternal Blue, which we will be doing. It is a vulnerability for the Windows 7 all packs and basically Windows, I believe, Server 2008. And they have some additional Metasploit modules for the Windows 8 and Windows 10, but I couldn't seem to get those to work, so we will be doing the regular Eternal Blue exploit. But before we actually continue with exploiting Windows with Metasploit, let us just install a program that we will need now in this section, and we will also need once we start actually coding our own programs in Python. The program is called Wine. Now, Wine is basically a program for Linux that allows Linux users to actually run Windows programs in Linux. What I mean by that is basically, for example, the executable Windows extension is .exe. Every exe file that you run is basically only executable on Windows. You cannot run it on Linux. So, in order for us to run some of the programs that are .exe or .msi, basically we will need to install Wine in order to do that on Linux. Now, there are two reasons why we need it currently. One of them is that Wine is actually required as a program in order to be able to run the Eternal Blue NSA exploit on Windows 7, which is one of the more important exploits that we will do. And the other reason is that we will need Wine in order to make our Python programs in Linux.exe later on when we start coding our own programs. So let us start off by actually downloading it. So I already have it installed. I will show you how to perform that, and we will also install our first Windows program and use it in our Wine program. We will install Python for Windows and use it as a Wine installer. So you will see what I mean soon enough. Let me just enlarge this so you can see a little bit better what I'm doing. So if you just type here Wine in Kali Linux, wine-help, you should get prompted with this, since I believe Wine is already pre-installed in Kali Linux, but if you ran a 64-bit version of Kali Linux, I believe that you will need to upgrade and add some architecture for the 32-bit. So we also want to install Wine 32-bit. Now I already installed it, and I will show you what is the command in order to perform the installation. So just type in your terminal dpkg, then -- add architecture. And basically what you want is i386 for the 32-bit version. Now this is just one of the 3 commands that we want to run in order to install. So let us actually run all 3 at the same time. So let me add these 2 signs in order to continue with another command. And that would be apt-get update. And the third command, which we want to do, is apt-get install wine32. So as we can see, first of all, we are adding the architecture for i386, and then we're updating our repositories, and after that we're actually installing the Wine 32-bit. Now the apt-get install Wine 32-bit won't really work without this command, so we need to run this first. Now since I already ran this before, I will not be running it at the moment since I already have Wine installed. And what you want to do, basically this process, I believe, especially if you didn't update your Kali Linux repositories for longer, will take around 20 to 30 minutes. If you did update your repositories, however, it shouldn't take too long, so you will be good to go. So after you run that, what you want to do is basically let us go to the Python website and actually download the MSA installer for Python 2. So I already did all of that, but I will show you how you can do it, since it is important for future videos. Especially now Python we do not need for the exploit module that we will use in the next videos, but we will need it in our coding section. So start new session, we want to start new one, and what we want to go, just go to your web page and just type here https, then we want to go to the www.python.org, and basically what you want to go is to this link right here, so /downloads/release and then python-2714, which is the Python 2. Now the reason why we are not using Python 3 is because most of the older programs and older modules and libraries in Python are still supported as Python 2. And for me personally, Python 2 is basically a little easier, since it doesn't include some brackets and all of that, which I always forget to include in Python 3. But I will show you the syntax for both once we get to that. For now on, I just want to show you how you can install this. So once you're on this page, you want to scroll down, and you will get this bunch of versions of Python right here, or basically the installer for Python. What you want to do is basically go all the way down to the Windows x86 MSA installer. Once you do that, go click on it. It will ask you, do you want to install Python 2.7.14.msi? The size is 18 megabytes. You want to save that file, and it will save that file right here in your downloads folder. As we can see, if I open my downloads folder, it will show 2 times Python 2.7.14 because I already installed one yesterday, so we can just delete one. Or let me open in terminal, and then I will delete Python. It doesn't matter, one of them has to go, or basically it doesn't, so I just want to delete it so I don't have the duplicate. And what you want to do after that is basically you can just, let me just close this, we do not need this browser opened anymore. What you want to do is change your directory to downloads, and if you click here ls, you will see your Python file right here, and the next thing you want to do is wine, and then msi exec, I believe, and then /i, and then Python. I believe the syntax looks something like this. We will check it right now. It should work, and after that it should start loading your Wine program. Now, since I already did install it, what you want to do is basically just click on next everywhere, and basically you want to install it in the C drive. It will create a virtual C drive for your Kali Linux machine, and once you've finished the installation, just click on finish. I will go on X right here since I already have it. Are you sure you want to cancel the installation? Yes, and then finish. So everything has finished. Now, once you finish the installation, what you want to do is basically navigate to your C drive. Now, C drive is something you find in Windows, not in Linux, but for Wine created a virtual C drive with basically Windows modules, libraries, and all of that allow us to run Windows executables. So, in order to go there, you need to go to the root. Then, if you click on the root ls, you will notice that there is nothing named as Wine. Now, Wine basically is a hidden file in this directory, and you can find it in two ways. One of them is basically you can just go find root directory, click on right click, I believe, and you can go properties, not really sure if access files, change permissions. I thought it would be something like show hidden files, but it doesn't matter. Another way that you can do is just type ls-la, which is command that we covered, so you will see all of the files, including hidden files as well. So if you look closely, you will see lower that we have a .wine directory, which is a hidden directory, so basically everything that starts with dot will be a hidden file in your directory, and we want to go to that directory, so just type cd .wine, and then if we clear the screen and type ls once again, you will see that we actually have our drive_c directory. So we change our directory to there, we can ls, and right here you will see that we actually have basically all of the Windows files installed. Program files, Windows users, Python 27 is the Python that we installed previously. So this is not currently in need for us, but we will be using, as I said, it later on. So it's good to show you an example of making a Windows file executable on Linux. So now if you, for example, if I change my directory to Python and I ls here, you will see python.exe, which is a Windows executable. In order for you to run it, you would need to type wine python.exe. So you would not be able to run it with basically slash and then basically dot slash and then python.exe. You would need to specify wine before that. So I just wanted to show you that this is just a basic wine installation. What we will do in the next videos is we will start exploiting both Windows 7, Windows 10 and maybe Windows XP. And I will show you how you can craft your own payloads with MSF Venom in more detail, and how you can actually exploit the Windows both with the payload being delivered by you and both without payload even being delivered with zero-day exploits such as Eternal Blue. Well, I mean, they were zero-day exploits, now they are mostly patched, but I'll show you how they work, since a lot of the devices are still vulnerable to that attack. Since it is an attack on Windows 7, most people still do use Windows 7, and most people do not update their Windows. So you will be able to find some of the devices that are still vulnerable to this attack. But more about that in the next videos. I just want to show you this fine installation, and we will continue hacking in the next lecture. Hope I see you there, and take care. Bye.